The old man's breath is shallow, his life fading with the last rays of sunlight. But the disciples gathered around his deathbed feel no grief, only greed. A woman with tears in her eyes clutches his hand, calling him Elder Yahello, but behind her the others whisper. His senior disciple asks what they should do now that their master is almost gone. The answer is cold, devoid of any loyalty. They should just find new masters and wait around to collect the body. Another disciple sneers, calling their master a useless piece of trash, a wounded cripple who deserved his fate. The second disciple, Lin Haoran, laughs with pure malice, confessing that he was the one who leaked their master's secrets, ensuring his enemies would finish him off. And the third can't wait to leave, eager to join an elder known for his collection of female disciples. What kind of students are these? This is pure evil. The woman's hand clenches into a fist. She whirls on them, her voice shaking with rage. She calls them ungrateful animals, reminding them that without Elder Yahello they would be nothing. They would have never even touched the path of cultivation. Her loyalty is met with cold, blue energy. The second disciple grabs her by the throat and slams her to the ground. He scoffs, turning his back on her. The third disciple looms over her, his voice dripping with contempt, questioning who she thinks she is to speak to them that way. They see her as less than nothing. The senior disciple, Ikiyuhan, simply tells the others to leave her. If she wants to stay with the old trash, then let her. After all, they've already looted everything of value from their master's home. They mock her one last time, sneering that a useless elder is the perfect match for a useless female slave. Traitors, as their footsteps fade, she lies on the floor, beaten and humiliated, whispering the word like a curse. Every ounce of her being burns with hatred for them. She crawls to the elder's bedside, her voice cracking as she calls his name. She tries to comfort him, telling him the ungrateful ones are gone and that she will take care of him now. But the old man's eyes open, filled with a deep, soul-crushing sadness. He asks if she blames him. He brought her here but never taught her, never made her a true disciple. She immediately denies it, insisting she knows her own limitations and was never fit for cultivation. She reminds him that he saved her from a slave traitor. For that, she has only ever felt gratitude. He looks away, a bitter truth catching in his throat. He says that good people never seem to get a good ending. He's dying, and his only thought is how he failed her asterisk. He coughs violently, whispering that if only he had taken her as his apprentice sooner. The sun sets on his life and on his regrets. He looks at a dead leaf in his palm, seeing his own reflection. She refuses to accept this. She slams her forehead to the ground, begging him to take her as his disciple, right here, right now. She swears an oath. If he accepts her, she will spend her life hunting down those traitors and avenging him. She will not rise until he agrees. He looks down at her, a flicker of warmth in his dying eyes, but he tells her he isn't stupid. Agreeing would be sending her to her death. As he tries to sit up, she rushes to his side. With trembling hands, she presents a small bottle. It's the last of his essence condensation pills. It's not much, she says, but it's the last thing she can give him. He tries to wave it off, telling her not to worry, that he isn't going to die. But the lie is cut short as he spews a mouthful of blood. The bottle slips from his grasp. It shatters on the floor, its precious contents lost forever. His vision fades to black, her desperate cries echoing in his ears. She begs him not to be angry, thinking his rage is what's killing him. He can barely think, so this is death. Her crying is hurting his ears. He feels a surge of anger, but it's not at her. His final thought is a scream of pure regret. If only he had taken her as an apprentice sooner. And then silence, a cold, mechanical voice echoes in the void. A genuine master-apprentice relationship has been detected. A system is activating. Wait, what is happening? His final wish, did it just come true? The system rewards him with a surprise. The infinite golden elixir. This isn't just any pill. The spiritual energy condensed inside is equivalent to 10,000 essence condensation pills, a treasure beyond imagination. Flames of power erupt around him as he holds the elixir. 20 years. 20 years he's been trapped in this world, and finally his golden opportunity has arrived. A chance to not only break through, but to heal the damage of a lifetime of stagnation. He remembers it all. The car crash that brought him here, into the body of a boy named Zayok Shuan. He'd had everything, a prominent family, excellent talent. But after 15 years in the Hongmeng Sect, his cultivation stalled completely, turning him into a joke, a failure who was looked down on by everyone. He was forced to his knees, utterly humiliated, but the heavens gave him a second chance. A system. He quickly probes its core function, the apprenticeship rebate. The system explains that as his apprentice improves, he, the master, will be rewarded with a multiplied version of their gains. He presses for details. Does simply imparting skills count? The system clarifies. If he imparts cultivation, he gets it back multiplied. If his apprentice masters a technique, he instantly masters it at an even higher level. But wait, If he can just give his disciple items and get a multiplied return, could he create an infinite loop of power? He asks the system directly. If he gives this golden pill to his disciple now, can he get a rebate? The answer is a hard negative. Items obtained from system rebates cannot be gifted for another rebate. There are limits to this power. He smirks, a cold understanding dawning on him. It's not a simple duplication machine. Fine, then he'll just have to take this opportunity for himself. Without hesitation, he consumes the pill. A torrent of golden energy floods his system, shattering his limits and propelling him into the golden core realm. Through the haze of his transformation, a small voice cuts through. His disciple is sobbing, begging him to wake up, promising she won't be an apprentice anymore if it means he'll be okay. She clutches his robe, her voice breaking as she swears she doesn't want revenge or pills, she just wants him back. He opens his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. He tells his foolish little slave that the first thing he's going to teach her as her master is that when someone wrongs you, you don't forgive. You retaliate fiercely. He sits up, a new, dangerous confidence radiating from him, and you make sure to pay them back double. Meanwhile, at the sixth peak, a man named Fang kneels before Elder Wang, a high-ranking member of the law enforcement hall. He begs to be taken as a disciple, offering the ultimate price of loyalty, the martial arts secrets of his own seventh peak. He presents the scroll, a desperate show of sincerity. Elder Wang accepts the scroll, a cruel glint in his eye. He muses aloud how Xiao Xuan, the once invisible genius, managed to raise such a good disciple. The elder's smile is pure poison. He tells Fang he can join him on one condition. He produces a wicked, glowing blade, the exclusive ruler of the law enforcement hall, a weapon designed for one terrible purpose: to sever a cultivator's spiritual roots, to destroy another cultivator's spiritual roots. That's not just an attack, it's a fate worse than death. The demand is laid bare. If Fang can dissect Xiao Xuan's spiritual roots with this blade, Elder Wang will make him his eldest disciple. He adds a chilling warning. Once the ruler tastes blood, it cannot be removed without a secret technique. Fang's eyes glow with red-hot ambition. He accepts the mission without a flicker of remorse, promising his new master that he will not fail. He becomes a blur of golden light, a human missile streaking across the sky toward Xiao Xuan's home. He moves with blinding speed, intent on crippling his former peer. Fang smashes through the wall in a devastating explosion, shattering stone and wood. He stumbles forward, coughing through the dust, and screams for them not to come any closer. But as he looks up, his bravado evaporates, replaced by sheer, unadulterated shock. A crushing, unseen force slams into him. Dark energy engulfs his body, tearing him apart from the inside. He lets out a final, blood-curdling scream, his mind reeling. He can't die here. His immortal journey was supposed to be just beginning. With his last breath, he chokes out a single question. Who did this? Looming over his broken body is the calm, composed figure of Xiao Xuan, standing tall with his disciple at his side, radiating an aura of untouchable power. Xiao Xuan looks past the dying man and speaks as if to the sky itself. He tells Elder Wang, "If you want my spiritual roots, why don't you come and get them yourself?" Xiao Xuan looks down, his voice laced with ice. "Elder Wang, if you want my spiritual roots so badly, why don't you come and take them yourself?" The old man scoffs, his words dripping with condescension. Bold words, Elder Xiao. He says he was just joking with his disciple, but his eyes betray a deeper malice as he mutters about the rumors he heard. Didn't they say this trash was dead? He notes that Xiao Xuan has broken through the golden core realm. Oh, really? Xiao Xuan's lips curl into a dangerous smirk. But he says, his voice dropping to a low growl, "I am not joking with you, Elder Wang." In an instant, the air crackles with power as dozens of golden swords materialize behind him, all aimed at the smug elder. The blades hum with killing intent, a storm of light and steel ready to be unleashed. Elder Wang's face contorts in shock. The surging wave sword technique, he recognizes it immediately. His mind flashes back, a bitter memory surfacing. He and Xiao Xuan had joined the Hongmeng Sect at the same time, but Xiao Xuan was the prodigy. He created this very technique himself, earning the leader's favor and a wealth of cultivation resources that Wang could only dream of. The jealousy is still raw, even after all these years. Fortunately for Wang, Xiao Xuan's cultivation was crippled, and he became a god for nothing. That was the only reason Wang ever got ahead. But now, facing this impossible power, Wang scrambles to defend himself, shouting a warning. "Don't be impulsive, Elder Xiao. I've already broken through to the second level of the Golden Core realm." A purple hexagonal barrier springs to life around him, a desperate shield against the incoming storm. He sneers, thinking his defense is enough. You can't defeat me with such cheap tricks. The golden swords slam into his shield, not with the clang of metal, but with the sound of shattering glass. The barrier disintegrates in a flash. What? Wang's eyes widen in disbelief. Zio Xuan's voice is pure mockery. Second level of the Golden Core realm, Elder Wang? Are you sure about that? The raw power washing over Wang is suffocating. He can feel it now, the terrifying truth. This power, it's at least the third level of the Golden Core realm, maybe even higher. The feedback from his shattered shield sears his hands. Arg my hands! He screams, the golden energy burning him. He stumbles back, utterly defeated, resorting to empty threats. Bastard! Zio Xuan, if you kill me, the Sect will not let you go. Is that right? Zio Xuan asks, a single finger raised as the swords pin Wang in place. Then I want to see exactly what the Sect will do to me when I insist on killing you. The swords press closer, their golden light intensifying, ready to tear the Elder apart. Damn you, Zio Xuan! Wang's face twists in pure desperation. With no other choice, he pulls out a gleaming purple amulet. I have to use that item. The amulet erupts in a blinding purple light, forming a new, far more powerful shield that repels the golden swords. He spits through clenched teeth. Damn it all, this mystical-grade magical tool can only be used 3 times. This was his ace in the hole, the treasure he was saving to resist the tribulation lightning when he broke through to the nascent soul realm. He's burning his future just to survive the present. Zio Xuan watches with a detached amusement. Wow, our Elder Wang has a deep foundation. How many treasures have you been hiding over the years? He raises a hand, a completely different energy beginning to form. How about I try this move then? Black, jagged tendrils of dark energy writhe from the ground, a stark contrast to his golden swords. The darkness coalesces around Wang's new shield, constricting it. Zio Xuan, how dare you? Wang bellows, sensing the sinister nature of this new power. What is that technique? That dark energy feels nothing like his sword style. Zio Xuan simply smirks. How dare I not? His fingers clench. The dark tendrils tighten, crushing the mystical shield. It cracks, then shatters into a million pieces. No, Wang screams, his last hope obliterated before his eyes. The resulting explosion rips through the hall, a maelstrom of golden light and dark energy. The entire platform is engulfed in smoke and debris. When the dust settles, Wang is lying in a crater, broken and coughing up blood. He looks up at Zio Xuan's approaching figure, his face a mask of pure terror. You don't come. Zio Xuan ignores his pleas, his gaze fixed on the shattered remains of the amulet. This shield was at least at the top of the mystical grade, right? He muses aloud about the quality of magic tools, a cold lecture in the middle of the carnage. Such a treasure would be the foundation of an entire sect. I didn't expect Wang to still hide such a thing. However, he says, his hand igniting with golden light once more as he closes in on the terrified Elder. That's all there is to it. He draws his hand back, ready to deliver the final, fatal blow. Just as his strike is about to land, a woman's voice cuts through the tension. Elder Zio Xuan, be merciful. A figure lands between them, shielding the broken Elder from Zio Xuan's wrath. It's a woman, her face hidden by an ornate cat mask. Who is she? And why is she protecting the man who just tried to murder her sect's disciples? The old man's pleas for mercy echo across the ruined courtyard, but Zio Xuan's power only intensifies, lightning crackling around his blade. Just as the final blow is about to fall, a figure descends from the sky on a massive crane, his voice booming with authority. He tells Elder Zio Xuan not to be impulsive. It's the Hongmeng sect master, Zhang He. He declares that infighting is a grave offense, and anyone found guilty will be expelled from the sect. Seeing his chance, the defeated Elder Wang scrambles toward the sect leader, begging for justice. He claims Zio Xuan went mad, slaughtering his fellow disciples without provocation. Zio Xuan has heard enough. He snaps at the old man to be quiet, a flash of red energy silencing his pathetic whining. The sect leader's face hardens. He asks Elder Wang if he'd like a trip to the law enforcement hall's interrogation pool, his voice laced with ice. He wants to know who exactly should be expelled from the sect. Elder Wang freezes, the blood draining from his face. No, this isn't how it was supposed to go. The sect leader ignores him completely, turning to Zio Xuan with a respectful nod. He congratulates his junior brother on finally breaking through his bottleneck and entering the Golden Core realm. Zio Xuan gives a slight bow, explaining that he owes his breakthrough to this very group of traitors. If they hadn't ganged up on him and severed his spiritual roots, he never would have been pushed to this limit. The truth hangs in the air, undeniable. Elder Wang's story completely unravels. He stammers that it was all a misunderstanding, a result of his own negligence. He begs the sect leader to appease Zio Xuan's anger. Zio Xuan looks down at the groveling Elder. For the sake of the leader, he says, he will spare his life this time. But his gaze then shifts. locking onto a terrified Wu Fang. For deceiving your master, he declares, and for repaying kindness with betrayal, you will abolish your own cultivation and be expelled from the Hongmeng sect forever. Wu Feng's world shatters. Everything he worked for, everything he was, is about to be stripped away. In utter desperation, he turns to his master, pleading for him to save him. But Elder Wang coldly turns his back, saying he'll let Elder Zio Xuan handle it. Just then, Zai Linglong steps forward, her voice clear and steady. "Master," she says, "there's no need to bother with him. Let me take action." She leaps into the ruins. Wu Feng can only stare in disbelief. He spits that a useless person like her wants to act against him. An eruption of brilliant blue spiritual energy is his only answer. In a breathtaking display, Zai Linglong gathers the energy into her hand, forming a radiant sword of pure power. Her face is a mask of cold fury. She strikes. The blade of light stops a mere inch from Wu Feng's face, the immense pressure pinning him to the ground in sheer terror. She leans in, her voice dripping with contempt. He hasn't even begun to comprehend the surging waves sword technique, yet he had the audacity to call her a good-for-nothing. Zio Xuan watches, a faint, proud smile on his lips as he remembers. 3 days ago, his system had analyzed her potential. The results were staggering. A true genius with insight and spiritual roots far beyond the norm. But it was more than that. He saw what the system was pointing to. This wasn't just talent. This was an innate sword body. He downplayed it, of course, telling her she simply had a gift for swordsmanship. He could barely contain his excitement. He had found a true prodigy. He'd set her a simple task: find Wu Feng and defeat him. It was a test, and a way to teach his arrogant former disciple a lesson. He then began to teach her the surging waves sword technique, a style of his own creation. Her comprehension was unbelievable. The system lit up with notifications, confirming she was absorbing his teachings at an impossible rate. He had done a great job. She truly was a treasure. Back in the present, that treasure stands victorious over the man who mocked her. She asks him who is the real good-for-nothing here. Then, with a final, brutal stomp, she crushes his chest, shattering his spiritual core and ending his future as a cultivator in a single, merciless act. She turns to her master and reports that the traitor's spiritual roots have been severed, asking him to verify. Zio Xuan simply says, "Well done." The sect leader decides it's time to leave. He states that since the traitor has been dealt with, he will take Elder Wang back to face his own judgment. They begin to rise into the air, the matter seemingly concluded. But Zio Xuan's voice stops them cold. "When did I say this was over?" The sect leader turns, stunned. "But you promised to spare his life," he protests. "What more do you want?" He demands, his patience clearly wearing thin. A dangerous glint appears in Zio Xuan's eyes. "I said I would spare his life," he says, his voice dropping to a low, menacing tone. "But I didn't say I would just let him go like this. As for how to pacify me," he continues, "that depends entirely on the sincerity Elder Wang is willing to show." What kind of sincerity is he talking about? The unspoken demand for compensation hangs heavy in the air, a final, crushing blow to the disgraced elder. With a strained smile, Elder Wang offers up his entire fortune in a single bag, his voice trembling as he calls it a token of his enlightenment. He hopes it will be enough, practically begging for Zio Xuan's approval, his pride completely shattered. Zio Xuan takes the bag without a second thought, his expression unreadable as he bids the broken man farewell. He turns to Zai, telling her it's time to go. The girl is in awe of her master's power, but he simply tells her to rest, promising to guide her cultivation on the morrow. As they depart, Zio Xuan offers one last, dismissive goodbye to Elder Wang. But the moment he's gone, the facade of the humbled elder crumbles, replaced by a mask of pure, unadulterated hatred. His eyes burn with fury as he seethes, vowing to make Zio Xuan pay for this humiliation. The next morning on 7th Peak, sunlight streams into the quiet room. Zio Xuan sits among his new treasures, casually sorting through Elder Wang's life savings. The haul is substantial, though most of the elixirs are of average quality, barely suitable for the Golden Core realm. He thumbs through scrolls of techniques, finding a primordial technique perfect for laying Zhai's foundation, and an Earth-grade weapon called the 5-Element Seal, the only truly valuable item in the pile. But he scoffs at it. He has no need for such trinkets when the system provides far greater rewards. He'll just give it all to Zhai. The rest is a small mountain of high-grade spiritual stones, a fortune that would make any elder jealous. He muses about building a villa, but his thoughts are interrupted by Zhai's voice from outside, asking if she can enter for her training. He invites her in. As she sits before him, he begins to explain the fundamental realms of cultivation, from the physical tempering of the postnatal realm to the formation of internal energy in the innate realm, all the way to the legendary, almost mythical transcendence realm where one can ascend to true immortality. He then presents her with the primordial technique he set aside, instructing her to focus and comprehend its secrets. Placing his hands on her back, he prepares to guide her Kai. He tells her to circulate her energy, to feel the flow and gain some initial insight. But as she begins, the system panel flashes in his mind, and the numbers make him freeze. Her insight is a staggering 260, but her constitution is a pitiful 15. 15, is that even possible for a cultivator? He quickly asks the system for the average values, and the answer confirms his shock. The average is between 50 and 60. It all clicks into place. She has the mind of a genius, able to grasp any technique instantly, but her body is too weak to handle the power. He realizes there's only one path forward. He'll have to force-feed her Kai, refining her very essence and marrow himself. A brilliant golden light erupts from his palm as he places it over her head. The energy surges, enveloping them both in a blinding aura. He pours his own power directly into her, a torrent of pure cultivation energy. In a flash, her eyes snap open, glowing with newfound power. The energy settles within her, a stable core forming as she breaks through to the 10th level of the postnatal realm in a single instant. Jai is stunned, her voice laced with panic. She asks how he can transfer Kai so directly, warning him of the immense danger. It could cripple his cultivation, even cause him to regress in realms. But Xiao Xuan just smiles, telling her not to worry. The system confirms his gamble paid off handsomely. For the 100 days of cultivation he gave her, he received 500 days in return. A 5-fold profit. What risk? He then hands her the entire bag of treasures, calling it a gift for becoming his disciple. As she accepts, the system chimes again. For gifting the pills, he's rewarded with a higher-grade pill. Overwhelmed, Jai thanks him profusely, swearing her undying loyalty. He tells her not to be so polite, and the system dings again. Gifting the martial arts technique earned him a heaven-grade sword art, a 20x reward. He tells her to go master what he's given her, casually adding that he'll provide more direct Kai later. Her eyes go wide. There's going to be a next time. The final system notification appears. For giving her the 5-element seal, he gains a supreme rank sword. She's still reeling, unable to comprehend how he can perform such a dangerous feat so casually. He gently reassures her that he's perfectly fine, announcing he'll enter closed-door training for 3 days to break through to the 5th stage of the Golden Core realm. Instantly, her concern shifts to fierce determination. She declares she will stand guard, and no one will dare approach while he cultivates. He laughs, telling her to relax and focus on her own practice. With a final, respectful nod, she leaves him in peace. All right, let's see what the system's reward treasure is. The system presents a 4th-level Great Refined Pill. He's heard of these. They require a nascent soul cultivator just to refine them, using only the most top-notch materials. Even if they scoured the entire Hengmeng Sect, they might not find 5 of them. But as rare as the pill is, the second reward is even more satisfying. A top-notch, heaven-grade sword technique across 10,000 miles. He unrolls the scroll, a dangerous glint in his eye. This technique is just shy of the imperial level. Paired with his finger-winding soft sword, he'll be invincible. There's no time to waste. He has to try this out now. A torrent of golden energy erupts from his hand, slamming into a distant rock formation. The stone explodes into dust. He smirks. The technique is even better than advertised, emphasizing pure, overwhelming control. Fighting across entire realms won't be a problem anymore. With the technique tested, it's time to digest the cultivation reward from the system. His eyes flare with crimson light, a predator's focus settling over him. This time, he will break through to at least the 5th level of the Golden Core realm. Meanwhile, at the Hengmeng Sect's bustling trading market, whispers are already starting to spread. In the crowded streets, a rogue cultivator with a woman on each arm pauses, his attention caught by a nearby conversation. They're talking about Elder Xiao from the 7th Peak, how he seems to have broken through to the Golden Core realm and utterly crushed Elder Wang in a conflict. The women around him swoon, repeating the most scandalous part of the rumor, that Elder Xiao was willing to sacrifice his own spiritual roots for his female disciple. How handsome, how devoted. They whisper about how he must have infused her with the sect's top-notch skills. The man's face darkens. Who was it, he mutters, was it that useless female slave? One of his companions looks at him, confused. She asks why he and Brother Wang left the 7th Peak in the first place. He sneers, claiming Xiao Xuan was so stingy that they were forced to leave just to avoid being treated rashly. He glances at his subordinate, Lai Shan, for confirmation, and the man nervously agrees. But another figure nearby has heard everything. The man crushes a small vial in his hand, his face contorted with rage. Xiao Xuan, that old crook, has broken through. How could Elder Wang have lost? Was his opponent's cultivation really that much greater? He can't let this stand. He needs to go and assess the situation himself. In a flash of golden light, he vanishes, speeding toward the 7th peak. He arrives at the mountain gate, where a disciple respectfully greets Elder Zio. But this isn't Zio Xuan. The man Yi conceals himself in the bushes, watching as another figure approaches the peak. It's Zhang He, the sect leader's eldest disciple. Zhang He announces he's here on behalf of the leader, to remind Elder Zio of the great sect competition in 100 days. But before he can finish, the woman beside him cuts in with a condescending smile. She apologizes for being blunt, but says Zio Xuan is being far too picky about his apprentice. If someone with her qualifications represents the sect, she'll be beaten to a pulp. A cold voice cuts through the air. Zio Xuan appears at the top of the stairs, his expression unreadable. He says he's afraid her master's nephew, Yi, must have a little eye problem. What is he talking about? He continues, his voice dripping with condescension. My good disciple was just an ordinary person 3 days ago, and now she is 10 times stronger. With a cultivation speed like that, he asks, can nephew Yi even hope to match it? Zhang He is frozen in place, the arrogant words dying on his lips. 3 days to get to the peak of the postnatal realm. He can't believe it. What sort of joke is this? Zio Xuan simply gestures to his student. You don't believe it? Good disciple, come and show him. A wave of spiritual power erupts from her and Zhang He's jaw drops. Did she really achieve this in just 3 days? His mind reels. How could this be possible? Zio Xuan smirks, telling him everything is possible, while his disciple playfully taunts the stunned messenger. From the bushes, he watches in silent fury. That good-for-nothing is already at the 10th level. He clenches his fist, his knuckles white. She could never have achieved that on her own, not even if she cultivated until her death. Zio Xuan must have used an initiation and skill transfer. A twisted, predatory grin spreads across his face. So the old dog has become sentimental. An initiation would leave him weak and vulnerable. Why not take this perfect opportunity to strike him down? In the shadowy hole of the 3rd peak, Elder Mengyu sits enthroned, a figure of absolute authority carved from bone and ambition. A subordinate reports that Zio Xuan has not only claimed all of Wang's possessions, but has also imparted his supreme technique to his new disciple. The subordinate leans in, his voice a conspiratorial whisper, suggesting that this is the perfect moment to strike, to take advantage of their weakest moment and seize a massive profit. He argues that Zio Xuan is nothing more than a temporary fixture, undeserving of the sect's most valuable resources. With a dismissive wave, Elder Meng grants his permission, telling the man to go ahead and take care of it. The order is given with chilling indifference. Emboldened, the subordinate makes his true desire known. If this matter succeeds, he will be accepted as the elder's personal disciple. The promise of power hangs in the air, and he bows deeply, thanking the elder for this golden opportunity. A venomous plot is now in motion. Meanwhile, in Zio Xuan's training room, the atmosphere is entirely different. He sits before Zhu Nu, explaining the trial she's about to face. To break through to the innate realm, she must first cleanse her meridians. It will make all future cultivation easier, but the process itself will be excruciating. She clenches her fists, her eyes burning with determination. I'm ready, she declares, the image of Yi Chen's condescending face fueling her resolve. Zio Xuan observes her, a faint smile on his lips. Her spoiled nature has been tempered by a fierce spirit, and he sees potential. He tells her the timing is perfect. Using the treasures he acquired from Wangan, he purchased a set of 4th-grade meridian cleansing pills just for this purpose. Now they will finally come in handy. It's time to begin. Zio Xuan places 2 fingers on her forehead, a gesture of immense focus and power. A brilliant, golden energy floods into her, igniting her entire being. The pain is immediate and overwhelming, far more intense than even the supreme technique initiation. She grits her teeth, fighting to withstand the searing agony coursing through her. But then the pain subsides. A profound sense of lightness washes over her, as if a great weight has been lifted from her very soul. She enters a deep meditative state, her body glowing with a serene blue light, her power fundamentally transformed. At the same instant, Zio Xuan feels a massive surge of power. The system notification flashes in his mind. His disciple's breakthrough has granted him 200 days of cultivation, a 70-point boost to his aptitude, and his autumn water sword technique has leveled up. He feels fantastic. It's done. He opens his eyes, a sharp glint within them. Golden Core Stage, 6th level. His strength has taken another monumental leap. Zhu Nu's eyes flutter open, and she looks down at her hands, feeling the raw power thrumming beneath her skin. She has reached the innate 1st level. Now, she thinks, now I will be capable of contending with Yi Chen. Zio Xuan encourages her newfound confidence, telling her to be bold. After she defeats Yi Chen, he will take her to challenge the geniuses of the world. Her heart pounds. Can I really do it? Suddenly, a frantic shout from outside shatters the triumphant moment. Elder Xiao, your disciple is here. He's been severely injured while collecting medicinal herbs and is in critical condition. Xiao Xuan's brow furrows. His disciple, Zhu is just as confused. Master has another disciple besides me. The door creaks open, revealing a scene of chaos. Lying on the ground is Lin Haoran, the traitor, looking pale and broken. The very man who was just plotting against them stands over him with a concerned expression. What in the world is this scheme? Lin Haoran weakly holds up a single, glowing red plant. Master, he gasps. He pushes the herb forward, his voice trembling with manufactured sincerity. I was powerless, but I managed to retrieve this one life-saving dragon blood grass. Please take it. Junu's face contorts with rage. Why did you come back? She screams, unable to stomach the sight of the man who betrayed them. Lin Haoran coughs pathetically, claiming it's all a misunderstanding. He insists he only joined the third peak to get this herb for his master. Another disciple immediately jumps to his defense, scolding Junu for her spiteful words when Brother Lin nearly died for this. The lead schemer steps forward, his voice dripping with false sympathy. He claims Lin Haoran knelt before him for 3 whole days, pleading for his help to get the herb. He was so moved by his disciples' loyalty, he says, a complete and utter fabrication. How far will they take this charade? Xiao Xuan steps past Junu, his face an unreadable mask. Leave this to me, he says calmly. He looks down at the pathetic display on the floor and asks a single, piercing question. Since you have already sworn allegiance to the third peak, why have you come back now? A chilling smile spreads across his lips as he leans down, his voice low and dangerous. Do you truly wish to return to my side? Lin Haoran kneels, his voice trembling as he offers the dragon blood herb to his master, begging him to accept it. But the other disciples aren't here for a touching reunion. The green-haired man scoffs, pointing out that Elder Xiao seems perfectly healthy. His eyes glint with malice as he pivots, reminding everyone of poor junior brother Lin, whose future is now grim because of his damaged aptitude. He then has the audacity to ask Xiao for a 4th-grade pill to fix a problem he himself likely caused. He presses harder, twisting the knife by claiming Lin was injured for Xiao's sake. Lin looks up, his face a mask of confusion and denial, trying to protest that it's not true. Xiao just stares down at the accuser, a faint, mocking smile on his lips. Hypocritical, he thinks. The word hangs in the air, unspoken but felt by everyone. Then, in a complete reversal, Xiao clutches his chest, crying out in fake agony. Who said he didn't need it? He winks at Jinu, launching into a performance so over the top it's almost painful to watch. Jinu, catching on instantly, plays her part, confirming her master has been terribly weak lately. The other disciples can only stare, their jaws agape at the sheer, unadulterated shamelessness on display. One of them can't believe his eyes. When did this old dog become so shameless? Xiao snatches the herb from Lin's hands, muttering that it's not worth much anyway, so trading it for a pill is no great loss. He's turning their own manipulative game right back on them. Lin is left kneeling, stunned by the speed of it all, but he stammers out his thanks as Xiao teleports away in a flash. He reappears beside Jinu, casually handing her the precious herb and suggesting they use it for chicken stew tonight. A system notification confirms his hustle. He's just received a 5-fold return, a 2nd-grade herb for the price of a 1st. But the schemers aren't done. They turn to Elder Meng, painting a tragic picture of Lin sacrificing his own cultivation to save Xiao. They plead with Meng, their voices dripping with false sincerity, asking how they, as representatives of the sect, can stand by and watch a disciple die. Elder Meng crosses his arms, his expression stern. He speaks of the 7th peak's reputation, letting the pressure build. What will become of them if news of this neglect gets out? He takes a heavy step forward, his shadow falling over them. He asks Xiao what the hurry is, his tone leaving no room for argument. Meng declares that he could never watch a disciple suffer. But he adds, considering Lin's severe injuries, his body might not handle the potent pill. He offers a solution. First, he will personally help Lin cultivate, clearing his meridians. Is this an act of kindness or something far more sinister? The other elders watch, impressed. They see a master with a deep appreciation for talent, willing to pass on his skills. Lin himself is overcome with gratitude, believing Xiao was ready to sacrifice his own life for him. But as Meng reaches for Lin, his fingers brush against the young man's throat. A silencing technique. Lin's eyes widen in terror. He tries to scream to warn them, but no sound comes out. I can't let this happen. A golden light erupts from Meng's hand, sealing Lin's voice and paralyzing his body. The trap has been sprung. A silent, guttural scream is torn from Lin's soul. He can only watch in horror, completely helpless. The onlookers are aghast, mistaking the violent energy transfer for a tragic cultivation accident. How did it become so tragic? But Lin knows the truth. This isn't a healing technique, this is destruction. In his mind, he shrieks in pure agony. He's not passing on skills. He's destroying my meridians and devouring my cultivation. Why can't I speak? With a sickeningly gentle smile, Mang pats the now broken disciple on the head. Little Lin, he says, you did a great job. Lin's body gives out, and he collapses to the ground, convulsing. Zio steps forward, his face a perfect mask of concern. He explains that he used a powerful technique to heal Lin, but his body was too weak. He tells the others to let him rest, adding that he himself has exhausted a major portion of his power. Leaning heavily on Jinnu for support, he makes a show of being weakened, turning to leave. That's the signal Meng was waiting for. A triumphant, cruel laugh echoes through the courtyard. He never believed Zio's act for a second. While he couldn't quite grasp the technique Zio used, he's certain of one thing: Zio's aura is undeniably weak. This is the perfect opportunity. With a roar, Meng lunges, his hand crackling with raw blue lightning, aimed straight for Zio's heart. But Zio doesn't even flinch. His eyes are cold, calm, and utterly devoid of fear. The corner of his mouth quirks into a smirk. The fool actually fell for it. Meng's attack slams into an invisible wall. Zio stops the lightning-infused strike with a single outstretched hand, neutralizing it completely. His voice cuts through the stunned silence, dripping with contempt. He asks Elder Meng how he could be so ruthless, attacking a defenseless disciple right after that disciple helped him. Meng's mind reels in disbelief. This was supposed to be his moment of victory. How can his spiritual power be so overwhelming? A brilliant, golden light explodes from Zio's palm. The blast sends Meng hurtling through the air, like a broken doll. Zio stands unmoved, a figure of absolute power. Seeing their master defeated, the two lackeys panic. The green-haired disciple summons a vortex of violent purple energy, screaming that they can't let him rise again. Zio glances over his shoulder, his expression one of pure boredom. What can these insects possibly hope to accomplish? He doesn't even bother to turn around. The two disciples drag the elder's broken body across the courtyard, their faces grim. The white-haired man gives a curt nod of approval, but his eyes are cold steel. He demands to know what the others are waiting for. The remaining assassins swallow hard, their bravado gone, replaced by a primal fear of the man standing before them. One of them, his face a mask of desperation, clutches a small, sinister-looking needle. This was his trump card, a hidden weapon from Elder Meng himself, controlled by a forbidden art. It's a legendary tool of assassination, a poison that dissolves into the air, becoming invisible, odorless, and utterly unstoppable. The Elder's final command echoes in his mind. If all else fails, use this needle on Zio Xuan. With a surge of conviction, he unleashes the attack, screaming that they cannot allow Zio Xuan to rise again. A wave of violent purple energy erupts from his hand, screaming through the air. The energy condenses, forming into dozens of razor-sharp needles aimed directly at Zio Xuan's heart. They close the distance in a heartbeat, silent and lethal. But just as they're about to pierce his skin, they freeze in midair, dissolving into harmless wisps of smoke. Zio Xuan's expression doesn't even flicker. He knew something was wrong. The boundless golden pill had sharpened his senses to an impossible degree, allowing him to feel the killing intent long before the attack ever manifested. Without it, he would already be dead. He looks past the assassins, his gaze distant, knowing this was just the beginning. Today, he thinks, is a day of calamity. The assassins stare in disbelief. He evaded it? Impossible. They resolve to try again, but Zio Xuan speaks first, his voice calm and instructive. He calls out, Kanglang sword technique, target right rear. He wasn't speaking to them. In a flash, Zhai Nu is in motion, her hand glowing with a brilliant green light. An instant later, a storm of golden sword energy erupts from her, a technique she shouldn't possibly know. The energy collides with the assassin's second volley of needles, shattering them into dust. As the last needle clatters to the floor, a system notification rings in Zio Xuan's mind. It announces that his disciple has comprehended the first layer of the Kanglang sword intent, rewarding him with a spirit dragon armor. He marvels at her talent. He'd only taught her the technique a few days ago. Her innate sword body is truly monstrous. The assassins are completely stunned. How is that possible? They stammer that even a nascent divinity master would struggle to grasp that technique. The lead traitor, Lin Heoran, realizes the game is up. They have to escape now. But Zhai Nu blocks his path, her eyes burning with righteous fury. She snarls his name, accusing him of betraying their teacher, their ancestors, and everything they once stood for. To dare harm her master after such a betrayal, there will be no forgiveness. Lin Haoran's face drains of all color. He throws up a hand, pleading for her to stay back. Her blade answers him, a streak of golden light that tears through his defenses and his body. Blood drips from her sword. He collapses, choking on his own blood, whispering that this can't be happening. The last two traitors back away in terror, trying to threaten her with the Sect's wrath. They boast of their numbers and cultivation, questioning why they should fear a mere innate. A chilling voice cuts through their rant, asking if they failed to notice who was standing right behind her. An aura of pure, suffocating dread descends as Xiao Xuan's presence looms over them. Zhai Nu turns to him, insisting he not dirty his hands, that she will handle them. But Xiao Xuan steps forward, a terrifying smile playing on his lips. He tells his disciple that he'll teach her a valuable lesson. Sometimes death is a mercy. Sometimes it's far easier than living. The two men begin to tremble, their minds finally breaking. They ask what he's going to do. They beg him not to come any closer, but Xiao Xuan's eyes gleam with cold fire. Now you're afraid. He reaches for them. It's too late. When it's over, he turns to Zhai Nu, his terrifying aura vanishing as if it were never there. He tells her gently that even if the sky itself collapses, he will always be there to support her. Tears well up in her eyes, her resolve finally cracking under the weight of the battle and his kindness. But then she does something he never expected. She drops to her knees before him, bowing her head to the floor. She declares that she is willing to bear the consequences alone. What is she doing? Xiao Xuan kneels before the sect leader, his voice calm and measured as he twists the narrative of the bloody confrontation. He claims Meng Yu provoked them, forcing his hand. In order to protect themselves, he explains, he and Lin Hao were forced to kill their attacker and cripple the cultivation of two other disciples. He bows his head to the floor, feigning absolute submission, certain that the sect leader, a man of supposed righteousness, would never punish them for self-defense. The sect leader's eyes narrow, a flicker of something unreadable in his gaze. He acknowledges that the traitor Elder Xiao is dead, but warns that his remnants may still linger. But he continues, repeatedly violating the sect's rules is a grave offense that cannot be overlooked. Xiao Xuan simply agrees, respectfully awaiting the leader's instructions, playing the part of the perfect, loyal elder. Elder Mei explodes, his voice raw with rage. He points a trembling finger, accusing the sect leader of blatant bias toward Xiao Xuan, roaring that the man is distorting the truth. He came with good intentions. He screams, only for Xiao Xuan to murder his disciple in cold blood. The punishment, Meng insists, should be expulsion from the sect. Xiao Xuan's expression remains placid, a faint, condescending smile playing on his lips as he questions what kind of visit Meng Yu was paying. He presses his advantage, his voice cutting through the hall. Since Meng Yu accepted Lin Hao as his disciple, he was responsible for him. What then was his true purpose in bringing him to the seventh peak? What preparations required such a clandestine visit? Xiao Xuan's voice drips with insinuation, asking if Meng Yu truly believes the sect leader is a fool to be so easily deceived. Before Meng Yu can retort, the sect leader's voice booms through the chamber, silencing them all with a single word. Enough. The leader's gaze falls upon the furious Elder Meng. It's rare, he says with chilling calm, to see Elder Meng so concerned with upholding the sect's rules. He then delivers the verdict. Meng, who initiated the provocation, will be made an example of. How can this be happening? The sect leader is siding completely with the manipulator. Elder Meng collapses to his knees, the judgment sucking the air from his lungs. The matter, the sect leader declares, is finished. Elder Meng is sentenced to 3 months of physical penance and 1 month of reflection. There will be no further discussion. As 2 other elders begin to drag him away, he can only stare in disbelief. But as he's pulled from the hole, Meng Yu's eyes lock onto Xiao Xuan, a promise of vengeance burning in his gaze. He makes a silent, furious vow. If he doesn't avenge this humiliation, this loss, he is no longer a man. Back in the quiet of the Seventh Peak's training room, Lin Zhai is deep in meditation, a brilliant aura of power swirling around her. Xiao Xuan enters, his presence startling her from her trance as he asks how her comprehension is progressing. She scrambles to her feet, relief washing over her as she calls out to her master. His other disciples rush to his side, but Lin Zhai steps forward, her face a mask of guilt. She insists it was her fault, that she acted impulsively. If anyone is to be punished, she declares, she will take full responsibility. Xiao Xuan simply smiles, a genuine warmth in his eyes as he tells her not to be silly. He could never blame her. He promises to protect her, assuring her that no one will ever harm her again. His voice drops, laced with an unbreakable resolve. This isn't about some mere traitor. He doesn't care if it's gods, emperors, or prime ministers. If anyone dares to offend them, he will retaliate without hesitation. Even if the sky itself were to fall, he swears to her. He will be there to support her. Tears stream down Lin Zhai's face, overwhelmed by a loyalty and protection she has never known. Suddenly, she drops to the floor, bowing deeply before him. He's taken aback, asking what she's doing, urging her to speak. She looks up, her decision made. There are things she can no longer hide. Her real name, she confesses, is Lin Zhai, and she is the last surviving daughter of the Lin family, the former rulers of the entire Southwest. The Lin family, Xiao Xuan's mind races, the legendary martial arts clan that was completely wiped out in a single night 10 years ago. A shadow passes over Lin Zhai's face as she begins her story. A decade ago, her family discovered a massive spiritual stone vein, a resource so vast it could have rivaled the Hengmeng sect itself. Her father, fearing disaster, ordered the discovery kept secret. But her own uncle, consumed by greed, betrayed them, selling the information to the rival Luo Yun sect. The betrayal was absolute. Her uncle demanded the Luo Yun sect slaughter his entire family so he could seize power for himself. She only survived because her father sacrificed himself to give her a chance to escape. After being robbed by bandits, she was sold into slavery, her life a living hell. It was only by a stroke of fortune, she says, that she met him. Without her master, she would have been lost forever. But her story is cut short by a brutal impact. Elder Wang appears in a flash of violent energy, striking her down. He sneers at his beautiful disciple, reminding him of the warning not to act recklessly without strength. It seems Lin Zhai, burning for justice, sought out Meng Yu on her own. And now, cornered and overpowered, she faces an enemy who looks down at her with pure killing intent, telling her she's asking for death. A grim understanding settles on Xiao's face. He finally sees the root of her pain, telling her he didn't realize his own disciples would turn out to be such miserable traitors. He clenches his fist, a flicker of old fury in his eyes. Taking her hand, he softens his tone, telling his disciple that he will bring her down the mountain. Down the mountain to where, she asks, her voice trembling slightly. Xiao's expression is firm. Since she begged him to be her master, he has a duty. They will repay kindness, and they will take revenge for every wrong done to them. A new, dangerous path opens before them. Jinu's resolve hardens. It was the Luo Yun sect, she says, her voice laced with venom. As his master, she will come with him, and she will take her revenge with her own hands. But the weight of it all suddenly crashes down on her. Tears stream down her face as she confesses she just wants a peaceful life for him, that she would kneel for a lifetime just to stay by his side. Xiao pulls her into a hug, his voice gentle but firm. He tells her not to speak of such things. From this moment on, they will rise. Their future is limitless. With their purpose set, they prepare to leave. Their journey takes them to the forests outside Luoyun City. But they aren't the only ones in these woods. A confrontation is already underway. Two cultivators stand defensively over their fallen comrade, facing a man whose identity is still cloaked in shadow. The male cultivator seethes with rage. He knew it was him. For the sake of money, he let their people die one by one, draining their energy for his own gain. He spits out the man's name with disgust. By Luo Rai, an underling of the Sun and Moon Ghost sects Zhang Yi. The villain steps into the light, a grotesque old man named Zhang Yi. He sneers, recognizing them as Fairy Zhu's apprentices. Their green dual swords technique is impressive, he admits, but it ends here. With a final, chilling declaration, he lunges forward, screaming for them to die. A wave of violent pink energy erupts from his sword, hurtling towards the cornered disciples. There is no escape. Zhang Yi's crazed, triumphant face is reflected in the blast that is about to annihilate them. But the killing blow never lands. A massive stone pillar crashes down from the sky, intercepting the attack completely. Zhang Yi is thrown back, roaring in fury, demanding to know which bastard interfered. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. The two disciples can only stare in disbelief at the crookedly landed monument that just saved their lives. A calm voice cuts through the chaos. Xiao lightly scolds his disciple, telling her the attack was timed too soon. She is too impatient. Xiao and Jinu appear from the trees, their presence completely shifting the balance of power. Zhang Yi's eyes narrow, immediately zoning in on Jinu. His predatory gaze sweeps over them. The old man's fury melts into a disgusting, lecherous grin. He asks how they plan to compensate him for the disturbance. His eyes are locked on Jinu. Jinu recoils, disgusted by his obscene words. Her patience shatters, and she ignites her own power, screaming for him to die as she charges. Did she just throw away her master's advantage? Her anger is getting the best of her. Zhang Yi just laughs, effortlessly catching her blade and her wrist in a crushing grip. He mocks her, asking if her master never taught her not to act so recklessly when she's outmatched. Her new allies can only scream a warning, but Jinu's eyes burn with cold fire. My master, she snarls, taught me exactly how to deal with scum like you. A blinding purple light erupts from her palm. Zhang Yi's smug expression vanishes, replaced by sheer panic. Don't be soft, he shrieks, a desperate plea as the ground beneath him begins to glow. Countless blades of pure energy erupt from the earth, piercing upwards with unstoppable force. The forest falls silent, the only sound being the fluttering of startled birds. In the aftermath, Jinu hands her master the dead man's pouch, noting it only contains a few spiritual stones and elixirs. Zio simply tells her to keep it. The two surviving disciples approach, bowing deeply and thanking them for their help. They introduce themselves as disciples of the Hengmeng Sect's Elder Xuan. In turn, Jinu reveals she is the disciple of the Seventh Peak's Zio Zion. The name clearly holds weight. They greet Elder Zio with reverence, but he dismisses the formalities. He cuts straight to the point, asking why Hengmeng Sect disciples are tangled up with their sworn enemies, the Sun and Moon Ghost Sect, in such a remote area. The male disciple looks grim, explaining that this entire disaster was caused by a single plant. He reveals the prize they were fighting over, a low-grade, 1,000-year-old heartless grass. But as Zio's eyes fall upon the herb, his mind is ripped away. A voice, dripping with contempt, echoes in his head, mocking a mere first-level golden core for acting so arrogantly. A chilling vision floods his senses, a powerful, white-haired man chained and broken, confronted by a mysterious woman. She accuses him of killing her beloved disciple, her voice promising a swift and painful death. What is this vision? Is this Zio's past or a glimpse of a terrible future? The disciples present a glowing herb, explaining it's a 1,000-year-old heartless grass, a key ingredient for Foundation establishment pills. They had found it at an auction house, but the information leaked, attracting the attention of a man named Zhang Yi. If Elder Zio hadn't arrived, the Sun and Moon Ghost Sect would have stolen it and their lives. To repay his grace, they offer it to him. Zio eyes the grass, noting that since they wanted it, they must be planning to refine pills for themselves. He asks if they're truly willing to give him an item that could increase their own chances of success. They insist, their faces filled with earnest gratitude. Their master taught them to repay kindness and take revenge on enemies. They believe Elder Zio deserves this. The junior sister adds that after refining the pills, she would gladly share some with him. Zio just smiles, a cold edge to his voice. He tells them it's too early for thanks, but it's the perfect time to teach them a lesson about eradicating a problem at its root. Before they can react, he unleashes a blast of green energy, a razor-sharp blade of wind that slices through a nearby tree. The trunk splits and falls, revealing two figures lurking in the shadows, their ambush exposed. The disciples gasp in shock, their blood running cold. When did they get there, and how did Zio know? From the shadows, a woman scoffs at Zio's arrogance, mocking him for acting so bold as a mere first-level golden core cultivator. Her partner, a grim-faced man wrapped in chains, steps forward. He introduces himself as Bai Yan Zai, a third-level golden core, and his partner as King Yan Zai. He declares that since Zio dared to kill their disciple, it's time for him to die. Zio remains utterly unfazed, a smirk playing on his lips. He recognizes them from their reputation, the two elders of the Sun and Moon Ghost Sect, the yin-yang deities, infamous for their soul-retrieving skills. He casually explains that he used a simple technique to conceal his aura before setting out, which is why they couldn't discern his true power. The woman's eyes narrow. He knows who they are, yet he shows no fear. What is this kid capable of? With a roar, Bai Yan Zai lunges forward. A glowing blue chain whips through the air, aimed directly at Zio. He boasts that his chain is smelted with blood, and is so potent that even a nascent soul cultivator would be turned to bone upon contact. He tells the young lad to experience it for himself as the chain multiplies, forming a vortex of soul-crushing energy. Zio watches the approaching attack with an almost bored expression. Such fancy words, he thinks. As long as the chain doesn't touch me, it should be fine, right? His confidence seems to infuriate them. As the chains close in, King Yan Zai joins the assault. She raises her spiked mace, her morning stick, and a wave of ghostly blue energy erupts, summoning an army of skeletal spirits. The spectral warriors surge forward, a tide of death meant to overwhelm him. She sneers, noting that he can still coordinate his attacks. Not bad. Then her face twists into a mask of pure malice as she screams for him to suffer death. The two attacks converge, a pincer movement of ethereal chains and vengeful souls. Zio's disciples cry out in terror, begging their master to be careful. But in the face of certain doom, Zio's expression doesn't change. A golden aura explodes around him as he raises a single finger. Thousands of brilliant, golden swords materialize from thin air, humming with immense power. The sect member's jaws drop. He's merely at the stage of spiritual energy taking form. How could he possibly withstand their magical treasures? It's naive. The golden swords meet the soul chains head-on. There's a deafening crash of spiritual energy as light and darkness collide. The chains, meant to dissolve even a nascent soul, shatter like glass against the onslaught of swords. Bai Yanzai is thrown backward, his body pierced by the golden light. He screams in agony, his invincible technique utterly broken. His partner stares in horror. How could his spiritual sword possess such terrifying power? One of the disciples shouts that the master is running away. King Yanzai realizes the situation is hopeless. That sword technique was bizarre, impossibly effective. Not even a top-tier nascent soul cultivator could wield a sword with that level of mastery. She turns without hesitation. "I'm leaving first," she declares, already beginning her escape. But Zio's cold voice cuts through the air. "You want to run." The scene shifts, and Zio is laughing, surrounded by a shower of glittering purple crystals. 2,000 absolute-grade spirit stones. He calculates the exchange rate in his head. That's the equivalent of 2 billion low-grade spirit stones. He throws his arms wide in pure joy, basking in his newfound fortune. This is beyond getting rich overnight. With a cold glint in his eye, Zio Rand declares that running is not an option. A torrent of golden light erupts from his hand, coalescing into a divine sword that plunges from the heavens. The moon ghost sect elder shrieks in defiance, her face contorted with rage as she bellows for him to die. She thrusts her hands forward, summoning a legion of spectral souls to shield her, ordering them to block his attack. The sword of light smashes into the ghostly barrier, a violent explosion of gold and ethereal blue. But Zio Rand's voice cuts through the chaos, not with a threat, but a promise. He tells the tormented spirits that once this formation is broken, all of them will be free. The souls pause, their spectral forms flickering as his words reach them. A flicker of hope in the abyss. Wait, is he trying to turn her own power against her? The elder's face twists in horror as her ghostly shield turns on her, their master. The very souls she enslaved now reach for her with ethereal claws, ignoring her desperate screams. She begs them to let her go, her voice swallowed by the swirling vortex of vengeful spirits. The spectral energy consumes her entirely, a maelstrom of blue light that leaves nothing behind. The ghosts, now free from their prison, dissipate into the forest. Zio Ran watches them go, telling them to find their peace and reincarnate. His two junior disciples can only stare, their minds reeling. The elders of two powerful sects, annihilated in just 2 moves. They can't help but wonder if their elder Zio has already reached the legendary nascent soul realm. Just then, Xingling appears, a cheerful grin on her face as she presents her master with the spoils of war. Zio Ran praises her work, telling his obedient disciple she's getting better at collecting loot. He generously tells her to keep the pouch that belonged to Zhang Yi. The other disciples are dumbfounded. He's just handing over the entire life savings of a sect elder to his disciple. Xingling peeks inside and gasps. Tens of thousands of spiritual stones, countless elixirs, she stammers, asking her master how she could possibly use so much. He just smiles, telling her what's given is given. Then he turns his attention inward to see what he got back. The system calculates the massive return on his investment, and the rewards are staggering. An immortal nourishing pill, a Kayankun ring with 15,000 cubic meters of space, a 5,000-year-old heartless grass, and 2,000 absolute-grade spiritual stones. His mind races. With an exchange rate of 1 to 100 between grades, that's the equivalent of 2 billion low-grade spirit stones. 2 billion? Is there anything this system can't do? Xingling, however, speaks up. She already has a superior ring and asked her master if she can give the 2 lesser storage bags to her junior brother and sister. They immediately refuse, flustered, saying they couldn't possibly accept such a valuable gift. Zio Ran simply tells Xingling that since they are hers, she can do with them as she wishes. He pats her head, a rare moment of warmth. The 2 disciples finally accept, overwhelmed with gratitude, proclaiming that Elder Zio and their senior sister are truly good people. Watching from the shadows, a man with a fan clenches his jaw in envy. He curses his luck, wishing he had a master like that, wishing he had joined the 7th peak. The scene shifts to the bustling Luoyun city, inside a grand alchemy room. Xingling asks her master why they've come here. He explains that the heartless grass is too valuable to carry around. He intends to refine the foundation building pill now, before they proceed to the Luoyun sect. His eyes are sharp, focused on the task ahead. His presence doesn't go unnoticed. A woman named Sumu Han watches them from across the room. She knows that refining a foundation-building pill requires the skill of a golden core cultivator. Looking at Zio Ran's youthful appearance, she's deeply impressed. To reach such a level at his age is nothing short of astonishing. But another figure emerges from the steam and shadows, her face hidden behind a white fox mask. The young alchemist's offer is polite, almost a formality. She'll help him refine the pill, but the final, crucial step, infusing it with spiritual energy, must be his own. Yan cuts through the pleasantries, offering to pay her double the market rate for her time. With a faint smile, she begins. Green spiritual energy erupts from her palms, a vibrant, living flame that dances around the cauldron's ingredients. The raw materials melt and merge under her expert control, a testament to her rank as a second-level alchemist. Golden light bursts forth, coalescing into a single perfect pill that she catches in a vial. She hands it over to Yan, refusing his payment. It was just a small favor, she insists, but her attention is immediately stolen by the commotion upstairs. An auction has begun, and a rare earthly sword is on the block. A flicker of urgency crosses her face as she excuses herself, practically running towards the stairs. The words auction and earthly sword catch Yan's ear. His mind instantly connects the dots. Jinnu is still without a proper weapon, and an auction is the perfect place to find not just weapons, but countless other treasures. A wicked grin spreads across his face. He tells his disciple they're going shopping, a perfect opportunity to turn a profit. They enter the grand auction hall on the second floor, just as the bidding for a heavenly net whip begins. The starting price is 30,000. Before anyone else can even react, Jinnu's arm shoots up, her voice ringing out with a bid of 100,000. A wave of groans ripples through the crowd. It's that master-disciple pair again, the ones who have been buying up treasure after treasure with obscene amounts of money. What is money to these two anyway? The young alchemist, Su Muhan, watches from her seat, a look of disbelief on her face at their casual wealth. Then the next item is unveiled. A high-grade molten core fire lotus. The auctioneer declares its quality is exceptional. The starting price is announced, 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. Su Muhan's entire demeanor changes. Her eyes are locked on the fiery bloom, her knuckles white as she grips her bidding paddle. This is it. This is what she came for. She has to have it. She raises her paddle, ready to stake her fortune, but her bid never leaves her lips. 2 million. Jinnu's voice cuts through the tension like a blade, doubling the starting price without a moment's hesitation. Su Muhan's face falls, tears of pure despair welling in her eyes. It's over. She can't compete with that. The crowd just shakes their heads, muttering for the common folk to make way for the rich. The gavel falls, the fire lotus is sold. Jinnu is ecstatic, while Yan simply smirks, basking in the familiar feeling of being so poor that only money is left. The priceless lotus is brought to their private room, its beauty captivating Jinnu. From across the hall, Su Muhan watches them, her mind racing. Are they really going to buy everything? A desperate plan forms in her mind. She has to ask them, she has to try. But would they even listen to her? Moments later, she appears at their door, collapsing to her knees before Yan. She introduces herself as Su Muhan, explaining that her father suffered a catastrophic Kai deviation. The fire lotus is the only thing that can save his life. She begs him, her voice cracking with desperation. Please sell this lotus to me. Looking up at him, her pride completely shattered, she makes a final, desperate vow. She is willing to do anything to repay this kindness. The girl stares, her mind reeling. Master. This man is her master now. He presents the glowing fire lotus, telling her it's a gift to do with as she pleases, and the system immediately chimes in, rewarding him with an even more valuable 5th-grade demolten core fire lotus. But before she can even process the generosity, a leather whip snakes through the air, aimed directly at her face. She reacts on pure instinct, her blade flashing in a defensive arc as the whip cracks against the floorboards where she just stood. The force of the blow shatters the wood. Her eyes burn with fury as she whirls around, demanding to know who dared to launch such a brazen attack. The spectators lean in, buzzing with excitement. A fight is breaking out. A lackey steps forward, sneering, and announces that his young master offers a staggering 3 million for the fire lotus. He frames it as a generous offer, a trifle for the beautiful Miss Su. And sitting there, oozing arrogance, is Wang Rong, the son of the Luo Yun city lord himself. The master's eyes narrow. It's him again. The crowd whispers, confirming his identity. The young city lord is back to harass Miss Su. It's a disaster for her. Ever since she inherited her family's position, he's been relentlessly pestering her. The lackey points, his voice dripping with contempt. Didn't you hear? Our young master wants that lotus. Hand it over. But Jai Nu stands her ground, defiant. Just because you want it doesn't mean we're selling. You wish. She plants herself between them, a silent protector. The blonde woman, Miss Su, rushes forward, her voice a panicked whisper. Don't be impulsive, you can't offend him. The master turns to her, his expression unreadable. Do you know this person? She looks terrified, explaining that he's the city lord's son, a little overlord in these parts. He once came to her home demanding marriage, and when she refused, He began hounding her at every turn. She apologizes profusely for dragging them into her mess, offering a pouch of 50,000 spirit stones to make amends as she prepares to flee. He stops her. He sees it all in that moment. Her desperation, her willingness to face any challenge for the medicine her father needs. A second-level alchemist at her age, unflinching in the face of a tyrant. A thought sparks in his mind. She could be his disciple. He tells her not to leave. He'll give her the molten core Fire Lotus and even solve the problem of the young city lord. But he adds with a sly smile, there's a condition. Her eyes widen, a condition. The condition, he says, is simple. Become my disciple. For a moment, she's stunned. Then hope floods her face. To save her father, she'd do anything. Without a second's hesitation, she agrees. She drops to her knees, bowing deeply. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. He welcomes her as his second true disciple, and the system erupts with notifications. A new disciple with the heart of alchemy has been accepted. The host's alchemy skill is boosted by 30%, and her own success rate is doubled. Her information panel appears, but there's a catch. Her innate aptitude and comprehension are mediocre. He realizes he'll have to empower her directly. Is this genuine compassion, or just another calculated move for a system reward? He turns back to the unfolding drama, his voice calm and cold. Jinnu, his first disciple, snaps to attention. I'm here. His order is simple and brutal. Kill these dogs for master. Without question, she lunges forward. I will follow your orders. The lackey scoffs at her arrogance, lashing out with his whip, but he never stood a chance. A swift kick connects with his jaw, sending him flying backward with a sickening crack. Wang Rong leaps to his feet, his face contorted with rage. You dare hit my people? Do you know who my father is? Jinnu doesn't even flinch, her blade now glowing with killing intent. She tells him flatly that she doesn't care who his father is. She'll beat him until his own family can't recognize him. The young lord's bravado evaporates, replaced by raw panic. He screams for his guard, nameless, to come out. If anything happens to me, my father will not spare you. But his cries are met with silence as Jinnu closes the distance, her strike a blur of motion. And high above, watching the chaos unfold from the shadows, a mysterious woman in a fox mask observes the scene with silent, calculating eyes. The attack is blocked, not by Jai Yunk's intended target, but by a blinding flash of white steel. Lu Feng stands between her and the bodyguard, his own blade effortlessly deflecting the blow meant for her. The bodyguard, nameless, stares in disbelief, his attack completely neutralized. The spoiled young master, Wang, is absolutely livid. His face twists into a mask of pure fury as he screams at his protector, ordering him to help beat down that nameless brat and the woman behind him. He declares them a group and commands that not a single one be left standing. But the bodyguard doesn't move. He calmly states that he was ordered to protect the young city lord, not to interfere in his private squabbles. Wait, did he just refuse his own master? The sheer audacity sends a shockwave through the room. An official from the Tower of Heavenly Secrets slams his staff down, his voice booming with authority. He roars, asking where they think they are. Private fighters in the tower can be executed on the spot according to the rules. Guards immediately surround them, spears leveled, the tension skyrocketing. The official points a finger at the young master, telling him to get out now if he doesn't want to die. Forced to back down, the young master glares at Lu Feng, spitting a final threat. If you remain in Luo Yun City, he sneers, don't let me see you again. Jai Yunk can only mutter that he's despicable as he turns to leave. As their enemies retreat up the stairs, the mood is grim. Jai Yunk watches them go, seething with frustration. She can't believe that smug villain is just walking away. Lu Feng's disciple turns to him, his voice low, asking if they're really going to let them go like this. But the young master has his own plans. He assures his men that he's not all bark and no bite. They'll take action the moment they get out of this tower. It avoids breaking the rules and makes them look good. His disciple praises his master's intelligence. A sick, predatory grin spreads across the young master's face. He details his vile revenge. First, they'll kill that annoying boy, strip him, and hang his naked body at the city gate. As for the two girls, he'll be keeping them for himself. Outside the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, the young master's group waits impatiently. He wonders aloud why they haven't come out yet. From a balcony high above, Lu Feng watches them, a flicker of cold amusement in his eyes. He raises his hand, two fingers extended like a sword. In a flash, a sliver of green energy shoots from his fingertips, hurtling towards the street below. The bodyguard senses the immense danger, screaming a warning. He draws his sword to block, but the projectile is impossibly fast. It bypasses him completely, striking the young master square in the back. His disciple can only scream as his master is impaled. How could he do that right in front of the tower? A tower guard immediately confronts Lu Feng, demanding to know how he dares kill someone on their territory. But Lu Feng is completely unbothered. He calmly explains that he clearly waited for the man to leave before taking action, thus he didn't break any rules at all. The guard is left utterly speechless by the sheer audacity and flawless logic. The young master lies dead on the pavement, a look of shock forever etched on his face. The bodyguard, nameless, stands over the body, his mind racing. He admits the man was domineering, stupid, and annoying, but he was his bodyguard. It was his duty to be loyal. His aura explodes, a swirling vortex of dark energy. He declares that since Lu Feng killed the person he was guarding, he is now honor-bound to take Lu Feng's head back to the Wang family for his report. Otherwise, he knows the family will hunt him to the ends of the earth. Lu Feng simply smirks. He points out that the bodyguard's sword is already damaged from their earlier exchange, questioning if he really still wants to fight. But the bodyguard's power only intensifies. He reveals his secret. He possesses the blood of a beast. His body is far tougher than the sword, which was merely a convenience. His hand transforms, covered in glowing blue scales and ending in vicious claws. Lu Feng's eyes gleam with genuine interest. "Is that so?" he asks, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. "Then I really want to try it out." With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes his own power. Not one sword, but dozens of golden blades materialize from thin air, raining down from the heavens like a divine judgment. The entire courtyard is engulfed in a storm of golden light, as the two immense powers prepare to collide. The masked man's golden swords shatter against an invisible force, his control completely severed. Gu simply smirks, a single finger raised, his voice dripping with condescending pity. 7 swords, he muses, and not a single one is useful. Before the man can even process the insult, a wicked green blade materializes, arcing straight for his throat. Shock flashes in his eyes, but instinct takes over. A monstrous scaled hand shoots out, intercepting the blade just inches from his flesh. He stopped the blade, but at what cost? Gu watches from the rooftop, utterly unfazed. He blocked the sword, Gu calls out, but it looks like that hand is almost useless now. The threat hangs in the air, a promise of what's to come. Then the next sword, Gu says, his body blurring into motion. "What will you do?" A golden blur of energy screams towards the wounded man. But the masked man just grits his teeth as a spectral blue beast materializes around his injured arm, the flesh knitting back together in seconds. "Your sword techniques are good," he growls, "but my beast bloodline can recover from anything." Gu's expression doesn't change, his eyes fixed on the man's regenerating hand. The masked man's confidence returns, a sneer twisting his lips. "If that's all you have," he declares, "you can't kill me." But inside, his mind is racing. He has no idea how this person's sword skills are so impossibly strong. Just resisting that one attack nearly drained him dry. If another one comes, he's finished. He forces the fear down, projecting an aura of strength. "It seems you've run out of tricks," he taunts, hoping the bluff will land. Gu's gaze narrows. He knows the man is right. With his finger technique alone, he's reached a stalemate. But ordinary spiritual swords are just too weak for this opponent. A brilliant, fiery lotus flower materializes in his palm. This molten core fire lotus, he thinks, contains the purest fire elements in the world, perfect for refining a weapon. Upgrade his weapon, right here, right now. He decides in that instant to take this opportunity to forge something new. He merges the lotus with his golden sword, and it erupts in a glorious, sun-like blaze. He can't help but grin. What an extraordinary sword. He christens it the Fire of Joy, and with a flick of his wrist, sends it and a dozen copies screaming towards his enemy. "Have fun with this, brother," Gu shouts, his voice ringing with manic glee. The masked man braces, his beastly arm crackling with power. He throws a punch, meeting the lead sword head-on, expecting to shatter it. Instead, a wave of pure, searing energy explodes against his fist. What is this power? The force is unlike anything he's ever felt. This is bad. He throws up a desperate energy shield, a last-ditch defense against the storm. But the golden swords hammer against it relentlessly, cracks spreading through the azure barrier. He knows it can't hold for much longer. He grits his teeth, the horrifying truth dawning on him. Compared to me, this man is invincible. But Gu isn't finished. From across the courtyard, he announces it's not over yet. He raises 2 fingers again, not at the man, but at the green sword still clutched in his beastly hand. With a sickening crack, the blade shatters into 1,000 pieces. Oh no, the man's final defense is gone. He looks up just as the sky fills with the fire of joy, a rain of golden death descending upon him. The world turns into a blinding inferno of light and power. It seems, he thinks, his consciousness fading into the white-hot glare that I have lost. When the light recedes, he's on his knees, broken and smoldering. He looks up, his body trembling, his spirit crushed. "If you want to kill me," he whispers, "just do as you please." The masked man collapses, his will broken, inviting the final blow. "If you want to kill me," he rasps, "just do as you please." But Xiao Xuan simply lets out a soft chuckle. With a flick of his wrist, the overwhelming pressure vanishes, the golden blades dissolving into nothing. The masked man stares, utterly bewildered. Xiao Xuan gives a dismissive smile, saying that since he admitted defeat so easily, he'll spare his life. He's a little petty, Xiao Xuan thinks, but he's also quite tough. He then formally introduces himself as Xiao Xuan, telling the man he's welcome to seek revenge at any time. But the offer comes with a chilling warning. If you fail to protect yourself, he says, his voice dropping low, someone will come to settle the score. You need to have luck to survive. The masked man is left kneeling, the words echoing in his mind, a threat far more terrifying than a simple death sentence. With the matter settled, Xiao Xuan turns to his disciples. It's time to accompany Muhan to save her father. The girls swoon, fawning over how handsome their master is. The masked man watches them go, a storm of thoughts raging within him. To have such power at such a young age, it's truly extraordinary. He rises, his body aching, and melts back into the shadows of the city. If I can survive being hunted by the Wang family, he vows, a fire reigniting in his eyes, I will definitely see him again. The name Su Mansion is now etched into his very soul. Meanwhile, Xiao Xuan and the others arrive at a grand estate. Muhan remarks that it seems her junior sister is from a wealthy family. She explains that the Su family was indeed rich during her grandfather's time, but since her father became head, things have gone from bad to worse. She then turns to Xiao Xuan, her expression grave, warning him that he shouldn't have killed Wang wrong. His father isn't just the city lord, he's a close follower of the head of the Luo Yun sect. Muhan fears they'll face constant trouble, but Jai Yoren just scoffs. If they dare to come, she says with a fiery glare, we'll make sure they never leave. Besides, the Luo Yun sect was their destination anyway. Seeing her friends resolve, Muhan nods and leads them inside. She pushes open the doors to the main hall. Inside, a stern-faced man sits on a throne-like chair, his presence filling the room with an oppressive silence. This is Suhan's second uncle, Hong Yuan. He slams his fist on the armrest, the sound cracking through the tension. Su Muhan, he roars, his voice dripping with contempt. You unworthy descendant, you still have the nerve to come back. Muhan freezes in the doorway, her blood running cold. Second uncle. Her eyes dart around the room, landing on the grim faces of the clan elders. Why are you all here? The air is thick with hostility, and Xiao Xuan instantly recognizes this isn't a family reunion. This is an ambush. One of the elders points an accusing finger. You have the nerve to ask? If we hadn't come, we would have never known that the Su family had been sold by you. Her third aunt sneers, calling her an evil wench. She claims Muhan took advantage of her brother's injury to seize the family's property for her own selfish pleasure. Muhan desperately tries to explain. That's not the case. I sold my property to buy the molten core fire lotus to save my father's life. Her uncle's eyes glint with greed. Where is the fire lotus? She pulls the radiant, pulsing flower from her robes, explaining she's kept it carefully protected. Bring it to me, he commands, his voice leaving no room for argument. A violent purple aura erupts from his body. This man is at the 6th level of the golden core realm. He's not asking, he's taking. Muhan instinctively clutches the lotus tighter, stumbling backward in fear. Second uncle, please. But he lunges, his hand reaching out to snatch the life-saving treasure from her grasp. Before his fingers can touch her, a figure blurs past. Xiao Xuan now stands between them, a golden barrier of swords erupting into existence. Let's see who dares to touch her, he says, his voice deceptively calm. The second uncle freezes, his face contorting in pure terror as he feels the crushing weight of Xiao Xuan's power. This is bad, his mind screams, this is an enemy I can't possibly fight. His survival instincts take over and he spins around to flee, but it's already too late. The golden swords shoot forward, impaling his limbs and pinning him to the floor in a cage of light. He can't move, can't fight back, can't even scream. Each sword burns with an intensity that sears his very soul. Helpless and defeated, he can only lie there, impaled and at the complete mercy of the man he tried to rob. Her brother's voice cuts through the tension, warning her to be careful with that sword. But the woman beside him, her face twisted in a mask of fury, isn't concerned for Muhan's safety. She screams, accusing her of bringing outsiders to deal with her own kin. Suhan just smirks, telling Muhan not to waste her breath on them. The man, emboldened by his wife's outburst, steps forward, practically begging for a fight. He dares Suhan to come and beat him to death. His wife follows his lead, slamming her foot down with a burst of energy, roaring that no one dares take another step forward. But Suhan's response is on another level entirely. A storm of golden spiritual swords materializes behind him, filling the entire hall with a lethal aura. He warns them his spiritual sword doesn't have eyes. Another relative tries a different tactic, pleading for reason. He reminds everyone that Muhan and the others might be impulsive, but they are all family, connected by blood. The word family strikes a nerve. Muhan's face darkens. The ant seizes the moment, spitting venom. She shrieks that the Su family raised Muhan for 20 years and this is how she repays them. A scoundrel. That's the final straw. Tears of rage stream down Muhan's face as she screams back. How dare they, these heartless beings, have the audacity to accuse her? She points a trembling finger, her entire body shaking with fury. She accuses them of only knowing how to take advantage of her father's unconsciousness to divide his wealth. She can see it in their eyes. They're just itching for him to die. What on earth kind of family is this? Hong Yuan rushes to Muhan's side, trying to comfort her. But Su-han steps forward, his voice cold and steady. He tells Muhan this will be her first lesson. When dealing with people who throw stones in the well, you have to let your strength do the talking. The golden swords above the three relatives flare with menacing light, a promise of absolute destruction hanging over their heads. Su-han looks down at his distraught apprentice. Does she want to suppress them, or shall they exterminate the entire clan? Extermination. Did he really just offer to wipe out a whole family? The relatives collapse in terror at the mere suggestion. Muhan herself is frozen, the weight of his words crushing her. She falls to her knees, pleading with her master. She implores him to suppress the Su family, to strip them of their cultivation but spare their lives. She bows her head to the floor, begging for mercy on behalf of the very people who tormented her. Su-han snaps his fan shut. All right, he says. He tells Muhan to go and save her father. Leave this place to him, her master. Hong Yuan helps the trembling Muhan to her feet, a quiet word of thanks on her lips. As they turn to leave, Su-han remains, fan in hand, a silent, menacing figure. Muhan glances back, her expression a complex mix of relief, gratitude, and awe for the man who holds her fate in his hands. With a sharp snap, Su-han opens his fan. He turns to the cowering relatives, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Well then, he asks, who should we start with? His eyes land on the man who challenged him first. Why not start with you? Before the man can even scream, the golden swords converge, piercing him from every angle in a blinding flash of light. His cry of agony is cut short as his body is torn apart. The others can only watch, paralyzed by a horror so profound it steals the air from their lungs. Su-han calmly closes his fan, the deed already done. The man's remains dissolving into nothing. Next one, he says. He gestures with the closed fan, his own spiritual swords flaring to life around him, hungry for more. Who wants to come first? The blades hum with deadly intent, a silent promise that this lesson is far from over. The order is given, a desperate plea to escape the inevitable. Run, he screams, run like the wind, but there is no escape. A storm of golden light erupts, sealing every exit. The air itself becomes a cage of blades. From the floor, a woman stares up in pure dread as the white-haired young man declares that no one should even think about running. His voice is calm, but it carries the weight of a death sentence. With a flick of his fan, the judgment is delivered. Arcs of golden energy slice through the room, a whirlwind of silent, deadly precision that finds its targets with horrifying ease. He watches the carnage unfold without a flicker of emotion. Was this justice, or just a brutal display of overwhelming power? Far away, Su Muhan's eyes burn with a new fire. No one had ever helped her so selflessly without asking for anything. A promise forms in her heart, a vow of desperation and gratitude. She would work harder. She would save her father no matter the cost. Later, inside Su Jiyun's room, the atmosphere is heavy with worry. Muhan sits by her father's bedside, her face a mask of exhaustion and fear. He remains still, lost to the world, and every silent moment feels like a lifetime. Just then, the door opens. The white-haired young master enters with the pink-haired woman, who is recounting a grim story of her own past, how her master had stripped her of her cultivation and left her to rot in a dungeon. Muhan looks up, her voice strained as she thanks them for coming. He cuts straight to the point, his gaze fixed on the man in the bed. He asks how her father is doing. Muhan's hope falters as she explains that even after consuming the fiery core of the lotus, he hasn't regained consciousness. Without hesitation, he steps forward, telling her he'll take a look. He gently takes her father's wrist, his fingers pressing against the pulse point. His eyes narrow. The diagnosis is chilling. This isn't a simple injury. It's sabotage, a vicious attack that severed the man's meridians almost like a demonic possession. He remarks that if not for her father's own formidable power and the elixirs he'd taken, he would already be dead. Muhan's blood runs cold. What on earth happened here? He tells her not to panic, that the man's condition is relatively stable. With an unnerving confidence, he announces his plan. He will reshape her father's sinews and veins, making him as good as new. Golden energy flares to life around his hand. He thinks to himself that mastering his sword techniques has granted him an unprecedented level of control over his spiritual energy. He scoffs internally. For him, the meticulous work of repairing meridians is now a piece of cake. He channels the vibrant energy directly into the unconscious man's body, a precise and powerful current of life force. A low groan escapes the father's lips. His eyes flutter open as he coughs weakly. Myuhan cries out, her voice cracking with relief. Dad. He's waking up. He's truly awake. He blinks, his vision slowly clearing as he whispers his daughter's name. Myuhan. The fog in his mind begins to recede. She leans in close, asking how he feels. He murmurs that he's fine, just a bit lightheaded, but then his eyes snap wide with sudden, sickening realization. He grabs her arm, his voice filled with a new urgency. Myuhan, where is your second uncle? He prays the man hasn't caused her any trouble. She's completely baffled. Why is he talking about Uncle too? But her father isn't listening. His mind is racing, connecting the dots of a horrifying memory. He remembers it all now. The breakthrough with the resurrection pill, a new formula that placed immense demand on the alchemist's skill. His own cultivation had been insufficient, so he had sought the help of his brother, Gu Hongshuan. The memory sharpens into a blade of betrayal. His brother, poisoning him in the middle of the refinement process, striking him down with a cry to meet his demise. He explains, his voice trembling with rage, that there was no feud between them. But his brother harbored a venomous hatred, all because their father had chosen him as the head of the family. His own brother? For what? A title. The truth hits Myuhan like a physical blow. It was him, her own uncle all along. But the young master cuts through the emotional turmoil, his focus unwavering. He asks about the divine pill. He clarifies, his gaze intense. He's talking about the Tier 3 Dan Fang, the very thing needed to perfect Myuhan's Dan Dao heart. He saved the man's life, but was it all just to get what he wanted? The man's eyes flutter open, his mind a fog of confusion as he stares at the white-haired stranger beside his daughter. He asks who this person is. Myuhan explains this is Elder Xuan of the Hongmeng Sect, her newly recognized master, and the very man who managed to revive him from the brink of death. Overwhelmed with gratitude, her father clasps his hands, thanking Xuan for saving both his life and his daughter's. He then notices a hidden panel in the wall, prompting a curious question from his daughter. He admits with a sheepish grin that it was where he hid his secret stash of money. But now he declares that Xuan saved his life, and offers him the greatest treasure he owns, the secret formula of his family. Xuan accepts the scroll, but the father's face falls with regret. He confesses that he was trying to improve the formula when that beast Su Hongyuan interrupted him, leaving the work unfinished. Xuan simply glances at the formula and reassures him it's not a problem. The only thing it lacks is a single ingredient, Tianyuankao grass. The name hits Myuhan like a lightning bolt. Tianyuankao? That's just field goldenrod. The answer was so simple, so obvious, how could she have missed it? A cascade of information floods Xuan's mind. The system confirms the revival pill has been upgraded, his innate talent for alchemy amplified 50 times over. His success rate now sits at a staggering 99%, his comprehension of the art boosted by a third. No wonder his mind felt so sharp, so full of ancient knowledge. Her father's voice softens, full of sympathy for his daughter. He knows how hard it's been for her, managing the family alone. He reveals the devastating truth. To pay for his treatment, Myuhan mortgaged their entire family pharmacy, pushing the Su family to the very edge of collapse. Just as her father says he has a daring idea, Xuan cuts in with a plan far grander. He suggests they don't just recover, they take back the entire pill emporium. His strategy is ruthless. Recruit all the alchemists, bind them with lifelong, non-compete contracts, and lock away their secret formulas forever, ensuring no one can practice their techniques if they ever leave. Myuhan and her father stare, utterly bewildered by the sheer audacity of his scheme. Is this man a healer or a predator? A wicked grin spreads across Xuan's face. He promises them the world will soon learn of their power. He dismisses Myuhan to practice her alchemy, stating that he and his senior sister will handle the scoundrel Su Hongyuan personally. As he strides away, Myuhan can only stare after him, whispering to her father that her new master is a true character. The scene cuts to a dark room where Su Hongyuan is chained to a chair, his face a mask of pure terror. He screams at his captors, demanding to know what they are planning to do to him. Xiaoji's fingers crackle with energy. She calmly informs him that if he doesn't master the art of 1,000 swords, they aren't leaving. In an instant, the air fills with thousands upon thousands of glowing purple blades, each one humming with deadly power. The count hits 10,000, and with a triumphant cry, she declares it's done. The sheer spiritual pressure slams into Su Hongyuan, forcing him to his knees. She believes in him, But more importantly, she believes in herself. With a fierce cry of determination, she raises her hand. The 10,000 swords begin to swirl and converge, a vortex of lethal energy. They twist and compress, forging themselves into a single, colossal blade of immense power. With a final surge of will, she completes the technique, the giant sword hovering above her, ready to strike. She did it. She succeeded. Xiao Xuan looks on, impressed. He praises her, saying that mastering this move is more than enough to deal with the fallen sect. But their target is finally breaking. Su Hongyuan's eyes are wide with primal fear as he screams, begging to know what they're doing. He pleads, begging them not to kill him. What on earth are they planning with that much power? Xiao Xuan's voice is chillingly calm as he asks if Su Hongyuan remembers trying to eliminate Su Zhiyuan. He then turns to Xiao Aji, giving the order. Take action, my child. With a simple yes, she complies. The massive sword strikes, not with a clean cut, but with a brutal, crushing force. Su Hongyuan shrieks for help, convinced he's about to be murdered, but the blow misses its mark. Xiaoji pouts, annoyed at her aim, while Xiao Xuan advises her to slow down and aim properly. Su Hongyuan scrambles back as another blast of energy narrowly misses him, tearing up the stone floor. Xiaoji growls in frustration, misaligned again. She prepares to strike once more, her patience clearly wearing thin. An hour passes, the stone floor is shattered in 2 places, the aftermath of Lin Yi's brutal training. Then a notification floods Xiao Xuan's vision. A reward. The system declares that his apprentice has grasped the boundless sword intent of unity. For his guidance, Xiao Xuan receives 10 times the feedback, instantly comprehending the same technique, and as a bonus, he's granted an Earth-tier masterpiece, the soft sword of circumventing fingers. Xiao Xuan looks over at his disciple, a cold calculation in his eyes. He muses that with 2 delicate swords now dancing at their fingertips, a little playful distraction should be all they need to topple the power of 1,000 transformations. A smirk curls on his lips. This is so much easier than cultivating insights on your own. Why struggle when your disciples can do the work for you? He turns to leave, telling her they should go check on Mikan. Lin Yi scrambles to follow, calling out for her master to wait. Meanwhile, at the city lord's manor, the air is thick with grief and dread. Inside the grand lobby, a body lies covered on a bier. 3 men prostrate themselves before it, begging their lord not to let anyone else kill him. A furious roar echoes as the city lord, Wang Wencheng, crushes a clay pot in his fist. The sheer rage radiating from him is suffocating. What a scoundrel. His eyes burn with red-hot fury as he glares down at his men, screaming at them, asking if he pays them just to stand around uselessly. He delivers a chilling ultimatum. If his son, the young lord, is dead and the culprit isn't brought before him, every single one of them will pay with their lives. One of the men, shaking uncontrollably, finally speaks. He stammers that the person who killed the young lord was none other than an elder of the Hengmeng sect named Xiao Xuan, the same man who defeated the nameless infant realm master. The man's voice cracks with despair as the realization hits him. Against a monster like that, they are completely and utterly powerless. Wang Wencheng explodes, calling them a bunch of losers as dark energy erupts from his body. This is the power of a golden elixir, 7th-fold thunderous master. He seizes one of his men who can only whimper for mercy. But the city lord isn't listening. His mind is racing. This Xiao Xuan, an unknown force strong enough to defeat that monster. His strength is far beyond his own. How can he possibly get revenge? He hurls the man aside like trash, shouting for the pest to get lost. A grim decision forms. He declares that if they want to avenge his son, their only option is to seek help from the falling Cloud Sect. He orders an aide to prepare for a trip and to send out invitations for a banquet to all the local aristocrats, making sure to include the Su family. As his subordinate rushes to obey, Wang Wencheng's face twists into a mask of pure hatred, consumed by the need to avenge his murdered son. He swears an oath to the heavens. Xiao Xuan, I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Back at the Su family estate, the atmosphere is deceptively calm. Xiao Xuan, Lin Yi, and Su Yanli are seated for a meal, and he comments on the simple pleasures of home. But Lin Yi can't relax. She can feel the danger coiled beneath the surface. She tells Xiao Xuan that their hosts clearly have ill intentions, that this feast is a trap. She urges him to leave the city now and head for the falling Cloud Sect, fearing what tricks Wang Wencheng has in store. Xiao Xuan simply plucks a grape from the bowl, unconcerned. He pops it into his mouth, a dismissive smile on his face. Declines such a generous invitation. Of course he's going. But his casual tone shifts, becoming sharp and conspiratorial. He leans in, mentioning he's heard some juicy gossip. It seems a certain Lin Yuncheng will also be attending this grand feast. He places a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder, his voice a low whisper that cuts right to her soul. My obedient disciple, he asks, do you want to seek revenge? Lin Yi's world stops. Her eyes fly wide, pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Lin Yuncheng. Su Yanli is just as stunned. That damn traitor is here too. Zhao Xuan's gaze hardens. He explains that Lin Yuncheng now wields the power of the falling cloud sect, putting him in a league of his own. He rises from his seat, the gears of his plan clicking into place. Catching him any other time would be difficult. He turns to his disciple, a predatory glint in his eye. What do you say, my talented disciple? Should we give them a grand spectacle at this banquet? A performance just like the legendary Hong Men feast. A wicked grin spreads across his face as Lin Yi's shock transforms into cold, hard resolve. She bows her head, her voice steady. Master's command shall be faithfully followed. Watching them, Su Yanli gets a chilling premonition that someone is about to suffer a terrible fate. Trying to break the heavy tension, she changes the subject, asking Zhao Xuan about the Dan medicine store. The Su family alchemist steps forward, beaming with pride. He reports that he has successfully reclaimed all 17 of their family's former medicinal shops. He adds that they are still recruiting alchemists and are launching a test sale of the divine rejuvenation pill. Su Yanli, ever the businesswoman, reports that they've sold 50 bottles for 5,000 spirit stones, but she notes that it's insufficient. Zhao Xuan asks if she's figured out why. She has. She explains that while the pill's ability to clear the mind and regulate energy is extraordinary, it's also their very first day of trial sales. But Zhao Xuan isn't interested in excuses. He pulls out a stack of papers, handing them to her. These are refined third-order elixir recipes. He wants a full sales report when he gets back. Su Yanli's eyes go wide as she takes the documents. Are they all his? Her gaze falls on the top recipe, an improved little golden pill. He explains that its healing effect is at least 10 times more potent than anything on the market, more than enough to meet the life-saving needs of cultivators. He confidently predicts they will sell like hotcakes. A greedy glint appears in both their eyes. The sweet, sweet joy of making a mountain of money is just within their grasp. Night falls over the Lord's manor, the air thick with anticipation. A servant rushes to the entrance, announcing that Su Laodidi and his esteemed guests have arrived. On the rooftop, several powerful figures wait, their gazes sharp and calculating as Zhao Xuan approaches. The Lord Mayor steps forward, his smile failing to reach his eyes. He heard his dear friend Su fell ill and was genuinely worried, he says, before slyly noting that Su's pharmacy seems to have recovered with a stroke of luck. Zhao Xuan plays along, thanking the Lord Mayor for his concern, the pleasantries barely hiding the simmering hostility. The real power in the room, a man named Lord Wang, finally speaks, his voice dripping with false praise. He calls Zhao Xuan the legendary figure who aided the Su family, the one who took on an apprentice and helped her break through to the third stage of alchemy. This is the man behind the extravagant feast, Lord Wang, a master who went out of his way to invite 30 golden core elders from the falling cloud sect. And now they all wait in the grand hall. They are not just guests. They are his finest warriors, a deadly force ready to surround and eliminate any enemy on his command. Lord Wang's eyes drift past Zhao Xuan, landing on the pink-haired girl behind him. His face contorts with shock and suspicion. He recognizes her. That's the young lady from the old days, he mutters, his mind reeling. How is that even possible? He insists he was there. He saw it with his own eyes as Lin Zhai's little brat tumbled down the cliff. But just as quickly, he schools his features, waving them all inside. Let's get this show on the road, he says, his voice dangerously cheerful. The doors to the banquet hall swing open, welcoming them into the lion's den. Inside, the guests are already murmuring. They've heard Lord Zhao, despite his youth, is already a 5-fold golden elixir, and that he's brought 2 exceptional disciples. Lord Wang listens to the gossip, a predatory smile playing on his lips. One guest raises a cup, toasting young Master Zhao's talent and incredible luck. The room is filled with forced smiles and veiled intentions, every compliment a potential knife in the back. Zhao Xuan throws his head back and laughs, a picture of arrogance and ease. Wang Cheng, he exclaims, you're absolutely fabulous. He takes a sip from his cup, then leans back, a sly look in his eyes. Actually, he announces to the room, everyone has a misconception about his abilities. The power that looks like a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage isn't his own. It's all thanks, he says, to his magnificent sword. He draws the glowing green blade, its energy crackling in the tense air as his disciple watches in horror. He holds it up for all to see, declaring it an extraordinary treasure he stumbled upon by chance. Without this sword, he laughs, how could he possibly dare to venture down the mountain with his strength alone? Master, his disciple whispers, her voice tight with panic, wealth should not be flaunted. What are you doing? But it's too late. Lord Wang signals a servant forward. Someone come here. A cruel smirk spreads across Lord Wang's face. He thought he'd have to probe this person's true strength, but instead the fool fell right into his trap. What a monumental mistake. Zhao Xuan's eyes narrow ever so slightly. The servant approaches Zhao Xuan's table, bowing low. He says he has admired Master Zhao for a long time and has brought a generous gift to make his acquaintance. He opens a massive chest, revealing a blinding treasure trove of glowing blue spirit stones. The disciples gasp, so many spirit stones. Zhao Xuan's eyes widen, turning into literal stars as he puts on the performance of a lifetime. Master, he cries out, feigning utter shock. He dives headfirst into the chest, rolling in the crystals with glee. He shouts that he was just fretting over how to explain spending millions of his sect's money, but thanks to Lord Wang, his worries are gone. Lord Wang watches, his expression dripping with contempt. He thought this man was some mysterious figure from a hidden clan, but now he sees the truth. He's just a dog running errands. Is this really Zhao Xuan's plan, to look like a complete greedy fool? A guest chimes in, suggesting they liven up the party with a friendly competition between their disciples, using the spirit stones as stakes. Lord Wang turns to Zhao Xuan, his hand outstretched. What's the plan, then? No problem, Zhao Xuan says, reclining with casual arrogance. Little Zhai, it's your turn. Lord Wang beams. Young Master Zhao, you are truly refreshing. Then I'll just up the ante a little more, he declares, his hands clasping together. If young Master Zhao wins, he'll add another 10 million low-grade spirit stones to the pot. So he asks, his voice like silk, should I also wager an equal stake? Suddenly, Zhao Xuan's face falls. He leans against the chest dramatically, sighing that he's already broke and penniless. But then an idea seems to strike him. He grins, holding up the very weapon he just showed off. How about this? He proposes. I'll wager this precious sword. What do you think? Lord Wang's aura flares, his eyes locking onto the blade with insatiable greed. Of course, he booms, his voice echoing in the hall. No question is off-limits. The sword is sealed away, humming with a contained energy. Since it's a bet, the master declares, no one can touch it until the competition is over. He turns to his apprentice, Jir, his voice a low warning not to embarrass him. Her sister whispers for her to be careful, but Jir's eyes are locked on the prize, a confident smile playing on her lips. She's got this. Her first opponent steps forward, a mountain of a man with a blade to match. The air crackles with anticipation. Jir simply asks, so what's next? The two warriors face off, a silent promise of violence hanging between them. The match begins. Jir doesn't hesitate, lunging forward in a blur of pink light, her energy trailing behind her like a comet's tail. Her opponent bellows a warning as he raises his massive sword, but it's too slow. Her attack slams into the ground before him, the stone floor exploding into fragments. His eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Her energy doesn't just deflect. It shatters his blade, the metal screaming as it fractures into useless shards. He can only stare at the broken hilt in his hand, sweat beading on his forehead. With a choked voice, he admits defeat. Jir's master erupts in laughter, mocking the man for not even handling a single move from his apprentice, calling him worthless trash. The master lounges back in his chair, basking in the victory, while the other lords mutter amongst themselves about his complete lack of manners. They call him a wretched, drunken mess, a brash kid who revels in a momentary victory without understanding the world's true vastness. One man with fiery red hair watches the scene unfold, his expression hardening. He silently vows to make the arrogant master pay. Another lord tries to calm the situation, reminding everyone it's just a friendly competition with winners and losers. Lord Wang scoffs. He'd heard the disciples were exceptionally skilled, but so far they seem nothing out of the ordinary. Then with a grand gesture, he throws his own sword onto the table, betting it and his entire family's fortune. This, he declares, is perfectly to his liking. He calls for his own champion. Melody, it's your turn. She bows deeply, offering an apology before she even begins. Melody takes her position, her demeanor calm and focused, a stark contrast to Jir's explosive energy. Lord Wang boasts that when it comes to swordsmanship, his little niece is unparalleled, having once trained at the prestigious Cloud Sect. He bets she can easily defeat this upstart disciple. His smug grin vanishes in an instant. Wait, one hit? Was that all it took? His eyes bulge as he sees Jir's sword ignite with an impossible pink aura. In a breathtaking display, her single blade multiplies, transforming into a storm of 1,000 ethereal blue swords that fill the air. With a sharp command, Jir sends the entire swarm hurtling toward her opponent. Her hand glows, guiding the deadly barrage with pinpoint precision. The sheer scale of the attack is overwhelming. Melody freezes, her face pale with shock. She recognizes the technique, an infinite fusion of myriad possibilities. Before the first blade can even reach her, she screams that she gives up. The sight is too much, the power too absolute. The crowd gasps. To have reached the pinnacle of endless transformation at such a tender age is unheard of. Melody collapses to her knees, the phantom swords dissolving around her as she humbly accepts her defeat. Jir stands panting, her energy clearly depleted, but her eyes burn with fire. Give me the honor, she demands. The onlookers see it too. She's reaching her limit. At this rate, even a god couldn't help her win the next round. Her master, however, is oblivious, already celebrating as he dives into the chest of crystals, shouting for them to bring it on. Lord Wang can only stare in awe. What a stellar disciple, a true prodigy. But his eyes narrow. A shadowy figure erupts from the crowd, moving with terrifying speed. From where? Who is attacking her now? The assassin screams that this is where it ends. The target isn't the gloating master or the defeated lords. It's Jir. Exhausted and defenseless, she can only watch in horror as the killing blow descends upon her. A blinding flash of dark energy consumes everything. His eyes widened as he recognized the technique. That was the falling cloud palm, the signature move of the falling cloud sect. He didn't hesitate, launching himself forward to catch the falling woman, her body limp as he swept her into his arms. She coughed weakly, apologizing to her master for being defeated, but his expression was anything but concerned. He just smirked, telling her not to worry. At long last, he'd finally reeled in the hidden trump card of this place. As he turned to leave, a panicked voice cried out for her sister, but another woman stepped forward, blocking his path. It was Elder Liu of the prestigious Falling Cloud Sect, and her voice was laced with contempt as she told him he'd already lost. The scene shifts, and suddenly Xiao Yan is on his knees, his face a mask of utter despair. Those were all his worldly possessions, he wailed, completely cleaned out. He was spiraling, frantic over how he could possibly explain losing everything to his sect. Elder Liu just loomed over him, mockingly asking if he wanted to challenge her again. He shot to his feet, pointing a trembling finger, his pride overriding his panic. Another round, of course. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, watching as young Master Xiao, now stripped of all his fortunes, contemplated his next move. But the desperation in his eyes hardened into something else entirely, a chilling, predatory focus. He cursed his rotten luck, but he wasn't broken yet. The onlookers were buzzing with excitement, unable to believe he was actually going all in again. The city lord grinned, warning Xiao not to back down once he sobered up, clearly thinking this was just a drunkard's final, foolish bet. But Xiao's body erupted in a brilliant golden aura. He told them not to worry, and certainly not to try and weasel out of what was coming. He brandished a magnificent golden sword, its power radiating through the entire room. He was afraid they wouldn't take responsibility for their end of the bargain. But if he wins, he declared, they would have to compensate him with every single one of their possessions. Elder Liu's jaw dropped. This wasn't a gamble, this was a once-in-a-lifetime shakedown. He was demanding they bet a life's worth of wealth against a power they hadn't even seen. What could possibly be worth more than everything he just lost? As the golden energy surged, Elder Liu drew her own sword, bracing for the impact. But the moment the golden blade descended, her weapon shattered into 1,000 pieces. The sheer force of the blow sent her staggering backward, completely defenseless. A wave of pure, destructive energy sliced past her cheek. Her mind reeled in absolute shock. How could a mere mortal wield such extraordinary power? She cursed, realizing the truth too late. This sword held the full-force attack of a nascent soul cultivator, a gift from his master. He had sliced through her, and her sect's defenses with a single devastating strike. A trickle of blood ran down her chin. Her arrogance evaporated, replaced by cold dread. What on earth is this person? Xiao Yan simply watched, a cruel, satisfied smirk playing on his lips. But the attack wasn't over. The golden wave of energy continued past her, morphing into a colossal, glowing palm aimed directly at the city lord. The man screamed for his junior sister, his face a canvas of pure terror. He scrambled to get to her, a desperate attempt to shield her from the incoming doom. He reached her side, frantically asking if she was all right. He cradled her in his arms, but it was too late. Blood was already spilling from her lips. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. So the city lord Wang Luo was also a disciple of Yun Zong. The golden palm blotted out the sky above them, a final, undeniable judgment. The city lord could only stare up in horror, his life flashing before his eyes. Xiao Yan's voice was chillingly calm. Anyone who could learn the falling cloud palm must be of considerable status, he mused. Therefore, killing him today was absolutely justified. The elder's face contorts with rage, roaring at his hesitant forces. What are you all still waiting for? Finally, his warriors surge forward, a wave of steel and killing intent. One vows to Elder Wang that they'll make this kid regret ever crossing them, while in the shadows, a woman pulls her terrified sister close, whispering for her to come. Another elder watches the unfolding chaos, his expression grim. This wasn't a battle, it was a slaughterhouse. Surrounded on all sides, the young man simply smiles, taking in the grand spectacle. He announces to the crowd that this is truly a force to be reckoned with, a gathering of the city's most formidable power. But then his smile vanishes, replaced by eyes of cold, predatory fire. It seems, he muses aloud, that he'll have to slaughter all 30 golden pills by himself. With a stomp of his foot, a shockwave of pure energy erupts from his body. He becomes a phantom, a blur of motion weaving through the chaos, his every move a counter, every strike a prelude to death. The onlooking elder can't believe his eyes. One person taking on 30 golden core cultivators. Is this confidence, or is it a death wish? Suddenly, a torrent of crimson energy floods the hall, a presence so dark it feels like the air itself is bleeding. The man with the fur collar roars, his voice filled with triumph. He declares that he came prepared, having specially requested the presence of the illusory cloud sword from the Grandmaster himself. The woman with pink hair gasps, her face paling in shock. This sword, its aura is unmistakable. A heaven-grade divine weapon, refined with the Sect Master's own blood, powerful enough to instantly obliterate a nascent soul cultivator. Her mind reels as the horrifying truth crashes down on her. This sword is the one stolen from the Lin family all those years ago. The ancestral sword embryo, which her sect took after massacring the falling Cloud Sect, using the blood of countless Lin family members to awaken its terrible power. The warrior laughs, a sound devoid of sanity, screaming for them all to go to hell. He can still feel the energy of his bloodline connecting with the sword, a bond forged in slaughter. His victims can only watch in disgust. They actually had the audacity to name it the Falling Cloud Sword. The sheer shamelessness is sickening. One of the women asks her sister if she's okay, her voice trembling. The history of the sword, a relic passed down through generations of the Lin family, was now a weapon in the hands of their murderers. But the young man's eyes gleam with understanding. His system reveals a hidden opportunity. An inactive talent, Sword Gaia, can be activated from the Lin family's ancestral sword embryo. So that's what this is all about. The warrior wielding the blood-soaked blade points it forward, promising to teach this arrogant youth the true meaning of humility. The colossal blade of blood energy lunges, ready to consume everything in its path, but its target merely smirks. It seems he owes Lord Wang his thanks for bringing the sword embryo right to him. The massive attack descends, but he's not there. He sidesteps the blow with impossible grace, twirling like a gentle sword dance, completely untouched. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a brilliant green sword materializes in his hand. The attacker's eyes widen in disbelief. What? He thought he'd already seen his sword. The man can't process it. This guy has two identical swords. The aura of the illusory cloud sword is truly befitting its heavenly status. The young man holds his weapon aloft, explaining that this soft sword is a rare earth-rank treasure, designed to make the art of sword mastery even mightier. He offers them a demonstration of its awe-inspiring power. The two energies collide. A clash is instantaneous and absolute. The elegant green light of the soft sword meets the raging crimson of the blood blade. There is no struggle. The green light simply passes through the crimson, which shatters into nothingness. The blood sword disintegrates, and the man behind it is torn apart by the same unstoppable force. The soft sword's energy continues its path, leaving only destruction in its wake. The young man looks down at the carnage, a hint of disappointment on his face. Is it already over for everyone? He sighs, a chillingly casual sound. He's not done having fun yet. He stands over the fallen, a silent, untouchable god of war. A survivor stares, his mind broken. How is that even possible? The elder screams in pure terror, ordering his remaining men to run for their lives. The young man watches them scatter, a cold smile playing on his lips. Trying to run, huh? Do you really think you can escape? He raises his hand, and the very air begins to hum with golden light. Enormous, radiant blades materialize from thin air, forming a cage of divine judgment. One of the fleeing cultivators looks up in despair as a golden sword plummets from the sky, sealing his fate. There is nowhere left to run. His eyes snap open, a golden light flaring within as he hears the desperate plea. A blood-curdling scream rips through the opulent hall, but it's not his own. His gaze falls upon the man writhing on the floor, and a cold dread seizes him. That's Master Wang, the ruler of this entire city, brought low like a common dog. He looks up, his eyes meeting the legs of two figures who now tower over him, their presence suffocating the room. A primal fear takes over. He scrambles backward, begging them to stay away, demanding to know who they are. He collapses completely, groveling on the floor, his pride shattered as he pleads for his life. The white-haired man speaks, his voice chillingly calm. The person who wants you dead, he says, is not me. The man's face contorts in agony, clutching a leg that's suddenly been crippled. Then he sees her. The woman's eyes are blazing with a furious pink energy. She asks him, her voice a strange mix of hope and venom, if he still remembers her. Her sword hums, crackling with that same violent power. The man's mind races, desperately trying to place her face. "Uncle, that voice, you're Lin Zhai?" His blood runs cold. No, it's impossible. A flash of violet light is his only answer as the blade descends. There is no sound, only the silent, perfect arc of the sword passing through him. She stands over the body, her expression unreadable. Her master tells her she found the right answer, but there's no reward for it. He continues his lesson, his tone that of a teacher critiquing a student's work. "You did well, but next time be swift and decisive. Don't let your enemies suffer," he instructs, patting her head. A dull knife hurts the most. She thanks him, promising she has learned her lesson. A fleeting memory surfaces of Muhan asking if her master is truly a serious person. She'd answered yes without a hint of doubt. With the lesson concluded, the master turns to Muhan, telling her to sort through the treasure trove that Wang had gambled away. He then announces his plan. He's taking his apprentice to meet his martial sister at the renowned Falling Cloud Sect. Far away, atop floating mountains shrouded in mist, lies the residence of the Sect master. Here, Yi Wenchuan, the esteemed patriarch himself, is deep in a powerful ritual. Blue spiritual energy surges around a colossal sword, bound by heavy glowing chains. 10 long years, he thinks, a manic grin spreading across his face. 10 years to tame this spirit. The final strand is about to break. Success or failure, it all comes down to this single, final move. He pours every last ounce of his power into the ritual, straining to achieve his decade-long ambition. But the sword has other plans. It erupts with a will of its own, shattering its bonds and blasting out of the chamber. Freed from its prison, the blade thrums with raw, untamed energy. The resulting shockwave rips through the sanctum. The patriarch is thrown across the room, his ritual circle obliterated. He can only stare at the broken chains, his mind reeling from the sudden failure. He was a hair's breadth from taming the legendary Falling Cloud sword, only for it to violently reject him. Before he can even process his loss, a disciple bursts in, his face pale with terror. "Master," he cries, "the soul lamps for Liu Yu, Wang Wencheng, and Lin Yuncheng, they've all been extinguished." The patriarch's head snaps toward the disciple, his eyes wide with shock. "What did you say?" As the devastating news sinks in, the rogue sword, now a streak of brilliant energy, carves its path away from the sect. It leaves the floating peaks of the Luoyuan sect in its wake, a harbinger of chaos let loose upon the world. The divine weapon plummets toward the earth below. At that very moment, the master explains to Lin Zhai that her ancestral sword is a legendary masterpiece, forged with the blood essence of the Lin family. He stops, a flicker of surprise on his face. He realizes she can actually sense the sword's presence through her unique bloodline. He asks her what she feels. "I sense it," she confirms, her focus turned to the sky. A slow, confident smile spreads across his face. The people of the sect failed to tame it, but he has already left his mark on the sword's spirit. As long as they find it, he declares, they can conquer it. He looks at his apprentice, a new, daring plan forming in his mind. Today, he tells her, they will venture into the mystical realm of the Cloudfall sect. They turn to begin their journey, unaware of the storm they are about to walk into. Back in the sect, the patriarch's shock has curdled into pure, unadulterated fury. He stands before the soul lamp hall, the rows of extinguished flames a testament to his catastrophic failure and loss. He seethes, remembering how that fool Wang Wencheng had told him his son was killed by a mere wandering infant cultivator. An order rings out, filled with cold rage. They will summon the mighty cloud-falling sword. A force of 30 formidable disciples will be sent, backed by 30 venerable gold elixir masters. His eyes burn with vengeful fire. How could this have turned into such a ridiculous spectacle? An entire army, mobilized to hunt down a single, unknown enemy. The report landed like a physical blow. 30 golden elixir experts, hired by Elder Wang, completely annihilated. The Elder's fist clenched, raw power crackling around his knuckles as fury surged through him. A bunch of useless waste, he seethed. More than 30 masters, backed by the elusive shadow of the Falling Cloud sword, and they couldn't even handle a single person. He barked out an order to raise the mountain protection formation to its highest level. Their enemies' intentions were a mystery, and they could be at the gates at any moment. His face was a mask of grim fury. Far below, at the base of the floating peaks of the Zhang sect, 2 figures arrived. The woman noted that the mountain's defensive formation was formidable, questioning if they could truly force their way through. Her master conceded that they could, but it would cause a massive scene. He preferred a more subtle approach, telling his student there was a better way. She simply blinked, waiting for his plan. Their arrival didn't go unnoticed. Disciples rushed forward, one shouting in alarm that Master Yi and Elder Lin had been attacked. Another warrior stepped up, demanding to know who these newcomers were. Imposing elder, flanked by his men, blocked their path. The master stepped forward, his arm protectively around the young woman. He announced that this lady was Lin Yuncheng's illegitimate daughter, and he was her guardian. He spun a tale of searching all night for her father, only to discover he'd been ambushed by some unknown force at his main house. The elder's eyes widened. Lin Yuncheng's illegitimate daughter. He wasted no time, pricking the woman's finger with a flash of energy. A single drop of blood fell onto an ancient jade token. The token flared with light, confirming her bloodline. The elder stared, muttering that Lin Yuncheng's ancestral token never lies. This girl was the real deal, but how could that be possible? His tone softened slightly as he asked what business brought them to his mountain. The master put on a masterful performance of distress, explaining they heard a mysterious figure had single-handedly defeated 30 experts and destroyed the Lord's manor. They feared this enemy was from the falling cloud sect and came seeking refuge. The young woman then played her part perfectly. She addressed the elder, saying she heard he suffered a backlash while refining her family's sword embryo. She explained that her Lin family possessed a legendary sword-forging technique, and that their very bloodline held the power to tame the souls of swords. She could offer him remedies, she claimed, to soothe the very wounds caused by the backlash. The elder's eyes narrowed. She knew the secrets of the Lin family heritage. This was getting more interesting by the second. He took a heavy step forward, his voice a low threat. "Show me this method," he demanded, "and do not try any tricks, or you will face consequences you cannot possibly imagine." She smiled, unafraid. "Of course," she said, "you can give it a try." A tendril of dark, ethereal energy snaked from her palm. The energy slithered across the ground, wrapping around the elder's leg and arm. His eyes shot open in disbelief. He could feel it. A flicker of hope ignited within him as he felt the nagging pain of his old injuries begin to fade. The woman explained that the falling cloud sword's backlash was slowly being healed. The dark energy swirled around the elder, a crimson light pulsing at its core. He had to admit it was working. He grunted his approval and told them to come in. The master and his student exchanged a look of pure triumph. They were in. Elsewhere, a report was being delivered to a white-haired man. The subordinate explained that he'd investigated Elder Wang's strange intentions and found that while he was away, no one was permitted to open the mountain's protective formation. He then mentioned that he'd found a place for the two new arrivals. The white-haired man's lips curled into a sly, knowing smile. This, he thought, was an absolute godsend of an opportunity. That night, inside their new quarters, the master placed his hands on the young woman's back, a torrent of golden energy flowing from him into her. The power transfer was immense. A notification appeared in his mind. 200 days of cultivation transferred, a threefold reward received. He told her she had now reached the foundation building level, the first step on her path. But his inner thoughts revealed the chilling truth. As soon as he obtained the Lin family's sword embryo, his own innate sword body would finally awaken. She looked up at him, shocked by the sudden surge of power, asking what an innate sword body was. He just laughed it off, telling her it was no big deal. "Let's get going," he said, his true intentions perfectly hidden. "Does she have any idea she's just a pawn in his game?" The master's voice is sharp, cutting through the night air as he asks if she is absolutely certain she can locate the sword embryo. With unwavering confidence, she tells him not to worry and to lead the way. She leaps from the rooftop, a flash of pink and white against the dark sky, her master following close behind. They arrive at an ornate building, and she immediately spots a guard, whispering a quick warning. Her master is unconcerned, assuring her that he has concealed their presence. Under the realm of nascent soul, no one will be able to detect them. They glide past the guard, who remains completely oblivious, lost in his own world. Inside, they find their prize, a colossal greatsword chained to a pedestal and crackling with wild, untamed lightning. Eureka, she's found it. The master stands behind her, his gaze fixed on the powerful artifact. He instructs her to rest assured and focus solely on refining the blade. He will protect her with all his might. She sits, her hands forming a seal as she begins to channel her own spiritual energy. A wave of vibrant blue power flows from her, reaching out to tame the storm within the sword. The energy makes contact, and for a moment it seems to be working. But then the sword fights back. A violent surge of raw power erupts, lashing out at her with pure, unbridled rage. Her master's eyes widen in realization. It's not just a weapon. The remnants of the divine consciousness of the former Grandmaster of the Falling Cloud Sect still linger on this sword. A spectral voice roars, demanding to know who they are. A ghostly figure manifests from the blade, its form crackling with the same blue lightning. as the guard outside finally senses the massive spiritual disturbance. His face twists in panic as he crushes a communication talisman in his fist. A pillar of light explodes from the building, a beacon of alarm that rips through the night sky. So much for stealth. The master's face hardens as he admits their grand plan to sneak in and out is no longer possible. Dozens of golden swords materialize from thin air, humming with destructive energy. A cruel, eager smile spreads across his face. If that's the case, he decides, then they'll just have to make a big scene. Across the Sect grounds, the Grandmaster's eyes snap open. He feels the disturbance, a violation of his most sacred treasure. Someone has touched his falling cloud sword. An enemy attack. The thought is immediately confirmed as alarms blare across the entire compound. In moments, the Master is completely surrounded, dozens of elite cultivators descending from the sky. They sneer, telling him to behave obediently if he wants to suffer a little less. He simply raises a fan, unimpressed by their numbers. Golden swords blaze to life behind him, a stark contrast to the dark night. With a sharp snap, he closes his fan. He declares that without his permission, not a single soul will set foot inside this building. With a flick of his finger, he unleashes his attack. The golden swords become a meteor shower of death, screaming towards the cultivators. One of the Golden Core experts scoffs at the meager swordsmanship, confidently erecting a protective barrier. The intricate purple shield is an ancestral artifact, meant to be unbreakable, but the golden sword shatters it like glass. The man cries out, his mind reeling. What kind of power is this? The impact hurls him backwards, the force of the blow utterly overwhelming him. The Master watches the chaos with a cold, condescending smirk. He muses aloud that the last time he was here, he slaughtered 32 of their golden dans and thought they were just sluggish because he was drunk. But now he sees the falling cloud sect is truly this weak. The surrounding cultivators freeze, their blood running cold. Did he say he killed 32 of their elders while drunk? His voice echoes with absolute authority, declaring that he shall not change his name, whether traveling or standing still. He stands amidst his storm of golden blades, a god of war descended upon their home. His eyes glow with a menacing red light as he makes his final, chilling declaration. Remember this name, he tells them. He is Xuan Zio of the Nanli sect, and if any of them manage to survive the night, he welcomes them to seek their revenge. The conclusion is chillingly simple. Within a 10-mile radius, only one power could possibly rival the falling cloud sect, the Southern Departure sect. The elder's voice rings out, cutting through the chaos. He commands his disciples to follow his lead, to capture the treacherous scoundrels who dared to attack them. But their target meets their righteous fury with a casual smirk and an explosion of golden swords. He declares their timing is perfect, promising to make sure they all have a blast. Panic erupts as the disciples are swarmed by a storm of blades. Their desperate cries for salvation are swallowed by the relentless assault. The ground is littered with the fallen, and the white-haired man stands over them, a bored expression on his face. He asks if that's all they've got, if this is where they call it quits. A single survivor, trembling with rage and fear, spits out a threat. He warns the attacker that the Nanli clan's leader will return and tear him into a million pieces. The man just laughs, his amusement genuine and terrifying. He's ready and raring to go, he says, practically vibrating with anticipation. But before he can strike again, a thunderous voice cracks the sky, calling him a prodigal child. An imposing figure descends, demanding he stop his reckless behavior at once. The white-haired man glances up, his playful demeanor vanishing. A cold, predatory smile spreads across his face. He welcomes the elder back, his voice dripping with sarcasm, then lunges into the air to meet him. A colossal blue sword slams into his golden blade, the impact unleashing a shockwave of pure power. The ground cracks under the force of the collision. From the sky, the true leader of the Southern Sect watches, his face a mask of contempt. He sneers at the audacity of these rebels. How dare they act so boldly on the territory of his falling cloud sect? He scoffs, asking what the falling cloud sect is even worth. He boasts that their elders were defeated as easily as diverting a stream. With an arrogant flick of his wrist, golden talismans swirl around him. He dares the old man to try his luck. An army of golden swords materializes from the swirling characters, each one humming with deadly intent. The elder roars, his eyes blazing with blue light as he grips his massive sword. He swings, carving a path through the golden storm. The Southern Sect leader looks on, unimpressed. Does the old man truly think he can look down on them just because he has some skill? The two forces clash again, a brutal contest of raw power. But even the arrogant leader has to admit, the old man's technique is extraordinary. His cultivation is at the very pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Then he sees it, the blood sacrifice. The old man has damaged his own foundation for a temporary breakthrough, pushing his combat power beyond his limits. How desperate must they be? This, he thinks, is getting a little troublesome. The elder strains, pouring everything he has into his blade, hoping his disciple can quickly tame the powerful sword he was given. But the southern sect leader is already preparing his next move, a technique of an entirely different magnitude. The elder watches in horror. The enemy's sword Kai is manifesting into physical forms. 10,000 exquisite swords of the earthly realm, all unleashed in unison. This isn't just swordsmanship. What kind of monster are they fighting? He realizes with dawning dread that this is an unparalleled divine skill. They have no other choice. Gritting his teeth, the elder prepares for a final, desperate defense. He unleashes a massive wave of azure energy, a defiant roar against the heavens. A pillar of light erupts from the mountain, forming a colossal defensive dome over the entire sect. He bellows for the mighty mountain guard formation to be activated. He screams that he is a disciple of the prestigious falling cloud sect and will not be insulted by the likes of them. The 10,000 divine swords descend like a meteor shower. They slam into the barrier, and the world vanishes in a blinding flash of annihilation. The ancient formation hums with a power that has not faded in 100 years, a lethal defense left by a master. Even a stray wisp of its energy nearly took him out, a chilling reminder that one wrong step means annihilation. But a voice echoes from above, calling him an exceptional apprentice, one who has arrived at the perfect time. A system notification confirms it, a massive power boost activating his innate sword body. The reward is 10 times greater than he imagined, a wave of energy flooding his senses. So this is the feeling of true power. He can feel every strand of sword Kai in the world, all of it surging toward him like a tidal wave. From his throne, the sect master's face twists in shock. Wait, did he just break through at the most critical moment? Unwilling to be upstaged, the old man channels his own terrifying power, intricate magic circles flaring to life around him. He sneers, promising to blast this arrogant fool to smithereens right where he stands, his eyes glowing with a predatory light. He unleashes a torrent of energy, a beam of pure destruction screaming through the air. But something is wrong. The sect master freezes, his attack fizzling out as he realizes the mountain's protective array is completely ignoring his commands. The entire sect is suddenly encased in a dome of light. The very foundation of his authority wrested from his grasp. At the center of this stolen power, bathed in a defiant golden glow, stands the man he just tried to kill. A cold smirk spreads across his face. He looks down on the powerless leader and scoffs, remarking that he doesn't seem quite cut out for this job. A colossal sword of pure golden energy materializes above the sect, its presence dwarfing the entire mountain. He exposes the sect's darkest secret. The formation was never just for defense, it was hiding a legendary sword embryo. He laughs, mocking the old man for trying to snatch it, for feeding it with the lifeblood of his own people. With a single, decisive gesture, he takes control. The golden sword is his now. His hand closes around the hilt of the ethereal weapon, and he declares that since the sect master is so unworthy, he will claim the falling cloud sword as his own. His eyes narrow, his deadly intent radiating outwards. The old sect master, driven by a final, desperate rage, lunges forward, screaming about avenging the Lin family. But it's utterly useless. The golden sword descends, crashing down on the sect's main hall with the force of a fallen god. The entire structure is obliterated in a blinding flash of light, reduced to nothing but dust and splinters. When the light fades, the disciples look upon a scene of pure horror. A massive chasm has been carved straight through the peak, splitting their home in two. They can only stare in mute terror, their world literally torn apart before their very eyes. The new master of the sword issues his first decree, his voice echoing across the shattered mountain, cold and absolute. Anyone involved in the Lin family massacre will sever one of their own limbs and leave. Immediately, he warns them not to make him come down there and do it for them. What kind of monster has seized control of their sect? Panic erupts. An old man collapses, begging for mercy, crying that his son is innocent and that he is the one at fault. Others join him, pleading for their families, for their loved ones, begging to be spared this brutal judgment. He looks down at the groveling men, his expression an unreadable mask of steel. He tells them that a person only understands true pain when the butcher's knife is at their own throat. Then he asks a simple, devastating question. When they were slaughtering other people's loved ones, did anyone give them a break? The scene shifts. His apprentice runs to him, her face alight with triumph. She proudly presents her new weapon, announcing she has successfully tamed the sword embryo. She's named it Inkblade. She marvels at how her cultivation has suddenly become effortless, her understanding of sword Kai blossoming in an instant. He simply tells her, "Well done." She leans in close, attributing her power-up to the legendary technique he taught her. Then she asks if he plans to become a grand elder of the Humeng sect, after this takeover. He quickly shushes her, his eyes darting around as he reveals a shocking truth. He is Su Jia, the one sent to take charge, but his mission isn't about glory or power. He just wants to collect the money and be done with it. Her eyes light up with a completely different kind of excitement. She urges him on, telling her master to come up with an extraordinary business strategy. This isn't a war, it's a hostile takeover. With his new city secured, Xiao Xuan wasted no time empowering his allies, passing on his skills through a special ritual. Both Lin Zhai and Su Muhan erupted in golden light, their power soaring as they broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Su Muhan's potential was staggering, immediately forming a double foundation, while Lin Zhai solidified her power at the first stage, a formidable achievement in its own right. Meanwhile, Xiao Xuan was living the good life, reaping the rewards of his genius. The small golden pellet had taken the cultivation world by storm, with demand skyrocketing and profits flooding in. He felt like he'd finally hit the jackpot, ready to kick back and just enjoy his success. This was it, the sweet life he'd been aiming for. But peace is a luxury that never lasts long. A figure emerged from the shadows, his presence sharp and cold. It was young Yi. Su Muhan offered him a seat, but Yi was all business. He had a message from the headmaster, but he didn't deliver it right away. Instead, he leaned in close. He said he heard Elder Xiao had taken over the Falling Cloud Sect, then whispered a pointed question. Was he planning to start his own faction? Is this an interrogation or a threat? Xiao Xuan choked, spitting out his drink in a spray of shock. The accusation hung in the air, thick and dangerous. He scrambled to recover, laughing it off nervously. He tried to assure Yi that his loyalty to the Hengmeng sect was absolute, claiming he was just making a little money on the side. Yi's expression remained unreadable. He simply stated he'd pass the message along. Then he delivered the real reason for his visit. The grand competition of the Hengmeng sect is in 3 days. He warned Xiao Xuan not to be late. Xiao Xuan's casual demeanor returned in an instant. He gave a confident nod, promising he'd be there. As he departed, Xiao Xuan's laid-back attitude vanished, replaced by a surge of competitive energy. He roared to his companions, telling them to get ready. They were heading back to compete in the big tournament. But as they prepared, Su Muhan pulled Lin Zhai aside, her voice low and serious. She warned that upon their return, there were certain people Lin Zhai had to be extremely careful around. Enemies from their own past. The competition just got personal. She revealed they were former disciples of their own master, who betrayed him with the intent of plotting his downfall. Instead of fear, a sharp glint appeared in Lin Zhai's eyes. A single word escaped her lips. Great. Far away in a grand hall, 2 disciples stood before their master. The master sat upon his throne, a cruel smirk on his face. He'd heard the legendary steed, Xiao Xuan Ma, was returning to the sect. He looked down at his students and asked if they were ready. But one of them, a fiery, red-headed youth, hesitated. He spoke with a troubled heart, admitting that the technique his master taught them felt wrong. It felt disturbingly similar to the dark arts of demonic cultivators. He's right to be suspicious. What kind of master teaches the arts of their sworn enemies? The master's face contorted with rage. A blast of violent purple energy erupted from his hand, slamming into the disciple. He bellowed that the boy knew nothing, that he was making a grave mistake by questioning the techniques he'd been given. The disciple crumpled to the floor, but his defiance burned brighter than ever. He spat that this was hocus pocus, and he refused to practice it. The master turned to his other student, Autumn Chill. Autumn Chill bowed, a smug grin spreading across his face. He announced that he had followed his master's instructions perfectly and had already advanced to the 5th level of foundation building. The master roared with laughter, clapping his favored disciple on the back. He declared that with this power, Autumn Chill would be the envy of the entire younger generation. His eyes narrowed, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Nothing else mattered now except the Hengmeng sect's grand competition. The ultimate prize was at stake, the Hengmeng Purple Kai, an unparalleled treasure. The old man's voice was laced with a chilling promise, recounting the legend of the Hengmeng Purple Energy, a divine gift for the victors of the grand competition. But his tone shifted, a raw edge of obsession creeping in as he leaned over the table, his gaze fixed on the 2 figures before him. He warned them that every victor in this tournament would be rewarded, but the ultimate winner would emerge pure and glorious. Failure, he snarled, was not an option. With a roar, his fist slammed down, shattering the thick wood into splinters. The ending is set, he bellowed, just like this table. A disciple across the sect grounds vents his frustration, muttering that if he'd known the 6th peak was so treacherous, he would have stayed at the 7th and enjoyed his time. Meanwhile, in a darkened chamber, the elder of the 6th peak sinks into his chair, the weight of conspiracy heavy on his shoulders. He laments to a cloaked figure that even his own subordinates have started to suspect him. The figure remains shrouded in shadow, its voice a cold whisper. "It looks like you need to pick up the pace, my friend." The elder's face contorts with fury. He spits that he spent countless hours unraveling the protective formation around the mountain just so this person could stand there and hurl insults. He demands to know the status of their plan. The cloaked man simply promises that he has it covered. The air crackles with anticipation as the great broadcast of the Hengmeng Sect competition begins, its announcement echoing across the mountains. Cultivators from every corner of the land converge on the plaza, a sea of ambition and power. Elders greet one another with thinly veiled rivalry, showing off their prized disciples and grandchildren, each comment a subtle jab at the other's prestige. The crowd buzzes with speculation, the final tournament of the decade drawing spectators from rival sects, all eager to witness the clash of prodigies. The disciples whisper amongst themselves, their bets already placed. The first peak, they boast, has always dominated, led by the formidable Elder Fang, a true magnate of the sect. They speak in awe of geniuses at the fourth level of the Golden Pill stage. But another voice cuts in, reminding them not to forget Elder Zhuxuanshan, the goddess of the second peak. Her power is legendary, having broken through to the fourth level of the Golden Core stage herself, and her disciples are said to be exceptionally strong. But as the gossip turns to the other peaks, a sneer enters their voices. They ask what about Zio Xuan from the seventh peak. The answer comes with a dismissive laugh. He's probably too embarrassed to even show his face. His disciple is a complete waste of space, unable to cultivate without his master's constant hand-holding. Just then, a gong rings out, silencing the chatter. The announcer lays out the rules. A grand round-robin tournament. 2 peaks will be drawn for each match, their champions destined to clash. The path to victory is simple. Winners continue, accumulating 3 victories for promotion. 3 failures, however, mean total elimination. The announcer's voice booms, igniting the arena. First round of the competition, 6th peak versus 7th peak. Let the battle begin. A red-haired warrior from the 6th peak takes the stage, but the crowd murmurs in confusion. Isn't that Wang Zheng? He was a disciple of the 7th peak. How is he representing the 6th? Another disciple smirks, explaining that the beggar Wang Zheng left the 7th peak long ago. This, he promises, is going to be a show to remember. Wait, his own disciple turned on him. High in the stands, the sect master turns to his subordinate, his brow furrowed. Has Zio Xua not returned yet? The answer is grim, he's still not back. The crowd erupts in laughter, mocking the empty stage opposite Wang Zheng. Nobody from the 7th peak. Are they just giving up without a fight? A lone disciple from the 7th peak clenches his fist, his expression a mixture of shame and defiance. He mutters that no one welcomes them, but this battle must be fought. But as despair settles over the 7th peak's supporters, a calm voice cuts through the noise, apologizing for the wait. He overslept and got here a tad late. All eyes turn as Zio Xuan makes his entrance, flanked by 2 stunning women, his presence instantly silencing the arena. Wang Zheng stares, his face a mask of disbelief that quickly twists into a malicious grin. He sneers, unable to believe the old geezer kicked out Lin Zhai and took on a new disciple who's so darn pretty. Zio Xuan ignores the taunt, turning to the blonde woman beside him. "Muhan," he says, "why don't you go? It's the perfect opportunity for you to hone your skills." She nods, her expression serene. Yes. As she walks forward, her pink-haired companion leans in, her voice a fierce whisper. "Hey sis, that guy betrayed our master and almost caused his demise. Don't hold back," she insists. "Show no mercy." Muhan steps onto the stage, her gaze locking with Wang Zheng. To think that just as she returned to the sect, she would come face to face with the treacherous disciple who betrayed her master. Fate has a twisted sense of humor. Wang Zheng scoffs, telling her if she insists on fighting, so be it. But Muhan's eyes flash with cold light as a vibrant green aura explodes around her. She declares that she must perform her best. She cannot afford to let down her master and tarnish his reputation. This isn't a match, it's a reckoning. The elder can't believe his eyes. At such a young age, she's already at the first level of foundation building. The red-haired disciple smirks, offering the first move as if it were a gift, but his opponent's eyes are ice. She spits that her master has never tolerated traitors like him, questioning what kind of scum betrays his own people. He's done being polite. His eyes flash with purple energy as he warns her that since she doesn't know any better, she can't blame him for being ruthless. A torrent of violent energy erupts from his sword as he lunges, a wicked grin on his face as he tells his junior sister to be careful. He boasts that his spring rain sword technique is so incredible that even the great swordsman Zio Xuan praised it. But she doesn't even flinch, merely raising a single finger to conjure a shimmering barrier. The attack connects and his face contorts in disbelief. What? She calmly compliments his sword skills, but her eyes are filled with pity. She calls him pathetically weak for a swordsman. Her voice dripping with contempt as she reveals his ultimate attack couldn't even shatter her protective spirit energy. Her barrier cracks but holds, and in the next instant, she unleashes a counterattack of blinding green light. He doesn't even have time to react. Brought to his knees, he chokes out his defeat, but she isn't finished with him yet. She stops, remarking that the Sect competition has rules. She can't kill him here, so he should consider himself lucky. Then her palm glows with ferocious power as she tells him to punch and roll. An explosion of force slams into him, a brutal and humiliating display of power. He screams at her not to push her luck, his pride shattering along with his defenses. The entire stage cracks under the force of the blow. Lying broken in the rubble, a horrifying realization dawns on him. Wait a minute, she has a foundation establishment cultivation base. How is that even possible? The truth crashes down on him. Why would he ever have needed Zio Xuan as a master when he was making such progress on his own? In just half a month, he'd reached the first level of Kai cultivation, and now he'd reached the first level of foundation building. But his victory feels hollow as she explains her own power came directly from Master Zio Xuan's guidance. A direct transmission of power that purified her muscles and strengthened her bones. She smiles, a cruel, knowing look in her eyes. She says such gifts are enough to make turncoats green with envy. The words hit him harder than any physical blow. That old dog Zio Xuan, he was saving the most advanced skills for his loyal disciples. He'd been played for a fool. Just as the announcer declares the 7th peak victorious, a voice roars out, telling them to wait a minute. A new challenger slams his massive blade into the ground, the stone cracking under the impact. The entire arena watches as the dust settles. Who is this man? His eyes burn with a furious determination. He wants, he declares, to challenge the 7th peak. The crowd erupts. Yikyuhan is daring to challenge the winners. An elder explains the rules. A challenge can't be refused, but the elder in charge gets to decide which disciple will fight. The question hangs in the air. Is there anyone on the 7th peak who can actually take on Yikyuhan? He's at the 5th level of foundation building. Besides Elder Zio Xuan himself, no one else is strong enough, right? Yikyuhan glares at their master, demanding he send out his disciples. Suddenly, a new voice calls out, and a flash of pink lands gracefully on the stage. She looks up, a fierce glint in her eyes, and announces, "Here I am, master." Zio Xuan simply smiles, completely unfazed by the challenge, and tells his new disciple to be careful. The disciple from the 7th peak sneers, questioning if low-born servants truly have what it takes to stand on the grand stage of the clan competition. He leans in, a condescending whisper telling Zai Yan to watch his step. A blur of pink energy screams past his face, missing him by a hair's breadth. He flinches back as a sword strike slices the air where he just stood. His eyes widen, the crimson glow of his opponent's aura reflecting in them. From the stands, Elder May's voice cuts through the tension, cold and sharp. She orders her disciple to smash his mouth into pieces, and he immediately agrees. A tidal wave of fire erupts from him, a phoenix of pure flame taking shape in the arena. His opponent, the pink-haired woman, stands her ground as he roars, asking if she has a death wish. The elders watch from above, one musing that they could go with the plan tailored specifically to counter Zio Xuan's own swordsmanship. Elder May just smirks, imagining the look on Zio Xuan's face when his precious disciple is defeated by a technique he himself taught. She unleashes the Feiyan sword technique, a graceful yet deadly dance of pink energy. Her opponent calls her bravery admirable, but then he counters, not with a sword, but with a pair of crackling electrical talismans that meet her attack head-on. He channels his energy, the seals glowing with immense power. His face is a mask of concentration, pushing back against her assault. She stumbles back, her confidence shattered. How is this even possible? He just scoffs, asking if that's all the Feiyan sword technique is. He's not just blocking it, he seems to know its every weakness. A flush of shame and anger burns across her face. 5 years she's trained under their master, and this is all she has to show for it. Her sword lies broken. She declares the match over, but his arrogant attitude is something she cannot let stand. She glares at him, telling him to bring it on. The pieces of her blade clatter to the arena floor, but her defiance ignites something terrible in him. A dark, pulsating energy engulfs him as he snarls, asking who does she think she is. He screams, raw power surging through his entire body, channeling it into his weapon. How dare she speak to him like that? He lunges, his face twisted in pure rage, ready to end this. Their auras collide in a blinding flash. He stands over her, his attack seemingly successful, but his expression is one of utter confusion. He cries out, clutching his arm in agony. He stumbles back, demanding to know who she is. She looks down on him, her voice dripping with ice. Do you know now? A terrifying, predatory grin spreads across her face. She calls him trash, mocking that he couldn't touch her in 100 years of training. He's on his knees, seething, insisting she's talking nonsense. But surrounding him is a graveyard of shattered swords, proof of his utter defeat. She declares the match hers, adding that if he ever managed to land a single blow, it would be a miracle. Then she empties a pouch onto the ground. The crowd gasps. Those are Earth-grade weapons. Their entire sect barely has a handful, and this disciple has a whole pile. Even the elders are stunned. Zio must have an incredible inheritance to afford this. Zio Xuan simply smirks, lamenting the dull life of the wealthy. On the arena floor, the defeated disciple begins to laugh, a broken, unhinged sound as he covers his face. What is he doing? The woman senses a shift in the air. The man rises, a new, sinister fire burning in his eyes. He heard Zio Xuan bestowed his skills upon his disciple, Zai Yan. He says he didn't believe it at first, but now he sees it's true. Then he asks a chilling question. Did he give him those magical tools, too? The faces of the elders contort in shock and disbelief. The entire arena freezes. This man isn't Zai Yan. He's been pretending this whole time. The elder's eyes narrow, a cold dread washing over him as he watches the disciple on the stage. He's seen this before. He asks himself if Kyuhyun is truly using the wrong energy flow, if he's about to be consumed by the flames of madness. The whispers from the crowd confirm his fears. This man is willing to spend a fortune to bet everything on this fight. But is he backing a champion or a man on the verge of self-destruction? Kyuhyun's sanity frays, his eyes burning with a demonic crimson light as a spectral dragon of pure rage erupts from his body. But his opponent simply evades, her movements fluid and precise. She calls out that the only technique she knows is the flying swallow sword, the very one he taught her. His dark power smashes into the arena floor, missing her by inches. She lands, her voice laced with disappointment, reminding him that this technique was a masterpiece, a treasure from a respected warrior of their sect. She's throwing his own legacy back in his face. He lunges, a beast of pure fury, but his wild swings are met with infuriating grace. She taunts him, her words sharper than any blade. He follows Zio Xuan, yet he's never even grasped a true high-level sword technique. Then with a flick of her wrist, a magnificent, glowing blade materializes in her hand. A heavenly sword. She scoffs at his pathetic display, revealing she has a heavenly weapon of her own. Where did a mere servant get a weapon like that? Her condescension is suffocating. She claims his so-called ultimate technique is hardly impressive. And besides, she continues, as a brilliant golden aura begins to blaze behind her. He's not the only one with a hidden power. A majestic phoenix of pure energy unfurls its wings, dwarfing him completely. She looks down at him, her voice dripping with pity. Some people are just lazy, she says. Don't blame the sword for the weakness of the hand that holds it. In the stands, a man's face drains of color. He's been pranked by Lin Zhai again. All his money gone, beaten by a foot-washing servant. Back on the stage, she offers a final warning. Surrender now, comrade, or be consumed by a fiery inferno. But her words only fuel his madness. He claws at his face, laughing hysterically. He gave away his precious sword, only to lose to a maid again. The laughter dies in his throat, replaced by a guttural roar of denial. This is impossible. How could I possibly lose? The scene explodes into chaos. An elder watching from the highest seat stands abruptly, his face a mask of horror. This is identical to what happened all those years ago, the day that disciple went insane. He roars for them to stop the match now. The referee, startled, immediately bangs the gong, calling a timeout. But Kyuhyun isn't listening. He just smirks, dark energy coiling around him like serpents. He calls her a worthless piece of trash, lucky that a disciple found her. He points a trembling finger, his eyes promising murder. He won't allow this humiliation. He won't allow her to win. But she just smiles, a chilling, predatory gleam in her eyes. Perfect, she says. That's just what I had in mind. She promises to show him something that no swordsmanship could ever compare to. An army of pink energy swords erupts from the ground around him, a cage of his own impending doom. This, she declares, is a power a useless person like him could never hope to achieve. From the audience, his uncle can only watch in shock. The master simply watches, advising his disciple not to get too hot-headed. She glances up, a picture of calm control. Don't worry, master, she replies. I have a sense of propriety. The storm of blades descends. He braces for impact, screaming, but feels nothing. He opens his eyes. I am not dead. He looks down at his body, untouched, his robes intricately shredded and his hair styled. The entire stadium erupts into uncontrollable laughter. The disciples are howling, pointing at his ridiculous new look. He stands there, utterly bewildered, his mind unable to process the sheer scale of his public humiliation. Why are they laughing? His uncle is laughing the loudest, tears streaming down his face. But his laughter cuts off as he feels a cold gaze fall upon him. It's her. She's staring directly at him, her expression unreadable. "Are you laughing at me?" she asks, her voice quiet, yet carrying over the entire arena. She can't help but feel a little frustrated when her genius goes unappreciated. It's like the grand finale before the curtains close, but it seems nobody's watching. She decides she'll just have to make them remember. She presents the mirror to the defeated Yiqiu Han, its surface glinting with a sinister light. He recoils in horror as she delivers her final, cutting blow. It wasn't enough to beat him, she had to break him. She informs him that her spiritual power has left a permanent mark on his sword. Until the day he can defeat her, his hair and the wounds on his face will remain irreparable. A chilling, permanent reminder of his failure. She wants every single moment he picks up his sword to be a moment he remembers this humiliation. She warns him not to be too full of himself. Her eyes burn with a terrifying intensity. He's just what? What is he to her? He demands to know, his voice cracking with rage and despair. But he already knows the answer. He's nothing. The power of the seventh peak is on a completely different level. The crowd murmurs in awe and fear. Even his own sect members admit it. His senior sister knows exactly how to cut to the very heart of things. They don't just possess celestial-grade weapons, they wield psychological warfare. From his seat, the master of the seventh peak grins with pride. That's his girl. A clever apprentice, truly deserving of his deepest, most ruthless teachings. Meanwhile, in a quiet chamber, the sect master sits with Chen, his most promising disciple. The master's mind drifts to the past, his voice heavy with a strange mix of nostalgia and regret. He asks Chen if he remembers the traitor he personally expelled from the sect all those years ago. Chen's memory is sharp. He recalls Elder Wang, the brother of the Sixth Peak's current elder. The man defected, joining the ghost sect under the notorious Sun and Moon Alliance. A deep-seated betrayal that still stains the sect's history. The sect master's eyes narrow. He can't shake the suspicion that the Sixth Peak is colluding with the demonic path. He tasks a subordinate with digging into Wang's past, just as the ceremonial gong rings out across the grounds. The next draw is announced, and the tension skyrockets. The seventh peak will face the main peak. A flicker of surprise crosses the sect master's face, but he quickly composes himself. He tells Chen to go and accept the challenge. He gives his student a stern warning. He is not to underestimate Lin Zhai. Her swordsmanship has already surpassed that of most senior elders. But this isn't a punishment, it's an opportunity. Facing her in a duel, he says, will benefit him greatly. Chen's resolve hardens. He bows, accepting the command without hesitation. The declaration echoes through the arena. Let the games begin. Chen stands opposite Lin Zhai, the weight of the main peak on his shoulders. He remarks what a surprise it is to be facing her in the very first round. Drawing his blade, he issues a challenge, a hint of condescension in his voice. He tells his little sister to come on and show him what she's got. Lin Zhai's lips curl into a wicked smile. Really? Is that how he wants to play this? The ground trembles as an entire arsenal materializes out of thin air. A war spear, a massive shield, a heavy club, even a cannon. She thanks him for looking out for her, then promises she won't be holding back. Chen's jaw drops. So many magical artifacts. How is this even possible? The crowd erupts in chaos. People are screaming. Did she steal them? Where did one person get so much power? She casually sits atop the cannon, surrounded by a swirling vortex of swords, shields, and gold ingots. Her eyes are wide with manic glee as she dares him to throw down. Chen's mind goes blank. He remembers when he first became an apprentice, his master gifted him a single precious treasure of the third rank. It was his most prized possession, and she has dozens. This isn't a duel, it's a joke. Humiliated and overwhelmed, he looks to his master in the stands, desperately pleading with his eyes. Is he just going to let this happen? An elder beside the sect master fumes, calling it beyond outrageous. But the sect master remains unnervingly calm. He points out that spiritual weapons have always been permitted. A match without a sword is hardly a match at all. He admits her collection is excessive, but what can they do? Ask her to use them one by one. Lin Zhai overhears this and grins, pulling out a bag of snacks. That works too, she says. She tells Chen to hurry up and finish the game because the food is ready and she's hungry. For some reason, the mention of food ignites a spark in Chen's eyes. The scene cuts away to Yiqiu, the sting of his earlier defeat still fresh. A voice speaks to him, a voice we don't recognize, offering help. We see him training alone, his focus absolute as he forms a hand sign, channeling his energy. His thoughts are a storm of frustration. If only he had a single divine weapon, just one, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. But for now, he has to focus. He still has tasks from his master that must be completed. With a smug grin, she confirms it's all true. This shield, she boasts, can take a full-force blow from someone with tenfold innate strength, making it perfect for her senior brother. She dares him to unleash everything he has, to strike without a shred of hesitation. He gathers his power and swings, but his sword is instantly repelled, the force jarring him to his core as he stares in disbelief. She mocks him from behind her shimmering purple barrier, her voice dripping with condescension. Is that all he's got? He couldn't even break her shield. Her taunts cut deeper as she asks if he's afraid to get close. His face contorts with rage. A man, he roars, can't admit defeat. He vows to shatter her defense and see what's hiding inside, gathering a storm of crackling blue energy around his blade. Lightning arcs from his sword as he prepares his ultimate strike. He brings the weapon down with a furious cry, but she just laughs, telling him to watch out as a massive golden shield erupts from the ground to meet his attack. The new defense materializes, solid and unyielding. The impact is catastrophic, blasting him backward with overwhelming force. He's sent tumbling through the air, completely overpowered and helpless. Landing in a heap, his mind reels. How can that shield still exist? The frustration is agonizing. He screams, scrambling to his feet and hammering away at the barrier. 2 strikes, 3 strikes. His attacks are relentless, born of pure desperation. 4 strikes, he pours every last ounce of his energy into the assault. But after a while, his onslaught slows to nothing. His sword is shattered, his body spent. He can only watch in utter humiliation as she lounges in a chair, sipping a drink, using her impenetrable shield as a footrest. He collapses to his knees, stammering that he can't go on anymore, and the announcer declares the first qualifying round goes to the 7th peak. He lies unconscious on the stage, alive but completely drained. In the crowd, his master is cackling with glee. The other elders are stunned. One can't believe their big brother lost even with dozens of defensive artifacts. His master just chuckles, noting that at least he held out for a while. He proudly calls his disciple a cunning little rascal, admiring the tricks up his sleeve, while the other masters can only marvel at the terrifying depth of the 7th peak's power. Elsewhere, Yi Chen scoffs at the idea of fighting his junior head-on. He admits that once upon a time his opponent had a higher cultivation, but now he's reached the 2nd level of foundation building while the other is stuck at the 10th. Fighting him now would just be bullying. He declares that he's not the same old Lin Zhai he used to be. The new Lin Zhiru sits with an unshakable resolve. Her true goal, she proclaims, is to challenge the greatest swordsmanship prodigies and forge her own legend. Her master beams with pride, telling her to rest up for the 2nd round tomorrow. Watching from the stands, a powerful elder named Wai Jiu expresses his disbelief at Lin Zhiru's incredible strength. He stands with his companion, Ying Xingyu, observing the proceedings with a critical eye. He sneers, remarking that for all its drama, the Hengmeng sect is a nobody in the grand scheme of all of Qin. He leans in, revealing a secret his spies uncovered. Just a few months ago, that girl was the senior disciple of Elder Xiao from the Chaos Sect, and she had no cultivation whatsoever. It was Xiao Xuan who caused a stir in Luoyang City and challenged the entire Luoyang sect. Now both of those territories are his personal dominion, with no one left to challenge his authority. The woman with Yi Chen remarks that a talent who can single-handedly unite warring factions is exactly what they've been searching for. So, does he plan on recruiting this person? Wai Jiu confirms it, but Ying Xingyu adds a condition, only if he can obtain this year's top-tier Hongmen purple aura. The scene shifts to the 7th peak mountain, where a majestic waterfall is shrouded in a mysterious purple mist. This is the legendary Hengmeng purple aura. As Yi Chen's group ascends the mountain, his companion explains that this unique purple air is distributed based on the results of the grand competition. It is said that practicing within it grants the user an immense flow of power and energy. The rumor is that this year's champion will receive the top-notch aura, a prize that will cause the entire mountain to undergo a breathtaking transformation. The revelation is stunning. She never imagined such an incredible treasure could be found in a sect that isn't even well known, musing that perhaps the Hengmeng sect was once a truly impressive power. Their master urges them forward, eager to witness the mesmerizing effects of the aura for themselves. They arrive at the summit, gazing out at the power swirling around the peak. The air in the Hengmeng sect is so thick with spiritual energy, it's like breathing pure power. The disciples are in awe, surrounded by treasures they've only ever dreamed of, trees bearing the essential ingredient for the legendary elixir of immortality, and below a pool of molten core lotus, glowing with untapped potential. With these resources, they could forge a spirit sword just like their masters. Xiao Chen simply nods, giving them his blessing to try. The sheer wealth of this place is intoxicating, a world where even the mountains and buildings seem to possess a life of their own. But this paradise is a battlefield, and after a day of soaking it in, everyone is ordered back to their rooms to prepare for the next round. The morning brings the clash of steel. A disciple from the second peak unleashes a blinding golden arc of sword energy. Her opponent, a red-haired swordsman from the sixth peak, barely parries, the force of the blow staggering him. His blade clatters to the ground, his hand trembling with the aftershock. She doesn't press the attack. Instead, she twists the knife, her voice dripping with contempt. She remembers him, she says, when he came begging to join their peak, only to be rejected by her master. She sneers, claiming he has no interest in swordsmanship at all. He's only here for the female disciples. Damn, she's not just trying to win, she's trying to break his spirit. Is this a competition or a public execution? His face burns with shame and fury, but her words keep coming, each one a calculated strike against his pride. She dismisses his own master's skills as nothing special, something she'd been eager to test, but now finds utterly disappointing. A gong rings out, signaling the end of the match. The announcer's voice echoes across the arena. The sixth peak has suffered 3 consecutive losses. They are eliminated. As the defeated disciple collapses, his own sect members curse him, calling him and his teammates a bunch of useless losers. In the stand, the sixth peak's elder, Zio, clenches his fist, his knuckles white with suppressed rage. Another elder leans in close, his voice a low whisper. He tells him to forget the competition and find Senior Wang Fang. There's a new mission: reform the mountain and seize the Hengmeng Purple Kai the moment the results are announced. Wait, reform the mountain, snatch the Purple Kai. This isn't just about winning a tournament anymore, is it? A conspiracy is brewing right under everyone's noses. The next match begins, and it's Lin Wanner, representing Zio Chen's 7th peak. Her opponent smirks, hoping she won't resort to using magic tools to crush him. He has no idea who he's facing. Lin Wanner simply smiles, her confidence absolute. The moment the fight starts, she moves. Her new blade feels like an extension of her soul, transforming her swordsmanship into something divine. Her eyes glow, a profound insight flooding her mind. She can see every flaw, every opening, every weakness he possesses. She glides past his guard, her attack a brilliant flash of pink energy. The man freezes, his face a mask of pure shock. He drops his sword and concedes, admitting her skill is on another level entirely. The crowd erupts. The second peak has been defeated, meaning the ultimate victor can only come from the 7th peak. Whispers spread like wildfire. Who could have imagined Zio Chen, after years of obscurity, would rise like a phoenix? The other disciples can only wonder what kind of person he is to command such loyalty and produce such talent. As the whispers continue, a new figure descends the stairs. A woman with flowing silver hair approaches Zio Chen's group, a serene smile on her face. She calls him junior brother, her voice smooth as silk. Zio Chen returns the greeting, but she's already looking him over, commenting on his healthy glow and the treasures he must have found on his recent travels. Her words are friendly, but her eyes are sharp, analytical, and searching for something. Zhu Ziyan recalls how her competitive rivalry with her senior sister pushed her to improve, vowing to surpass her one day. Her sister had been the only one who didn't treat her like an outcast when her cultivation stalled, instead dragging her out to train, telling her to stop being a laughingstock. Back in the present, the pleasantries continue. Senior sister says she's in a good mood after taking on 2 amazing new disciples. She plans to stay for a few days, explaining that her disciples came to express their gratitude for being saved. The praise is laid on thick, congratulating the junior brother on winning the coveted Hengmeng Purple Kai, ensuring he'll reach new heights. But beneath the smiles, a thought surfaces. Are we just blowing hot air at each other? The air crackles with a sudden, oppressive energy, silencing the entire square. A group of dark, menacing figures appears from the shadows, their killing intent palpable. Their leader, a man with a wild beard and eyes burning with malice, steps forward, declaring it's time to go. He slams his hands down, and a violent purple energy erupts from the ground, a chilling command echoing in the air. Annihilate the chaos. Seize the vitality. Elsewhere in the sect, 2 disciples on guard duty complain about their bad luck, missing the big competition. But their watch is about to be interrupted. A dark figure materializes behind them, blade drawn, whispering a single command: annihilate the chaos. The guards are cut down before they can even scream. The assassin's leader glares at the heart of the sect, his voice dripping with contempt for anyone who dares trespass against the Hengmeng sect. His blade glows with a sinister light as he issues his final order: seize the purple aura. Over the mountain square, dozens of these shadowy cultivators descend from the sky, their purple energy corrupting the very air. One of them is immediately recognized with a gasp. It's Wang Changfeng, an elder of the Sun Moon Ghost sect, a nascent soul first-level cultivator. He sneers at the elder below, mocking him for being a cockroach who survived their last encounter only to crawl back for more trouble. Wang's smile is pure poison. He boasts that he has ascended to the Yuanying stage while the old man is still stuck at the peak of the gold core. He then delivers his ultimatum: get on your knees, beg for forgiveness, and hand over Zuxuan. His grin widens into a monstrous leer. Do that, he cackles, and maybe he'll spare the Hongmeng sect. The elder's face contorts with absolute fury. He roars back that the Hongmeng sect is not a place to come and go as you please. His hands flash through a series of signs. He bellows that the Guardian formation has long been prepared for them, and they're about to get a wild ride. The mountain itself answers his call. Massive pillars of green energy erupt from the ground, a cage of pure power slamming shut around the invaders. The intruders are caught completely off guard, skewered and vaporized by the sacred light of the array. Screams echo as the formation tears through their ranks, but Wang Changfeng simply stands amidst the chaos, a chillingly calm smile on his face. He'd heard the Hongmeng sect's formation was a celestial wonder, and seeing it in person truly lives up to the reputation. But then his smile turns predatory. Well, he says this is the end of the road. The elder's eyes widen. He feels a tremor, a sickening lurch in the formation's energy. The impossible happens. Cracks like lightning spiderweb across the sacred barrier. With a deafening shatter, the mountain defense formation breaks. How? How could their ultimate defense be breached so easily? Panic floods the disciples below. What in the world is going on? The elder looks up in horror, a dreadful realization dawning on him. Oh no, he sees it now. A malevolent dark energy has corrupted the first peak, the very heart and eye of the entire formation. It was an inside job. The gates of the sun and moon ghosts. They're already inside. He shouts to the other elders that he's going to the first peak to take down the demonic forces and restart the formation. He tells them to hold the fort. Without another word, he leaps onto his crane and rockets toward the corrupted peak. His disciples call out, assuring him they will not fail. Zhu Ziyan stands ready, remarking to her junior brother that it's been a long time since they fought side by side. He smirks, reminding her of the time 10 years ago she got them both chased all over the mountains by an enchanted sword. Her gift for gab, he notes, hasn't waned one bit. Cutting the reunion short, she says, let me go first. She launches herself into the enemy lines, a blur of white and silver. Her voice rings out, cold and sharp as the steel in her hand. To dare trespass in the Hongmeng sect, she says, is to accept your inevitable demise. Her sword ignites with a brilliant, swirling energy. She unleashes a devastating vortex of power, a cyclone of blade and spirit that consumes everything in its path. The invaders are swept up, their dark forms torn apart by the overwhelming force of her attack. The man with silver hair smirks, his eyes locked on the chaos below. He muses that his senior sister's King's Eye twin swords have reached their peak, and now he can't afford to be left in the dust. With a surge of power, he unleashes a torrent of golden energy, blasting away dozens of disciples in a single, devastating wave. As the battlefield erupts, another duo enters the fray, reminding everyone not to count them out. The legendary twin swords, one purple and one blue, are a sight to behold. A woman with vibrant pink hair declares that when their powers combine, their true potential is unleashed. She issues a challenge to anyone foolish enough to face them both, promising a spectacle for the ages. Her blonde sister nods in agreement, promising to clear the way. With absolute trust, the pink-haired warrior leaps into the air, leaving the opening to her partner. A storm of emerald light rains down from above, as the blonde sister pierces through enemy lines with pinpoint accuracy. With the path clear, her sister descends like a whirlwind of destruction, a vortex of violet energy erupting from her blade. The remaining disciples are annihilated in an instant. The blonde woman watches, a faint smile on her lips. She can still control even more magical artifacts, a fact that leaves a young mage staring in utter disbelief. As if to prove her point, she summons an entire arsenal of spectral weapons, a gleaming tide of steel that descends upon the battlefield. The other disciples can only watch in awe, realizing the seventh peak hadn't even been using its full strength during the competition. Wait, was this the power they were hiding? But one man scoffs at the display, sneering that the so-called Hongmeng Heavenly Maiden is only powerful because of the sect leader's favoritism. A desperate cry of warning rings out for the senior sister, but before the dark energy can connect, the silver-haired man appears, intercepting the blast with a furious counterattack of his own. His golden blades clash against the dark power, shattering the assault completely. The attacker, a grizzled old man, stares in disbelief. Not this guy again, he seethes, a flicker of genuine fear in his eyes. Before he can recover, another attack descends from above, this one from a veiled woman radiating immense power. The old man screams for his brother to save him, his arrogance vaporizing into pure terror. From a distance, a dark figure watches his subordinate get erased from existence, dismissing him as a useless piece of junk. With a cold sigh, he decides it's time to get things done himself. He unfurls a summoning banner, and the air grows deathly cold as spectral blue energy swirls around him. From the shadows, skeletal figures begin to rise, their empty sockets glowing with malevolent light. An army of the dead approaches, their rusted weapons held at the ready. How are they supposed to fight this? The summoner roars, urging his undead legion forward. The veiled woman braces herself as the horde charges. Just then, Wang Changfeng appears at her side. She turns to the summoner, accusing him of rebelling against the sect and twisting himself into a creature that was neither human nor ghost. The summoner throws his head back and laughs, a hideous, broken sound. He finds her description of him absolutely fascinating. His gaze falls on Changfeng, and the hero's expression darkens with guilt. The summoner's voice drops, filled with venomous resentment, reminding Changfeng of a time when he was treated as invisible, a joke to be ridiculed by his peers. He sneers, asking if Changfeng remembers how everyone used to laugh at him. His face contorts in a mask of fury as he screams that he risked everything just to earn her approval, pushing himself until his spiritual energy was destroyed, leaving him with no choice but to walk the path of demonic cultivation. It was all for her, he shrieks, that he was twisted into this ghastly, skeletal form. The veiled woman glares, calling him a shameless scoundrel. Changfeng smirks cruelly, taunting her. He points out that his ghosts are all at the peak gold core level and asks if she thinks she can handle them alone. She scoffs, retorting with a defiant, "Oh, please," as she prepares for battle. Watching from afar, elders from another sect murmur among themselves. One notes that the Hengmeng leaders are frozen in fear, utterly useless. He continues his grim assessment. Only 2 young disciples are fighting back, but neither has even reached the golden core stage. They stand no chance against Wang Changfeng, a man who can summon demons powerful enough to kill nascent soul cultivators. He delivers his final verdict. The Hengmeng sect will not escape this disaster. As if to prove him right, the skeletal army surges forward, a tidal wave of bone and malice crashing down upon the 2 lone defenders. His mind races, calculating the grim reality. If even the Hengmeng sect cannot survive this calamity, then they have no hope. But then his eyes sharpen with a cold fire. There is another way. From the sidelines, the skeletal commanders observe. One advises his counterpart, Old Y, to hold back and see how things unfold. But he adds a crucial condition. If Zhao Yan and Zhu Xuan find themselves in real trouble, they must intervene. A woman named Jiani is called forth, her expression a mask of grim determination. With a single word out, she unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue energy, a furious wave of power meant to obliterate everything in its path. The attack descends with world-shattering force, but it's stopped dead in its tracks by a single, bony hand rising from the ground. The blindfolded elder marvels at her strength, explaining that she wields the Hengmeng sect's dual sword technique, a heavenly grade art. Mastering even one of the swords grants incredible power, and she has mastered both. No one below the nascent soul stage should even stand a chance against her. But a jolt of pure shock runs through her. She looks down, a cold dread creeping into her heart. The skeleton's hands are coated in a dark poison. She can't move. A sinister purple energy surges from its grasp. In an instant, ethereal chains erupt from the ground, wrapping around her, binding her completely. She struggles, her power useless against this creeping paralysis. The glowing blue chains tighten, sealing her spiritual energy, rendering her helpless. Behind her, the spectral image of a giant, leering skull materializes, a cage of pure despair. What is this terrifying power? Her eyes widen as she sees the skeletal captors ignite with an eerie, soul-chilling blue flame. They stand over her, silent and menacing, their very presence a suffocating weight. The enemy leader smirks with utter contempt. He muses how their little Hengmeng goddess has blossomed over the years like a radiant flower. But unfortunately for her, he declares, it all ends now. Zhao Yan turns to his companion, his voice low and urgent. Hey, Y, it's time to show them what you've got. The blindfolded man, Y, roars in agreement. A violent pink aura explodes from his hand as he bellows for them to let go of his senior sister. A colossal golden sword materializes from thin air and slams down, obliterating one of the skeletal guards in a blinding flash of light. The remaining skeletons, caught in the blast, are shattered into pieces. Y and Jiani exchange a look, a silent acknowledgement of the sudden, brutal counterattack. The enemy leader, however, looks utterly unimpressed. He scoffs at the display. A mere nascent soul? He claims he's slain plenty of cultivators at that level. He boasts that with the body's blessing, he's gained a new understanding of the 10,000 transformations technique, a kaleidoscope of possibilities far beyond their comprehension. Where they once needed spiritual power to form an attack, all he needs now is a single thought. His patience finally snaps. He glares at Xiao Yan, his voice dripping with venom. The kid has some serious audacity. He vows that today, he's going to fix that stubborn habit of running a big mouth. An army of spectral skeletons rises from the ground, their empty sockets glowing with malevolent purple light as they surge forward. They swarm past Y, their target clearly elsewhere. Xiao Yan stands unfazed, surrounded by the horde, and simply asks, "Just you?" A storm of golden swords materializes around him, humming with immense power. The intricate hilts of the divine weapons gleam, ready to be unleashed. In a single devastating instant, the swords fly out, tearing through the skeletal army, reducing them to nothing but bone, dust, and fading light. The enemy leader can only stare in disbelief. What kind of power is this? The shockwave rips through the battlefield, and the sheer ripple effect is staggering. Zhu Xuan shouts for his junior sister to hide behind him, recognizing that this force is simply unstoppable. A woman appears through the chaos, shielding others with a barrier of her own, smiling as she notes the presence of nearly 100 demon beasts. But is she friend or foe? Y is stunned, his mind reeling. Did he really just take them all out with one move? The enemy leader stands over the remains of his soldier, his expression unreadable. He dismisses the incredible display, asking if all that fuss was just for a paltry display of skill. Xiao Yan raises his blade, his patience gone. He gives the man one last chance, his voice ringing with cold fury. "Let go of my senior sister." He stands his ground, the shattered remains of his enemies at his feet, an aura of absolute power radiating from him. The skeletal creature holding Giant-y prisoner begins to glow, its bony hand tightening. What is it about to do? The old man's face contorts with bitter jealousy, his words laced with venom. "So, calling her senior sister so affectionately, are we?" He seethes, his mind twisting the truth, convinced that she rejected him because of this upstart, this little rascal. His eyes flash with a cruel light, a dark purple aura flaring around his hand. He promises Xuan a congratulations, a chance to witness something truly extraordinary. The consequences of choosing the wrong person can be dire. He snarls, as the ethereal blue chains binding the woman tighten, glowing with menacing power. Xuan's blood runs cold. He screams for the man to stop, but it's too late. With a flick of his wrist, the elder sends a wave of energy hurtling toward his captive. Xuan doesn't hesitate for a second, launching himself forward, his own golden energy manifesting into a blade of pure light. He intercepts the chains with a furious roar, the golden blade cleaving through the enchanted metal. The links shatter into 1,000 pieces. Freed, the woman gasps, the backlash of the broken spell coursing through her. The elder watches in disbelief, his jaw hanging open. This wasn't supposed to happen. She stumbles, her strength failing, crying out that she can't summon her twin swords. Xuan is there in a heartbeat, his golden aura enveloping him as he catches her before she hits the ground. He pulls her into his arms, his expression a mixture of relief and concern. He asks if she's okay, his voice steady despite the adrenaline. She can only stammer that she's fine, her voice barely a whisper, her face flushed. The moment is shattered by their disciples' teasing. One points out their master is blushing, while the other hits him with knocked it out of the park. But the tender moment is over. Xuan gently sets her aside, his eyes locking back onto the elder who dared to harm her. The softness is gone, replaced by cold, hard fury. His golden weapon materializes once more, humming with terrifying power. He points it at the man and declares his doom. A blinding pillar of golden light erupts from the blade, screaming across the battlefield. It engulfs the elder completely. The man can't even comprehend the power he's facing. This is impossible, he thinks, a split second before the impact. Blood spurts from his mouth as the attack slams into him. He's thrown backward like a rag doll, crashing to the ground, utterly defeated. Xuan just scoffs, a dismissive "oh, please" escaping his lips. The woman he saved looks up at him, her voice soft. "My dear apprentice, she begins, but her words are cut short by his inner circle. They joke that his display of power left his senior sister in awe, asking if she should let him down now. Xuan plays along, a goofy expression on his face, but quickly steps away. She watches him, a faint smile on her lips. That move was impressive, she admits, saying she wants to try a few moves with him when they have some free time. Beams with pride, boasting that it's his newly mastered secret move. A move so powerful that even a split-second cultivator could fight a nascent soul cultivator with it. But is he just bragging, or is that the truth? Far from the battlefield, two figures observe with keen interest. The woman is stunned, questioning if even the divine cultivators above have the power to fight against him. She turns to her companion, asking the old man why. How much faith he would put in Xuan's words. The old man, strokes his beard in thought. The move he just used, he muses, must be the 1,000 transformations of the present, a technique constantly honed and perfected. But the sheer spiritual energy that erupted from his sword, it left him utterly baffled. He couldn't decipher it at all. How powerful was that attack, really? Wise expression grows grim. He confesses that he has now reached the peak of his own nascent soul realm. But truth be told, if he were to face that move head-on, he finishes his thought with a shocking admission that sends a chill down the woman's spine. I have no confidence in this. Her eyes widen in utter disbelief. She looks from her master, one of the most powerful men she knows, back to the young man who just rewrote the rules of power right before her eyes. Can you believe, she whispers, that there are still such extraordinary talents hidden within the borders of the great Qin Empire? The invaders' bravado shatters, their faces pale with the horrifying realization that Elder Wang was just gone. A dark whisper ripples through their ranks. Run, just run. But a voice cuts through their panic, cold and dripping with contempt. Feel like running? Zai Yan steps from the shadows, his aura a suffocating wave of pure malice. He asks them if they truly believe the Hengmeng sect is a place they can just waltz into and leave whenever they please. The remaining invaders collapse, their courage completely gone. They plead for mercy, groveling that they were only following the orders of their elders, that they never meant to harm anyone. Swords clatter to the ground as they fall to their knees, begging for their lives in a pathetic display of surrender. But just as Zai Yan considers their fate, a deafening boom rips through the air. He and his companions whip their heads around, startled by the sudden intrusion. What happened? His disciples cry out, their brief moment of victory stolen by a new, unknown terror. In the distance, a grand and terrible display of power erupts, a column of raw energy tearing into the sky. It's a vortex of fire and shadow, an explosion so immense it dwarfs the entire mountain. One of the women screams that the leader is in danger, that she has to go help, but the other grabs her arm, stopping her cold. There's no need to go over there, she says grimly. They've already arrived. Zai Yan's eyes narrow, his gaze fixed on the sky. He knows exactly who this is. A crimson streak tears through the clouds, accompanied by a booming, maniacal laugh. The voice declares that their leader has been captured, their mountain-protecting formation utterly destroyed. The figure reveals himself as the head of the Sun and Moon Ghost Sect, a nascent soul fifth-tier master. He demands their immediate surrender, warning them to stop their futile resistance or suffer. To prove his point, he slams their captured, broken sect leader onto the stone courtyard. The old man's face meets the ground with a sickening crunch as his disciples cry out his name in despair. The sight sends a wave of shock and fury through Zai Yan's group. This is pure domination. How can the Hengmeng sect possibly recover from this? The disciples of the Sun and Moon sect erupt in cheers, falling to their knees in worship. Hallelujah, the master has arrived. The master, basking in their adoration, asks where Wang Changfeng is. A kneeling disciple reports that Elder Wang was killed by the treacherous scoundrels of the Hengmeng sect. He saw it with his own eyes, he insists. The master's triumphant laughter echoes across the courtyard before his face twists into a mask of rage. He demands to know who did it. Who among them is the master who killed his elder? He scoffs at the idea, saying he never knew the Hengmeng sect had anyone of that caliber. His eyes land on Zai Yan, dismissing him as a puny bug at the golden core level. He questions how someone so weak dares to speak so recklessly. Zai Yan's expression doesn't change. He calmly states that if what it takes to kill Wang Changfeng is to kneel and lick the master's feet, he'll gladly do it. The master's eyes widen with sadistic glee. Really, before the word even finishes leaving his lips, Zai Yan vanishes. He reappears in a flash, a blur of motion too fast for a nascent soul master to track. A single brutal kick connects, sending the arrogant master flying backwards like a broken doll. His disciples can only scream his name as their invincible leader crashes into the ground. Zai Yan stands over him, a chilling smile playing on his lips. He says he's afraid the master won't keep his promise, so he'll just have to take the initiative. The master, stunned and bleeding, pushes himself up. All right, you little rascal, he seethes, the humiliation burning in his eyes. Today, he snarls, he will use Zai Yan as a sacrifice for his blade. He summons a terrifying sword, adorned with a skull and pulsing with blood-red demonic energy. The air crackles as he channels his power into the weapon. With a final, hate-filled scream, he lunges forward, yelling for Zai Yan to meet his doom. With a roar, the sect master lunges, his demonic energy twisting the very air around him as he bellows for his opponent to meet his doom. The clash of steel is deafening. Zai Yan's golden blade meets the corrupted sword, and the impact is catastrophic. A shockwave erupts, tearing through the battlefield and sending bodies tumbling through the air like leaves in a storm. The sheer force is enough to shatter bone and rupture organs from a distance. The sword maiden shouts for her followers to get behind her, a desperate attempt to shield them from the fallout. Watching from the sidelines, the two disciples can only stare in horror, their faces pale with fear for their master. The pink-haired girl's eyes are wide, her senses heightened to a terrifying degree. She can see every subtle movement, every shift in power. She knows her master's falling cloud sword is a powerful weapon, but it's only a lower celestial-grade artifact. Yet against Zai Yan's blade, a weapon she now realizes must be heaven-level, perhaps even a divine artifact. It's like a twig against a tempest. She screams a warning that this is too dangerous, but her voice is lost as the Sect master bellows for Zai Yan to die. The demonic blade presses down, its corrupt energy overwhelming the golden light. Zai Yan is forced back, his arm trembling under the immense pressure. He's losing ground. In a desperate gambit, he shouts to the sword maiden, asking to borrow her swords for a moment. Without hesitation, she complies. Her twin blades erupt with golden lightning and soar through the air, answering his call. The pink-haired disciple's breath catches in her throat. She recognizes the pattern. The swords aren't just weapons, they are keys. 7 points of light begin to form a celestial pattern in the air. Is he really attempting the legendary 7 stars killing immortal sword formation right here, right now? Zai Yan stands at the center, no longer just a warrior, but a conduit for a power that feels ancient and divine. His disciple knows the legends. When all 7 swords are united, the formation rivals the power of the gods. She shouts to her master, offering her own blade to complete the array. Her sword, crackling with azure energy, shoots forward and takes its place in the celestial pattern. The sight galvanizes the other masters. One elder, his eyes wide, says he's only read of this formation in ancient texts. The other declares that if they're going all in, he'll add his legendary earth-tier Zhelong blade to the mix. They both cast their weapons into the sky, adding their own power to the storm. The final blades lock into place. 7 legendary swords now orbit Zai Yan, humming with unimaginable power. He raises his hand, channeling the combined might of the formation. He declares himself the gatekeeper of this realm, here to sever the Sect master's ties to the world of the living. The 7 swords merge into a single, blinding pillar of judgment, screaming towards their target. But the Sect master just smirks, an ugly, confident sneer. He scoffs, asking if a few more knives are really enough to stop him. He meets the divine beam with his own demonic blade. The world explodes in a conflict of light and shadow. He grits his teeth, his body straining against the overwhelming force, cracks spiderweb across his face as the raw power of the formation begins to break him down. For a second, his composure shatters. He lets out a cry of disbelief, but it quickly twists back into a sneer. He tells them not to get cocky. With a chilling laugh, he reveals the true nature of his power. He says they could have all the skills in the world, but they could never leave alive from under his demon-slaying sword. From his chest, a shadowy, clawed hand emerges as he gloats that it's time to put some useless people to good use. What does he mean by that? Suddenly, the 2 masters who lent their swords scream in pure agony. They collapse, their bodies withering as their life force is violently ripped from them, fueling the Sect master's dark power. A demonic eye sigil burns in the air above their fading forms. The Sect master throws his head back and laughs, absorbing their energy, his power swelling to monstrous new heights. Zai Yan watches, his face a mask of cold fury. He says they don't even spare their own kind. Killing this monster isn't a battle anymore, it's a cleansing. The masked figure dives from the sky, blade screaming as it descends for the kill. But his strike meets an impenetrable wall of golden light. A massive formation erupts from the ground, a radiant shield that stops the entire assault cold. The women of the Hengmeng sect stare in disbelief, their path completely blocked. The demon of slaughter, however, just grins, his eyes wild with manic glee. His precious sword, he boasts, has been fueled by the essence of blood, reaching a level of celestial excellence. He welcomes the challenge, sneering that anyone who tries to kill him only serves to make him stronger. Zio Xuan watches him, a faint, unimpressed smile on his face. Oh, really? He doesn't need to waste a single word. The 7-star immortal-slaying sword formation roars to life, a tempest of golden energy swirling around him as 7 divine blades answer his call. The energy coalesces, twisting and forming into the shape of a colossal, divine dragon, its scales forged from pure, untamable sword intent. The dragon lunges, and the demon of slaughter's confidence instantly shatters. His face contorts in raw terror. How is this even possible? The 7-star immortal-slaying sword formation, how can it be so powerful? Zio Xuan knows the answer. If it were just any ordinary 7-star formation, achieving such an overwhelming victory would be almost impossible. But this formation is unique, an extension of his own innate sword body. It doesn't just enhance the strength of the swords, it amplifies their very traits to an infinite degree. Tempered by the Hungmeng purple energy and his twin swords, his power now naturally suppresses demonic blades. The formation has catalyzed the break dragon blade, generating a powerful dragon aura that eclipses all else. He can feel the immense hostility radiating from his opponent, an aura so potent it feels like it could crush the world with a single blow. But this person in front of him is no ordinary foe, and yet Xiao Xuan stands unfazed, his calm radiating a godlike pressure. The golden dragon looms, and the demon of slaughter's bravado evaporates, replaced by desperate pleading. He screams that he comes from a lineage of fire-breathing warriors, that his master is one of the elders of the sun and moon cult. He dares Xiao Xuan to kill him, warning that his master will never let him get away with it. Xiao Xuan's expression doesn't flicker. So what? The words hang in the air for a fraction of a second before the dragon strikes. A flash of blinding light and righteous fury. A piercing scream echoes across the battlefield, as the demon of slaughter is utterly consumed by the golden flames. Miles away in a desolate mountain range, an elder's eyes snap open in horror. He clutches his chest, a wave of sickening dread washing over him. I messed up big time. Back at the sect, Xiao Xuan pauses, his head tilting slightly as if sensing a distant echo. The elder stumbles back from the rock he was meditating on, his body trembling. He rips at his hair, his mind fracturing with panic. Did Xiao Xuan actually manage to slay the infamous demon of slaughter? The Sun and Moon Sect is a truly powerful force, with divine beings at its helm. They are the ultimate rulers in the land of Dragon Blaze. The entire Great Qin dynasty's martial arts sects combined wouldn't stand a chance against them. Another voice nearby cries out in despair that it's all over, not just for Xiao Xuan, but for the Hungmeng sect as well. A chilling voice cuts through the elder's panic from right behind him. Really, a blade is pressed against his throat. The elder's eyes widen in terror as he sees the reflection. It's Xiao Xuan, but his eyes are glowing with a malevolent, soul-devouring light. The elder's last thought is one of pure certainty. Today, I will undoubtedly meet my doom. A final, desperate scream is cut brutally short. Back at the Hungmeng sect, Xiao Xuan stands in the quiet aftermath, sheathing his sword. It's finally over. The battle is won. He looks toward a towering pillar of skulls, a grim monument to the lives lost. This loss is not insignificant. The cost of this victory was steep indeed. Across the courtyard, the sect members rush to their leader's side. How is he? The elder treating him gives a grim report. His life is spared, but his heart was wounded. As for his dignity, that is lost. He will need a long period of rest. The unspoken truth hangs heavy in the air. The leader won't be able to take care of the clan anymore. The Hungmeng sect is now a flock of geese without a leader, directionless. Just then, a white-haired woman with a blindfold steps forward, her voice clear and decisive. They need to choose an interim head as soon as possible, someone to guide them through the perilous times ahead. And she has a candidate in mind. I nominate Elder Xiao. The suggestion electrifies the tense atmosphere. But before anyone can react, the woman in gold tilts her head with a curious smile. May I ask who you are, my friend? The white-haired woman clasps her hands respectfully. I am Ying Xing Yu, and it is an honor to meet all of you from the Hungmeng sect. The woman in gold returns the gesture. And this here is my protector, she says, indicating the blindfolded old man beside her, Y Jiu, the venerable Y. The man merely grunts, arms crossed, radiating an intimidating and unreadable aura. Who are these newcomers, and what does this sudden nomination truly mean for Xiao Xuan's future? The woman before them declares her name is Ying Xingyu, and the air crackles with tension. She is the third princess of the realm, and she calmly explains how she found Xiao Chen, deducing his identity from the dragon energy on his sword and confirming it with his alias. With formalities aside, she gets straight to the point. She has come to invite the Hungmeng sect to the 10,000 Paths Festival, a grand event to be held in the capital in 6 months. The disciples reel back, their minds racing to comprehend the scale of this invitation. A grand gathering. What could the royal family possibly want with them? The princess explains this is a spectacular event of the millennium, led by the Great Qin dynasty itself. A move to gather all the territories under one banner. The ultimate goal is to crown the mightiest school of martial arts. But this time, the participants won't be limited to cultivators. For the first time since the dynasty's founding, the great and noble families will also be forced to participate. And she, Xiao Zhanglao, offers to lead the team personally if they accept. As a token of her sincerity, she offers an untouched mine of precious gems, a trove of magical artifacts, and enough resources to fuel their cultivation for years. The victor will be named National Protector, serving the Emperor directly. And that's not all. They will receive the full, unwavering support of the Guizhong, the state-sponsored sect. The title itself is a shockwave. A state sect, this is an offer of unparalleled power. The elders exchange uneasy glances, the weight of the princess's offer settling upon them. Xiao Chen's mind is already piecing it together. The noble families are being dragged into this. It reminds him of the Lord of Falling Cloud City, a supposedly secular official with deep ties to the world of cultivation. The princess smirks, impressed by how quickly he's grasped the situation, but he presses her, asking why she's being so blunt about her intentions. One of the elders explains the history. The Qin dynasty was built on the backs of these powerful families, who provided the support and protection for the fledgling regime to survive. Over hundreds of years, that support curdled into control, with the noble families influencing every major decision in the court. The princess's expression hardens. Now, the dominance and greed of those clans have become a direct threat to the royal family's authority. This festival, this national religion, is their counterattack. Xiao Chen cuts through the pretense. So you just want to devour the noble families and seize their power, right? The princess doesn't deny it. Instead, she calls him a political prodigy, her respect for him growing after witnessing him slay two nascent soul masters. She bows her head slightly, sincerely hoping that Elder Xiao Xuan will grace them with his presence at the gathering. The disciples can hardly believe their eyes. The third princess of the Qin Empire showing such deference to their mentor. But an elder voices his concern. Isn't she afraid of making enemies by speaking so openly? The princess reveals the truth. This secret is already common knowledge, approved by the emperor himself. The noble families know, yet they've done nothing to stop it. A dangerous game is being played. Xiao Chen realizes the noble families aren't idle. They see this as their own opportunity to crush the royal family and seize absolute power for themselves. He compliments the princess on her talent and audacity, a leader handling immense responsibilities with a steady hand. But then he waves his hand dismissively. If you want *me* to lead a team, these rewards are not nearly enough. Wai Lao bristles, warning the boy not to be greedy. He steps forward, ready to take over the negotiations with a confident smirk. But the princess holds up a hand, her gaze locked on Xiao Chen. She tells him to name his price. Whatever he asks for, she will consider it. A slow, predatory smile spreads across Xiao Chen's face. He tells her she has it all backwards. He doesn't want to bow to her. She will bow to him and become his apprentice. The entire sect freezes in stunned silence. Is he insane? As the princess stares in disbelief, a screen only Xiao Chen can see reveals her deepest secret. An overbearing supreme physique, dormant within her. A legendary power that can only be activated by ascending the throne and absorbing the dragon energy of the nation. He recognizes it from ancient texts. A body that can gather the world's energy, making cultivation effortless and unlocking the absolute pinnacle of any technique. This isn't an insult. It's an investment in a power that could shake the very foundations of the world. The old man's eyes, though blindfolded, seem to see right through him, a surge of raw power emanating from his hand. He recognized this aura, this untamed potential. "You're the wild one," he declared. But before the elder could elaborate, he simply said, "Hold on." The third princess, now kneeling before Xiao, ignored her attendant's concern. She looked up, her voice filled with a mix of hope and disbelief, asking what he saw in her, what inspired him to take her as his disciple. Xiao smiled, a picture of serene confidence. He told her it was her exceptional bones, her innate talent and intelligence. Those, he said, were the keys to unlocking her true potential. The words hit her like a physical blow. Talent? She had talent. Her mind raced back through a lifetime of being overlooked. She had mastered literature, rituals, and strategy, yet in the eyes of the emperor she was a failure. Always falling short in cultivation, always overshadowed by her siblings, she was disposable. This was the first time anyone had ever seen value in her, the first time she felt a flicker of genuine hope. Suddenly, a cheerful voice cut through the tension. A pink-haired girl from the 7th peak urged the princess not to hesitate, eager to sell her on the benefits of joining them. She launched into a rapid-fire pitch, promising personalized training, a steady supply of elixirs from their alchemist, and the revered master's personal blessings to guarantee a smooth path to immortality. Xiao simply fanned himself, a knowing look on his face. The princess, still processing, asked if this path was open to anyone, even those without natural abilities. Of course, the girl beamed. She used herself as the prime example. Everyone had told her she had zero talent for cultivation, yet in just half a year she'd reached the 2nd level of foundation building. The princess remembered. This was Lin Zhai, the girl who had unexpectedly dominated the competition. An elder from another peak stepped forward, his tone laced with suspicion. He asked Zio directly what he saw in this young lady, since she was nothing more than a servant before joining his peak. Is he telling the truth, or is this just the perfect lie to hook a desperate soul? Lin Jai quickly explained that when all the other disciples abandoned their master, she was the only one who stayed by his side. So, he had no choice but to recognize her loyalty. She then hastily corrected herself, insisting it was really her incredible talent, because her master would never accept just anyone. Zio silenced the murmurs with a single question, his voice cutting through the courtyard. Is there anyone here who still doubts my eye for swordsmanship? He then locked eyes with the princess, his voice softening. He told her he saw her remarkable talent from the start, confident she could become a leader in the field. That was all it took. The princess's hesitation vanished, replaced by a radiant smile of pure resolve. She bowed low, her forehead touching the ground. Master, she pledged, please accept this gesture from your humble disciple. Her attendant, Old Y, cried out in shock, but Zio simply helped his new disciple to her feet. As his hand touched hers, a system notification flared in his vision. A 10x feedback reward for accepting a disciple. He had just acquired the Yin-Yang 5 Elements body refining technique and something even more impossible, a weapon spirit. A brilliant golden light enveloped him. A weapon spirit, just like that. His power is growing at an unnatural rate. He could feel a new consciousness connecting to his own, a direct link to his soft finger sword. He'd only heard of such things in legends, weapons that gain a soul after a millennium. But to get one that could attack on its own, the power was intoxicating. Old Y finally exploded, screaming at the princess, asking if she was out of her mind. But she calmly silenced him, saying she had it all figured out. Realizing he'd lost that battle, the old man abruptly changed his tune. He declared his support for Elder Zio to become the interim sect leader. A noblewoman from the crowd quickly agreed, stating Mr. Zio was the best candidate for the job. The third princess then sealed the deal, announcing that the great Qin Empire would also support Elder Zio. The dying sect master, hearing the consensus, weakly coughed that the Hengmeng sect was now in his hands. His disciples cried out, rushing to his side. The matter seemed settled. But as Zio stood ready to accept his new role, a calm, clear voice spoke from the crowd. Since everyone expects it, a blindfolded woman stepped forward, her hand raised. "Excuse me," she said, her voice echoing with authority. "I have an objection." Zio's serene expression didn't change, but the air crackled with sudden, unbearable tension. An objection, now. The woman's voice cut through the tension, sharp with disbelief. What was he saying? He waved a dismissive hand, claiming he was too old for the role of interim leader, a relic who should step aside. He insisted the Hengmeng sect needed fresh, young leadership to truly flourish. He was a wanderer, a free spirit, he claimed, not suited for the rigid politics of a sect. Especially now that he had taken on an apprentice, adding to his already complex identity. With a confident smile, he gestured towards Zhu Xuanchen, formally recommending her as the new commander-in-chief. Her eyes widened in shock, the nomination catching her completely off guard. A murmur of confusion spread through the crowd. Let the master lead. The idea was unprecedented, but a powerful voice boomed through the room, Elder Zio declaring his full agreement. His eyes burned with a fierce conviction, ready to see this through. Another elder, however, stared back, his face a mask of cold disapproval. The dissenting elder stepped forward, his voice dripping with accusation. He reminded everyone that Zhu Xuanchen's identity as the master of Princess Da Qin was already a controversial issue. But he didn't stop there, digging up a secret from her past. He revealed that at 12 years old, she stumbled upon the sacred Hengmeng scriptures, a privilege reserved only for the sect leader. The Hengmeng scriptures. The name hung in the air, a source of legendary power and forbidden knowledge. Zhu Xuanchen's voice was calm, cutting through the elder's accusations. She confirmed that the heavenly book of Hengmeng records the sect's future. Since they were at an impasse, she proposed a simple solution. Let the celestial book itself guide their decision. The master simply smiled. My young apprentice, he thought, a wise grin on his face. Was this their plan all along? Just as the tension peaked, Princess San and Wai Lao stepped forward, bowing to their master. They announced their departure, needing to pay respects to other immortal doors. But he stopped her. Hold on, he said. You've just become my disciple, and I haven't given you a proper gift. He offered her a soft finger sword, a simple tool for self-defense. Golden light erupted from his palm, coalescing into an ethereal, intricate blade that pulsed with raw power. She took the weapon, stunned. A finger-enveloping soft sword. He explained it was imbued with a spirit of its own, capable of fighting independently at her command. A sword that fights on its own, and he calls it a little trinket. He waved it off, saying it didn't pack much of a punch, a casual understatement that felt like a blatant lie. Wai Lao scoffed internally. The princess had him, an old guardian, so why did she need some trinket? But then his eyes widened in horror as he sensed its true nature. That blade was fast enough to kill a nascent soul cultivator in seconds. The peak of nascent soul. He was dead serious. Sometime later, after flying past misty peaks, they arrived at their true destination. Zhuxuanshan had led him to a colossal, ancient gate sealed with power. He looked at her, understanding dawning in his eyes. She brought him here to see the Hengmeng scriptures. The air grew heavy as they stood before the imposing doors, a gateway to destiny itself. She placed a hand on the cold stone, her mind racing. Just 1 month ago, this man was on the brink of death. Now, he'd risen like a phoenix, broken through to the golden core stage, and even taken on 2 exceptional disciples. Her gaze sharpened, dissecting him. What on earth happened here? He claimed he just stumbled upon an infinite golden pill, a story so convenient it was insulting. What could possibly go wrong? He met her gaze with a placid smile, knowing exactly what she was thinking. She was testing him, suspecting he was possessed by another entity. For a fraction of a second, his eyes flashed a dangerous red. Really? The thought was a cold challenge. She didn't flinch, her expression unreadable. The silence between them a battlefield of suspicion and hidden truths. With a deep groan, the ancient doors rumbled open, revealing the chamber within. They stepped into a vast, hallowed hall. At its center, a swirling orb of golden energy held a single jade tablet, pulsing with unimaginable power. "This is," he whispered, awestruck. Zhuxuanshan explained it was the legendary Hengmeng, a wish jade passed down by the founding master. Only one worthy of becoming the next sect leader could awaken it, and in doing so, they would see the next 100 years of the future. He stared at the artifact, the weight of its purpose settling upon him. She urged him forward. "Simply infuse your spiritual energy. If you possess the qualifications to lead, the heavenly book will respond to you." He reached out his hand, and arcs of golden lightning crackled from his fingertips, lancing towards the floating jade. Zhuxuanshan watched, her breath held, her eyes reflecting the brilliant light. This was it. Her inner voice was certain. He was the one who should take the helm of the Hengmeng sect, just as she had suspected. The entire chamber flared with blinding light. But then a sickening crack echoed through the hall. The jade tablet fractured before his eyes. What? Wait, it's supposed to respond, not break. What did he just do? Zhuxuan smirks, telling her that while that look might not be for him, the Book of Hengmeng seems to understand him perfectly. Her expression hardens. She retorts that becoming the leader isn't a matter of personal preference. The book itself chooses, and its decision is absolute. As if on cue, the jade tablet, the Book of Hengmeng, begins to glow with an intense, otherworldly light. The tablet then shoots through the air, hovering directly in front of Zhuxuan, its light bathing him in a sea of green and gold. The sect leader's eyes widen in disbelief. The book, it actually chose him. This means she's about to witness a vision of the sect's entire future, a privilege granted to no one. The man beside her simply congratulates Zhuxuan on receiving the book's recognition. But the sect leader is lost in thought. She remembers a time it showed her a small glimpse of the future, but never this, never breaking its seal completely. The decision has been made. What is she supposed to do now? She pushes her doubts aside. First, they need to see what's written inside. A colossal projection of golden characters erupts from the book, filling the chamber. It speaks of a grand prophecy. The Hengmeng sect will one day be chosen by the emperor, becoming the national sect and ascending to unimaginable heights of power. They can only stare in awe at the cosmic vision unfolding before them. Zhuxuan is genuinely surprised. He knew the book was special, but to predict the sect's national destiny, this was on another level entirely. But then the words begin to shift and reform. The prophecy vanishes, replaced by something far more personal. It's his own history, detailing the exact year he joined the sect, his incredible talent, and his status as one of the most powerful disciples in its history. The text continues to scroll, listing his achievements with terrifying accuracy. Becoming master of the 7th mountain at 19, hitting a plateau at 20, traveling, being severely injured, and finally returning to the sect to start over. It's his entire life, recorded perfectly, but it stops right at the present. A chilling thought crosses his mind. Did the book's foresight end because he became aware of the system? Suddenly, his master's favoritism, the strange happenings within the sect, it all starts to make a terrifying kind of sense. The Hengmeng sect is not what it seems. The sect leader voices her own confusion. The book didn't choose him, yet it knows his past intimately. A startling possibility occurs to her. Could it be because his future is no longer bound to the sect? That his destiny is something far, far greater? Zhuxuan breaks the silence, a playful glint in his eye. He asks why she's staring at him like that, teasing if she still thinks he's a puppet for someone else. He then launches into old memories, reminding her of the time they snuck off the mountain, and he took the blame when they were caught. leaving her to kneel for days. He doesn't stop there, grinning as he brings up the time she blew up their master's alchemy furnace and fled to his room, right when he was in the middle of a shower. Her face turns crimson. She pleads with him to stop, but he's enjoying this way too much. He laughs, admitting he knows she likes being teased. Flustered beyond words, the sect leader can only clear her throat and try to regain her composure. She quickly changes the subject, explaining that the sect's fortune is tied to its leadership. Since the book has effectively chosen him, she asks if he will allow her to assist him as the deputy leader. He's moved. She's always looking out for him, always putting his interests first. He knows he has to repay that kindness. He asks if she happens to have a pair of yin-yang fish jade pendants. She does, revealing that they are essential for a dual sword skill she's practicing, but her current set is incomplete and isn't working well. He asks to borrow them, making a bold promise. In the future, he'll give her the entire set. With that, he officially names her the deputy leader of the Hungmeng sect. In return, she hands him a scroll containing the dual sword skill, telling him he now has every right to learn it. Xiao Xuan can barely contain his glee. It's time to put the system to work. That night, the system notifications flood in. For bestowing the dual sword technique, he's rewarded with a one-time, one-day-only fusion of the technique. And for gifting the yin-yang pendants, he receives a 20-fold return, the complete set. His apprentice, holding the now complete set of pendants, is overwhelmed with gratitude. Her eyes sparkle with pure joy, clutching the priceless treasures. Xiao Xuan sends her off to practice. But as she leaves, a new alert pops up. He's received a one-time skill fusion. What in the world does that do? The system explains. It can integrate similar skills, creating a new, more powerful version that combines the characteristics of the originals. A dangerous smirk spreads across his face. This sounds interesting. He's going to try it right now. Without hesitation, he activates the function, golden energy crackling around his hand. The system scans his arsenal. Of his 57 techniques, it finds only one eligible for integration. The Divine Soul skill, 9 refinements of divine mind. He remembers that one, a technique he acquired long ago in Luoyun City. The system initiates the fusion, and spectral scrolls of power begin to merge and swirl around him. He sits in meditation, bracing himself as raw power floods his mind, streams of light pouring into his very soul. But the influx of energy is too much, too fast. It's not a gentle merging, it's a violent collision. An inhuman scream is torn from his lungs, as his body is racked with unimaginable pain. Is this the price of power? His face is a mask of pure agony as the fusion threatens to tear him apart from the inside out. For days, a storm of violet lightning has been coiled around the 7th peak, a constant, oppressive rumble that has the entire sect on edge. The disciples whisper amongst themselves, their voices low with a mix of awe and fear. They say the thundercloud has been there for nearly a month, ever since Elder Xiao went into seclusion. He was already in the nascent soul realm before, but this feels different, bigger. The talk inevitably shifts to the sect's leadership. Elder Xiao and the sect leader, friends since they were children, heroes who once fought back the sun and moon demons together. A few even dare to speculate if there's something more between them. A perfect match in the making. The gossip is cut short by a cold, sharp presence. Liu Meyer, disciple of the sect leader and a newly minted elder herself, glares down at the slackers. Her gaze is like ice. She erupts, her voice cracking like a whip. If they put half the effort into their training as they did into gossiping, they'd be worth something. She orders them to get back to practice now. The disciples scatter in terror, stammering apologies to the second elder. 2 onlookers watch them flee. One asks who the intense woman is, and his friend explains she's the sect leader's former disciple, a prodigy who returned from her travels at Gold Core Level 7 after hearing the sect was in trouble. A true genius, they say. If not for the legendary Elder Xiao, she would be unmatched. But Liu Meyer isn't listening. She's still fuming, threatening the fleeing disciples that if their cultivation hasn't improved in half a year, she'll peel their skin from their bones. They can only scream their agreement as they run for their lives. So this is the new second elder. She seems more like a drill sergeant from hell. Meyer scoffs. All these brats do is gossip. Her mind drifts to her master and Xiao Xuan. Childhood friends, yes, but Xiao Xuan's cultivation has stagnated for a decade. She can't understand her master's fascination with such a vulgar, perverted man who's made no progress. A gentle voice cuts through her thoughts. Meyer, it asks, why are you already bullying your fellow students? It's her master, Zhu Xuan, the sect leader. She reminds Meyer that she is now an elder of the peak and should act like one. Zhu Xuan sighs, asking why her disciple's temper is still so fierce. Meyer's expression softens instantly. She was only trying to protect her master's honor. The disciples were talking, spreading rumors about her and Elder Zaiwo. Zhu Xuan's interest is piqued. "Talk about us," she asks. "What did they say?" Meyer hesitates, then spits it out. "They said the two of you were a match made in heaven." A faint blush creeps onto the sect leader's cheeks. Meyer's eyes go wide, her entire worldview shattering. "Master, you're blushing. Don't tell me you actually have feelings for him." Zhu Xuan flusters, waving her hands dismissively and telling her to stop joking around. Before Meyer can press further, a deafening crack splits the sky. A column of raw, golden energy erupts from the peak, tearing through the purple thunderclouds. The sheer force of it is staggering. The beam of light punches straight into the heavens, from Zio Xuan's seclusion chamber. Disciples across the sect stare in disbelief. "What is that?" An elder's eyes widen in recognition. This phenomenon, it's just like the heavenly tribulations described in the ancient texts. Is he breaking through to a new state? Or has some legendary treasure just been born? The disciples can only guess, but one of them, a senior student, fears the truth. Could her master truly be attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage? She's been in the sect for years, and has never witnessed a breakthrough with this much terrifying power. Her junior sister trembles, suggesting they find shelter, but the senior disciple stands her ground. "Don't worry," she says with forced confidence. "Master will be able to handle this." The golden pillar intensifies, bathing the peak in its blinding light. A figure floats up from the center of the cataclysm. "Master, are you out?" The student cries out, but it's not her master. It's Zio Xuan, a smirk playing on his lips as lightning crackles around him. A notification only he can see flashes in his mind. The skill fusion was a success, though the resulting thunder was an unexpected side effect. A new heaven-level, high-quality skill has been born. It asks him to name it. Zio Xuan's grin widens. This is it. This is his path to prosperity. He channels the raw energy, feeling its immense power thrumming in his veins. He raises a hand to the sky, the storm obeying his command, and gives his creation a name. He calls it the hybridization of swords. As he descends, the real effect begins. Panic erupts below. Disciples cry out in confusion as the swords in their hands and on their backs begin to tremble, then wrench themselves free, flying towards Zio Xuan against their will. Even Liu Meyer is powerless. Her Kingzi sword, an extension of her own arm for more than a decade, shakes violently in her grip. Beside her, the sect leader Zhu Xuan grits her teeth, using all of her formidable strength to hold onto her own blade, but it's useless. With a final, desperate shudder, both of their swords are torn from their hands, soaring through the air to join the growing swarm orbiting the man who just rewrote the rules of power. The disciple's face contorts with rage, her hands clamped desperately around the hilt of her sword. She screams at him, calling him a master snatcher. But the blade slips from her grasp as if it has a will of its own, drawn to a greater power. Then the world changes. A brilliant seal of light erupts from the ground, and from it, a torrent of golden swords ascends to the heavens. The sky fills with an army of blades, all answering a single, silent call. Wait, he's not just taking her sword. He's summoning all asterisk of them. They converge into a maelstrom of crackling energy, a storm of pure destruction that rips through the very fabric of the mountains. A pillar of raw power crashes down, shaking the earth to its core. And at the center of it all stands Zio Xuan, a faint, confident smile on his lips. With a single raised hand, he unleashes the ultimate technique. The golden swords rain down, a ceaseless barrage of divine punishment. They tear through the lingering demonic energy like it's nothing but smoke. The blades then merge into a singular, blinding beam of light that carves a massive scar across the landscape, a testament to its terrifying force. The onlookers are paralyzed with shock. They shout in disbelief, one pointing out that he hasn't even reached the nascent soul realm, yet he can trigger a catastrophe of this magnitude. An elder's voice trembles as he asks if Zio Xuan could have possibly created an ultimate-level technique all by himself. The disciples of the Hengmeng sect erupt in cheers, their faith absolute. With a leader this brilliant, their future is limitless. Even the stoic, blindfolded woman is stunned, admitting that his talent is extraordinary. Zio Xuan lands softly, the whirlwind of energy around him dissolving into nothing. He examines his hand, feeling the echo of immense power. The ultimate skill was everything he expected and more. With this, he has the confidence to face anyone. His disciples rush to his side, their eyes filled with adoration for their master. He simply tells them to come on. It's time for the Wandao Festival. Miles away, within the opulent walls of the Great Qin Imperial Palace, a far different conversation is taking place. An official reports to the emperor, confirming the impossible. The Hengmeng sect elders defeated the sun and moon demons without a single casualty. The emperor's face is grim as he listens, his gaze fixed on the report in his hands. He knows the Hengmeng sect is ancient, its origins shrouded in mystery, but this level of strength is unprecedented. His blindfolded advisor speaks, his voice low and heavy. He warns that during the battle, Xiao Xuan used a strange and terrifying weapon, and there's no telling what other trump cards he holds. The advisor's next words hang in the air like a death sentence. If Xiao Xuan were to unleash his full power, he might be strong enough to challenge a god. The emperor's knuckles turn white, but then a slow, predatory smile spreads across his face. How interesting that such a person emerged from a minor sect. He muses aloud that perhaps these sects aren't so useless after all. Perhaps Xing Yu can use this newfound power to deal with the troublesome noble families, just as planned. He dismisses the topic, ordering the advisor to continue monitoring Xing Yu at the festival. But the old man hesitates. He has one more thing to report. The emperor's patience wears thin. What is it? The advisor reveals that the third princess, Xiao Xuan, intends to represent the Hongmeng sect at the festival as his new master. The emperor's hand slams down on the table, the wood groaning under the force of his shock. What? The advisor bows low, explaining that the princess, recognizing Xiao Xuan's immense power, made the decision herself, believing he could be an asset to their plans. The emperor's face is a mask of cold fury. A charlatan, your majesty, you are making a catastrophic mistake. He seethes, unable to believe a member of the royal family would stoop to follow a commoner. He commands the advisor to keep the matter a secret until the festival is over, and he is to report anything else immediately. As the advisor walks away, a deep worry etches itself onto his face. He hopes this doesn't poison the emperor's view of Xiao Xuan, because if his majesty's pride turns him hostile, if he provokes the wrath of a man like that, the advisor is terrified of what might happen to the empire. As their airship cuts through the clouds, the capital of Qin, the city of Yulong, sprawls into view, a monument of power and prestige. At the city gate, a formidable figure waits, his presence radiating authority. This is Zhao Hongda, the great guard of the city, an 8th-level Jindan cultivator. He formally welcomes the honorable guests of the Hongmeng sect, introducing himself as the city guard, sent on behalf of Lord Wei. The crowd gathered at the gates murmurs in disbelief. General Zhao himself came to greet them. Not even the top 10 sects would receive such an honor. Someone whispers that he must mean General Wei Jiu, but is quickly silenced for his audacity. Xiao Ran, however, sees the truth instantly. It's a clever political move by the imperial family. By having General Zhao greet them under Lord Wei's name, they can meet without drawing unwanted attention. General Zhao leads them through the city. He brings them to a serene, private courtyard, a stark contrast to the bustling city. This, he announces, will be their residence during the Dao festival. As they settle in, an old butler approaches, bowing respectfully. He tells them to call for Butler Huang if they need anything. Xingyu's eyes widen in shock. An ordinary butler? No, this man is a Jindan cultivator. Xiao Ran nonchalantly taps her with his fan, telling her it's fine and she should go join the others. She protests, saying she has information to share, but he just smiles. He wants to talk, but not here, not now. He reassures her, telling her to go play with Lin Zhai. He'll call when he needs her. Lin Zhai watches them, a flicker of envy in her eyes. The teacher trusts Xingyu so much. Meanwhile, the younger disciples are already bickering over food, completely oblivious to the tension. Xingyu decides to take the two of them with her. Later, she finds Xiao Ran alone and presents him with a jade slip containing her findings. As he infuses it with his energy, the information flows into his mind. There are 3 major sects to watch. The first, the Hongmeng sect, is ancient, with hundreds of Jindan base builders and a leader just 1 step away from becoming a master. The second and third sects, Changsheng and Wanfeng, also have Union cultivators and deep roots. But what about the great families? The information on them is disturbingly thin. Only the top 3, Qin, Wang, and Lin, are known to have powerful members. The rest are a complete mystery. Xiao Ran thanks her for the intel, his mind already calculating the threats. Out on the bustling streets, the disciples are taking in the sights, but their fun is cut short when they spot a group of men cornering a woman selling a demon tiger. She stands her ground, telling them the price is 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. If they don't want it, they should stop wasting her time. Her defiance only seems to amuse the man leading them. He leans in, his voice dripping with menace. Why is the princess so afraid to move, he asks, a cruel smile spreading across his face. His eyes flash with a terrifying promise. If he isn't happy, he declares, then neither will the nation of Qin be. The envoy from the Longyan kingdom sneers, his gaze crawling over the young woman like she's already his property. He licks his lips, his voice dripping with condescending poison. Every time she's willing to follow them back, he promises, she won't just get 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, but 1,000 middle-grade ones too. As long as she obeys his young master, her father won't have to work so hard hunting. But his grip tightens on her, and the girl's pleas for help are met with a cold dismissal. He tells her not to waste her energy. After all, he boasts, no one smart would dare interfere with the affairs of the Longyan kingdom. The moment the crowd sees their sigil, they scatter like rats. But a leather whip cracks through the air, lashing out with a furious command to get his dirty hands off her. The envoy's man screams a warning, but it's too late. The whip smacks hard against the envoy's hand, forcing him to release the girl. He whirls around, his face contorted in a mask of rage and pain, demanding to know who dares to interrupt his good mood. A woman in a striking red dress stands before him, whip held ready. It was me, she declares, her voice cutting through the tension. Let go of that girl, now. The envoy's anger melts into a slimy grin as he takes in the sight of her and her two companions. 3 rare beauties. He proposes a new deal. If the 3 of them agree to come back with him as his concubines, he'll let the other girl go. The woman beside her hisses not to be impulsive. This man is an envoy from the Dragon Flame Kingdom, a power they can't afford to offend. The woman in red grits her teeth. So that's why he's so arrogant, acting like he owns the great Kin Kingdom. A friend quickly explains the brutal reality of their world. Sects, families, and countries are divided into 9 levels, and the gap between each is like the difference between heaven and earth. The Longyan Kingdom is a 6th-level power, surrounded by 5th-level countries like their own great kin. They are all vassals, forced to pay homage. Fighting with Longyan envoys wouldn't just be their problem. It could bring disaster upon their sect, and maybe even the entire dynasty. The envoy chuckles, appreciating the blonde woman's quick grasp of the situation. He gives her a thumbs up, a gesture of mocking praise, but then his expression darkens into a twisted sneer. He's changed his mind. He doesn't want concubines anymore. He wants all 3 of them to be his slaves. Otherwise, he'll report that Kin's hospitality was lacking, and they'll all be in big trouble. Just then, a calm, authoritative voice cuts in, asking just how exactly the Kin have failed in their hospitality. The 3rd princess, Ying Xingyu, has arrived with her guards. She looks around, noting that everyone seems to have been perfectly courteous. Therefore, she concludes, since the envoy was intimidating great Kin citizens on the street, he should be executed for his crimes. The envoy's face twists in disbelief, then amusement. He threatens to report her words to his emperor and see Her Majesty, the ruler of Kin, decapitated. Is he insane? He's threatening to execute a royal. The princess's hand falls to the hilt of her sword. So, she asks, the Longyan Kingdom wants to go to war with Kin. The envoy warns the 3rd princess to think very carefully about her next move, but she stands her ground, stamping her foot with finality. She makes a solemn vow. If anyone dares to do something to them today, as long as she lives, she will return the pain 1,000 times over. The envoy just laughs, taunting her. Why is the princess afraid to move? Come on, do it quickly. To prove his point, he snatches the pink-haired woman, pulling her into his grasp. The princess freezes, trapped by her own vow. Her threat is meaningless if she can't protect her people right now. The envoy's face is a mask of pure evil. If he isn't happy, he promises, then neither will Kin be. He issues his final, humiliating demand. The 3 women and the girl they tried to save will come to his house, kneel down, and act like dogs. Only then will he forget the incident. The hostage, terrified, begins to sob, begging the princess for forgiveness. The envoy roars with laughter, mocking the princess by saying this commoner has more sense than she does. But in that instant, a blur of motion erupts from his grasp. He looks down in shock, a blade now protruding from his chest. How could he have let his guard down? The pink-haired woman stands over him, her expression ice-cold. It's a simple matter, she says, to kill an animal. Her friend screams her name, warning her that she'll be hunted down by the 9 sects for this unforgivable act. But the woman is resolute. It doesn't matter, she says. She will take the blame. If they want to kill her, let them come. Suddenly, a voice thunders from above, calling her presumptuous. An immense, glowing hand of pure energy descends from the sky, aimed directly at her. The raw power is terrifying, an attack from a completely different level of existence. A voice cuts through the chaos, thick with rage. Who did this? The Shadow Guard, Deng Ziu, a 70th-level Yuan Shuang master, seethes with killing intent. He can't believe someone dared to touch his men from the Longyan Kingdom. His eyes snap upwards as a new presence enters the fray, and the Kin soldiers scream for their princess to be careful. But it's General Zhao who steps forward, his face a mask of grim determination. He growls that he'd like nothing more than to kill that bastard from Longyan with his own sword. With a sharp motion, he pops a pill into his mouth. General Zhao? His men cry out, watching in shock as his aura skyrockets from the 8th level of Jindan all the way to the 70th. He shoves a shield towards the princess, ordering her to protect herself. From the sidelines, an observer's eye widens. Is he using pills? General Zhao's body erupts in golden energy, muscles bulging as the artificial power floods his system. A desperate gamble, but will it be enough? He launches himself forward like a cannonball, roaring that if they want to touch the great kin, they have to go through him first. His fist, wreathed in flames, flies toward the shadow guard's face, but Deng Xiu meets the attack without a flinch, his own fist cloaked in a sinister purple energy. The two forces collide in a blinding explosion of light and shadow. A cruel smirk spreads across Deng Xiu's face. The general of the city of Qin, he sneers. Is that all? You aren't even worthy of our Longyan kingdom. The general's artificially enhanced power shatters. He sent flying backward, his body slamming into the ground with a deafening crash. The third princess watches the defeat with cold, analytical eyes. She knew this would happen. Relying on elixirs for a temporary boost is no match for power earned through real practice. Her subordinate asks what they should do now, but she merely scoffs at the victor. A mere nascent soul. Just then, a new voice echoes from the heavens, dripping with authority. How dare you do as you please in Qin territory? All eyes turn to see two figures descending from the sky, their presence commanding the entire battlefield. The man lands softly, his gaze locking onto the shadow guard. How dare you? He repeats, his voice low and dangerous as a wave of golden energy flares around him. The shadow guard just laughs, utterly unimpressed. A single sword strike. For him, a master of the 9 transformations of the golden body, that's easy. He mocks the attack, calling it a mere child's play. The golden sword Kai descends like a bolt of lightning. It slices through the shadow guard's defenses, as if they were made of paper. The third princess stares, her composure finally breaking. General Zhao was defeated instantly, yet her master took down this monster with a single attack. Wait, was it really that simple? A flicker of pride wars with her secret mission. She admits to herself that if not for her family's plans, she would be honored to call herself his disciple. The crowd erupts in stunned whispers. Who is he? Just one attack. One man, inspired, shouts his desire to join this master's sect. Meanwhile, the shadow guard is on his knees, clutching a bleeding wound. His mind reels in disbelief. How could someone pierce his protective body with just sword Kai? He looks up at the impossibly young man before him. A nascent soul from the Qin kingdom? How is this possible? The master and his companion look down on the defeated envoy, their expressions unreadable. The third princess rushes to his side, trying to interject, but he holds up a hand, stopping her. There's no need to say anything, he says calmly. Everything is very clear. The envoys from Longyan use their strength to bully the weak and intimidate his disciples. Now they resort to force. A cold fire burns in his eyes. If that's the case, let's do what he wants. He gathers a terrifying concentration of golden energy between his fingers. Let them die in the Qin kingdom. The threat hangs in the air, and the shadow guard explodes in a fit of rage. How dare you? How dare you disrespect me and my Longyan kingdom in front of me? He struggles to his feet, refusing to be executed so easily. A vortex of dark energy forms in his hand. As he screams, "You're crazy." The golden light from the master's fingertips streaks towards him. How dare you? The guard roars one last time, a final act of defiance against the inevitable. The light consumes him, and the envoy from the Longyan kingdom is silenced for good. The envoy scoffs that he's not even close, as his purple energy slams downward. But his attack shatters against an unseen force. A scream rips from his throat, as searing pain engulfs him. He clutches his ruined hands, agony etched on his face, as the swordsman coldly informs him that next time, it will be more than just his hands. A storm of golden blades materializes around the swordsman, each one humming with lethal intent, and the envoy's face drains of color, realizing there's no turning back now. But just as the blades are about to strike, a violent purple aura erupts from the envoy's body, shocking everyone. What is that power? He howls, not in pain, but in a terrifying surge of newfound strength. The dark energy solidifies around him, a grotesque mockery of divine power. The golden swords slam into the purple shield and simply bounce off, completely neutralized. A low, menacing laugh escapes the envoy's lips. He looks at the swordsman, his eyes glowing with malice, a twisted smile spreading across his face. He gloats that an attack like that isn't even enough to tickle him, as a massive sphere of dark energy gathers in his palm. From the sidelines, a warning cry goes out to watch out. The swordsman's eyes narrow. He can feel it. The envoy's aura has multiplied several times over, yet he remains unfazed, his own golden sword igniting with even greater intensity. He declares that this is as far as it goes, swinging his blade down in a blinding arc of light. The envoy's smug expression vanishes, replaced by pure disbelief. How is his Kai sword even stronger than before? The onlookers are paralyzed with fear. They murmur amongst themselves that this Xiao Xuan from the Hengmeng sect killed a Yunying nascent soul realm expert without any effort. It's terrifying. Why did the envoy's aura suddenly spike like that? The third princess's mind races, and she makes a swift decision. ordering all members of the Hongmeng sect to evacuate the capital immediately. She urges them to flee to another country, to avoid being caught in the center of this disaster. But her followers protest. They tell her that if they leave now, she will become the scapegoat for this entire incident, and the Qin dynasty will have to face the Longyan kingdom's wrath alone. Miss Lin steps forward, her voice firm. She was the one who killed that envoy, she says, and she is willing to stay and bear all the blame. She argues that she sacrificed her life for rectitude. If they flee now, they will be shaking the hearts of all their people. Another agrees, adding that if word of this spreads, the Qin dynasty will be known as a nation that fears death. But the princess's eyes are dark with a deeper fear. She tells them there's more to this. She's afraid there's something else the Longyan kingdom wants, something that makes allowing their envoys to die a worthy price. Is she suggesting the Longyan kingdom is deliberately provoking a conflict? The question hangs heavy in the air. The princess explains that when the envoy used that secret method, he was burning the power of his nation's destiny. She fears this was the entire purpose of their visit. It seems the Longyan kingdom has found a special way to plunder the national destiny of other nations, all for the next war. A war of nations. The horrifying implication sinks in for everyone present. Back in the crumbling courtyard, the envoy stares in disbelief. He can't comprehend it. The swordsman isn't as advanced as him, but his aura is so powerful it feels deadly. A seed of true fear takes root, and he knows he can't fight him like this. He decides to use his body refinement method to defeat him, pouring all his energy into his physical form. He activates the 9-turn golden body refinement technique. He dares the swordsman to compare their physical strength. In response, the swordsman simply holds up his hand, a brilliant flame erupting from his palm as he activates his own technique. The 5 elements of yin and yang. The Longyan kingdom's war with Kink had crippled them. And now, instead of regrouping for another fight, they were turning on their own allies. A chilling realization dawns. They aren't preparing for war. They're cannibalizing their vassal states, stripping them of their national destiny to heal their own wounds. And with the notoriously cruel Deng Zhu now dead, his father's arrival can only mean one thing. He's here to find an excuse, any excuse, to make the Qin dynasty bleed. Inside the Qin imperial palace, the air is thick with menace. The envoy from Longyan, Deng Yang, stands before the throne, his voice dripping with contempt. He announces that on top of quintupling the annual tribute, he is here by order of the crown prince to take the 3rd princess back to their kingdom. A princess as a handmaid. Is this a negotiation or a declaration of war? A Qin official explodes with indignation, but Deng Yang just scoffs. He tells the man that his status as a Longyan envoy is equal to the king of Qin himself. He leans in, his voice a low growl, asking if the official thinks he couldn't have him executed with a single word. The official freezes, choked by the sheer audacity. The king of Qin slams his fist on the armrest of his throne, his face a mask of fury. Deng Yang. He warns the envoy that while he respects his position, if he pushes any further, he shouldn't blame the king for what happens next. But Deng Yang just laughs, a harsh, grating sound that fills the hall. He says the king must be joking. This isn't a request, he snarls. It's an order from the crown prince. He tells the king to be smart and hand over the princess, or else. Just as the threat hangs in the air, a guard bursts into the throne room, his face pale with terror. Master, something terrible has happened. He screams that the 3rd princess and the Hongmeng sect killed young Master Deng Zhu in the street, along with his guard, Lu Shang. The news hits Deng Yang like a physical blow. As his son's body is carried into the hall, the envoy's face twists, his eyes glowing with an unholy red light. The king of Qin's mind races. The Hongmeng sect. He remembers why Jiu's report about a man named Zhao Xuan, a Jindan cultivator who somehow killed a Yuanying expert. Could it be him? But Deng Yang gives him no time to think. He erupts in a storm of killing intent, roaring at the king to give him an explanation, or he will personally cut the 3rd princess into pieces. A terrifying blue aura explodes from his body, a raw blast of power aimed directly at the throne. An envoy is attacking a king in his own throne room. All pretense of diplomacy is gone. The wave of energy surges forward, threatening to incinerate the king and everything around him. But then a figure steps forward. Zheng Lao, the king's protector, raises his hands, a brilliant green shield materializing to meet the attack. He roars in defiance against the damned Longyan kingdom, his power clashing with the envoys. The force of the impact shakes the very foundations of the palace. Zheng Lao grits his teeth, straining. He shouts to the king to make a decision, and fast. He can protect the monarch, but not the entire court from this madman. In the middle of this chaos, the king isn't panicking. He's calculating. He asks Mr. Zheng a sharp, focused question. If he were to face this Zhao Xuan, the one who killed a 1st-level nascent soul, could he win? Zheng Lao understands instantly. The king wants a scapegoat. He wants to pin everything on the Hongmeng sect. He tells the king not to worry. In his mind, Xiao Xuan is just a young upstart who got lucky. He declares with absolute certainty that if he finds him, he will capture him without fail. As he makes his vow, his golden defensive technique flares, meeting the full, unrestrained fury of Deng Yang's attack in a blinding explosion of power. The two envoys from Longyan exchanged a secret message, their spiritual energy crackling in the air, undetectable to most. But Xingyu steps forward, her voice a calm reassurance to the old man beside her, telling him not to worry, she will explain everything. As they enter the grand hall, a murmur spreads through the court. It's the third princess, and the question on everyone's lips is, who is that man standing beside her? The lead Longyan envoy bristles, his mind reeling from the power he just witnessed. How can someone be so strong with just a sword? He's certain he's never heard of anyone named Qin possessing this level of strength. The Emperor of Qin is just as stunned, his thoughts racing. That man, he just interrupted my private communication with Zheng Lao. But before he can process the violation, his daughter, Xingyu, falls to her knees before the throne. Father, she says, her voice ringing with false remorse, I have come to ask for your forgiveness. The Emperor's face is a mask of stone. He asks what offense she has committed. Xingyu launches into a prepared speech, confessing to crimes she was forced into. She shouldn't have intervened when the Longyan envoys were intimidating their women. She shouldn't have defended herself when they attacked. She should never have insulted the honor of the great Qin by standing up to a higher kingdom. Her voice fills the hall as she condemns herself, claiming she forgot her place and violated the laws of heaven. She begs for the ultimate punishment, death by 1,000 cuts. Is this a confession or a calculated sacrifice? Her followers can only watch in stunned silence. Qin, however, stands behind her, a faint smirk on his lips. A good move, he thinks, but the Emperor is pained, seeing through the act. Xingyu, he thinks, you're confused. His heart aches. Of all his children, she is the most brilliant, the most majestic. If she were a man, he would protect her against the world. But now his only path seems to be to expel her, to save the kingdom from Longyan's wrath. Then Zheng Lao's voice echoes in his mind, a tempting whisper of a deal. Your Majesty, if you protect Qin today, I can ensure he wins the national destiny war. The Qin Empire will not only be safe, it will surpass Longyan. Do you dare to take this gamble? But before the Emperor can even consider it, Qin scoffs, asking how he can possibly guarantee such a thing. Qin then turns his gaze to the Emperor, his voice low and dangerous. He offers a different deal. He says if the Emperor gives the order, every Longyan envoy in this room will die today. The Emperor, caught between two impossible offers, asks what his conditions are. The price is unthinkable. Renounce your position, Qin demands, and hand the throne to Xingyu. In return, the envoy problem will disappear, and the Qin Empire will prosper for all eternity. The Emperor freezes, the weight of the decision crushing him. Would Hongmeng truly risk war with the entire Longyan kingdom just for his daughter? Xingyu pleads with him, her eyes begging him to make a decision. The pressure mounts, the seconds stretching into an eternity until finally the Emperor cracks. I promise. A flicker of resolve hardens his features. Qin smiles, a predator who has cornered his prey. Don't worry, Your Majesty, he says. I will make this deal worth it. But the other Longyan envoy, completely unaware of the tectonic shift that just occurred, struts forward, demanding the king issue a decree condemning the princess immediately. He stands there arrogant and expectant, a dead man walking. With a blinding flash of golden light, Qin appears before him, his sword drawn. Who dares to condemn the third princess of Qin? He bellows, his voice shaking the very foundations of the hall. The envoy recoils, his arrogance turning to rage. How dare you act against me? He roars, I'd like to see what you're capable of. He lunges, conjuring a blade of pure blue energy, screaming for Qin to die. Qin simply raises his sword, a look of pity on his face. You're not that old, he says, so why act like a desperate old man? The air crackles with power. A blur of golden light is the only answer. The envoy's face contorts in shock. Damn it, he never stood a chance. Zheng Lao reacts instantly, throwing up a hexagonal shield to protect himself and the others from the blast. The barrier holds, but it can't save his comrade. A piercing scream echoes through the hall as the golden light skewers the arrogant envoy, his body erupting in flames. His followers can only stare in horror. His eyes go wide with disbelief. In the final moment before his life is extinguished. With a sneer, Ambassador Deng declares that since Zheng is tired of living, he'll be happy to oblige. A crystalline blue sword materializes in his hand, humming with raw, murderous energy. He thrusts it forward, promising to send Zheng on his way. But Zheng just smirks, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. So Master Deng practices martial arts even better. He raises his own hand, and a blade of pure golden light ignites from his palm. With a single, almost casual swing, He meets the incoming attack. Deng's eyes go wide in sheer disbelief. The connection, his spiritual link to his own sword, it's been severed. Zhang effortlessly catches the blue blade, examining it with a connoisseur's eye. What a powerful sword. He judges it to be at least a masterpiece on the earth level. Then, with a condescending smile, he thanks the ambassador for the generous gift, accepting it with all due respect. How is this possible? Deng's mind is shattering. His sword, the one he spent a full decade cultivating and bonding with, was just snatched from him. It's impossible. Could this man have understood the very essence of the sword so profoundly that he could remake its allegiance in a single instant? If that's true, then this isn't a man. He's a monster. From the throne, the emperor sends a frantic mental message to his advisor, demanding to know what kind of trick this is. But the old master is just as stunned. He admits this man's technique is beyond his comprehension. He can't see through it. And if they were to fight, he fears he would be no match for Zheng in the art of swordsmanship. Deng, pushed past his breaking point, unleashes his full power, summoning a storm of identical blue blades that fill the air. Zheng looks on, almost bored. As expected from the Longyan kingdom, rich and powerful, he wonders how long it would take him to find so many treasures on his own. He raises a hand, a gesture of mock gratitude. Thank you very much for the gift, ambassador. Now allow me to give you a great gift in return. With a snap of his fingers, the entire swarm of blue swords flashes, instantly converting into golden blades under his command. He just stole the entire attack. The golden storm reverses course, plunging back towards its horrified creator. Deng can only stare, his face a mask of pure terror as his own ultimate technique bears down on him. A final blood-curdling scream echoes through the hall, and then silence. Nothing is left but a single shoe on the scorched floor. The entire court is frozen, staring at the empty space where the delegation from the higher realm once stood. A man who annihilated them all, they can't believe such a great man exists in Qin. The emperor's shock gives way to cold, hard calculation. He clenches his fist, his voice dropping to a lethal whisper. Not a single word about today's events is to leave this room before the Dao festival is over. Anyone who breathes a word of this, he will kill them all. His men bow low, promising to obey. Zheng turns to the throne, his expression unreadable. I hope your majesty has not forgotten our deal. The emperor glares down, the word deal hanging in the air like a threat. He finally understands. No wonder Xingyu chose to learn from this man. A chilling resolution settles in his heart. Never, ever be enemies with him. Back at the temporary residence of the Hengmeng Sect, the doors slide open. Zheng announces their return. Two figures rush forward, relief and joy on their faces. Brother, master, they're back. Chen Baixuan presents his sister with a small, glowing object. He promised her a complete one, and now he's delivered. She can feel the raw power thrumming within it, a perfectly balanced force of yin and yang, far stronger than before. How did he do it, she asks, her voice laced with disbelief. He just smirks, dismissing it as a little trick not even worth mentioning. The Hengmeng sect master turns to his three newest disciples, his voice echoing with authority. It is time for their initiation. They bow in unison, their obedience absolute. The blindfolded girl wonders what this initiation entails. It's not a ritual, it's a direct transfer of power. A golden energy floods the room, pouring into them. The other two seem completely used to this, but for the new girl, it's a terrifying revelation. What kind of sect just gives away power like this? A warm, overwhelming force surges through her veins, shattering limitations she thought were permanent. The other disciples are already impressive, one at the 7th level of foundation building, the other at the 5th. But for her, this is a miracle. For 7 long years, she believed she would never even build a foundation. And now, in a single flash of light, she breaks through to the 3rd level, a lifetime of stagnation erased in an instant. As they absorb their new strength, a notification flashes in Chen Baixuan's mind. The system rewards his generosity tenfold, turning 5 days of transferred cultivation into 5,000 for himself. He dismisses his disciples, a new plan forming in his mind. He needs to train in seclusion to fully integrate this massive power boost. The door closes behind them, leaving him to his work. Time passes, and the day of the Dao festival arrives at Chuanwu Plaza. The grand arena buzzes with anticipation. His sister senses his approach first, a familiar and now far more potent aura. She can tell his cultivation has improved yet again. Chen Baixuan appears beside her, his power now stabilized at the 8th level of Jindan. But he notes with a grin that she hasn't been slacking either. She's reached the very peak of the Jindan realm, but their reunion is cut short as her eyes snap towards the sky. A brilliant golden light pierces through the clouds. Massive flying ships descend from the heavens, casting long, intimidating shadows over the plaza. The crowd erupts in confusion and awe. Then they see the banners. Wang, Qin, Lin. These are the flying ships of the three great noble families. Chen Baixuan's eyes narrow. Flying is strictly forbidden over the capital. This isn't just an entrance, it's a calculated insult, a brazen slap in the face to the royal family. The emperor sits on his throne, his face an unreadable mask, but the tension is suffocating. The magnificent ships glide down, their sheer presence a declaration of dominance. Figures begin to disembark, moving with an unnerving, synchronized grace. The Wang family, clad in immaculate robes, marches into the arena. The crowd murmurs, stunned by the display of power and discipline. This is the might of an aristocratic family on full display. His sister observes their ranks, noting with a grim tone that even their weakest disciple is at the 5th level of foundation building. Chen Baixuan can only agree. This is the power of generations of accumulated resources and heritage. Another group arrives, striding towards the emperor's platform without a hint of urgency. They offer a half-hearted apology for their tardiness, kneeling before the throne. The master of the Qin family speaks, his tone dripping with condescension. The master of the Wang family joins in, his arrogance even more blatant. He claims that no matter how late they are, the outcome will be the same. He then scoffs that if it weren't for the third princess's invitation, these lowly martial sects wouldn't even be worthy to share the same stage as them. Are they trying to start a war right here and now? The master of the Lin family stands with them, his silence a powerful endorsement of their contempt. The lines have been drawn. The crowd's fury erupts, calling the aristocratic families dogs who flaunt their power. They roar in defiance, questioning who gave these families the right to act like kings, to place themselves above the law. But their rebellion is cut short by a single crushing word: silence. The voice booms from the top of the grand staircase, a tidal wave of pure spiritual pressure that washes over the hall. It slams into the cultivators, forcing them to their knees. One man chokes, the sheer force of the command physically painful. Even amongst the chaos, some are left in awe, muttering that the power on display is terrifyingly impressive. Through the now parted crowd, two figures descend, their every step radiating an aura of absolute dominance. From his throne, the emperor clenches his fist, a silent signal that the games have begun. An elderly, blindfolded official steps forward to convey the emperor's decree. The Dao festival starts now. A sphere of violet energy materializes before him, pulsing with chaotic power as he explains the rules. The festival is divided into 2 rounds. All eyes are fixed on the orb as he details the first trial. Only disciples in the foundation building stage may enter the secret realm. Upon entry, they will be scattered randomly, and any mortal injury will result in immediate expulsion. For 7 days, they will hunt for treasures. At the end, the points will be tallied, and only the top 10 factions will advance to the next round. But a disciple from the Hongmeng sect sees the flaw immediately. The great families and top sects are each sending 100 disciples, while they can only send 5. They are at a crippling disadvantage, yet her senior remains unfazed. Don't worry, a man beside her states with unshakable confidence, our disciples are the best. He claims just one of them is as good as 20 of anyone else's. Is that genuine faith, or a fatal miscalculation? A massive portal of swirling blue energy activates, and a viewing screen materializes above the throne room, allowing the powerful to watch the hunt unfold like a spectator sport. The man smirks, certain his disciples won't disappoint him. Inside the secret realm, streaks of light cut across the verdant landscape as the disciples arrive. They land in a dense forest, the air thick with untamed spiritual energy. One of Xiao Jiu's disciples immediately poses the crucial question: do they act together or separate to cover more ground? But before they can decide, the pink-haired disciple gasps, her eyes glued to a map. I found it. She points excitedly, explaining a powerful surge of spiritual energy is coming from that direction, a sign of a high-level treasure. But the blonde disciple sees something else entirely, noting the terrain is perfect for an ambush. The pink-haired disciple grins, laying out a ruthless strategy. With only 5 of them, searching for treasures is a fool's errand. They can't compete with hundreds of others. So she proposes, why don't they let the other teams do the hard work? They'll find a prime location, set a trap, and simply rob whoever comes to claim the prize. The others stare in disbelief. Ambush, rob. The moral line they're about to cross is staggering. One of them asks if 5 of them can truly overcome the other forces. In response, the blonde disciple simply holds up her hand, revealing an arsenal of high-level magic weapons and recovery elixirs, enough for a single person to fight an entire army. A wicked smile spreads across the pink-haired disciple's face. The initial shock among the others quickly melts away, replaced by greedy excitement. They clamor over the powerful weapons, though one still worries that people will think they are a sect of thieves. But all doubt is erased with a single reminder. Think how happy the leader will be if we win first place. That's all it takes. With their new nefarious goal set, they head out. They journey through the treacherous mountains, seeking the perfect hunting ground. Finally, they arrive at a narrow, shadowy canyon. Their bait is already in place. A group of cultivators from another sect stares in awe at a radiant, golden Tianjin flower, a first-grade treasure just waiting to be plucked. One of them, a disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect, boasts that this single flower will secure their place in the top 10. His companion wonders why such a prize has been left untouched for a whole day, speculating that a powerful beast must be guarding it. The first disciple scoffs, declaring that for the mighty Heavenly Sword sect, such a beast is no obstacle. But from the shadows of the nearby bushes, Xiao Ju's disciple watches them, a predatory grin spreading across her face. Someone else fell for it, she thinks. The trap is set, the prey has arrived, and her eyes gleam with the thrill of the coming slaughter. The man swallows hard, a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple as the woman asks if he's ready. Before he can answer, a blinding light erupts from his chest, a sunburst of pure energy that vaporizes the very air around him. His ally, the one with the demonic horns, raises a glowing orb, laughing that his lighting artifact is as bright as daylight. But then a flicker of doubt crosses his mind. Could this be a trick? The light suddenly intensifies, a searing, painful glare that consumes his vision. Just as his eyes are overwhelmed, two figures complete a hand sign, and he hears the chilling words, "Immobilization formation, activate." His feet feel like they are encased in lead. Blue, glowing sigils wrap around his legs, locking him and his comrades in place. Panic sets in as he realizes he can't move an inch. The pink-haired woman smirks, her hand swiping through the air to summon a colossal sword of pure spiritual energy. Not to be outdone, the blonde woman declares she's joining the fun. Green light flares from her palms as she manifests a barrage of energy crossbows, all aimed directly at the trapped men. A volley of glowing green bolts screams through the air, a storm of destruction descending upon the helpless cultivators. Their screams are cut short as the bolts pierce through their defenses and their bodies, a brutal and efficient slaughter. The blonde woman claps her hands together, a job well done. She and her pink-haired friend share a triumphant laugh, their teamwork flawless. One of the surviving enemies can only stare, a cold dread washing over him. From now on, he vows, they must never, ever offend those two. Yigu and his companion watch from a distance, letting the others finish them off and collect the spoils of war. Was this an ambush or an execution? With their enemies eliminated, they rise into the air, their part in this battle complete. Outside the arena, the crowd erupts as they see the Primal Chaos Sect disciples emerge. The Heavenly Sword Sect has been eliminated. The audience can't believe the despicable, shameless tactics they're witnessing. The Emperor watches from his throne as his advisor approaches. How many points, he asks, does the Primal Chaos Sect have now? His advisor reports that the Heavenly Sword Sect was the 8th group they've ambushed. Their points have now doubled, surpassing even the Qin family, who sit in 2nd place. The Emperor's gaze sharpens, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. This Primal Chaos Sect, he murmurs, is quite interesting. Elsewhere, the leaders of the other great sects watch with disdain. One woman turns to the head of the Primal Chaos Sect, questioning what on earth he's been teaching his disciples. He just smirks, feigning ignorance. Another leader scoffs, saying it doesn't matter what tricks a low-level sect uses. In the second round, he sneers they'll still die. But then another portal rips open in the sky. Someone else has been eliminated. The crowd gasps, it's someone from the Lin family. A torrent of bodies spills out of the portal, the entire Lin family contingent defeated in the first round. What kind of force could do something like this? The crowd spots the crossbows still stuck in their armor. They're the same as before. The Primal Chaos Sect eliminated the Lin family. Laughter spreads through the stands as the one surrogate family is brought low by an unknown sect. The Lin family elders watch in utter disbelief, their faces a mask of disgrace and fury. The patriarch's knuckles are white, his expression murderous. An inferno of spiritual pressure erupts from the patriarch's body, his rage barely contained. He vanishes in a blur of motion, his fury propelling him forward. In the next instant, he's kneeling before the Emperor's throne, his voice shaking with indignation. "Your Majesty," he cries, "the Primal Chaos Sect's actions are insidious and unbecoming of a noble sect." He demands that the Primal Chaos Sect be disqualified immediately for their treachery. But before the Emperor can respond, Yigu's fiery companion shouts from the stands, calling the patriarch a full-of-it old bastard. She yells that the Lin family had 100 disciples while they only had 5, so how is it bullying to use their wits to win? Another observer muses that the Lin family's young masters should have had protective artifacts to detect an ambush. How could they have fallen for such a simple trap? The Emperor remains silent, his expression unreadable as he weighs the accusation. His advisor leans in and whispers something in his ear. The Emperor's eyes widen slightly, What did his advisor tell him? Suddenly, the emperor throws his head back and roars with laughter, the sound echoing through the stunned arena. Since the head of the Lin family thinks the methods were improper, he announces, then they should simply ask the Lin family members themselves what happened. All eyes turn to the defeated disciples, who begin to tremble under the weight of the imperial gaze. The Lin patriarch shoots them a look that promises death, and the young men freeze, the words catching in their throats. The emperor's advisor steps forward, his voice cold. The emperor is asking you a question, he presses. Hurry up and tell him the truth. What are they so afraid to admit? A flashback hits the disciple. He sees the pink-haired woman, not as a cultivator, but as a demon surrounded by a vortex of 1,000 swirling blades. He can only stammer out one thought as the memory overwhelms him. She's a monster. A blinding flash of energy erupts from the grand hall, and the crowd outside gasps in shock. Inside, a disciple from the Lin family scrambles to his feet, his voice trembling as he recounts the disaster. He explains they were in a canyon, trying to ambush some strays to steal the heavenly silk flower. But their targets, a mere 5 people, were impossibly strong. He chokes on his words, his mind fixated on one of them in particular, a woman who controlled a swarm of swords. He stammers that she was a monster, an absolute monster, a memory of overwhelming power seared into his mind. The head of the Lin family listens, his face a mask of thunderous rage. He can't believe his own disciples, from a great family, were outmatched so easily, all while trying to cause trouble for the primal chaos sect. Laughter rings out from a rival clan leader, mocking the Lin family's arrogance. He sneers at their disgrace, being routed by a tiny sect of 5. Another clan head joins in, smirking at old Lin's furious, humiliated expression, clearly savoring his rival's pain. But his amusement is cut short as another teleportation portal rips open in the middle of the hall. Someone else is out. The crowd recognizes the technique immediately, the swirling energy, the phantom swords. It's the primal chaos sect again. But this time, it's the disciples of the Qin family who stumble out, defeated. The head of the Lin family bursts into laughter, turning the tables. He taunts Brother Qin, telling him not to celebrate too early. The Qin family head can only grit his teeth, spitting that his disciples are a bunch of useless trash. His fury boils over, and he slams his fist down with earth-shattering force. The floor cracks and splinters under the impact of his rage. His own men are thrown back by the shockwave of his anger. He lunges forward, grabbing one of the defeated disciples by the collar, demanding an explanation for their failure. The disciple sobs that they tried their best. They saw the Lin family fighting the primal chaos sect and thought they could swoop in and steal the heavenly silk flower amidst the chaos. But they walked right into a trap. The primal chaos sect had anticipated their greed, and the ambush was a slaughter. He breaks down completely, the memory of the massacre too much to bear. Disgusted, the Qin head shoves him away, screaming that they're useless. Across the hall, the Wang family head watches with a confident smirk, certain that the championship now belongs to his family. His confidence shatters as a dozen more portals explode into existence. The crowd shouts in disbelief. It's the Wang family being ejected, and the Eternal Life Sect too. Beams of purple light rain down, spitting out defeated disciples from multiple sects at once. Chaos erupts as the newly eliminated disciples immediately start brawling, blaming each other for their defeat, while their masters scream for them to stop. One master cracks his student across the head, who complains that at least he dodged fast. Another disciple looks around, utterly bewildered, asking if they've been eliminated. His master roars at the fool for not even realizing he'd lost. The illusory void sect, the 10,000 Peaks sect, they're all out. A horrifying realization dawns on the faces of the defeated. If every major sect has been eliminated, then who is left? Only one remains. Standing tall and unbothered are the disciples of the primal chaos sect. As if on cue, a final portal opens and they emerge looking slightly confused. One asks why they're out now, another wonders aloud if they won. They stand as the undisputed victors, leaving a hall full of enraged and humiliated sect masters in their wake. The one Fang sect master hangs his head in defeat as his disciples apologize for their loss. He tells them it's all right, that they did their best. Nearby, another elder reports their own sect's failure. The primal chaos sect master approaches his disciples, not with praise but with a question. He asks how so many people were eliminated at once, and if any of them were injured. Little naive one steps forward to report. After they dealt with the Qin family, she explains, they were immediately surrounded by the disciples of the Wang family. She made a tactical decision, telling the others to retreat while she stayed behind as a decoy. The young master of the Wang family challenged her to a one-on-one duel, but after she lost, he went back on his word, ordering his men to swarm her. What he didn't know was that she had already set up the 7-star Juxian sword formation. But wait, she played them all? She then reveals she'd spotted the Eternal Life Sect hiding in a corner, waiting to pick off the winner. So, instead of attacking the Wang family, she turned her formation on the hidden opportunists. The Eternal Life Sect, thinking the Wang family had launched a sneak attack, immediately started fighting back. In the ensuing chaos, little naive one simply slipped away and hid. Just as the battle raged, the Wan Fang and Texu sects arrived. Seeing all her targets conveniently gathered in one place, she unleashed a second, even larger sword formation to wipe them all out at once. Her master beams with pride, praising her clever use of resources and calling her his good disciple. His expression then hardens, his eyes sweeping across the entire hall. He declares that when it comes to the art of the sword, no one is allowed to act wild in his presence. A terrifying wave of golden sword intent erupts from his body, a silent, suffocating warning to every other master in the room. The elder sees, calling them a bunch of good-for-nothings, but another voice cuts through the anger. Bu Jelling warns them that the Hengmeng sect is not as simple as they appear. From the shadows, a figure laughs, finding the sour expressions on the faces of the three great families utterly refreshing. The announcer steps forward, his voice booming across the arena, ready to declare the winner of the first round. He proclaims the Hengmeng sect as the deserving champions, and a quiet smile plays on Zhao Xuan's lips. He continues, explaining that since Hengmeng was the only sect to win, all other eliminated forces will be ranked according to their points. The real battle begins tomorrow. The top 10 sects will each send 3 of their strongest members into a brutal melee, a fight to the death until only one sect is left standing. But one of the rival elders can't stomach their arrogance. He channels his power, declaring he'll teach this upstart a lesson right now, unleashing a wave of pure sword energy. Zhao Xuan watches the attack approach, utterly unimpressed. If they're talking about swordsmanship, then he'll show them the real thing. Golden light erupts from his palm as he unleashes sword heart illumination. He states coldly that no one dares to act recklessly in his presence, as the golden energy neutralizes the incoming attack. The elder's technique is scattered like dust in the wind, his face a mask of pure shock. Damn it, he thinks, what was that power? From the stands, another master watches, his eyes wide. His mind is racing. That move, it represents the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship. How could someone in the great Qin Empire have already comprehended sword heart illumination? His disciples ask him what happened, but all he can say is that a true dark horse has just appeared in their midst. It seems this year's 10,000 Dao Grand Assembly is going to be far more interesting than anyone could have predicted. Miles away in the emperor's study, a minister reports that the capital is secure. All noble mansions are surrounded, a barrier is active, and Elder Zhang is watching from outside with a Hayashan mirror, ready for anything. The minister says that all His Majesty needs to do is wait for Sect Master Zhao to crush the noble families tomorrow and secure their victory. But he can't hold his tongue, cautiously asking if the emperor truly intends to pass the throne to the third princess. The emperor's gaze is hard as steel. He acknowledges Zhao Xuan's power but reveals his true plan. If Zhao Xuan can suppress the families and let Xingyu ascend, fine. If not, they must be prepared for the worst. He orders the minister to have Elder Zhang ready for any outcome. After praising the emperor's wisdom, the minister reports one more thing. Elder Zhang's mirror has detected a mysterious, powerful individual approaching the capital. The emperor's brow furrows, a mysterious strong person, but he quickly dismisses it. He's tired, and with the city's barrier and Elder Zhang on watch, he doubts anyone could force their way in. The minister can only bow in silent obedience. Outside the city, a lone figure cloaked in red energy stands before the very barrier the emperor was so confident in. He smirks, recognizing the seal of the great Qin royal barrier. It's just as he remembered. This is Yi Fan, and for him, the memories of his past life are the ultimate cheat code. With a simple hand sign, the impenetrable barrier warps and opens a path just for him. It's been a long time, he muses. Great Qin, he declares silently as he steps through. I, Yi Fan, am back. He remembers it all. In his past life, his unique spiritual body allowed him to bypass the rules of any secret realm, letting him plunder them at will. His cultivation soared, and he won the favor of countless noble ladies, even the great Qin Empress herself, Ying Xingyu, a woman blessed by the nation's fortune. But just as he was about to achieve his ultimate goal and become the immortal emperor, he discovered a fatal flaw in his path. He realized too late that cultivating a single Dao was a dead end. He had exhausted his lifespan and died, filled with nothing but bitter regret. But heaven gave him a second chance. He was reborn, and this time he vows he will become the immortal emperor. A cruel smile spreads across his face. He's back 5 years earlier this time, with far more power and national fortune ripe for the taking. And if he can capture Xingyu's heart along the way, that would be even better. The scene snaps back to the arena, where a new battle is already underway. A fighter desperately asks Elder Xiao to enlighten him, but he's met with a blinding flash of golden lightning and overwhelming force. The result is instant, eliminated. The second round has begun, and the culling is swift and merciless. The final battle of the 10,000 Dao Grand Assembly begins, with the title of National Sect on the line. The great powers of the realm have gathered. The imperious Qin, Lin, and Wang family patriarchs stand ready, their ambition a palpable force in the air. Opposite them are the major sects, Changsheng, Wanfeng, and the Stoic Taixu monks. And then there's the Hengmeng sect, standing apart, an island of calm in a sea of hungry sharks. The combatants take their places on a massive platform suspended over a churning pit of lava. The heat, a constant reminder of the stakes. A blonde-haired man watches from the stands, a smirk playing on his lips. He muses that at this point in time, Xingyu hasn't become empress yet. He drools at the thought of the young, inexperienced girl on the throne. A twisted plan forms in his mind. If he appears as a hero to rescue a damsel in distress, he could cultivate a relationship with her for 5 years, just as he planned. The elder's voice booms, signaling the start of the battle, and in an instant, the arena explodes into motion. The three great families and the Changsheng sect don't hesitate for a second. They surge forward as one, their target clear. The Hengmeng sect. The crowd roars, a spectator shouting that it serves them right for being so arrogant yesterday. While the chaos unfolds, the leaders of the Taixu and Wanfeng sects remain still. The monk from Taixu asks Taoist Lai why he isn't making a move, noting that sitting back and reaping the benefits doesn't seem like his style. Lai retorts, asking if the monk isn't doing the exact same thing. The monk just laughs, changing the subject by mocking Lai for being stuck at the second stage of Yuan Ying for years. The jab hits its mark. Lai admits he's been cultivating his sword manual with all his heart, but he's stuck at the hurdle of understanding the sword. He confesses that when he first comprehended the heavenly tier sword intent, he thought he was a genius. But after years without progress, he's realized that human ability is ultimately limited. The frustration is etched onto his face. The monk's eyes gleam with cunning. He asks if what Lai needs is a master to guide him. He reminds Lai of Xiao Xuan's move from yesterday, planting a seed of an idea. If Lai could force Xiao Xuan to reveal the secrets of his sword Dao, it would be of great benefit. Is he trying to help or just using him? The monk claims his sect has no obsession with becoming the national sect. Then with a chilling smile, he says for the sake of their friendship, he'll test him out for Lai. He lunges forward, a blur of motion aimed directly at Lai. Wait, a blinding flash of golden light erupts from a different part of the arena, drawing everyone's attention. Both Lai and the monk freeze, their expressions turning to utter shock. What was that? On the arena floor, the members of the great families are strewn about like broken dolls. One clutches his leg, his sword shattered beside him. Xiao Xuan stands over a fallen opponent, his foot pressing down on the man's back. He coolly states that if this is all they've got, he's afraid the Hengmeng sect is going to lose first place again today. He just took them all out by himself. His senior sisters watch on, one remarking that her junior brother is still so fond of causing trouble. The crowd is stunned into silence, one man asking in disbelief if he really took out almost all their high-ranking members alone. Another confirms it. It wasn't an illusion, and it happened almost instantly. Just like that, the Changsheng sect, the Wang family, and the Lin family have all lost their eligibility to compete. The blonde man's smirk is gone, replaced by a look of confusion. He thinks to himself that this is strange. He has no memory of the Hengmeng sect in his past life. The Qin family patriarch's face contorts with rage. He roars, unleashing his family's unique body-refining technique. Blue lightning crackles around his arm, forming a vicious claw. He screams for Elder Xiao to enlighten him with his Thunder Beast seal. He charges, his electrified fist aimed straight for Xiao Xuan's face. Xiao Xuan doesn't even flinch, body refining. He smirks, mentioning the Kaiyang 5 Elements body refining manual, and says he just happens to have dabbled in it himself. He was looking for someone to spar with. Meanwhile, the monk's surprise attack on Taoist Lai proves utterly futile. He admits Lai's swordsmanship still lacks a bit of heat, because his attack couldn't even penetrate Lai's protective Kai. The monk's expression darkens, his friendly facade melting away. He clenches his fist, a dangerous glint in his eye. In that case, he won't be holding back anymore. With a glint in his eye, Xiao Xuan declared he had also dabbled in the Kaiyang 5 Elements body refining manual, and he'd like to spar. Without waiting for an answer, he explodes forward, a golden comet of pure physical power. The Qin patriarch recoils, his own blue energy flaring to meet the assault, but his face is a mask of disbelief. He can't comprehend the terrifying pressure rolling off this young upstart. Xiao Xuan's voice cuts through the air, cold and dismissive. Get out of the way. He doesn't just push the patriarch back. He slams him into the ground with contemptuous ease. Your physical strength, he scoffs, isn't even as good as someone I met before. The ground shatters as the patriarch is driven into the stone like a nail. The crowd is stunned into silence. The patriarch of the great Qin family was just defeated by a junior. The monk Chongling turns to the swordsman Lai Jianfeng, asking what they plan to do now. Lai Jianfeng's gaze is fixed on Xiao Xuan, his expression heavy. He admits he's been stuck at the Sword Heart realm for far too long. Then, in a move that shocks everyone, he approaches Xiao Xuan and bows his head, formally asking for guidance. A wave of murmurs ripples through the arena. The Sect master of Hongwang, the legendary sword god, is asking a junior for advice on Sword Heart enlightenment. Xiao Xuan smirks. All right, he says, I'll give you two choices. One, become my disciple. The onlookers erupt in outrage. Lai Jianfeng is the immortal slaying sword god of the great Qin. To ask him to become a disciple is the ultimate insult. His second choice, beat Taoist Chongling black and blue. Taoist Chongling's face twitches in annoyance. This is an impossible situation. Even the woman beside Xiao Xuan seems amused, remarking that his talent for pranks is as strong as ever. But Lai Jianfeng's resolve hardens. He declares that as long as Xiao Xuan is skilled enough to teach him, he doesn't mind becoming a disciple. Xiao Xuan clarifies the test, a fight against Chongling. He notes that while he's only one realm below the monk for a sword cultivator without the sword heart, that gap is an impassable chasm. Lai Jianfeng understands immediately. This isn't a prank, it's a brutal lesson. He turns to the monk and apologizes. Then his immortal slaying swords materialize around him, a halo of golden blades hungry for battle. He looks at Chongling with grim determination, admitting he shot himself in the foot by asking for help. He asks the Taoist to please begin. One of Xiao Xuan's disciples recognizes the technique, whispering that it resembles her master's soft finger sword. Xiao Xuan's interest is piqued. The system has mentioned that name before. There must be more to it. As he muses, the duel erupts. Swords fly like hornets, but Taoist Chongling calmly deflects them with swirling vortexes of protective Kai. The crowd is electrified. The strongest cultivator against the strongest sword master. Who will prevail? Chongling forms a demon-subduing seal, a massive crystalline barrier that halts the storm of blades. He mocks Lai Jianfeng, stating his swordsmanship is lacking, unable to even scratch his protective Kai. But then, a single blade slips through a crack in the defense, drawing a thin line of blood on the monk's cheek. Chongling's smile vanishes. Then I won't be polite, he growls. He stomps the ground, unleashing a shockwave of raw power. Lai Jianfeng is thrown backwards, his sword formation shattered. Xiao Xuan watches, a slight smile on his face. This Taoist Chongling is interesting. Lai Jianfeng lands defeated. He concedes the battle, admitting that without Sword Heart enlightenment, he stood no chance against such an accomplished cultivator. Xiao Xuan steps forward, addressing the fallen swordsman. I can't help you with this anymore, he says calmly, but since I'm taking you as my disciple, then it's only right for me, as the master, to fight on your behalf. Golden energy crackles to life around his body. Wait, was this the plan all along? To force a confrontation with Chongling? Xiao Xuan grins, a feral excitement in his eyes. He hadn't had a proper chance to test his body-tempering methods until now. Thanking the Taoist for the guidance, he prepares to meet Chongling's next attack. The two powerhouses clash in a blinding explosion of energy. The sword immortal god stares, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes, questioning if Xiao Chen is serious about giving him first choice. But Xiao Chen's grip on his arm is unyielding, his smile unwavering as he asks why he hasn't changed his mind yet. A jolt of realization hits the sword immortal god. His face drains of color, and in a move that stuns everyone, he drops to his knees, bowing deeply. He cries out, Master is above, please accept your disciple's bow. Before the shock can even settle, the Chongling Taoist steps forward, his voice booming. He says since Brother Xiao has such an elegant interest, this old Taoist will accompany him. He doesn't wait for an answer. Blue energy explodes from his stance as he lunges, his attack a blur of motion. The resulting clash of power is blinding, a maelstrom of light and force that sends shockwaves through the hall. The spectators shield their eyes, screaming in awe. This is it, a true top-level duel between masters of the great Qin. The newly humbled sword immortal god watches intently, recognizing the strategy. He explains to those nearby that this is a battle of Tao heart clarity, the ability to perceive an opponent's attack not with the eyes, but with the spirit. In battles of this caliber, That sixth sense is what separates the living from the dead. But even he is taken aback, admitting he never expected Brother Zio's physical strength to be so extraordinary. The Changeling Taoist feels it too. His attack was met with raw, unyielding power. He summons a ring of glowing seals, a barrier that crackles with energy. He must break through this barrier quickly, he thinks, noting that his subduing demon seal can also strengthen his physical body. With a roar, he unleashes the same devastating move again, pouring even more power into it. But Zio Chen just grins, a look of pure exhilaration on his face. He welcomes the attack, calling it refreshing, a chance to finally test his body refinement to its limits. The Taoist's eyes widen in shock. How is this possible? Zio Chen just took his full-strength attack without even flinching. Refusing to be outdone, the Taoist weaves a new technique, a spiraling chain of energy orbs that hums with immense power. He warns Zio Chen that this move cannot be blocked head-on. Zio Chen responds by erupting in a pillar of golden protective Kai, but the Taoist's attack smashes through it like glass. What? His protective Kai is gone in an instant. The crowd gasps. Lai Jianfeng's technique was both offense and defense, yet Zio Xuan shattered it with a single punch. Zio Chen raises two fingers, a blinding golden light gathering at their tip. He looks down at the stunned Taoist and speaks with chilling finality. If he has no other means, then this ends now. A colossal beam of energy erupts, slamming into the Taoist and tearing through the very foundations of the hall. The golden spear of light carves a massive trench across the floor, a testament to its terrifying power. The blast finally subsides, leaving a smoking crater where the Taoist once stood. Silence, then a wave of disbelief washes over the crowd. The strongest cultivator, the Changeling Taoist, has actually lost. Even the emperor high on his throne is speechless. Against all odds, Zio Xuan won. His retainers are just as stunned, murmuring that for someone so young to have such attainment, he must be a heaven-sent genius. The sword immortal god analyzes the outcome with a grim expression. The Taoist's strength was not inferior, but his Tao heart clarity and his reactions were a step behind Zio Chen's. From the rubble, a groan is heard. The Changeling Taoist stumbles to his feet, bruised and beaten, and formally concedes. In this battle, it is he who has lost. The young man with blonde hair watches, his mind reeling. Changeling Taoist, the sword immortal god, these were legendary figures in his past life. But this Zio Xuan, why has he never heard that name before? Who is this man who just shattered the future he thought he knew? Zio Chen simply accepts the victory with a slight nod. As the defeated Taoist walks away, lamenting his age, Zio Chen turns to his new disciple. He places a hand on the sword immortal god's shoulder, a confident smirk on his face. Don't worry, he says, I will handle everything today. A terrifying aura flares to life around him, manifesting as an army of golden swords that fill the air. He makes a promise, a threat to the entire court. Anyone who questions him, he will set straight. Anyone who disagrees, he will beat into submission. His power radiates outwards, an absolute declaration of dominance that silences every soul in the room. With the arena cleared, the Empress Dowager's voice cuts through the silence, demanding the emperor recognize the Hongmeng sect as the #1 sect in Dakin. The emperor's face remains a mask, but his mind is racing. He sees the boy's terrifying strength not as a threat, but as the perfect tool. With a monster like that backing his daughter, Xingyu's claim to the throne would be unshakable. A booming laugh erupts from the throne. Good, he proclaims, my Dakin truly has an abundance of talent. He rises, his voice echoing across the land. From today onwards, the Hongmeng sect is the state sect of my Dakin. The declaration hangs in the air, a seismic shift in the empire's balance of power. Does anyone have any objections, he asks, a challenge disguised as a question. The ministers bow low, their voices united in praise. Your Majesty is wise, they chant, but their faces tell a different story. Behind forced smiles and clenched jaws, fury simmers. They've been outmaneuvered, forced to accept a new power they cannot control. But what poison are they hiding behind those loyal words? The Emperor, however, isn't finished. He has one more announcement. Since everyone is well aware that Xingyu's name is engraved on the imperial steel, the minister's blood runs cold. They know what's coming. The court erupts. He's going to abdicate, and the successor is the third princess. Absolutely not, they roar, their carefully constructed obedience shattering in an instant. Xingyu watches them, a flicker of something cold and calculating in her eyes. She expected this. She welcomed it. Her expression is pure steel. So she thinks the rats have finally scurried out of their holes. A minister steps forward, his voice dripping with false reverence. Your Majesty, throughout the entire history of Dakin, there has never been a female emperor. Another joins him, pointing an accusing finger. Moreover, the third princess's cultivation is low. How can she possibly lead Dakin against its enemies? The insult stings. Xingyu's face darkens with frustration. To be judged by her current weakness, a pale shadow of the power she once wielded, it's a bitter pill to swallow. Watching from the side, Xiao Yan sees her predicament. She's being boxed in, her path to the throne obstructed by these old fools. A wicked grin spreads across his face. A thought forms, tempting and dangerous. If he were to step in and crush these ministers for her. He's a disciple of the new state Sect's master, after all. It would be perfectly legitimate for him to, but before he can move, a voice stops him. Don't worry, disciple. Xiao Xuan's voice is calm, but it carries an authority that silences the entire court. I'll handle this. Golden light explodes from his body. He declares that whoever has questions, he will deal with them personally. Whoever disagrees, he will beat into submission. An army of shimmering golden swords materializes behind him, a promise of absolute annihilation for any who dare to object. The ministers stare in horror. The third princess has taken Xiao Xuan as her master. The connection clicks into place, and the reality of their situation crashes down on them. Xiao Xuan gently pats Xingyu's head. Go, he says softly, take back what is rightfully yours. Bolstered by his power, she steps forward. All right, she says, her voice ringing with newfound confidence. Since everyone acknowledges the Hengmeng sect as the state sect, then as a member, why can't I succeed the throne? Her gaze sharpens, locking onto the two leading ministers. She points, her accusation a thunderclap in the silent hall. Or is it because your two families have secretly colluded with the first and second princes? Is that why you must oppose me today? The ministers recoil as if struck, sweat beading on their foreheads. She knows. How could she possibly know? The old minister scrambles for a defense, shouting that the Empress Dowager might have ulterior motives. He deflects, trying to paint them as the villains. But Xingyu is done playing games. You all, she sees, her patience finally gone. All right, the Emperor's voice cuts through the chaos, since you cannot agree. He sits back on his throne, his face grim. Then let the Dakin Imperial Steel make the choice. As he speaks, the very ground begins to tremble, and pillars of golden light erupt from the earth. A massive, ancient power awakens. It's the great Qin Imperial Monument, the ultimate arbiter of succession, rising to pass its final judgment. But the Empress Dowager is having none of it. You dare stand in the way of my grand endeavor, she shrieks, her face contorted with rage. You're merely daydreaming. A monstrous, dark energy explodes from her body. She's done with politics and ancient relics. An armored phantom lunges forward, a manifestation of pure, unadulterated power, ready to seize the throne by force. The white-haired official's eyes shot open with dawning horror. It all made sense. The royal tablet wasn't just a monument. It was a spiritual artifact that could dictate the kingdom's fortune. This entire war, this grand victory celebration, it was all a perfectly executed stage to force the third princess's ascension to the throne. Xingyu climbed the final steps, her entire being focused on the glowing monolith. This was her destiny. Today, she would carve her name into the very soul of the kingdom. Her hand, wreathed in golden energy, reached for the ancient stone. A swirling vortex ignited on the tablet's surface, a gateway to power. But as she moved to enter, a flicker of movement behind her gave her pause. A brutal shove sent her staggering sideways. She spun around to see Xiao Xuan, a venomous smirk twisting his features as he lunged past her, straight for the portal. The official could only watch, paralyzed. Xiao Xuan had made his move. From the shadows, a cloaked figure cursed under his breath. Xiao Xuan had stolen the limelight, but it was a foolish move. Only royal descendants could enter that space. Still, he had to act. He unleashed a blast of energy, yelling for Xingyu that he would help her. The blue light shot into the vortex right behind them. Xingyu found herself standing in a vast, silent hall. Where was this? A colossal armored statue loomed over her, its presence utterly suffocating. This was a hidden dimension within the royal tablet itself. Suddenly, the statue's stone eyes ignited with crimson light. You, the voice was the grinding of mountains. Xingyu gasped, stumbling back as the ancient guardian stirred. It roared, the sound shaking the very foundations of the space. Who dares covet the supreme position and offend the Emperor's majesty? You are deserving of 10,000 deaths, a trial, or an executioner. Her fear quickly gave way to dawning recognition. This wasn't just any guardian. It was the founding general, the legendary protector of the great Qin. His spear slammed down, cracking the marble floor at her feet. Considering you are of the bloodline, he growled, a final warning in his voice. I will give you one last chance. Leave this place immediately, or I will not spare you. The sheer pressure was immense, but Xingyu's shock was rapidly hardening into pure rage. Her father had never mentioned a trial. Was this ancient spirit trying to stop her simply because she was a woman? Why, she seethed, flames of defiance burning in her eyes. Why can't I be the emperor? It was she who forged the alliances, she who traveled the immortal sects and rallied the forces to her side. My succession is the will of heaven, she screamed, lunging forward with her blade. What right does a mere remnant soul have to question me? Her attack connected with a deafening clang. Insolent, the general bellowed, his entire form erupting in a storm of crackling blue energy. You are truly bold. Since you refuse to back down, I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. He swung his massive polearm, a blur of motion and overwhelming power. Xingyu met the blow head-on, her own golden aura flaring to life. The impact was cataclysmic, sending shockwaves tearing through the chamber as their energies violently clashed. And in that moment, a third player entered the stage. Xiao Xuan stepped through the portal, a confident grin spreading across his face. So this is the royal tablet space. He glanced at Xingyu, locked in a desperate struggle. It seems she's in a tough battle. Time for me to make my move. He watched for another second, his eyes gleaming with cold calculation. A ball of spiritual fire ignited in his palm, and the general immediately sensed the new, potent threat. The Guardian's attention was split, its glowing red eyes locking onto the brazen intruder. But what is he planning now? Xiao Xuan seized the opening, launching himself forward, his flaming fist aimed directly at the ancient warrior's core. The armored Guardian recoils as the tiny blade slices through the air. But Star Moon is the one who's truly stunned. Her supple finger sword just flew out of her hand on its own. She wonders if the sword spirit sensed danger, acting to protect her without a command. The blade slams into the Guardian's chest, not with the clang of metal on metal, but with the sickening crunch of something shattering from within. The Guardian stares down at its chest, utterly bewildered as cracks spread across its armor. Star Moon's eyes widen in realization. Her master was right. This path, this power, would make her the leader she was destined to be. But the Guardian isn't finished. It lunges for her, only for a figure to blaze into existence between them. He lands with a fiery shockwave, declaring that if the Guardian wants to touch Star Moon, it'll have to go through him first. The newcomer stands his ground, flames licking at his sleeves, a defiant smirk on his face. The Guardian halts, its glowing red eyes fixed on the man's aura. It recognizes the power instantly, spiritual fire. The man unleashes a torrent of flame that collides with the Guardian's dark energy. A wave of panic washes over the ancient protector. It realizes this flame isn't normal. It can burn away its primordial spirit. This is a fight it cannot take head-on. The young man's grin widens. He tells the Guardian it knows its stuff, and now it's time for a personal demonstration of his power. The Guardian finally understands. No wonder this man has no royal blood but could enter the steel space. He possesses a spiritual body. But just as he prepares to strike, the ground beneath him erupts. The Guardian reveals its trump card, Broken Void Spirit Soil. It sneers that it has guarded this place for a long time, and it was prepared for those with spiritual bodies. It scoffs at his naivety, thinking it wouldn't have a way to deal with his kind after 1,000 years on duty. With the newcomer trapped, Star Moon acts. She commands her supple finger sword to go. The blade ignites with a golden aura, growing to the size of a greatsword as it hurtles toward the distracted Guardian. The Guardian turns, enraged that a mere small sword would dare to challenge it. It raises an arm to block, but the blade doesn't slow, piercing straight through its gauntlet and into its chest. The impact radiates through its entire body, shattering the ancient armor. Just like that, 1,000 years of guarding, and he's taken down by one move. The sword flies past Star Moon, embedding itself deep into the chamber wall. The ground crumbles as the young man breaks free from his prison. He dusts himself off, casually thanking Star Moon for the save. She eyes him with deep suspicion, asking who he is. He simply laughs, claiming he's the third princess's longtime admirer. Her expression doesn't soften. She finds him strange. He isn't a royal descendant, yet he entered this sacred place. This is a mystery she'll have to investigate later. For now, she needs to find a way out. Her father and master must be waiting anxiously. Elsewhere, the man in black seethes. It's that Xiao Xuan again, and he keeps mentioning Star Moon. He knows he must be wary of him. Just as she turns to leave, the young man grabs her arm, stopping her. He asks if she's really going to leave, pointing out the dragon energy left by past emperors, a power that could be immensely beneficial to her. He tells her to sit and regulate her breathing, promising to guide her. A short time later, a brilliant golden aura erupts from her body. Star Moon's eyes snap open, glowing with newfound power. She has reached the golden core peak. The young man yawns dramatically, complaining that she's finally done, and he was dying of boredom. She rises, her gaze sharp, and asks him directly why he helped her. He just flashes that same infuriatingly charming smile, repeating that he's admired her for a long time, and this is what he should do. She doesn't buy it for a second, but decides to let it go for now. They need to get out and deal with the aftermath. But outside the sacred hall, a political storm is brewing. A legion of officials stands assembled, their faces grim. A minister points to the sky where lightning flashes, proclaiming that a divine punishment has descended from the heavens. This, he shouts, is proof that the third princess is not the chosen one. She should not be allowed to succeed the throne. The sky above the imperial palace rips open, a swirling vortex of violent purple energy consuming the heavens. Panic erupts among the court officials. Why has the third princess vanished? How could this be happening? The ritual was simple. Connect with the imperial steel and the new emperor's name would appear. The emperor's face is a mask of cold fury. This has never happened before. The air isn't just connecting with the steel, she's being absorbed by it. Someone screams, pointing at the roiling sky. This isn't a blessing, it's a curse. Heaven itself is displeased with the succession. A divine punishment is descending upon them. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps echo through the hall, a sound of marching soldiers that cuts through the chaos. Who dares? All eyes turn towards the entrance. Framed by the doorway, flanked by a phalanx of elite guards, stand the first and second prince. They stride forward, their voices ringing with false righteousness, declaring their opposition to Ying Xinyu's succession to the throne. The emperor roars, demanding to know what they are doing. They calmly reply that they are here to ask their father to revoke his decree. They've brought an army to the throne room to ask him. The first prince points a dramatic finger at the storm above, claiming the divine punishment proves their sister is unfit to rule. The crowd watches, terrified. The dark, churning clouds seem to agree with him. Could this really be a sign from the heavens? The second prince issues the final ultimatum. If their father insists on this path, they will be forced to lead their troops to correct the heavenly mandate themselves. The officials realize the terrifying truth. The entire palace is surrounded. This isn't a protest, it's a coup. With chilling formality, the two brothers bow, humbly requesting their father revoke his decree while an army holds the palace hostage. Their soldiers drop to one knee in perfect, menacing unison. They chant in a thunderous chorus, begging His Majesty to revoke the decree, their loyalty clearly not to the emperor but to his treacherous sons. The princes stand, confident their gambit has worked. But they've made one fatal miscalculation. Elsewhere, Zai Yan's companion asks if the princess is in trouble. He just smiles, a knowing glint in his eye. Don't worry, he says, she's not just fine, she's been given an incredible opportunity. A system notification flashes in his mind. By helping his disciple ascend, he's unlocked a reward. The Overlord Supreme Body has evolved into the posterior Chaos Body. The new constitution grants him a terrifying boost in power, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy tenfold and even condense the essence of primordial chaos. Zai Yan can barely contain his excitement. This is even more powerful than he imagined. And right on cue, he announces that the third princess will be here soon. A brilliant column of golden light erupts from the imperial steel, bathing the throne room in a divine glow. A voice amplified with celestial power echoes through the hall. I have already ascended to the throne. The heavenly mandate is fulfilled. Who dares to disobey? Ying Xinyu descends from the light, no longer just a princess, but an empress radiating an aura of absolute authority. It's her, the third princess, has returned. The court stares in awe as she lands gently before the throne. The holy light, the overwhelming presence, this is the true sign of a heavenly emperor. Can that really be the same woman? Her brothers can only gape, their smug expressions melting into pure shock. The emperor erupts in triumphant laughter. The holy light shines, he bellows. Now who dares to oppose my daughter becoming emperor? He pulls her into an embrace, his voice thick with pride. Xinyu, you've worked hard. Raising her hand, he proclaims his congratulations to the new emperor on ascending the throne. The entire court, witnessing this undeniable display of heavenly approval, drops to their knees in unison. They prostrate themselves, their voices joining in a single powerful chant. Long live the new emperor, 10,000 years. The first prince's face twists into a snarl of pure hatred. Since you are so unrighteous, father, he seethed, then don't blame us. He pulls out a small, ornate token and crushes it in his fist. Zai Yan, watching from the shadows, recognizes it instantly. A teleportation array token? What are they planning now? A vast, sinister purple glyph ignites across the throne room floor. The teleportation array pulses with malevolent energy, its light casting demonic shadows across the hall. The prince throws his head back and laughs like a madman. He reveals his final, treasonous act. He's made a deal with the Dragon Flame Kingdom. 100,000 of their most elite soldiers are massed just outside the city gates. The moment the array is fully active, that foreign army will flood the palace. The emperor trembles with rage, pointing a shaking finger at his own son. You villain, you dare to collude with foreign enemies. To have such a monstrous prince, he cries, is truly a misfortune for the entire nation. But from the sidelines, Zai Yan simply smirks. He was waiting for this, hoping to catch all the rats in one net. He steps from the shadows, a storm of golden sword energy swirling around him. He looks at the two traitorous princes and asks a simple question. You two think you can handle this? The Emperor's most loyal retainers draw their weapons, planting themselves back to back as they prepare to face the impossible odds. The Elder unleashes a desperate slash of energy, trying to sever the connection to the swirling purple vortex. He screams that they absolutely cannot let the portal open, his voice cracking with urgency. But his attack is met with a defiant surge of dark power, a barrier thrown up by the two traitors standing before the gate. His strike is repelled, the energy dissipating harmlessly against their combined might. The Emperor's loyalist can only watch in horror, shouting that Patriarch Wang is committing treason. But the Patriarch and his accomplice are beyond reason now. Their faces are set in grim determination. They know what they've done, and one of them coldly states that the only way to end this is to wipe them all out. From across the hall, Gu Chang's lips curl into a mocking smile. Wipe them out? He questions their audacity, asking if the two of them truly believe they have what it takes. In a flash, a halo of countless golden swords materializes behind him, each one humming with terrifying power, illuminating the hall in a blinding, deadly light. The two traitors brace themselves, their purple aura flaring to life as they prepare for the impact. The golden blades rain down upon them, a storm of divine punishment. Their purple shield cracks and groans under the relentless assault, the sheer force threatening to overwhelm them completely. Damn it. The Patriarch grits his teeth, his face contorted with rage and desperation. He roars that today is about victory or death, refusing to believe he could be defeated by some unknown upstart who crawled out of nowhere. But as he pours his strength into the shield, his eyes widen in shock. Gu Chang's attack isn't just aimed at them. Beams of golden light slip past their defense, striking down their followers who can only scream as they're vaporized on the spot. Observing from a safe distance, the Empress asks if they should call for Elder Zeng's protection. The Emperor, however, remains perfectly calm. He explains that Elder Zeng is needed to keep an eye on the area outside the city. He has absolute faith in his chosen champion, and that faith is well placed. Gu Chang becomes a blur of motion, a whirlwind of golden destruction. He carves through the traitors' ranks, unleashing a vortex of energy that catches everyone in its path. The soldiers are tossed into the air like ragdolls, their bodies disintegrating in the golden storm. Their screams of agony are silenced almost as soon as they begin. The few survivors are paralyzed with fear. One of them stammers, asking who this monster is. Another, his face a mask of pure terror, screams for them to forget it and just run. But escape is a fantasy. Gu Chang materializes right in front of them, a predatory smirk on his face. He asks them if they really think they're going anywhere. One of the men is consumed by golden flames before he can even answer. The elder traitor watches his forces get annihilated and makes a final, desperate move. He deflects an incoming blast with a flick of his wrist. The purple energy shield shatters into crystalline fragments. His face is a mask of grim focus. He ignores Gu Chang entirely, pouring the last of his power into the portal. The artifact at its center glows violently, and purple lightning arcs into the sky. Is this their trump card? A man in a dark hood watches the spectacle, a cruel smile on his face. He announces with satisfaction that the portal has been activated. Soon, 100,000 elite soldiers will arrive. The two patriarchs watch, their expressions a mixture of grim hope and exhaustion. Beams of light suddenly shoot down from the sky, but something is terribly wrong. Instead of reinforcements, massive, dark objects rain down from the portal, crushing their own soldiers. The men are slammed into the ground, their bodies broken and their armor shattered. In seconds, the courtyard is littered with the bodies of their own army. The two traitors stare in utter disbelief. What happened to their allies? A lone survivor, his face bruised and swollen, crawls toward them. He gasps that they don't know what happened. A giant golden hand descended from the sky and they were powerless to resist. He wails that perhaps they have angered the heavens. A golden hand? The traitors exchange a look of dawning horror. They recognize that power. It's Elder Zeng's Hayashan mirror. Their entire army was wiped out before it even arrived. Gu Chang's voice cuts through their despair, cold and final. He asks if they are finished with their last words. He raises his hand, a golden sword materializing from pure light. Then he says he'll make his move. He lunges, and the traitors can only scream as their world turns to gold and pain. Meanwhile, in a grand hall far away, a woman named Xingyu is presented with a question. Does she desire to become the Empress of the Upper Kingdom? Her eyes, once demure, now burn with an all-consuming ambition. She declares that she wants more than that. She wants to become the Empress of the Supreme Celestial Court itself. Clasping her hands, she looks to her master, her voice filled with fervent devotion. She beseeches him to help her achieve her dream. What kind of power is she asking for, and what will be the price? The official's jaw goes slack. his scream of disbelief drowned out by the rustling of the decree. A foot steps onto the polished floor, the sound echoing in the sudden silence as Gu Chen surveys the carnage. His women stand behind him, unflinching, while the last of the rebels lie broken at his feet. One of his followers reports that the rebel forces have been dealt with. Gu Chen's smile is razor-sharp, a chilling promise of what's to come. He announces that the coronation ceremony can now continue. He stands before the palace, a figure of absolute, unquestionable power. Someone in the crowd breaks the stunned silence, asking what everyone is waiting for. Let's welcome the new emperor. The other officials exchange panicked glances, their defiance melting into fear. They fall to their knees, their resistance shattered. From the steps of the palace, their voices rise in a chorus of fealty, shouting, "Long live our emperor, long live." But just as the new order seems settled, Empress Xingu's voice cuts through the air. She declares that from this day forward, the entire hereditary nobility system is abolished. The titles of all former noble families are revoked. Abolish the entire nobility system. Is she trying to start another war before the first one is even cold? The officials can only stare, their world upended in a single sentence, but they know better than to protest. They bow their heads, forced to obey the decree. A few days later, the tension of the coup has been replaced by a lazy afternoon. The red-haired girl complains that she's getting bored and asks when they're going back. Gu Chen simply tells her soon, his eyes fixed on the entrance. Right on cue, a man appears in the doorway. He announces that they have come. The man, Lai Jianfeng, approaches and bows deeply, greeting Gu Chen as his master. The system confirms his identity, true disciple, fourth apprentice. Gu Chen muses that disciples with special physiques are rare, but opportunities always arise for those who are ready. He tells his new student to rise, that there's no need for such politeness between master and disciple. As a first-time gift, he offers several sets of techniques for him to study. Lai Jianfeng's eyes widen as the knowledge floods his mind. Not several sets, 57. The weakest among them is a mid-tier Earth-level technique. This single gift rivals the entire accumulated wealth of his former sect. 57 techniques in one go? What kind of master empties his entire library for a brand new disciple? As the system rewards Gu Chen with a technique fusion ability, Lai Jianfeng can only wonder what kind of monster he has pledged his loyalty to. Gu Chen is already plotting how to best use his new skill, when an attendant announces that his third senior sister has also arrived. A grand palanquin is carried through the streets. The emperor has arrived. An old man walks ahead, clearing the path. Empress Xingu emerges, flanked by her two most loyal retainers. They welcome Her Majesty, but she has eyes only for one person, bowing her head and greeting him as master. Gu Chen waves away the formality, telling her to speak freely if she has important matters to discuss. She immediately brings up the National Fortune Conference she mentioned before. The Dragon Flame Empire, their overlord, plans to use the conference to plunder the fortunes of its vassal states, and with great kin so weak, they are a prime target. She insists their only path is to participate and make a name for themselves, to force the Dragon Flame Empire to take them seriously. Gu Chen's interest is piqued. He asks about the rules. Xingu explains that each vassal state sends 5 representatives, all of whom must be at the nascent soul stage. Hearing this, the monk Wunian laughs, cheerfully announcing that he counts as one. He gives a thumbs up to Lai Jianfeng, who he'd apparently been eyeing since the Grand Assembly. Lai Jianfeng simply states that since he has joined the Hengmeng sect, he will follow his master's orders without a second thought. Gu Chen smirks. He decides they'll give it a try and see if they can bring back a qualification from the upper state. Then he turns to Xingu with a burning question. Does she want to become the empress of the upper state? Her retainers are floored by the sheer audacity of the goal. They were struggling just to gather 5 nascent soul cultivators, and now he's talking about ascending to the upper state. The upper state? They've just secured the throne of a vassal kingdom, and he's already aiming for the heavens. But Xingu's shock quickly morphs into blazing ambition. She declares that she doesn't just want to become empress of the upper state, she wants to become empress of the celestial court. With fierce determination, she asks her master to assist her in this goal. Gu Chen's smile widens. He agrees to set this small goal first, let great kin become the upper state. As he speaks, Lai Jianfeng watches him, a dark, calculating look in his eyes. This man, his casual dismissal of impossible odds, his sky-high ambition, could it be that he, like him, is a transmigrator? A dangerous smirk plays on Lai Jianfeng's lips. He decides then and there. He wants to see exactly what secrets his new master is hiding. A new face appears in the crowd, a man with blonde hair and an unnervingly confident smirk. He notes how lively the Hengmeng sect is, wondering aloud if he could get involved. Empress Xingu whirls around, her eyes wide with shock. Yifan, "What are you doing here?" He chuckles, a cold calculation in his gaze. He says he did some calculations and realized Xingyu needed him right at this moment, so he rushed over without delay. He spells it out for her, his voice dripping with condescending charm. If he's not mistaken, she needs a nascent soul powerhouse for the national fortune battles. And with a final, triumphant grin, he asks, "How about me?" A colossal wave of blue spiritual energy erupts from his body, flooding the courtyard with raw power. Wait, a nascent soul powerhouse just shows up out of nowhere. The blindfolded elder gasps, "This aura." He immediately turns to the Empress, confirming that this is the mysterious powerhouse Elder Zhang saw in the mirror. She nods, her expression grim. This person is indeed extraordinary. Xingyu quickly regains her composure, stepping forward to make the introductions. She presents Yifan as a wandering cultivator who took care of her not long ago when she captured the Imperial Monument. Since he's willing to participate, she declares they will go together. She then turns to Qin Wenchen, a sly look in her eyes, asking what her master thinks. But Qin Wenchen's focus is entirely on the newcomer. He recalls Xingyu mentioning a mysterious person who appeared after she came out of the Imperial Monument space, the one who reminded her not to miss the dragon Kai. His mind clicks. "So you are Xingyu's master." Yifan plays his part, claiming he came to Great Qin simply to admire Xingyu's elegance, saying she once protected his hometown and he's admired her ever since. He frames this encounter as a complete accident. Qin Wenchen steps forward, extending a hand. His smile is friendly, but his eyes are sharp as daggers. "Is that so?" He recounts the coincidences. Yifan just happened to arrive in Great Qin, just happened to emerge using some mysterious method, and just happened to want to join the battle right when they needed him. The friendly mask slips, revealing the cold suspicion underneath. "This guy, he's just like me." Another one, "Is this world a magnet for people from other realities?" He grips Yifan's hand, a silent declaration of war passing between them. He thinks to himself, "I want to see exactly what secrets you have." Qin Wenchen pulls back, his decision made. He announces the participants for the battle. Himself, Jian Feng, Taoist Chongling, Elder Wang, and Yifan. He orders the rest of the Hengmeng sect to assist if needed, then states he'll be entering seclusion for a while. He calls Jian Feng to come with him. Inside a quiet room, Jian Feng kneels before him, asking what his master needs. Without a word, Qin Wenchen summons a brilliant green blade into his palm, crackling with golden lightning. He tells Jian Feng to take a look. It's the celestial slaying sword. Jian Feng is floored. He asks how his master obtained it, explaining he found 7 such swords in an ancient ruin 85 years ago. According to inscriptions in that ruin, the 7 swords were once a single divine weapon, shattered during a tribulation. Ancient smiths, unable to repair it, forged the remaining fragments into the 7 blades he found. They were one of a kind. He stares at the sword in Qin Wenchen's hand, his mind reeling. Those 7 swords should be unique. How does he have one? Qin Wenchen cuts off his questioning, telling him not to pry too deeply into the matters of the martial world. He casually renames the weapon, saying its true name is the soft as a finger sword. He explains that both of their swords were obtained as rewards from the system, a product of causality beyond this world, and therefore difficult to explain. Changing the subject, he asks if Jian Feng still remembers the location of the ruin. Jian Feng confirms it's beneath the Wan Feng Sect's celestial gate, and that he even set up a protective formation. He offers to lead the way immediately. Qin Wenchen agrees, but before that, he says, he will teach Jian Feng a new celestial-grade sword technique called Sword Comes. He presses a single finger to Jian Feng's forehead. A blinding light erupts. An overwhelming torrent of information floods Jian Feng's mind. He's never encountered a sword technique so profound, so extraordinary. Qin Wenchen explains it's a fusion of 57 other techniques, the culmination of their essence. Jian Feng is stunned. His master created a celestial-grade technique himself. Qin Wenchen brushes it off as mere good luck. But Jian Feng knows better. This is beyond luck, it's heavenly talent. Qin Wenchen simply closes his eyes, accepting the praise. But elsewhere at the Wan Feng sect, a disciple screams in terror. The stone tablet he's been studying feels strange. Dark, malevolent energy laced with red lightning coils around his body. What is happening over there? Is this connected to the ruins? Panic consumes him as he feels his limbs lock up, his will being overwritten. "I can't control my body anymore." The master's voice was low, a razor-sharp whisper carrying profound weight. He asked if Lai Xuan knew the core essence of the sword. With his head bowed in absolute respect, Lai Xuan begged for guidance, and the master revealed the first truth. The most crucial point of the sword is to break through any and all obstacles, but it was so much more than that. This sword technique wasn't just for shattering physical barriers. It was designed to break supernatural techniques, to nullify spells. It was the very essence from which all other sword techniques could be born and upgraded. The ultimate goal was absolute power. A state where, one day, a single strike could shatter divine treasures, where even the most formidable demons and evil spirits could be vanquished with one sword. Break all laws, break all weapons, break all gods. The words slammed into Lai Xuan's mind, a revelation that shook him to his core. And in that moment of clarity, a dangerous idea sparked. What if he incorporated the 7 styles of slaying immortals into this philosophy? His focus narrowed, his will coalesced, and he uttered 2 words that would change everything. Sword comes. He understood. A blinding golden light erupted from his being as comprehension flooded him. The system went wild. He had comprehended break all weapons and break all gods. His celestial-grade absolute sword comes technique had been upgraded, and with it, his own cultivation shattered its limits, rocketing him to the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. The explosive wave of energy blasted out from the building, stunning the cultivators gathered outside. Even his master was caught off guard, admitting this was unexpected. The others could only stare in awe, recognizing the sword enthusiast with an absurd comprehension of 300. This was insane. The woman in the group gasped, wondering if Brother Lai had broken through yet again. 10 days later, Lai Xuan emerged. He stood before his master, his presence completely transformed, and announced his breakthrough was complete. The master's own aura flared, revealing he was at the peak of the golden core stage. He mused that it was strange how his own cultivation had stalled at the foundation establishment stage for so long. But now his goal was clear: break through to the nascent soul. He explained that while most cultivators store spiritual power in their dantian like a well, his own capacity was far, far greater. The difference, he explained, was like comparing a well to a lake. Though he was in the golden core stage, the sheer purity and quantity of his spiritual power was on another level entirely. He was already stronger than an elder at the peak of the nascent soul stage. His power an endless abyss. This was the benefit of his special physique, a foundation more solid than any ordinary cultivator could dream of. With his own matters settled for the moment, he turned to Fang, suggesting they investigate the ruin he had mentioned. The 2 set off, arriving under the gate of the Fang Sect. A special auction was underway, drawing a massive crowd, but the rules were bizarre. The master's eyes narrowed as the auctioneer declared there would be no monetary exchange. All bids would be made using the power of spiritual consciousness. An auction using spiritual consciousness? What kind of trap is this? The auctioneer presented the first item, a Tier 4 elixir, the spiritual consciousness transformation pill with a starting bid of 50 units. The crowd murmured with excitement. A pill like that was incredibly valuable. One cultivator, eager to try his luck, stepped forward. He placed his hand on the ominous, red-veined stone tablet as instructed. A violent jolt shot through him. His eyes widened in shock. This tablet, it wasn't right. Panic seized him as he realized he was trapped. He couldn't control his own body anymore. He screamed in agony, his spiritual power being ripped from his very soul. It was all being drained. The auctioneer calmly announced the reading, 4,444, a staggering amount for his realm. Leaning in close, the auctioneer asked the broken man how much he intended to bid. Utterly defeated, he could only whisper that he would pay all of it. The bid was accepted. The crowd looked on, a mix of greed and fear swirling among them. They now understood the terrifying truth of the tablet. It didn't just measure power, it consumed it. But the master saw something more. He told Fang that a wisp of demonic energy had just slipped into the drained cultivator's sea of consciousness. The man was no longer in control of himself. Fang's face twisted with rage. How dare they pull such a stunt in his territory? He drew his sword, ready to put an end to this farce. The master stopped him with a sharp word, chiding his impulsiveness. Humbled, Fang asked for his master's guidance. The master laid out the cold logic. They were acting so brazenly because they had no fear of being discovered by the Fang Sect. And what could that possibly mean? The chilling implication hung in the air. This entire scheme was likely an inside job. The master gave his orders. Fang was to use the 9 temperings of the mind technique to shield his consciousness, then change his appearance and blend in. He was to watch and listen. Meanwhile, the demonic entity now possessing the drained cultivator's body spoke to him from within. It asked if he wanted to please his new master. The voice was a venomous whisper, promising power in exchange for a simple price. All he had to do was offer up his spiritual power, his vitality, his very soul. The man's eyes blazed with an unholy light. His mouth stretched open in a silent, agonizing scream as his life force was devoured from the inside out. The crowd stirs as another elder steps forward, declaring that a treasure like the transformation pill is something he must also try for. The auctioneer's voice rings out, confirming the two cultivators' spiritual power has exceeded 4,000, and asking if there are any other challengers, but the scene dissolves. We're now standing before the imposing gates of the Fang Sect. A smarmy young man flashes a golden token, announcing he's here on behalf of the Grand Elder and demanding immediate entry for his group. The guards let them pass without a second thought, a lapse in security that doesn't go unnoticed. The group is heading straight for the back mountain, their destination, the ancient ominous ruins rumored to be hidden there. Inside, a massive cavern pulses with a sinister red energy, drawing the crowd of cultivators deeper into the darkness like moths to a flame. At the heart of the chamber, a man sits upon a stone throne, radiating a terrifying aura. The other cultivators stand before him, their expressions vacant, their wills seemingly not their own. This is the Grand Elder, Zhu, a man whose raw power is etched into every line of his ancient face. The young man from the gate bows deeply, his smile sickeningly sweet. He announces to the Grand Elder that he's brought everyone as promised. From the shadows, a flicker of recognition turns to pure, unadulterated rage. It's Yahello. It's really him. The Grand Elder's voice is a low growl, questioning why he was so slow. He warns that a delay like that could have cost him his life. Yahello stammers, trying to explain that many cultivators fell for their trap this time, and he thought bringing more sacrifices would please the Elder. But his words are cut short by a sickening burst of red light erupting from his own chest. The Grand Elder's eyes glint with pure malice. He asks if Yahello truly wants to make him happy. Then he says, offer up everything. Your spiritual energy, your blood essence, your very consciousness. Yahello can only scream as his life force is ripped from his body, consumed in a torrent of crimson energy. The Grand Elder absorbs the stolen power, a predator feeding on his own pack. A flicker of disappointment crosses his face. This small offering, he scoffs, is nowhere near enough. The remaining cultivators watch in frozen horror, their minds trapped but their fear palpable. Among them, our hero suddenly stumbles, crying out that he twisted his ankle. But as he falls, his hand slaps the ground, not in pain, but with purpose. The Grand Elder's head snaps in his direction, his eyes widening in shock. He wasn't controlled by the stone tablet? How is this possible? He rises, no longer feigning weakness, a defiant aura swirling around him. A wave of immense spiritual pressure slams into the Grand Elder. The ancient cultivator clutches his head, a grunt of pain escaping his lips as the psychic assault hits him. He snarls, spitting that a mere youth is far too arrogant to challenge his spiritual power. But our hero just stands there, fan in hand, a picture of calm. He coolly informs the Elder that he's talking big for a man who has already lost. Panic flashes in the Elder's eyes. He can't control his own body. What did you do to me? He screams. A smirk plays on our hero's lips as golden energy crackles in his palm. He simply used a bit of the Grand Elder's own technique against him. He explains everything. How the Elder used the tablet to invade their minds and drain their power, but how he hijacked that very connection, making a few adjustments. The Grand Elder erupts in agony as the stolen power, now corrupted, turns on him from within, burning him with golden flames. If he's not mistaken, our hero muses, this is the 12-star locking dragon formation, a formation that requires a massive, simultaneous sacrifice of blood, consciousness, and spiritual power to activate. And for that, he says with a chilling smile, he must thank the Grand Elder for this generous gift. The entire cavern begins to tremble and crack apart. His companion stares in disbelief, asking what is happening. Deep beneath the earth, a new power awakens. Our hero reveals that the 7 stars below are responding to the command of the immortal Emperor of the Void Abyss. From the depths, a radiant, ethereal figure emerges, her form cloaked in violet light. She was stationed here to guard the Emperor's legacy, waiting for a fated person to arrive. Her gaze locks onto him, her voice echoing with ancient power. She asks for his name. The very ground begins to shake and crumble away. Yahello's disciple cries out in alarm, screaming that the entire floor is sinking. But Yahello remains perfectly still, his gaze fixed on the darkness opening up beneath them. As the platform descends, a colossal pattern etched into the ground below is revealed. What is this, the 7 stars below? His disciple recognizes the name, a flicker of awe in his eyes as he begins to explain the legend. He speaks of the ancient times, a mythic era when a supreme ruler named Zhu Yuan reigned. This wasn't just any king. He was a true immortal emperor, commanding all races of the vast wilderness. But a cataclysm shattered the world order. The heavenly Tao itself collapsed, unleashing a tribulation that rained destruction across the realms. Refusing to watch the world burn, the immortal emperor fought back. He seized 7 stars from the heavens, using their cosmic might to suppress the collapsing Tao and shield the mortal races. The effort, however, left him critically weakened. The heavenly Tao retaliated, shattering his physical form, forcing his soul to hide within the very stars he now controlled. His ultimate fate remains unknown. The disciple explains that the superpower known as the 7 stars below was founded on this very myth, and the glowing constellation below them is their sacred symbol. Xiao stares down at the celestial map, a silent question forming in his mind. An eruption of brilliant blue energy bursts from the formation, engulfing him in a storm of power. He closes his eyes, analyzing the energy flooding his senses. It's more refined than spiritual energy, more potent. It feels almost identical to the primordial purple Kai he once refined. As the torrent intensifies, he issues a single command to his disciple: "Protect me." The disciple bows deeply, his voice firm as he promises to obey, though his face is etched with concern. He remembers the legends, that before the 7 stars below vanished, they divided the immortal emperor's legacy into 7 parts and scattered them throughout the world. Could this be it? Is his master actually being chosen to inherit the legacy of the immortal emperor? But a knot of dread tightens in his stomach. The power is so immense, so vast, he fears his master's body won't be able to handle the influx. He could be torn apart from the inside. Is master going to be okay? Moments later, the violent energy coalesces. A radiant golden aura explodes from Xiao, his hair flashing white. Yet, even this massive surge of power isn't enough to fill his golden core. He sighs internally. A breakthrough will have to wait until he can absorb the purple Kai back at the Hengmeng Sect. Just as the thought crosses his mind, a spectral figure woven from purple light materializes before him. She announces that the 7 stars below are responding to the Emperor's command. She is a guardian, stationed here to protect the legacy until a fated person arrive to claim it. Xiao wastes no time. He asks if this place seals the Emperor's legacy, and if the power he just absorbed was part of it. The spirit, introducing herself as Yao Guang, one of the 7 stars, confirms it, but clarifies that what he felt was merely a fragment of the true power. He gives her his name, Xiao. Yao Guang then explains the nature of the real legacy. It is called star power, a force so potent that it is favored by the heavenly Tao, granting its wielder unimaginable luck. Xiao remarks that it feels very similar to a power he knows as Purple Kai. Her eyes narrow at the mention of it. So, she says, he is a disciple of the Hengmeng Sect. She reveals the connection. His sect's ancestor was a human immortal, and Xiao, as his disciple, inherits the fortune he left in this world. That Purple Kai is the very essence of his ancestor's fortune. And when fortune is condensed countless times, it evolves, becoming star power, a force capable of contending with the heavenly Tao itself. The pieces click into place for Xiao. So Purple Kai is a form of fortune, and star power is its ultimate refined version. Yao Guang confirms he is exactly right. Xiao has one last question. Has anyone ever truly obtained the immortal emperor's full legacy? A chilling, predatory smile spreads across Yao Guang's face. If you wish to obtain this legacy, she purrs, there is a condition. You must kill the person who came here with you. Her finger points directly at Xiao's loyal disciple. The disciple's world shatters. What? With the information confirmed, the spirit lays out the final stakes. This place holds the legacy of the immortal emperor, a power great enough to confront the heavenly Tao itself. She asks Xiao a simple question. Is he willing to accept the trial? Her gaze shifts, and she points a chilling finger directly at Giant Fang. To obtain this legacy, she explains, he must kill the person who accompanied him here. What kind of trial demands betrayal? Giant Fang stumbles back, the color draining from his face as he stammers his master's name. But Xiao doesn't flinch. A slow, knowing smile spreads across his face. He finds this whole trial, as she puts it, quite absurd. His casual dismissal infuriates the spirit. How dare a mere mortal question the judgment of the immortal emperor? Before the argument can escalate, Giant Fang steps forward, his expression one of absolute resolve. He calls out to his master, his voice shaking. He bows low, a gesture of finality. Xiao demands to know what he's doing. Giant Fang confesses that his lifelong dream was to reach the pinnacle of the sword Tao, but he has come to realize that human strength alone is not enough to overcome the heavens. He tells Xiao that he is different, destined for greatness, and that he should be the one to claim the title of immortal emperor. The spirit seizes the opportunity, her voice dripping with scorn. She tells Xiao that his disciple understands the situation better than he does, that he can claim this power without blame. So what is he waiting for? But Xiao's smile only widens. Now, he says, he completely understands. He turns to his loyal disciple and makes a simple request. Giant Fang, lend me your sword. The 7 blades fly into his grasp. He tells Giant Fang he owes this next move to him, for helping him see the truth. Since these 7 swords were once one, he will merge them back into the legendary blade they were meant to be. His other disciple obeys without question. From outside the ruins, the bold disciple watches in awe, recalling the legends of the 7 stars who divided the Emperor's legacy across the world. He realizes his master is being chosen by the inheritor of the immortal Emperor himself, but his awe quickly turns to dread. The sheer volume of power flowing into Xuan is staggering, far too much for his current realm to handle. He fears his master's body will simply explode from the influx of spiritual energy. Xuan is engulfed in a torrent of raw power, his eyes clenched shut in concentration. His disciple can only watch, his heart pounding with a single desperate question. Is his master going to be okay? Moments later, the energy stabilizes. Xuan opens his eyes, a flicker of disappointment on his face. All that power, and it still wasn't enough to break through to his golden core. He'll have to return to Hengmeng and absorb the purple Kai to finish the job. He turns to leave. The spirit is livid. He's just walking away. Does he not want the immortal Emperor's legacy anymore? He's not just rejecting the trial. He's defying the entire system. Xuan slowly turns back to face her. His eyes are no longer calm. They burn with a furious red light. He asks her how a legacy meant to protect the myriad races could be built on such a depraved trial. He tells her there's only one solution he can think of: to break this unscrupulous path himself. With a roar, he lunges forward, his new blade blazing with golden light. He swings the sword, tearing through the spirit's form. He declares that if he's wrong, he's done the world a service. If he's right, he's just eradicated a hypocritical lie. Fang can only stare, stunned by his master's audacity. The spirit doesn't scream or vanish. Instead, her purple energy collapses inward, reforming into a glowing, ancient tome that floats in the air. Fang recognizes it instantly, the legendary cultivation method of the immortal emperor. The book flies toward Xuan, its knowledge pouring directly into his mind. He quickly grasps the situation. The emperor's technique has 7 volumes, but this is only the first. It will only allow him to cultivate up to the separation of spirit realm. To progress further, he'll need to find the other 6. Fortunately, the first volume also reveals the location of the second, hidden somewhere in the Dragon Flame Empire. Finding it should be easy, but then he learns the final, chilling truth. Anyone who chooses to slaughter their companion's asterisk can obtain a piece of the legacy from the ruins. However, it's a trap. Doing so ensures they will never learn the locations of the other volumes, forever cutting them off from the true path. So that was the trick. A shortcut for the ruthless that leads to a dead end. The 2 cultivators he met before, they must have killed their friends for a sliver of power. What could the immortal emperor have possibly intended with such a cruel design? As he ponders this, the legendary sword in his hand begins to glow and reshape itself. Fang gasps as the blade transforms into an ornate golden fan. But it doesn't stop there. The fan morphs again, becoming a massive, gleaming battle axe. Xuan grins, feeling its power. It's a heaven-grade supreme item, and he can now wield all 18 martial arts techniques at will, shifting its form to match his needs. The trial was a lie, but the reward was very, very real. His master tells him to extend his hand. Fang hesitates, his mind reeling as he clutches the legendary soft sword. He asks what his master means, his voice trembling with confusion. But the master just smirks, dismissing the divine weapon with a wave of his hand, asking if he truly cares about such a little thing. A system notification explodes in his mind. The 8 swords have been combined and enhanced, receiving a 5-fold reward multiplier and upgrading the weapon to heavenly grade supreme. The weight of this gift is too much. Fang collapses to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he thanks his master for this impossible generosity. But the master isn't finished. He offers another treasure, the 7 stars ancient emperor scripture, and Fang's world shatters. The legacy of the immortal emperor himself. Is he truly giving this away too? The system confirms it, not only rewarding the disciple, but granting the master the next volume in the series. He's not just being generous, he's profiting from it. Then a blinding flash of golden energy erupts from the master's hand, coalescing into a blade identical to Fang's, yet crackling with even greater power. He tells Fang to take another look at the sword that is said to surpass the immortal emperor's artifacts. Fang can only stammer, pointing out that his master now holds one as well. He stares, his mind unable to process the reality in front of him. How can there be 2 complete soft swords? It should be impossible. The master simply clenches his fist, reminding his disciple that he warned him to avoid unnecessary conflicts. The sword transforms, first into a brilliant golden fan, and then into a wickedly sharp, flaming axe, the power radiating from it making the air hum. He muses internally that the axe alone is at least heavenly grade supreme, and with his new body, he can wield countless martial arts as he pleases. This weapon has granted him new insights, breaking through old bottlenecks in his cultivation. Giant Fang is having a full-blown meltdown. Heavenly grade supreme, he thought the artifact was only superior. The legends were wrong, and the reality is so much more terrifying. The master, however, is already thinking ahead, asking the system about new functions. The answer is staggering. By merging with star power, the sword can continue to evolve indefinitely. An evolving divine weapon, he renames it on the spot, Peerless. With a thought, the weapon folds into a simple, unassuming ruler. The time for gifts is over. He orders Giant Fang to take the others and leave first, summoning dozens of ethereal blue spirits from the ground. The spirits swirl around them, their forms indistinct but their purpose clear. They are puppets, extensions of his will ready to move. He smirks. This is the perfect chance to test the star puppet technique he just acquired. They arrive at Wan Feng Sect Square, to a scene of utter devastation. Dozens upon dozens of disciples lie motionless on the ground, their bodies unharmed but their spirits gone. Giant Feng reports the grim diagnosis. Their spiritual consciousness has been absorbed, their sea of consciousness damaged. If left unchecked, they'll live out their days as mindless simpletons. But the master seems unfazed. He says he's just pondered a new route for spiritual energy, and his sword begins to glow with an ominous light. A dark, hungry power emanates from the blade. He tells Giant Feng he's going to give it a try. Giant Feng watches, a pit of dread forming in his stomach as his master channels his energy. He recognizes the technique instantly. It's the devouring heaven and earth technique, a demonic art used by Kuiwaju. Why would his master ever consider using something so vile? The system, of course, has the answer. With the master's guidance, the disciple has learned the demonic technique, earning a 7-fold reward multiplier. The goal isn't to use it, but to reverse engineer it. He plans to use the demonic arts principles to save his disciples. But just as he prepares to act, a powerful voice cuts through the silence. An old man with a staff has appeared, announcing himself as Xuan Zio and asking if they are the ones who requested his help. The master's eyes narrow. Xuan Zio, who is this man and how did he get here? The sect leader calmly explains the demonic technique, a forbidden art that siphons spiritual energy and dominates the mind. But instead of unleashing it on an enemy, he turns the swirling golden energy inward, driving it straight into his own core. A blinding flash erupts from his body, not as an attack, but as a wave of purification. The light washes over the fallen disciples, seeping into their unconscious forms. They stir, blinking in confusion, suddenly awake and unharmed. One disciple gasps, realizing his cultivation just broke through, his foundation stronger than ever. Giant Feng stares in disbelief, demanding to know what just happened. The sect leader simply smiles, explaining he merely returned their consciousness, purifying it and strengthening their bodies in the process. Giant Feng can only scream in utter shock. The disciples scramble to their feet, pointing in awe. It was the sect leader who saved them. Gratitude pours from the crowd as they thank him, many realizing they've grown stronger from the ordeal. With a nod, the sect leader leaves the rest to Giant Feng, preparing to depart. He vanishes in a blur, moving with a speed that leaves Giant Feng breathless, wondering if this is the true power of a grandmaster. Giant Feng is immediately swarmed by his adoring fellow disciples. As they travel, Giant Feng stares at the magnificent floating islands of the Hengmeng sect, a sight so luxurious it makes his own home feel like a forgotten backwater. How could they have built all this? The sect leader just laughs, remarking that things changed after Giant Feng arrived. He adds that they've been waiting. They touch down gracefully on the main platform. 3 of his senior disciples rush forward, overjoyed to see their master has finally returned. He asks his first disciple how she's managed the sect's affairs, and she reports that everything is running smoothly. She proposes promotions for 2 others, suggesting they establish new peaks for alchemy and cultivation to recruit fresh talent. He muses that she's clearly had her hands full. She then leans in close, her voice dropping to a whisper, telling her master she has something important to discuss with him privately. The other 2 disciples react with a mix of shock and jealousy. But before anything can escalate, she smoothly suggests he check the ancestral hall first. He agrees, telling the others to give Giant Feng a tour of the new sect. They eagerly accept their mission. Arriving before the ancestral hall, the sect leader feels a powerful energy radiating from within. It's a force far more refined than any he's felt before. He recognizes it instantly. Star power. The ancient prophecy was true. By establishing a national sect, he has tapped into a fortune left by the ancestors, a power even more astonishing than he had imagined. It has already condensed into something tangible, something potent. But what is this chaotic energy leaking out? The doors burst open, and a disciple stumbles out, choking on the raw spiritual power flooding the air. The sect leader asks what happened, and the disciple, recognizing his uncle, explains that the energy in the hall went haywire, injuring anyone who got too close. He was tasked with finding a solution. With a proud grin, he announces that he found a master to help, and by sheer coincidence, the man has just arrived. He gestures toward an old man leaning on a staff. Xuanzio is here. The sect leader's eyes narrow. The disciple actually hired him. The disciple beams, boasting that he heard how Uncle Zio single-handedly destroyed the Loyan sect. So he spent every last coin he had to secure his help. He looks like a child expecting praise for a job well done. The sect leader just pats the boy's head, a wry smile on his face, calling him cute. But the old master's patience has run out. Xuanzio slams his staff into the ground, his voice booming with irritation. Does he have any idea how precious his time is? Why are they standing around chatting? His glare is pure fire, and the disciple freezes in terror, completely oblivious to the history unfolding right in front of him. The disciple apologizes to his master, guiding the old man toward the source of the disturbance. But the master stops dead, his disdain vanishing as a torrent of pure blue energy erupts from the floorboards, swirling around his feet with impossible power. His eyes widen in shock. This spiritual energy, it's purer than anything he's ever felt, far beyond the ordinary. The entire ancestral hall is flooded with it, a geyser of raw power. He trembles, overcome with greed, realizing what a monumental fortune this is. The energy is pouring from a single point in the floor, a concentrated wellspring of potential. His mind races. If he could absorb all of this, he could break through to the golden core realm, perhaps even nascent soul in a single glorious leap. The disciple, oblivious, asks if the master has a solution. The old man puts on a show, coughing and claiming the problem is far more complex than it looks. He'll need his life-bound artifact, he says, and for that, the price will have to triple. The disciple's face falls, stammering that he doesn't have that kind of money. But Gu Santong steps forward with a calm smile, telling him not to worry. He's quite interested in seeing the master's skill, he says, and if the man can successfully resolve this, he will gladly cover the extra costs. The old man, seeing his prize within reach, reluctantly agrees to help the foolish plump sheep. He pulls out a small pouch, a magic artifact for storing spiritual energy. With a shout, he unleashes its power, and a vortex of energy forms, sucking the blue torrent from the floor into the tiny bag. He roars with triumph, calling it the windfall of a lifetime. All of this pure, top-grade energy is now his for the taking. He pushes the bag harder, his greed insatiable, demanding it absorb more, just a little bit more. But then something fractures. A crimson light flashes from within the bag. With a deafening crack, the spirit storage bag explodes. The unrestrained energy erupts outwards, slamming into the old man. With his artifact gone, he has no choice but to absorb the massive wave directly into his body. He grits his teeth, his body convulsing under the strain. But as the power floods his dantian, a horrifying realization dawns. This isn't spiritual energy. It's something else entirely, something that expands dozens of times upon entering his system. His mind screams in pure terror. At this rate, he's going to explode and die. The disciple, however, only sees the chaotic energy in the room lessening and praises his master's incredible power. The old con man can only choke out a single, desperate plea for someone to save him. He's being torn apart from the inside out. His disciple finally hears him, looking on in total confusion. Save him? Is the master asking for help? But Gu Santong isn't confused at all. A wicked smile spreads across his face. He breaks into unrestrained laughter. His nephew shouts at him, asking what he's doing. The master will explode if he doesn't act soon. But Gu Santong simply holds up a hand, a vortex of energy forming in his palm. He reveals that on his trip he acquired a devouring technique, and this situation is exactly what he needed. Wait, was this his plan all along? He unleashes his power, and the violent blue energy is ripped from the old man's body, swirling around Gu Santong instead. The pressure on the con man vanishes. He collapses to his knees, gasping for air, believing he's been saved. But a cold voice from above asks, "Is that so?" The old man looks up into Gu Santong's merciless eyes, and his blood runs cold. Gu Santong, now effortlessly controlling the energy that nearly killed him, looms over the fraud. He says what he wants to do next depends entirely on the man's sincerity. So he asks, "Why are you trying to infiltrate my Hungmeng sect?" The man breaks instantly, promising to tell him everything. He confesses that he's not the great master Xuan Zio. His real name is Zhang San, and he's just a common swindler who was using the master's name to cheat people out of their money. The disciple is petrified, his world shattering at the confession. Gu Santong just smirks, a blade of golden energy forming in his hand. He asks if a pathetic lie is truly the extent of the man's sincerity. He supposes, he says with a chilling smile, that his poor, deceived heart will just have to take one of the swindler's legs as compensation. The old man grovels, offering up his life's possessions, begging the immortal master to accept his sincerity. But a cold voice cuts through the air from behind Kin. It's his senior sister, her tone laced with suspicion as she asks her junior brother just what he thinks he's doing, leading her disciple astray. Her blindfolded gaze seems to pierce right through him, a silent, heavy judgment. Kin turns, his expression unreadable. He tells her she misunderstands, that he was merely punishing evil and rewarding good. Besides, he adds, it was her who asked him to come here in the first place. He casually tosses the bag of treasures in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. Wasn't this all to set an example for her disciple? She scoffs at the notion. She clarifies that she asked him to come here to absorb the fortune of this place, not to play hero. With a flick of her wrist, a golden whip of energy ensnares the old man, who immediately starts screaming that he was wrong. She explains that these opportunities are remnants from the Hmeng sect's fortune. She's already taken her share. The rest belongs to Kin. A fiery aura erupts around Kin, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. In that case, he declares he won't hold back. From the sidelines, his young disciple looks confused. He asks why his master wouldn't just absorb such a powerful opportunity herself. The little girl beside him explains patiently. The power of fortune is different from spiritual energy. If you lack the ability to digest it, it's completely useless. The senior sister watches Kin, lost in thought. She remembers how it took her an entire year just to refine the azure purple Kai. And yet, after leaving the capital, Kin had another breakthrough. She saw him handle the power of fortune with an ease that bordered on terrifying. She murmurs that everyone simply has their own path. A fire lights in her eyes. She tells her disciple that she needs to hurry up, otherwise she'll be left in her junior brother's dust. The scene shifts to the first peak, where the sky itself is tearing apart. Vicious bolts of lightning crash down upon the mountain. The storm rages, a maelstrom of pure, untamed energy focused on a single point. And at its epicenter is Kin, absorbing every last drop of the chaotic power. He grits his teeth, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. The 10th Thunder Tribulation. The trial to shatter his golden core and forge a nascent soul has finally arrived. He knew filling his bottomless dantian would be difficult, but this is something else entirely. The process is legendary. A cultivator must endure a heavenly thunder tribulation to transform their golden core into a nascent soul, and the strength of that tribulation is directly tied to the power of the core itself. The stronger the core, the more refined it is, the more devastating the tribulation it attracts. Even the renowned Chong Ling Taoist, one of the most powerful cultivators in history, only ever faced 5. A wild, almost manic grin spreads across Kin's face. So he muses, calling himself the strongest nascent soul wouldn't be an exaggeration, would it? He's never even heard of a 10th tribulation. Surely this must be the end of it. But the heavens are not finished. The sky boils with an even greater fury. A colossal dragon formed of pure lightning materializes in the clouds, roaring a challenge. Kin's eyes widen. More, but his shock quickly melts into exhilaration. The thought of forging a nascent soul with more than 10 tribulations. He points a finger to the heavens, his smile utterly unhinged. He truly can't wait. Elsewhere, the other sect members watch in stunned silence. One of them breathes that he heard the former immortal emperor only had a nascent soul with 10 tribulations. The terrifying implication hangs in the air. Could it be? Is someone with the potential of an immortal emperor being born right here in their Hmeng sect? As if in answer, the sky fills with not one, but 9 more lightning dragons, a terrifying congregation of celestial power. The sect elder's face is pale with disbelief. That's the 20th Thunder Tribulation. This power has gone far beyond anything required for a normal nascent soul. What is his master trying to form? 100 Thunder nascent soul? Is such a thing even possible? The sky unleashes its full, unimaginable wrath upon the lone peak. After what feels like an eternity, the storm finally breaks. A tiny spirit, caught in the crossfire, grumbles about being struck for half a day before scurrying away. The heavy doors to the training chamber swing open. The senior sister and the elder stand ready, bowing respectfully. They congratulate their junior brother, their master, on achieving the 100 Thunder nascent soul. A new legend has just been forged in lightning and thunder, and the entire cultivation world is about to feel the tremor. The sect leader's voice cut through the air, sharp and unwavering. She wasn't just here as a formality, she had something to discuss with her junior brother. How could she, as the sect leader, possibly be absent? In the quiet of the forest, he finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind. Was she from the Dragon Flame Upper Nation, or was she the daughter of the Zhu family's head? She didn't hesitate. Yes, she confirmed, her past tied to both. The only reason she ever came to the Hengmeng sect was because Brother Zhang had rescued her after she was exiled. He had found her lost and alone, and told her that from now on this would be her home. Yifan pressed further, asking if her family had ever tried to find her in all these years. A shadow crossed her face. "They won't look for me," she said, her voice laced with old pain. The truth was a venomous thing. Her own second uncle had tricked her, abandoning her in the wilderness. She was just a child, left to the mercy of ravenous beasts. If Brother Zhang hadn't intervened, her story would have ended right there, a forgotten meal in the dark woods. Her own family left her for dead. And now they want to use her like a pawn? She explained that recently the Zhu family had finally found her. Not to apologize, but to demand she return and marry the Emperor of the Dragon Empire, all for a political alliance. Yifan's jaw tightened, his anger flaring. After so many years of ignoring her, they wanted to use her as a bargaining chip. He vowed then and there that when they went to the Upper Nation for the war, he would help her create a scene they would never forget. She looked at him, a complex emotion in her eyes, telling him not to trouble himself. She revealed she had 3 months until the war and planned a trip to another nation, asking him to watch the sect. But then, her plan seemed to shift entirely. Coincidentally, since he was also heading to the Dragon Flame Upper Nation, perhaps they could go together. He questioned her about the sect's safety, but she brushed it off, saying Brother Zhang's injuries were likely healed and he could manage things. Far away, the Emperor of Great Qin felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of unease. Something was brewing, a storm he couldn't yet see. Their journey began, leading them to the gates of Longmen City. Yifan explained that this was the most remote city in all of Great Qin. The distance to the Dragon Flame Upper Nation was immense, crossing several dynasties. Their only hope of arriving quickly was the long-distance teleportation array located here. He had already sent word ahead to the city lord, expecting a smooth passage. Just as planned, the city lord, Zhang Heiming, was waiting for them at the gate with his men. He bowed deeply, paying his respects to the national master. Yifan, focused on the mission, waved off the formalities. The Majesty had already informed them they would be requisitioning the array, but the city lord's face was pale with panic. He stammered, reporting that the array, which could only be used twice a year, had already been taken. Of course, it's not that simple. Just when they need it most, the only path forward is blocked. It was occupied by none other than a princess from the Dragon Flame Upper Nation. The man fell to his knees, terrified. He explained that he tried to reason with her, but dared not offend a powerhouse like the Upper Nation. Yifan's expression hardened. "Did you," he asked, his voice dangerously low, mention the urgency of their mission for the national fortune war? The city lord trembled, recounting the princess's dismissive response. She had traveled by flying boat and was tired, so she wanted to use the array immediately. When told of the national master's mission, she had scoffed. For a 6th-tier dynasty, she said, it doesn't matter whether they participate or not. It's just a waste of the Upper Nation's resources. Better not to go. The insult hung in the air, a blatant display of arrogance and contempt. Yifan's hand tightened, the fan he held snapping shut with a sharp crack. The sound echoed the breaking of his patience. His eyes were cold steel. "Take us to see her," he commanded. In a flash of light, they were transported directly into the city lord's mansion. They strode forward, their purpose clear and unyielding. But before they could even take a step, a guard shot out a hand, blocking their path. "The princess is currently unavailable for guests," he declared with smug authority. "Please leave." The master announces he needs to discuss something important with the princess and asks them to make way. But the guard's face contorts with disgust, sneering that people from Great Qin and dogs are not allowed inside. He quickly tries to de-escalate, explaining that ever since the princess arrived, the entire residence has been on lockdown, and not even he can enter without permission, begging them to retreat. But the master doesn't even flinch, simply raising a hand as a surge of dark energy shatters the golden barrier protecting the gate. The guard screams his master's name in pure terror. What is he thinking? He desperately explains this is a defensive formation granted by the emperor himself, a line that cannot be crossed, warning that angering the princess will be their doom. The master ignores the warning, and with a final pulse of power, the entire formation disintegrates into nothing. The guards can only stare, their minds unable to process what just happened. How could it be broken so easily? One of them snaps out of it, realizing they must report this to the princess immediately. Stepping through the ruined gate, the master declares that the princess is hiding behind closed doors in the middle of the day, and for her own safety, he must check on her. The moment they cross the threshold, the air grows heavy, thick with a sense of dread. And then they see her, a red-haired woman shackled and straining against a heavy harness, her eyes burning with defiance. The name Kai Wushwang hangs in the air, a silent testament to her suffering. A whip cracks, and a cruel voice demands she move faster, calling her useless for being unable to pull a simple cart. Just as the princess of the dragon flame upper country raises her whip again, a guard bursts in, screaming that something is wrong. The princess whirls on him, her face a mask of fury, demanding to know who gave him permission to speak. A dark tendril lashes out, smashing into the guard's face and sending him flying. He lands in a heap at the master's feet, the brutality of the scene laid bare for them to witness. The master's expression hardens, his voice low as he remarks that this princess is truly unreasonable. His eyes scan the scene, taking in the pure gold carriage frame Kai Wushwang is forced to pull, a weight of at least 10,000 jin. He notes with a flicker of confusion that she has no cultivation, yet she pulls this impossible weight with sheer physical strength. As he ponders this, the princess orders her servant to kneel and become a footstool. The whip cracks against her back again, a sharp reminder of her place. With gritted teeth, Kai Wushwang gets on all fours, her voice trembling as she says she is at her command. A victorious smirk spreads across the princess's face as she plants her foot on the girl's back, grinding it in. This, she declares, is how a commoner should behave. A single tear escapes Kai Wushwang's eye as she chokes out a yes, the humiliation absolute. The princess finally turns her attention to the intruders, her voice dripping with venom. She screams at her guards, asking what they are waiting for when blind rebels from great kin have barged in. Her soldiers hesitate, then snap to action. In seconds, the master and his companion are completely surrounded, the tips of a dozen spears pointed at their throats. The guard from the gate desperately tries to intervene, insisting it's all a misunderstanding, and that his master has important matters to discuss. The princess just laughs, a cold, mocking sound. Has the great nation of kin truly fallen this far? Her face twists into a psychotic grin as she sneers, asking who they think they're fooling. In this day and age, anyone can call themselves a national master. The old man's face drains of color, his mind shattering as he screams that it's all over. But Gu Tianling just gives him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips as he asks if the solution isn't obvious enough. Golden light erupts from his hand, coalescing into a magnificent, terrifying sword. His voice rings out, cold and righteous, questioning how the esteemed princess could dare abuse her subordinates and show such disrespect to the great kin. In a flash he strikes, a wave of golden energy tears through the air, slamming into the princess's guards. They cry out in shock and pain, thrown back by a force they never saw coming. Did he just attack royal guards in broad daylight? The princess can only stare in disbelief as Gu Tianling announces that now is the time for a rescuer to appear. Her shock turns to pure fury, calling him an audacious fiend and ordering him to get out of her sight. She snarls, demanding to know if he truly dares to point his sword at her, a royal. But Gu Tianlang's smile only widens. He isn't aiming for her, he says. He's protecting this person. The princess demands to know what he wants, her patience completely gone. He finally reveals his true gambit. He just planted a seal in her sea of consciousness. The threat hangs in the air, chilling and absolute. If the princess can't give him what he wants, he'll make her experience the full effects of that seal. He leans closer, his voice a venomous whisper, savoring her dawning horror. He tries to project strength, spitting back, asking if he really thinks he can scare her. She whirls on her fallen servant, kicking her and ordering her to gather the soldiers. Losing all composure, she screams that she wants this entire city razed to the ground, with no one left alive. She turns to leave, assuming her authority is still absolute, but Gu Tianling simply watches her go, calling her a truly stubborn fiend. A sphere of crackling energy forms in his palm as he declares it's time to use his ultimate technique to exorcise the demon for the princess. A seal in her mind? How did he even manage that? The princess's eyes widen in sheer terror as the seal activates. She screams, an agonizing, soul-tearing sound as golden energy erupts from her head. The pain is unbearable, forcing her to her knees. She clutches her head, whimpering that it hurts so much. Gu Tianling stands over her, a figure of absolute control. He calmly explains that with a single thought, he can erase her consciousness right now. But there's a catch. It's a shame, he says, because it won't just be the demon inside her that gets destroyed. The princess herself will become an empty shell. He gives her a knowing, cruel smile, asking if she understands what she needs to do now. Through gritted teeth and blinding pain, she chokes out that she understands. She begs him to stop, promising she'll listen to whatever he says. He raises a hand benevolently, claiming it's best to resolve this peacefully, since he is, after all, a man who loves peace. Forced to her feet, she can only glare at him, her mind screaming curses at the people of the great kin. She makes a silent, venomous vow. One day she will tear him to pieces, taking her rage out on the only one she can. She screams at her subordinates for dawdling instead of helping her. But as she looks around, a new confusion sets in. The courtyard is empty. Where is everyone? Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence from behind. Please accept me as your disciple. Gu Tianlang turns, surprised, to see the red-haired servant girl kneeling on the ground before him. The princess is utterly floored. Even his own companions are speechless, watching the scene unfold in confusion. Tears streaming down her face, the girl begs him, saying she can no longer bear the humiliation and wants to become his disciple. Gu Tianlang regards her coolly, fan in hand, and asks a simple question. Why would he ever take her as his disciple? Without hesitation, she starts listing her merits, boasting that she can lift 100,000 pounds and that no ordinary beast can stand against her. Then in a final act of desperation, she looks up at him, her pride shattered, and makes one last plea. If he won't take her as a disciple, then please, at least take her as his servant. The Taeksu sect's body cultivators are legendary, their disciples praised for achieving an arm strength of 100,000 pounds. But this servant girl has that power before she's even begun to formally cultivate. She's an absolute monster of talent. Zhu Xuan's mind races. This is a diamond in the rough, a find of a lifetime. He tells her she can follow him for now as a named disciple. He'll observe her performance before making any final decisions. Overjoyed, Kai Wushwang immediately bows, thanking her new master. The system confirms it. She's been accepted and her attributes flash before Zhu Xuan's eyes. Her name is Kai Wushwang, her identity, a named disciple, and her root bone is 500. 500, is that even possible? Zhu Xuan's composure cracks. Even his prized disciple, Lai Jian Feng, only has a root bone of 300. He realizes with a jolt that he completely misjudged the situation. This isn't just talent, it's a treasure. He wastes no more time, declaring their departure for the Dragon Flame Empire. As they turn to leave, the princess sees her chance. A wicked glint enters her eye as she whispers to her guard. Should we just escape while we can? Her guard urges her to hurry. But just as they make a move, Zhu Xuan's voice cuts through the air like ice. He doesn't even turn around, his words dripping with casual menace. Without his suppression here, what will she do if those evil spirits invade her again? The threat hangs unspoken, and the princess freezes, her face a mask of pure terror. She understands perfectly. There is no escape. With a flash of light, their transport formation activates, whisking them away. They arrive in the sprawling capital of the Dragon Flame Empire. Meanwhile, at the Zhu family estate, a report is being delivered. A subordinate informs the family head, Zhu Hong, that his sister has already departed for the empire, accompanied by Xiao Yuan, who recently broke through to the nascent soul stage. Zhu Hong smiles gently, chiding the young woman. He's told her many times she doesn't have to be so formal. She can call him dad like any ordinary girl. But his daughter, Zhu Yan, seems to miss the nuance entirely. He sighs, seeing the letter in her hand. Forget it, he says, do as you wish. Then the gentle facade shatters. His expression hardens as he reveals that the emperor, Jai Zhu, has been demanding he present Zhu Yuan to the palace. The emperor's patience is wearing thin. With Zhu Xuan now on his way to the empire, he knows that old dog Jai Zhu won't let this opportunity slide. They'll have to put on a show for him. He gives a direct order. When Zhu Xuan and Xiao Yuan arrive, they are to be brought directly to the Zhu home. Zhu Yan bows her head in perfect obedience. As you command, father. Alone with his thoughts, Zhu Hong's true feelings pour out, a torrent of bitterness and rage. His wife was secretly harmed. His eldest daughter was exiled, and now his youngest, born with emotional deficiencies, is being targeted by the throne. He scoffs at his family's status. What good is being a first-rate family in the empire? He'd rather not have been born into the Zhu family at all. But this life of suffering is about to end. His fist clenches as he vows that once his plan succeeds, the treacherous elders, the arrogant family, and the old dog on the throne will all die. And at that time, his true family, the three of them, will finally be reunited. Miles away in the emperor's study, a new storm is brewing. A member of the Dark Guard kneels, delivering secret intelligence to His Majesty. The monarch of the Kink Empire, Sima Ren, has moved 300,000 troops to the border. It's an obvious power play, an attempt to reconnect their lands the moment the national fortune battle concludes. Emperor Jai Zhu sneers at the name. 100 years ago, the Kink Empire was nothing. Now, emboldened by a century of growth, they repeatedly provoke their neighbors, even daring to challenge the Dragon Flame Empire. How infuriating. He slams his fist on the armrest. The only reason they're a threat is Sima Ren's damnable luck, breaking through to the spirit separation stage and forming a special primordial spirit. The memory is a source of deep humiliation. It forced him to call in a favor from an immortal just to save face. But a cruel, predatory smile spreads across his face. Sima Ren's reign is nearly over. The emperor reveals his trump card. He has found a woman with the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. He's already informed the Zhu family, and soon he will marry her. His eyes burn with raw ambition. Once he absorbs her phoenix bloodline, he will achieve the legendary dragon flame primordial spirit. Wait, the Zhu family, a woman with a phoenix bloodline, it can't be. With that power in his grasp, he declares, Sima Ren and the entire Kink Empire will be nothing more than dust crushed beneath his heel. The report is delivered in hushed, urgent tones. The crown prince is digging into the Zhu family's affairs, and it seems he's found something. But the emperor merely scoffs, dismissing his own son as an ungrateful fool incapable of accomplishing anything. He waves his hand, his mind already on the real threat. Keep a close eye on Zhu Xuan, he commands. The orders pass down with chilling finality. If there is even the slightest mistake, their heads will roll. But as they turn to leave, the emperor's voice stops them cold. Wait, a dark thought crosses his mind. Just in case, he orders them to prepare a supply of essence-devouring pills, even if there's a problem with Zhu Xuan devouring essence. A cruel, confident smile spreads across his face. With the pills, the dragon vein will remain his, and he will remain undefeated. Far away at the central teleportation array of the Yan Empire, a brilliant pillar of light erupts. The energy flares, depositing a small group of travelers in the heart of the capital. Qin Xuan takes in the grand door, remarking how convenient it would be if the Hengmeng sect had such an array. Bai Lai can only agree, but Princess Jinru sneers at him. Is he really so captivated by this? She calls him an unsophisticated country bumpkin who's never seen the world. Qin Xuan just smiles, saying that since the princess is so wealthy and generous, she can cover his expenses. He lays it on thick, claiming the journey was so exhausting he'll need 100,000 high-grade spirit stones to recover his strength. The princess's jaw drops in outrage. Me? Why should I? He leans in, his voice dripping with false concern. Surely the princess wouldn't be so inconsiderate to the very people who protected her, would she? Cornered, she grits her teeth and concedes. I'll just pay for it. She reluctantly shoves a small pouch into his hand, muttering that this is all the money she has. Qin Xuan peeks inside. 10,000 supreme spirit stones, equivalent to 1,000,000 high-grade ones. Not too shabby, he thinks, before cheerfully announcing he's treating everyone to a feast at the best restaurant in town. Having been thoroughly fleeced, the princess dismisses her own guards, telling them to return home. But her eyes, burning with fury, follow Qin Xuan. Damn that scum, she seethes internally. One day I'll make you suffer 1,000 cuts. Soon, the group is seated before a magnificent spread of food. Qin Xuan is impressed, noting that the celestial mechanism tower has expanded far beyond what he remembered. Bai Lai explains they've become a commercial giant, running everything from inns and restaurants to alchemy markets. They even buy and sell information. The rumor is, she says, that as long as you have enough money, there's nothing the celestial mechanism tower can't accomplish. Qin Xuan's interest is piqued. That's truly impressive, he murmurs. As another platter of roasted fowl arrives, a glint appears in his eye. Perfect, he says now for the next part. He issues a challenge to his disciples. If they can't finish every single dish on the table, no one is allowed to leave. Xiao Wu and her senior brother immediately shout, "Yes, master." The two dig in with gusto, devouring everything in sight. Xiao Wu eats with a fierce determination, stuffing her face with noodles and meat. Bai Lai watches her with a soft smile. Once they finish eating, she tells the girl she'll take her to buy some new clothes. Now that Xiao Wu is a disciple of the Hengmeng sect, she needs to be dressed appropriately. The young girl's eyes light up. "Thank you, master," she exclaims. Seeing Bai Lai just watching, Qin Xuan nudges her. "Come on, you eat too." A slight blush dusts her cheeks as she picks up her chopsticks, but across the room a shadowy figure freezes, his cup halfway to his lips. His eyes are locked on their table. Huh, isn't that? His hand trembles, spilling tea over the table. "Zhu Yan, I've finally found you. What is one of the 4 great evils doing here?" The feast is finally over, the table littered with dozens of empty plates. Everyone leans back, groaning that they are completely stuffed. But as Qin Xuan relaxes, he notices something odd. A faint light is glowing on the surface of the table. Why would the celestial mechanism tower have a formation set up on a dining table? Is this automatically replenishing the dishes? His eyes widen as he stares at an empty plate, where a new dish begins to materialize out of thin air. The woman explains that this is the celestial mechanism tower's unique array system, capable of automatically replenishing dishes, and more importantly, soundproofing the private rooms. But that's not its true power. She recalls seeing the princess use the guard formation on the walls to instantly kill someone at the spirit separation stage. The thought is chilling. A defensive system that can execute a master of that level in a single blow. Kai Yong's mind races. If his Hengmeng sect could possess a formation like this, they would be invincible. The potential is staggering. a power that could change the very balance of the world. But their strategic discussion is shattered by a violent bang as the door is kicked open. A man stands in the doorway, his eyes burning with a single-minded fury as he calls out a name. Zhu Yan. You really are hard to find, he snarls, his voice dripping with obsession. Kai Yong glances at the woman beside him, asking who this Zhu Yan is. The woman, Zhu Yan, looks down, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. It's been many years since she's heard that name. She tells Kai Yong she heard that person is now the strongest of the younger generation in the Dragon Flame Empire, pretending not to recognize the man standing right in front of them. Her cold dismissal fuels his rage. You have a cruel heart, he seethes, his knuckles white around his blade as he accuses her of feigning ignorance. He explodes forward in a blur of motion, his sword aimed directly at Kai Yong. I've pursued you for so long, he screams, his face contorted with jealousy, and you won't even give me a glance, choosing instead to sit with this pretty boy. He threatens to kill Kai Yong right in front of her, just to see if her attitude would finally change. The blade descends, a flash of murderous intent, but it stops dead. The man's eyes widen in disbelief as his attack is effortlessly blocked. Kai Yong smirks, holding a simple axe that completely neutralized the strike. He calmly points out that the man from the Celestial Mechanism Tower attacked him first. So he continues, his voice dangerously smooth. If he were to accidentally overreact in self-defense, that would be unavoidable, wouldn't it? Just as the tension is about to snap, a new voice cuts through the air. A woman has appeared seemingly out of nowhere, asking when this person arrived. She introduces herself as Zhu Lin and tells the guests they may proceed. She offers a solution with a practiced smile. If the guest doesn't want to get his hands dirty, she can do it on his behalf. Kai Yong waves a hand dismissively, just a trivial matter. And with that simple gesture, Zhu Lin unleashes a torrent of golden energy, slamming the intruder into the ground. His companions can only watch in shock, as he's utterly overpowered. As long as there's still a breath left in him, Kai Yong says coolly, it doesn't violate your tower's rules, right? Zhu Lin smiles, thanking him for the trouble. A chilling blue flame ignites in her hand. The flame erupts, forming into two spectral guards that loom over the fallen man. He lies broken on the floor, at the mercy of these ethereal constructs. Zhu Lin announces that she is the person in charge of the Celestial Mechanism Tower. She apologizes for the oversight and security that disturbed their meal, promising to cover all their expenses. But as she speaks, Kai Yong's eyes narrow. He recognizes the energy she's using. Isn't that the power of the stars? He interrupts her, stating his interest in the tower's formations and proposing a deal. A glowing blue sigil appears in his palm. He tells her that since the Celestial Mechanism Tower knows the star puppet technique recorded in the Yao Guang, she should recognize this item. Zhu Lin's professional facade shatters. Kai Yong? Could it be the inheritance of the immortal emperor? Her mind reels with the implication. Her demeanor shifts instantly from authoritative to deeply respectful. She bows low, begging him to please follow her. Kai Yong turns to his companions, telling them to wait for a moment as he follows Zhu Lin into the back rooms, leaving everyone else in stunned silence. Manager Zhu plays her cards close, wondering what this mysterious guest could possibly offer for something as priceless as the Celestial Mechanism Tower's formations. He simply tells her to call him Zio Xuan, his expression unreadable. He gestures to the table, recalling how she manipulated the power of the stars earlier, and with a flick of his finger, he uses a bit of spilled tea to prove he understands its significance. 4 words materialize on the wooden surface, drawn in water yet glowing with an inner light. The Kai Yong ruins. The manager's composure shatters, her aide whispering that if this is real, it's a world-shaking discovery. She recovers, demanding proof of such an outrageous claim, reminding him that the known inheritances only lead to the spirit separation level at best. To advance further, a new path is desperately needed. Zio Xuan's gambit becomes clear. He's heard of a spirit separation pill, and if the tower helps him break through from his current nascent soul level, he will prove the ruins are real. Her fist clenches with ambition. A spirit separation pill, something impossible for most, is child's play for the Celestial Mechanism Tower. She leans in, her voice laced with pride and a subtle threat, declaring that no one dares to trifle with them. Their power is absolute, capable of hunting down even a half-step immortal to the ends of the earth. Zio Xuan just smiles, completely unfazed, assuring her he has come with sincerity. Satisfied for now, she tells him to wait. As a matter this monumental must be reported to the branch leader, her adoptive father, Zhu Qingyun. In the leader's private chambers, the news lands like a thunderclap. Zhu Qingyun can't believe someone has found the exact location. His daughter reports her findings. This Zio Xuan has become a major figure in Great Qin over the last year, a man of considerable reputation. Just a month ago, he unified the sects and became the Grand Master. But King Yun merely sips his tea, unimpressed. His eyes flash with chilling arrogance. Grand Master, even the Emperor of Great Kin, is nothing to him. Killing this upstart would be as easy as squashing an ant. Just like that, he's already planning a betrayal before the ink on the deal is even dry. She understands his unspoken meaning. They will play along, get the location of the ruins, and then eliminate Zio Xuan to ensure the secret remains theirs alone. She agrees, but her face is a mask. A dark memory surfaces. 10 years ago, asking her adoptive father where her sister was after they'd gone exploring. His cold reply that she wouldn't be back for a while still haunts her. The dawning horror on her younger self's face a mirror of the pain she feels now. He took her sister into the Yao Guang ruins, and she was never seen again. Now, he wants her to accompany him to the Kaiyang ruins. She bows her head in submission, her voice a quiet yes, but beneath the surface, a decade of resentment burns. She remembers learning the horrifying truth from his drunken mutterings. The trials in those ruins require companions as living sacrifices. Is it finally my turn? The question echoes in the silent chambers of her heart. Returning to Zio Xuan, she informs him the leader has agreed and the pills are being prepared. She offers him her gratitude, but as she leads him to his quarters, her mind is racing. This man is no simple cultivator. He's the Grand Master of Great Kin, a kingmaker who put an empress on the throne. His power must be far greater than he lets on. An idea, dangerous and liberating, begins to form. What if she worked with him? Back in their quarters, Zio Xuan's companions are growing restless. Hours have passed since he left. Wang went to find him but hasn't returned either, and Zai Jian's patience has run out. She decides to demand answers from the tower's staff. Before she can move, a furious roar rips through the entire compound, shaking the very foundations. It's a voice filled with raw, murderous rage, screaming a single name, Zhu Yan. The shockwave of the shout blasts through the building, shattering roof tiles and sending debris flying. The furniture in the room is thrown into the air, as if struck by a giant's fist. Zai Jian stumbles, her senses overwhelmed by the sheer force of the presence behind the voice. This pressure, it's far beyond her own. It has to be a nascent soul expert. Then a figure appears on the rooftop, and a gasp ripples through the onlookers. It's the Wan Jian old ancestor from the Kink Empire, and he isn't a nascent soul expert. He's a terrifying powerhouse at the spirit separation level. Zai Jian Fang steps forward, his massive blade a declaration of war. He points it directly at the veiled woman, his voice cutting through the tension as he demands to know who she is. The crowd gasps, recognizing the man instantly. That's Zai Jian Feng, the sword god of the Great Qin, a legendary figure. Whispers spread like fire. They recognize the woman too from the Zhu family. But why is she with the people from Qin? And how did these two powerhouses end up on a collision course? From the shadows, a figure watches with a triumphant sneer, thinking he's finally lured her out. A terrifying pressure slams down on the courtyard. A new challenger appears, wreathed in an oppressive blue aura. He glares at the veiled woman, his voice dripping with accusation. He claims his disciple has deep feelings for her student Zhu Yan, and that her silence is an insult. Zai Jian Feng's grip tightens on his sword, his own power flaring in response. The first layer of spirit separation. He demands to know why this man so brutally injured his disciple. The air crackles, thick with the energies of two masters about to clash, but the veiled woman remains unnervingly calm. She claims they're mistaken, that there's no Zhu Yan here and she doesn't know their disciple. The man scoffs, his rage building. He spits that he's not talking nonsense, that someone saw it with their own eyes. His power explodes outwards in a furious roar. He lays out the facts. His disciple entered the celestial mechanism tower, and not long after he was carried out, broken and bleeding. He challenges her to deny it again. But is she really responsible, or is this just a pretext for war? Her response is ice cold, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. She suggests he should ask his own disciple what foolishness he committed to earn such a beating. The ground cracks under the man's fury. He snarls, realizing she has no intention of confessing to anything. With a bellow, he lunges, his sword a blur of motion. He declares that in that case, he'll strip her of her cultivation and drag her back as a toy for his disciple to break. But she is no damsel. Twin swords materialize in her hands, and she meets his charge with a whirlwind of steel, a desperate cry to release Wang echoing in the chaos. She moves like a phantom, her blades weaving a deadly dance around his brutish assault. The clash of metal rings out, a deafening shriek of power against power. Her eyes widen in disbelief. Her twin purple swords, her ultimate technique, can't even scratch the protective spiritual energy surrounding him. He laughs, a cruel, mocking sound. He admits she has some skill, but the chasm between the golden core and spirit separation realms is absolute. It's a gap that cheap tricks can never hope to bridge. With a single overwhelming strike, he shatters her defense, sending her flying backwards, coughing up blood. The raw power difference is just too vast. How can she possibly survive this? But she's not alone. Lai Jianfeng streaks across the courtyard, a golden blur of righteous fury. He throws himself between the attacker and his sect master, his sword ready to meet the blow. The red-haired girl can only watch in horror, screaming for her master's wife. His blade slams down with the force of a meteor, but the attack is stopped dead. The man catches the sword god's legendary blade in his bare hand, blue energy crackling around his fingers. Lai Jianfeng's mind reels in shock. He can't believe it. The man just smirks, remarking that the sword isn't bad for a nascent soul weapon. With his bare hand? Who is this guy? The humiliation is absolute. He offers Lai Jianfeng a choice. Offer up his sword and become his slave. But before Lai Jianfeng can even process the insult, a new voice thunders across the square, demanding to know who dares show such disrespect. A colossal wave of crimson energy erupts, slamming into everyone present. The sheer spiritual pressure forces everyone to their knees, the ground cracking beneath them. Even Lai Jianfeng struggles to stay upright. Fear and astonishment paint every face. The injured sect master looks up, blood still on her lips, as a guard announces the arrival of the crown prince. A pair of ornate boots steps into view, their owner radiating an authority that dwarfs everyone else present. The guard's voice is iron, ordering the attacker to lay down his weapons and kneel to pay his respects. The bearded man's arrogant smirk vanishes, replaced by a grimace of disbelief and fury. The crown prince? What is someone of his stature doing here, and what does his arrival mean for this fight? The air cracks with tension as a procession cuts through the crowd, a palanquin held high. The onlookers gasp, their shock turning to reverence as they recognize the insignia. The crown prince, here. From atop his seat, a regal figure looks down, his voice carrying an unnerving calm. "Come back, old farmer," he calls out, a clear jab at Ancestor Wan Jian's pride. In an instant, the entire courtyard drops to their knees, a wave of submission washing over the scene. "Greetings, your highness," they chant in unison, their heads bowed low. Zhu King, standing beside the young man who saved her, offers her own thanks to the prince, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. But was he truly here to save her? Ancestor Wan Jian isn't buying it for a second. His voice booms, demanding to know what brings the crown prince of the Dragon Flame Kingdom to his doorstep. He makes it clear. Without a satisfactory explanation, neither of them will be leaving this place alive. The crown prince, Jai Yixuan, simply scoffs, remarking on the overbearing nature of the Kink Upper Kingdom. He shows no fear, only a detached amusement. He then lays out his terms, his voice dripping with condescension. He wants Zhu King. Specifically, he wants her to forfeit her cultivation and become a servant to his disciple. The old ancestor's face twists into a cruel grin, pointing a finger at the now terrified Zhu King. The humiliation is the point, but the crown prince isn't finished. He leans in, dropping a political bombshell. This girl, he reveals, has already caught the eye of his father, the emperor himself. She is to become a consort for the future emperor of the Dragon Flame Kingdom. The crowd erupts in hushed whispers. The emperor's consort? What a shocking secret. The stakes just skyrocketed. Wan Jian's grin widens. Isn't that even better, he sneers. Not only will his disciple get his revenge, but it will also be a direct slap in the face to the emperor. A perfect 2-for-1 deal. The crown prince's attendant shouts that he's being presumptuous, but Jai Yixuan silences him with a wave. He addresses the old ancestor directly, his tone turning icy. He warns Wan Jian not to be rude, reminding him that if he sours the relationship between their kingdoms, not even 10 kink nations could pay the price. He then turns to Zhu King, his expression softening into a mask of false sympathy, claiming the situation is difficult for him. Then comes the proposal, a venomous offer wrapped in silk. However, he says, if you are willing to marry me to become the crown princess of the Dragon Flame Kingdom, then any insult to you would be an insult to the royal family, giving him just cause to act. He smirks, laying his trap. What do you think? The onlookers are stunned into silence. This is completely absurd. Zhu King's hope shatters. She sees the truth with chilling clarity. This man isn't a savior. He's a predator, using her desperation to cage her for himself. Her hand clenches the hilt of her sword, ready to choose death over dishonor. But before she can move, a voice cuts through the air. Wait. The young man beside her draws his own blade, a magnificent sword that erupts in golden flames. In a blur of motion, he's airborne, leaping over Wan Jian. He brings the sword down in a devastating arc of crackling lightning. The ground explodes where the blade strikes, stone shattering into dust as Wan Jian barely throws himself out of the way. The young man lands without looking back, his arrogance absolute. He remarks that the guest from the Kink Kingdom has good skills, and that to dodge his sword, he can be considered a person of note. The crowd stares, dumbfounded. Who is this person to miss a strike and still act so high and mighty? But Wan Jian isn't listening. He's staring at a thin red line on his arm, his mind reeling. The boy's aura is only at the first level of spirit separation, so how could his sword intent be this terrifying? He can't believe it. His body, hardened to the spirit separation stage, was merely grazed by the sword's light, yet it cut his skin. This is impossible. A sphere of crackling energy forms in the old ancestor's palm. He knows now he has to be careful. The young man levels his sword, his voice echoing with finality. You've offended the master of Hong Meng's sect. Choose for yourself. Will you sever an arm, or should I take your head? Don't be too arrogant, kid. Wan Jian snarls, lunging forward. He reaches out to grab the blade with his bare hand, but the sheer force radiating from the sword stops him dead in his tracks. He can't even touch it. The young man looks down at the struggling ancestor, his expression cold as ice. It seems you've already made your decision. Raw panic finally breaks through Wan Jian's pride. Wait, you can't kill me, he screams, his eyes wide with terror. I am a servant of the Kink King. This means war. Faced with absolute power, the old ancestor's pride shatters, and he screams that he's willing to sever an arm. All he asks for is mercy. The Hongmeng sect disciples can only stare in disbelief. Their revered ancestor, a mighty figure in the spirit separation stage, has just admitted defeat. Zio Xuan watches, his expression unreadable, as the man prepares to proceed. With no other choice, the ancestor gathers his energy, a grim resolve hardening his face. A blinding flash of blue light erupts as he strikes his own shoulder, the sickening sound of flesh and bone giving way. Clutching the bleeding stump, he glares back, his voice thick with pain and venom. He swears he will remember the Hongmeng sect for this humiliation. He turns and walks away, a broken man leaving behind a legacy of fear. The crown prince is speechless. Where did this kid come from? How could he be so powerful that even their old ancestor was no match for him? Stepping forward, the prince offers his thanks to the young man who lent them a hand. Zio Xuan simply replies that he can be called Zio Xuan. The prince quickly changes his tune, suggesting it is they who should apologize to the crown prince for the hassle of dealing with a mere thief from Kink. What a sharp tongue, using flattery to erase his own sect's failure. With a final nod, the prince and his followers depart. Zio Xuan's sister approaches, relieved he's okay, but stunned by the sheer power he just displayed. She asks him why his aura is so much stronger now. He explains that he struck a deal with the Celestial Mechanism Tower. In exchange for their help, he not only got the resources to smoothly advance to the spirit separation stage, but also obtained their complete set of formations. The news sends a shockwave through the others. Spirit separation. He broke through from the nascent soul stage in less than half a day. The Dragon Flame Kingdom's wealth is truly terrifying. Zio Xuan knows this is just the beginning. He's heard that several spirit separation experts are participating in the national fortune war. He clenches his fist, realizing he'll have to stay vigilant. He has plans for tomorrow night, and he can't afford any mistakes. As night falls, a new plan is set in motion. Outside the royal tomb of the Dragon Flame Kingdom, the air is heavy. A dark and windy night, as Zio Xuan notes, is perfect for doing something bad. He meets his master, who dryly comments on how inhuman it is to call someone out this late just to enter a tomb. The princess, however, is not amused. She snaps back that if he's so dissatisfied, he can just leave. She stomps her foot, calling him a villain. But another woman watches this exchange with keen interest. Her investigation showed this was Zio Xuan's first time here, yet he can already command the notoriously headstrong princess. This man, she concludes, is far from simple. The scene shifts, and that same woman, Manager Zhuge, is on her knees, desperately imploring her master to save her life. But she isn't begging her foster father. She's kneeling before Zio Xuan. He asks what she means and how he could possibly help her. She reveals the horrifying truth. Her foster father, Zhuge Qingyun, the master of this branch of the Celestial Mechanism Tower, plans to use her as a stepping stone to claim an inheritance within the Kaiyang ruins. She begs Zio Xuan to save her when the time comes, vowing to become his servant for life if he does. She prostrates herself, her fate now in his hands. Her only hope is that this mysterious young man is strong enough to be a match for Zhuge Qingyun. Back at the tomb, the group stands before the ancient structure. The master explains that opening these ruins requires a massive amount of vital energy, spiritual power, and divine sense. He asks if they have accepted the Yaoguang inheritance. Zio Xuan smirks, confirming that of course they have. The master and the woman beside him share a look of surprise. Then in a shocking betrayal, the master's hand darts out, seizing the woman by the throat. What is he doing? He sneers, reminding her that he bought her from the slave market and raised her. Now it's time for her to repay him. Her eyes widen in dawning horror as a dark memory surfaces. She chokes out the question, was it him? Was he the one who killed her sister all those years ago? He just laughs. So what if it was me? As his grip tightens, she desperately reaches a hand toward Zio Xuan, her voice a strangled plea for help. Zio Xuan stands motionless, his hand hovering near his side as the woman's life begins to fade. The old master tightens his grip, his voice a low hiss of temptation. He tells Zio Xuan that his master surely doesn't want trouble, and as long as he helps, the Kaiyang ruins and the position of deputy master of the celestial mechanism tower are his for the taking. Zio Xuan looks down, a shadow crossing his face. That would be a pity, he murmurs, his voice laced with something cold and final. In a flash, a wave of golden energy erupts not at the old man, but at the woman he holds captive. Zio Xuan's hand is a blur as he grabs her by the hair, his expression unreadable. The old master's face contorts in disbelief, barely having time to register the attack before he's sent flying backward by the sheer force of the blow. The woman crashes to the ground, stunned and betrayed. She looks up at her master, her voice trembling as she asks what he means by this. Zio Xuan simply dusts himself off, a cruel smile playing on his lips. It's nothing, he says, just dissatisfaction with the price offered. After all, he continues, the price was set by his foster daughter. He turns to her, and the truth hangs heavy in the air. She was the one who asked him to become the master of the tower. The old man's eyes widen in absolute fury. The realization hits him like a physical blow. She'd been conspiring with an outsider from the very beginning. The woman's expression hardens, all pretense of fear gone. It was mutual, she spits back. If he hadn't treated her like a disposable tool, she wouldn't have resorted to such a desperate measure. She then looks to Zio Xuan, her fate now in his hands. He gives a simple nod, no problem. A blinding light erupts from his palm. The old master is engulfed in a torrent of golden flames, his body seized by an invisible force. He's lifted into the air, completely helpless as the energy surges around him. Pillars of light shoot up from the ground, sealing him within a cage of raw power. The ancient chamber trembles as the formation activates, and at its center, the coffin and the two remaining figures are illuminated by the ritual's glow. The woman stares in shock, asking what this is. The Kaiyang ruins have been activated. Zio Xuan explains calmly. This is their true appearance. Panic floods her face. The ruins are open, but she has no way to leave. She's trapped. The grim reality of the situation dawns on her. Once the ruins are activated, only one person among all the entrants can survive. A fiery spirit bursts forth from the coffin, its voice booming through the chamber. It warns the outsider that this is the place of the immortal emperor's inheritance. To obtain it, they must accept the trial. Whichever of the two survives will have the qualification to receive the emperor's legacy. So it has come to this. Her face sets with grim determination. Drawing her blade, she offers a hollow apology, saying she's sorry it had to be this way. But Zio Xuan cuts her off. Enough with the nonsense. Before she can even react, he draws his own sword, the golden blade humming with power. But he doesn't lunge for her. He lunges for the spirit. What is he doing? In a stunning display of speed and power, he bypasses the woman completely. He plunges his sword directly into the fiery entity's chest. The spirit looks down in disbelief, its form flickering. It can't comprehend what just happened. Zio Xuan glares, telling it to stop pretending and hand over the inheritance. How detestable the spirit seethed, shocked that a mere mortal possesses such strength. It dissolves into particles of light, leaving behind a single, glowing orb of pure energy. Zio Xuan takes the orb, examining it. This, he muses, must be the second part of the immortal emperor's inheritance, the Kaiyang chapter. The woman is speechless. Her mind reels as the truth crashes down on her. So this was the real method to obtain the inheritance? Not a fight to the death. A horrifying thought pierces through her shock. Then what about her sister? The weight of her betrayal, the sacrifice she thought she was making, crushes her spirit. Meanwhile, a blindfolded woman with an aura of immense power gives a chilling command. She tells her subordinate to take a message to the Zhu family. From this day on, Zhu Xuan has no further relations with them. When the other woman hesitates, the master's voice turns to ice. Then I can only knock you out and take you back. She draws her sword, ready to enforce her will by any means necessary. Yiking Cheng, her grief still raw, pledges her life to Zio Chen. She will assist him in repaying the celestial mechanism tower, dedicating herself fully to his cause. Zio Chen simply agrees, and she immediately suggests a plan. Use the tower's vast intelligence network to hunt for information on immortal emperor ruins. But he dismisses the idea. That would be far too conspicuous. Besides, his mind is on something else entirely. He's already received system feedback for the Kaiyong chapter and now holds its very essence in his hands. A new possibility sparks in his mind. Could he pass this essence to a disciple and trigger another system feedback? He has to understand this mechanism, this intricate game of power and reward. And on top of that, he still needs to figure out how to best utilize his new acquisition, the celestial mechanism tower itself. The path forward is a whirlwind of new responsibilities and hidden opportunities. Meanwhile, in a bustling tea house, a crowd murmurs and points. All eyes are on one woman, Zhu Yan, the eldest daughter of the renowned Zhu family. She's been sitting there since morning, patiently sipping tea. The whispers grow louder. Who could possibly be important enough to make the prestigious Miss Zhu wait for hours? Just then, Zhao Chen and his entourage step inside, curious about the commotion. The crowd nervously laughs off their gossiping, but Zhu Yan's eyes lock onto his group. A flash of recognition, of triumph, crosses her face. She's found them. She rises to her feet, her voice sharp as she orders them to stop. Zhao Chen is taken aback. This woman, she looks almost identical to his senior sister, Zhu Xuan. What is going on here? Zhu Yan ignores everyone else, her gaze fixed on him. She demands to know who told him to come, her hand already gripping the hilt of her blade as she commands him to come with her. Her gesture is not an invitation, it's an order. Suddenly, Zhao Chen feels a sharp pinch on his arm. It's Zhu Xuan glaring not at him, but at the other woman. She tells Zhu Yan that while her senior sister is beautiful, she shouldn't be so rough, her voice dropping, laced with ice, warning her not to cause trouble here. But the warning is ignored. Zhu Yan's patience has run out. She draws her sword in a flash, threatening to get rude if they don't comply. This woman is ready to spill blood in a crowded tea house over a simple disagreement. Zhao Chen's fan snaps open, effortlessly blocking the blade. He asks coolly what this is all about, again noting her uncanny resemblance to Zhu Xuan. A thought clicks into place. Was this the woman the man in black was actually after that day? Did he mistake Zhu Xuan for her? Zhu Yan simply states that her father sent her to take him home. But before Zhao Chen can respond, Zhu Xuan steps forward, her eyes blazing with defiance. She has a message for the Zhu family lord. She declares that from this day forward, she, Zhu Xuan, is severing all ties with the Zhu family. Any agreements they have made are no longer her concern. Zhu Yan's face hardens. If she won't come willingly, then she'll be taken back unconscious. She lunges, a blur of motion aimed directly at Zhu Xuan. But a disciple intercepts the blow, his own sword ringing against hers. He snarls, questioning her audacity to attack the master of the Hengmeng sect. In the next instant, Zhao Chen is there, his own blade drawn. He tells her she'll have to go through him first. Zhu Yan's fury boils over. How dare he stop her? Her sword erupts in a storm of golden energy. The onlookers gasp in shock. A double of Zhu Yan, a family feud spilling into the open. This is better than any show. Golden talismans swirl around her. A vortex of immense power building with terrifying speed. Zhao Chen watches, his expression unreadable as the crowd recognizes the signs. This is Zhu Yan's ultimate move. They whisper of her legendary Yin absolute body, a talent that caught the eye of the celestial court itself. An immortal had gifted her a technique born from years of sword comprehension. It's a power that makes her the undisputed #1 fighter in the entire Dragon Flame Kingdom. She unleashes the attack, a blinding torrent of golden light and sword intent. Can he possibly withstand a strike blessed by an immortal? The shockwave rips through the tea house, sending patrons flying and furniture splintering into pieces. Zhao Chen's disciples brace themselves against the overwhelming force. But when the dust settles, the scene is utterly baffling. The door to their private room is now shut, the attack completely neutralized. Zhao Chen stands there calmly, fan in hand, as if nothing happened. He looks toward the door, a faint smile on his lips, and speaks as if to someone far away. So the Zhu family lord sent you, he muses, yet the door is tightly shut. With a flicker of golden light, Zhu Xuan examines the blade, a faint smile playing on his lips. This sword, he thinks, is indeed extraordinary. He doesn't hesitate, swinging the weapon in a single, decisive arc that cuts through the air, and through Zhu Yan's confidence. She collapses to the floor, her own sword clattering uselessly beside her. Defeated, just like that. The crowd erupts in disbelief. She lost in a single move? Who is this young man? No one recognizes him, but his power is undeniable. Zhu Xuan feels a profound clarity. Immersed in the state of the clear sword heart, he could see every strand of her attack, every flaw in her technique. It was like watching a child try to fight a master. For Zhu Yan, the world has tilted on its axis. I lost? The thought is alien, impossible. Her heart hammers against her ribs, a frantic, unfamiliar rhythm. A cold dread washes over her. Is this fear? Is this man the reason her sister refused to come home? The power he wields is something she's never even conceived of. He looms over her, his voice dripping with condescension. He was planning to have breakfast before visiting the Zhu family, but her impatience has ruined his morning. He asks if she'll return by herself, or if he needs to tie her up and take her back. A spark of defiance ignites in her eyes. No one has ever made her experience fear, not until today. She refuses to be broken. Lunging forward, she abandons her sword and attacks with her bare hands, desperate to see just how capable he truly is. He sidesteps her clumsy assault with ease, a look of utter disappointment on his face. Her hand-to-hand combat, he remarks, is hardly worth mentioning compared to her swordsmanship. In a blur of motion, he seizes her by the back of the neck, his grip like iron, completely neutralizing her struggle. He holds the captured Zhu Yan up for his senior sister to see, asking if she recognizes this person. The blindfolded woman confirms it. That's her sister, Zhu Yan. He must have mistaken her for someone else. The disciples murmur amongst themselves. The sect leader has a biological sister. One of them whispers that their master must get along with her family, but the senior sister's voice is ice. She'd had nothing to do with them for a long time. With a flick of his fan, Zhu Xuan makes his decision. Since the Zhu family has extended such a cordial invitation, he declares, they ought to pay them a visit. At the Zhu family mansion, chaos reigns. A servant bursts in, screaming for the master. He gasps for breath, frantically reporting that someone has stormed their way onto the property. What? The master's face darkens. The servant explains that a woman looking like the young miss, along with 2 men and a girl, have barged in. All the guards are down, and they even knocked out young Miss Zhu Yan and brought her with them. The master's face contorts with rage and disbelief. Yanner was knocked out. She couldn't even match this Zhu Xuan. How is that possible? He orders a servant to go and invite Master Meng immediately. He will go and meet these intruders himself. The servant scrambles away to fetch reinforcements, but it's already too late. The main doors to the hall are kicked open, splintering off their hinges as Zhu Xuan and his party make their grand entrance. He casually asks why the main gate is shut when they were so kindly invited. He strolls in, fan in hand, an aura of absolute dominance radiating from him. The Zhu family head steps forward, his face a mask of fury. He tries to stall, speaking of etiquette and cordial invitations, asking what the meaning of this violent intrusion is. Zhu Xuan smirks. Reinforcements haven't arrived yet, so he's trying to talk his way out of it. Well now, Zhu Xuan says, he's quite curious to see what kind of reinforcements a family so proud and overbearing can possibly call upon. The patriarch seethes, his fists clenched. This Zhu Xuan is so arrogant, so conceited. He doesn't take anyone seriously. The man before her scoffs, his voice laced with disappointment. Xuaner, after all these years, you've chosen to mingle with these people instead of coming home. Her voice is pure ice. Home? Are you referring to the Zhu family that shut me out before I was even 10 years old, left me in the wilderness, and didn't care whether I lived or died? His eyes widen, the accusation striking him like a physical blow. A flicker of guilt, of shame, crosses his face. He quickly looks away, muttering that they shouldn't bring up these old stories. What can a man even say to that? He's cornered by a truth he can't deny. Just then, a group of older men approach, their presence heavy with authority. Someone recognizes her immediately, calling out her name. The great elder of the Zhu family steps forward, flanked by the second and third elders. He asks his brother what's wrong. Then he turns his condescending gaze to Xuan, saying that since it took so much to get her back, she should just come inside and talk with her father. The second elder chimes in with a sickeningly sweet tone. Little Xuan, do you still remember your second uncle? Her head snaps toward him, her voice dripping with venom. I wouldn't forget Uncle Zhu, the one who struck me and abandoned me on the outskirts of the city. Her father finally finds his voice, not to defend her, but to scold her. Xuan, don't be rude. He snaps that she's a disgrace, making a mess the moment she returns. The great elder seizes the opening, his aura flaring with condescending power. It seems these years outside have made you regress. After coming back, you need to properly relearn the rules. She just smirks. What do your Zhu family rules have to do with me? I've made it clear, she continues, her voice ringing with finality. I have long been unrelated to the Zhu family. From now on, you walk your sunny path and I'll walk mine. We have nothing to do with each other. The elder tries to brush it off, claiming the past was all his fault, a simple accident. He urges her to be calm, reminding her that she's about to enter the palace. He still talks to her as if she's a child to be managed. Do you still think I'm the same little girl you can push around? Her patience is gone. Today, if anyone dares to stop me, they'll face my sword. With a flash of spiritual energy, her blade is in her hand, its cold light silencing the courtyard. The elders are stunned for a heartbeat, then their faces twist with rage. You've really gone wild outside and forgotten what this place is like. Do you really think the first family of Longyan Kingdom is a place you can just come and go as you please? The great elder's voice drops to a menacing growl. It seems I need to help you remember the feeling of home. Zhu family soldiers. In seconds they are surrounded. A wall of disciplined warriors, their eyes cold and empty, their swords ready. Her father, Zhu Hong, finally protests. Everyone, Zhu Xuan, is, after all, my daughter. Is this how you refuse to give me face? But the elders just sneer at him. It's because you failed to guide her that she's become so wild. A father's fault if his child isn't taught. So the elders run this house, not the master. Pathetic. The second elder declares that since he won't discipline her, they'll do it for him. Guards protect the master of the house. The soldiers move instantly, their swords forming a cage around Zhu Hong. They tell him to take care of himself and not mistakenly enter the battlefield. He grits his teeth, his face contorted in a mask of impotent rage. These three old fools, relying on the family soldiers, they don't take him, the head of the family, seriously at all. He vows that sooner or later he'll make them pay. Meanwhile, Xuan calmly explains the situation to Zai Yan. The Zhu family soldiers are orphans, raised from a young age through brutal training to be unswervingly loyal. The weakest among them are at the golden core stage, and the most talented can even reach the soul-dividing stage. She reveals a chilling fact. Half of the reason the Zhu family became the #1 noble family in the kingdom is because of these very soldiers. Zai Yan glances at the assembled force, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, you've really prepared quite a number of people, haven't you? A brilliant ball of golden energy ignites in his palm. He summons his colossal sword, its oppressive aura filling the air. Let's see who dares to take another step forward. The great elder is unmoved. What are you standing around for? Clear out the outsiders and take the young lady down for some good rest. The soldiers roar in unison. Their feet slam into the ground, igniting the stone with fiery spiritual energy. They move as one, 3 elite soldiers at the first level of the soul-dividing stage, their power flaring in perfect sync. Zai Yan doesn't hesitate, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. A blinding arc of blue light screams toward the soldiers, but they are ready. Unity Array activate. A golden shield of pure energy erupts from their formation, meeting the attack head-on. The sword strike shatters against the spiritual shield. Zai Yan stares in disbelief. His attack was completely blocked. Don't tell me all 3 of them are at the same cultivation level as me? Even for someone at the peak of soul dividing, it wouldn't be easy to condense such a solid shield. How are mere guards this powerful? His master shouts that he'll join him, but Zai Yan orders him back. You fall back. Take good care of Wushwang and senior sister. Zhu Xuan looks at him, her usual coldness replaced by genuine concern. Junior brother, be extremely careful when you face the enemy alone. He just gives her a confident smile. Don't worry. The elder's mind reels. The synchronized formation pools the strength of everyone within it, creating a shield capable of stopping a full-strength attack from a peak soul-dividing master. And yet, this Zio Xuan, did he almost break through it? The other elder scoffs, calling it a bunch of crap. He points a commanding finger at his elite soldiers, his voice booming with impatience. He gives them 10 moves to take Zio Xuan down, or he'll pay the price himself. Now go, he roars. The soldiers don't hesitate. They roar in unison, activating the synchronized formation. Golden energy erupts from the ground beneath them. A massive pillar of light shoots into the sky, a beacon of borrowed power. The energy converges, swirling into a blinding vortex. It then pours down, funneling directly into the 3 lead soldiers. Zio Xuan watches, his expression unreadable as the aura of the 3 men skyrockets. In just a few breaths, their strength has surged to an entirely new level. They're ready to make their move. The leader brandishes his massive blade, yelling for the kid to surrender now. But Zio Xuan sees right through the display. This isn't a true increase in cultivation. It's impossible to gain this much power in such a short time. He realizes they're using the formation to channel everyone's strength into just 3 individuals. The soldier, furious at being ignored, lunges forward. His blade slams into the ground where Zio Xuan just stood, shattering the stone. Zio Xuan lands gracefully a few feet away, a faint smile on his lips. The formation is truly enviable, he muses. But with a sword heart as clear as his, seeing through an opponent's spiritual power movements within the same realm is as easy as turning over one's hand. The soldier swings his massive blade again. His comrade rushes in to support him, shouting that he'll help. But Zio Xuan is already moving, his own blade a blur of golden light. His sword meets the soldier's arm, not with a cutting edge, but with a precise burst of energy. The man stumbles back, clutching his arm in shock, his attack completely nullified. His fellow soldiers stare, bewildered. He drops to one knee, gritting his teeth. What's going on? The spot where the sword light hit isn't physically damaged, but his spiritual power is completely blocked, unable to flow. A horrifying thought dawns on him. Could it be that Zio Xuan's last strike actually predicted the route of his spiritual power? Just with that single touch of Sword Kai, His entire spiritual flow has been sealed. Zio Xuan doesn't give him a moment to recover. "It's not over yet," he says coolly, already moving on to the next target. He strikes the second soldier, who gasps, feeling the exact same sensation. His spiritual pathways are being deliberately blocked. He screams a warning to the others to watch out. But it's too late. The third man is hit and his power vanishes. He can't get his spiritual power to flow either. He collapses, the strength draining from his body. Zio Xuan appears before the leader, his movements fluid and impossibly fast. "You have quick reflexes, I see." Before the man can react, Zio Xuan drives his fist into the soldier's chest. The impact sends him staggering back. The two men lock eyes, one with grim determination, the other with cold, calculating superiority. The third soldier in the background can only watch in horror. His brothers are being taken down one by one. He screams their names as Zio Xuan vanishes in a blur. Landing softly, Zio Xuan doesn't even turn around. The final soldier stares down at his own hands in terror. My arms. He can't feel them anymore. A strange, dark energy envelops them, completely severing his connection to his own limbs. Zio Xuan finally turns, his gaze sweeping over the three defeated warriors. "The spiritual power of hundreds of people, all concentrated into just you three," he says, a hint of clinical curiosity in his voice. "Quite impressive. If your strength was truly your own," he sneers, "I'd indeed be a bit scared." What a pity. A shockwave of golden energy erupts from his body, blasting the charging soldiers into the air like ragdolls. They slam into the ground, their bodies broken and mangled, their borrowed power turning against them in a storm of uncontrolled energy. The white-haired master watches the carnage with a detached, analytical gaze. They possess immense spiritual power, he notes, but not the fine control to match. Their spiritual flows are a chaotic mess, hardly a challenge to deal with. On the ground, the survivors clutch their chests in agony, the power that filled them moments ago now gone. They scream that their spiritual power is sealed, they can't circulate it. How could he have neutralized all of them in a single move? Is this man a monster? Before the elder can even process the question, Zio flashes past him in a blur of golden light, his voice a cold whisper. "Weak." The old man's eyes widen in disbelief at the impossible speed and strength. Zio stands over the fallen army, his blade resting on his shoulder. "Is there anyone else?" he asks the silent courtyard, "who wishes to challenge me?" No one moves, no one dares. The Zhu family's coordinated army was broken in seconds. The leader stares, a cold sweat breaking on his brow. He finally realizes who he's facing, apologizing for underestimating the legendary Elder Zio. Then his entire demeanor shifts. The fear vanishes, replaced by a greedy, calculating smile. He asks a question that hangs strangely in the air. "What's your monthly salary?" He presses on, his voice dripping with false sincerity. A man as young and talented as Elder Zio shouldn't be tied to a mere Hengmeng sect. He offers him the world. Tens of thousands of gold, countless treasures, and beautiful women. The Zhu family, he promises with a grasping hand, has it all. He even dangles the prospect of Zhu Xuan, a future queen, as if she were just another prize to be won. His cronies join in, sweetening the pot. If he agrees, he could become the leader of their private army, 10 million strong. They tell him to think it over, confident their offer is irresistible. Zio actually seems to consider it, admitting the Zhu family truly lives up to its reputation. He's even a little tempted. Wait, is he actually falling for this? Xuan looks on, her expression unreadable. Zio finally speaks, his voice calm. If he joins the Zhu family, could they give him 100,000 top-grade spirit stones? The men chuckle, relieved. 100,000 is nothing, they boast, promising there will be plenty more in the future. But Zio isn't finished. He adds that he'll also need a single immortal-level artifact to make up for it. The air freezes. The smiles vanish from their faces, an immortal-level artifact. Their disbelief quickly turns to scorn. They laugh, telling Elder Zio his imagination is rich. They mock him openly, saying they don't have something so priceless. Not even an immortal-level technique. Zio presses, a dangerous smirk playing on his lips. His sword begins to crackle with untamed lightning. "If you can't satisfy even these requests," he asks, his voice dropping to a low growl, "you still want to recruit me?" The three men recoil, their arrogance instantly replaced by raw fear. The leader screams at his remaining guards, ordering them to block the path. The guards hesitate for a second before swarming forward. A final, desperate line of defense. Zio raises his blade. In this case, he says, his eyes cold as ice. A flash of light, and their weapons are shattered into 1,000 pieces. "Allow me to demonstrate," he announces, "what an immortal-level artifact can do. It'll be an educational experience for you." A massive construct of pure blue energy forms around his sword, humming with terrifying power. The guards are gone. Zio turns his shadowed, glowing eyes to the three leaders cowering before him. "It's your turn," he says. "Is there anyone who wants to raise the offer?" The man in the back trembles, unable to even look at the monster before him. They huddle together, their final card a pathetic threat. "We're the #1 noble family in Longyan," one of them stammers. "Do you think you'll have a good outcome if you move against us?" Zio just scoffs, raising his blade. "Relying on the name of a family that can't even produce a single immortal-level weapon." From the shadows, another figure watches with a cruel smile, thinking that heaven is on his side if Zio Xuan eliminates these three fools for him. But just as the blow is about to land, a dagger slices through the air, deflecting the attack with a sharp clang. A voice rings out, shouting for him to stop. The two forces collide in a blinding flash of purple light. A dagger slices through the air, screaming for him to stop. The blade deflects his attack, its golden energy clashing against his own, saving the Zhu family elders from certain doom. They collapse to the ground, clutching their heads in terror, the heat of the deflected blow washing over them. He's forced back, his feet skidding across the stone floor as he parries the unexpected assault. The force behind that simple slash was immense. Confirming his suspicion, this newcomer is easily at the nascent soul stage. A woman lands before him, her presence radiating power. She tells the kid to surrender and get out of the Zhu family grounds. The elders scramble to their feet, relief flooding their faces as they see their protector, Meng Liang, has arrived just in time. His senior sister whispers a warning, identifying the woman as Meng Liang, a guardian from the celestial court and a powerful figure they should not cross. Retreat, she urges, is the only sensible option. Meng Liang offers a deal. She's impressed he stood his ground against the elders, but since she's the Zhu family's guardian, she can't just let him walk away after the humiliation he caused. To settle the score, she'll have to take one of his arms. He smirks, his eyes burning with defiance. "My arm. Come and take it yourself if you think you can." His senior sister looks on, stunned by his audacity. He reassures her, telling her not to worry, he knows his limits. But she knows better. This isn't just any opponent. A cultivator at the fusion realm is considered more than mortal. His impatience amuses her. Fine, she says, she'll grant his wish. He meets her challenge head-on, urging her to enlighten him as the power of stars erupts from his sword. She lunges, her own blade a blur of motion, but the raw force of his sword aura stops her cold. How can his energy be so fierce? The question flashes through her mind as their weapons lock. He grins, feeling the power of the stars surge through him. Even a small taste is enough to match a fusion realm cultivator. Their swords grind together, sparks flying as the two overwhelming powers collide. But something is wrong. She feels a new energy spike from his blade, something completely unexpected. That burst of power, it was nothing like what a nascent soul cultivator should be able to produce. She's seen geniuses with immense spiritual power before, but this was different. It wasn't just raw energy. It was something else entirely. A force that repels her attack with impossible strength. The power of luck explodes between them, sending her stumbling backward across the courtyard. He calmly retracts his energy, the golden light fading from his hand. So this is all a so-called human immortal amounts to. He turns to his senior sister, telling her she said everything she needed to. It's time to leave and not be bothered by them again. He takes her hand, a silent promise of protection passing between them. And with that, they turn their backs on the stunned onlookers and walk away. His other companions hurry to follow, calling for their master to wait up. The Zhu family head approaches Meng Liang, bewildered. He asks how a mere nascent soul brat could force her back. Was he hiding his true cultivation? No, she replies, his cultivation was exactly as it seemed. The problem was the technique he used. She stares after him, her mind racing. The moment their blows clashed, his power exploded, multiplying hundreds, even thousands of times over. That boy is strange. Below the fusion realm, she concludes, no one could possibly be his match. He walks away, hand in hand with his senior sister, leaving a legend and a warning in his wake. The Imperial Guards balk at the order, one of them shouting that they can't just let her go. But the moment Zio Xuan tells them to chase Meng Liang themselves, their bravado evaporates into a cold sweat. With her back turned, Zio Xuan has already constructed her narrative for the emperor. Zhu Xuan was swayed by the Hengmeng sect, threatened them, and refused to comply. She smirks, certain his majesty will understand. Far away, a man cloaked in shadow lets a triumphant grin spread across his face. He muses that this turn of events has actually done him a huge favor. Back with Zhu Xuan, his disciples are in awe of his power, begging him to teach them the move he just used. But his facade of strength shatters in an instant as he stumbles, his body giving out. His disciples cry out his name as a black, corrosive energy seeps from his hand, blood dripping onto his white robes. His senior sister rushes to his side, catching him before he collapses. She helps him to a bed, scolding him for being so reckless, but he just laughs weakly, saying he had no other choice. Her expression turns deadly serious. She reminds him that Meng Liang reached the fusion realm over a decade ago. She tells them she once saw Meng Liang wipe out an entire army with a single wave of her hand. A true human immortal walking the earth. Zhu Xuan's eyes glint with a dangerous mix of pain and pride. He'll have to brag to senior brother Zhang that he actually made a human immortal suffer today. But his tough act fades as his senior sister tends to his wounds, his yelps of pain filling the room while he insists he knows his limits. He then reveals his true strategy. It was never about winning, but about psychological warfare. He was confident a single, powerful strike would be enough to force her back. Someone of her status hasn't faced a true challenger in years. To be repelled by a cultivator so far beneath her would shatter her composure, forcing her to retreat and reevaluate. A gamble on pride, a brilliant move, but how long can he keep bluffing his way through encounters with gods? He admits that one strike used up every last bit of star force he'd been storing for days, but the result was worth it. Just then, a paper crane talisman zips into the room. His senior sister catches it, her eyes glowing as she reads the message. Her face darkens. It's the ancestral shrine again. There's another problem. She tells Zhu Xuan that senior brother Zhang needs her back at the Sect immediately. He nods, telling her to go. He'll use this time to recover and enter seclusion, preparing for the upcoming National Fate tournament. She agrees, promising to wait for him. As she departs, she leaves the Hengmeng sect in his capable hands. Alone with his thoughts, Zhu Xuan settles into a meditative pose. His cultivation has been advancing too quickly. It's time to temper his foundation. He calls to his disciples, his voice firm. Tomorrow, their real training begins. They will climb the highest peak in the region, carrying him on foot. His red-headed disciple cheers, excited for a new challenge, while the other disciple realizes their master plans to temper them just as fiercely as he tempers himself. And so begins a grueling regimen. They haul massive boulders up treacherous mountain paths, earning Zhu Xuan hundreds of days of cultivation points. He spars relentlessly, his combat experience soaring. He immerses himself in ancient texts, his realm ascending through solitary cultivation. He even takes time to manage the sect's affairs, increasing its assets and influence. Finally, the day arrives. Zhu Xuan and his disciples stand before the Longyang Kingdom's teleportation array, but their allies are nowhere to be seen. He wonders aloud if the Chongling Taoist got the date wrong. But after all that preparation, are they about to be stood up? Suddenly, the array flares to life, shimmering with intense energy. 3 figures materialize from the light, apologizing for the delay. Their journey has just begun. Xingyu addresses her master, noting that his aura has become even more unfathomable in just a few short days. He greets Yifan, who returns the pleasantry, remarking on how much his cultivation seems to have advanced. Zhao Chen's master simply smiles, saying it's nothing compared to Yifan's progress, before asking where Elder Wang is. Xingyu explains that the Elder is on the verge of a major breakthrough, preparing for a heavenly tribulation, and couldn't come. This means their team is one person short. Her master then changes the subject, a playful glint in his eye, asking if she's noticed any changes in him. He pretends to think hard before teasing her about her new clothes, which he says look pretty good. Xingyu explodes, shouting that the big change is that she's formed her nascent soul. He laughs, admitting he's just joking. He felt her new power the moment she arrived and is proud of her diligence. As a reward for her hard work, he materializes a gleaming golden sword, a grade heaven-tier treasured blade. Xingyu is speechless with joy, holding the blade aloft as she thanks her master, while the others look on in absolute disbelief. He muses to himself that after awakening the tyrant's sovereign body, her cultivation speed is truly astonishing. Yifan watches the exchange with a cold, calculating gaze. To casually gift a heaven-tier weapon, this man is far more dangerous than he appears. Zhao Chen's master claps his hands, telling them it's time to go or they'll miss the opening. The system confirms the gift of a heaven-tier Kilin blade, doubling the reward. 2 lower-grade Kilin blades for the host. The group assembles in the courtyard, ready to depart for the tournament. A shadow falls over them as a colossal, fiery wing blights out the sun. Descending from the heavens is a magnificent divine beast, and seated upon it is a woman radiating immense power. It is the Suzaku True Lord. The other cultivators gathered nearby gasp in shock, recognizing the divine beast of one of the realm's most powerful figures. It's explained that some demon beasts can purify their bloodline to such an extent they revert to the form of an ancient divine beast, a sight rarely seen outside the National Fate tournament. Ever since the Heavenly Order collapsed, no one has broken through to the fusion realm. Those who have reached it are a class of their own, so-called human immortals, who established the immortal court to rule over all others. Xingyu whispers in confusion. For the last century, the Azure Dragon True Lord has always overseen the tournament. Why the sudden change? Has something happened within the immortal court? But Yifan just smirks. Zhu Xiao. So they meet again in this lifetime. His mind races back to his previous life. He recalls meeting Xingyu in the Imperial Steel Space, where she discovered his unique divine sense spirit body and invited him to this very tournament. It was there, cornered and desperate, that he was forced to reveal his greatest secret. The ancient true words, a heavenly mantra passed down through generations of his kind. With all 9 characters, one could speak with the heavenly Tao itself, a power the immortal court coveted above all else. Hunted and alone, he sought refuge with the only person powerful enough to protect him, the Suzaku True Lord. She took him in, blindfolding him and declaring he would stay by her side forever. But she never knew the terrible secret of the words. They slowly erode the user's mind, a side effect only a divine sense spirit body can resist. With a little trickery, he had the beautiful and powerful True Lord wrapped around his finger. Now, in this life, he's already collected 5 of the characters. Below the fusion realm, he is unbeatable. A dark smile twists his lips. This time, he won't be so foolish as to reveal his trump card. And the Suzaku True Lord, she will be his once more. As she passes overhead, Zio Chen's master feels a flicker in Yifan's spiritual energy. He glances over, seeing the raw excitement in Yifan's eyes. He turns to Xingyu, asking quietly if Yifan has been close to her recently. She confirms it, explaining that he seems to have an uncanny ability to locate rare treasures, so she's kept him around. Zio Chen's master's suspicion deepens. This Yifan operates in the shadows, and yet his cultivation advances at an impossible rate. How? He's not like a transmigrator, he feels more like someone who has been reborn, a chilling thought. He'll have to watch him very, very closely. The group is transported to the site of the first trial. They have arrived at the Dragon Ascension realm. The Suzaku True Lord stands before the assembled cultivators from every empire, an official stepping forward to address the silent crowd. He welcomes them, laying out the rules for the first stage. For the next 10 days, they will compete to see which teams advance. Each person is given a golden token imbued with the national fortune of their empire. The objective is twofold. Protect your token and seize as many as you can from your rivals. The power collected will be a massive advantage in the finals, assuming you make it there. Lose your token and you're out. The official's voice turns cold. After 10 days, any team that has lost all their tokens will be eliminated permanently. There's one final rule. Until only one imperial faction remains, members of the same faction are forbidden from killing each other. With a thin smile, he wishes them good luck. The cultivators clutch their tokens, the friendly atmosphere instantly evaporating, replaced by a tense silence thick with paranoia and bloodlust. The hunt has begun. The rules were simple, almost insultingly so. The prince laid them out with a cruel smirk. Protect your own token and seize as many as you can from others. He explained that even if they did nothing, they'd advance after 10 days, but with a severe drawback. Their protective power would be significantly weaker than the rest. The group gathered in the forest, the tension already thick. The woman, Xingyu, took the lead, asking if they should go on the offensive or play it safe. Before anyone could answer, she offered to share the information she'd gathered. She painted a map of their battlefield in the air with her words. 5 upper nations were competing: Flame Dragon, White Tiger, Azure Sparrow, Black Tortoise, and Red Hare. Each nation, she continued, had at least 5 subordinate dynasties, and every single one was led by a divine realm expert. She began listing the threats. White Tiger's subordinate had Guardian General Xiang Feiyu, Azure Sparrow had Wanyu Dynasty's Remembrance Fairy Gu Pan. Black Tortoise had Ghost King Hua Yulong, and Red Hare was commanded by the Free King Lu Zunyu. But then her tone shifted, focusing on their own side, Longyan. There was one man, she warned, currently considered the most powerful fighter in the entire Longyan kingdom, Grand Preceptor Chen Qin of the Divine Eagle Dynasty, a man who had reached the absolute peak of the 10th layer of the nascent soul realm. As his name was spoken, the monk, Chong Ling, exploded with rage. That despicable, scheming old fox is still alive, he snarled. Xingyu was taken aback, asking if he knew the man. The monk bowed his head slightly, explaining that the prince might not know the history. He recounted a bitter memory. When he was 18, he joined the Fortune War with his master. Back then, the very same great kin was the leader of Longyan's teams, but their Divine Eagle Dynasty was nearly wiped out by the White Tiger Kingdom's forces. It was his master who risked everything, who saved them all. But afterward, Chen Qin betrayed his savior. He stole all the achievements, claiming the glory for himself. A stolen legacy. This is more than just a competition, it's personal. With that stolen honor, the divine Eagle dynasty soared, becoming the strongest under Longyan's banner. Meanwhile, Great Kin and his master fell into a steep decline. The monk's eyes burned with a cold fire. His reason for joining this war was singular: to trample that old fox beneath his feet. He would avenge his master. He assured the prince he intended to defeat the divine Eagle dynasty honorably in fair combat, and then reveal the truth of Chen Qin's treachery to the world. Xingyu was stunned, recalling she'd heard rumors of Great Qin's strange defeat but never knew the secret behind it. But their private conversation was shattered by a mocking voice. A man in ornate white robes strutted toward them, sneering at the monk. Well, well, if it isn't the Chongling Taoist. The man looked him up and down with contempt, saying that if he survived this war, he might live another 2 years. Chongling's face twisted in disgust. What bad luck to run into you, a treacherous, untrustworthy snake. The man shot back, telling him to watch his tongue. It was your master, he spat, who tried to take all the spoils. He called Chongling a despicable old fox, twisting the monk's own insult back at him. He declared that he fought for what was rightfully theirs and nearly died for it. He claimed he was being magnanimous by not pursuing the matter, yet Chongling was the one shouting accusations. He then made a show of extending an olive branch, stating that the divine Eagle dynasty had allied with other factions and was willing to overlook past grudges. He even had the audacity to invite them to join. But the offer was hollow, a performance for any onlookers. He shrugged, a smug smirk playing on his lips. Clearly, he was wasting his breath. The air crackled with hostility. Just as fists were about to clench, the white-haired prince stepped forward, his expression unreadable. He moved silently, closing the distance between himself and the sneering subordinate. The man tensed, demanding to know what he was planning. The prince just smiled faintly, saying he was doing nothing, just brushing a little dust off the Grand Preceptor's uniform. His hand gently patted the man's shoulder, and for a split second, a flicker of golden flame ignited and vanished on his fingertips. "Take care," he whispered, the words carrying an ominous weight. What did he just do? That was no simple touch. The subordinates' men were baffled, demanding to know who this upstart was. The prince didn't even spare them a glance, simply telling them to get lost. One of the men laughed, telling his master not to bother with such riffraff. They all knew his character. Another chimed in with a sycophantic grin. From the sidelines, other participants watched the drama unfold. One remarked how pitiful it was. By offending the Grand Preceptor, this group would be isolated and dead last again this year. Once the Divine Eagle group had gone, Chongling seethed, cursing Chen Qin as a damned, scheming villain. He apologized for losing his temper, but the prince waved it off. "It doesn't matter," he said calmly. Xingyu agreed, adding that it's better to cut ties with treacherous people early. The prince's eyes glinted with calculation. He laid out their new plan. They would prioritize stability and avoid alliances, but they wouldn't hesitate to take a token if an opportunity arose. He reminded them that this Dragon Ascension realm was rich in spiritual energy and rare treasures, an opportunity not to be missed. He suggested they use the 10 days to explore and improve their cultivation. Then he revealed his true play. Just now, he had used his divine sense to scan the surroundings and found a place where the 5 elements were heavily concentrated. There must be 5 elemental earth veins within the realm, and the closest one, he pointed, was a fire spirit earth vein located inside that volcano. He turned to his team, a challenging look in his eyes, asking if they'd be interested in taking a look. A volcano full of spiritual energy, is this a trap or an opportunity? The ominous maw of the volcanic cave loomed before them, pulsing with a faint, molten glow from its depths. Zhao Xuan's lips curl into a predatory grin. If the divine Eagle dynasty wants to play with fire, he's more than happy to oblige them. He says it's all the better this way. His disciples exchange knowing glances. They've seen that look before. Every time their master smiles like that, someone's life is about to be ruined. One of them whispers that after being betrayed by his own disciple, it's no wonder he despises traitors so much. Another agrees, fully supporting the master's plan to stay away from the main group and use guerrilla tactics. A slow, steady, and utterly ruthless approach. Deep inside the volcano, the air itself hums with power. Amidst rivers of molten rock, a group of cultivators from the Longyan kingdom meditate, absorbing the potent fire energy. Their leader, the national preceptor Chen Qin, is radiating a golden aura, on the very precipice of a breakthrough. His men can barely contain their excitement, realizing their kingdom will soon have a fusion realm cultivator. But as Zhao Xuan's group arrives, they notice something strange. There's no tribulation lightning outside. This place is a natural paradise, a perfect sanctuary for cultivation, one that hides its treasures from the heavens themselves. A voice cuts through the air, dripping with condescension. The great Qin dynasty has found them. Their leader smirks, saying he trusts they don't mind sharing this little paradise. The Longyan guards are stunned, demanding to know what they are doing here. They roar that the great kin are not welcome, but Xiao Xuan's smile never wavers. He's completely unimpressed by their empty threats. His gaze drifts past the guards, locking onto the meditating preceptor. He asks Chen Qun if he agrees with his men. Is he really trying to provoke a man in the middle of a critical breakthrough? The guards are furious, boasting that their preceptor is awake and will teach these intruders a lesson they'll never forget. They warn Xiao Xuan to leave now, while he still can. As if on cue, Chen Qun's power flares, and his men cheer, ready for a display of overwhelming force. But the display they get is not the one they expected. Chen Qun's eyes snap open, and he scrambles to his feet not to attack, but to throw himself at Xiao Xuan's feet, begging for forgiveness for his earlier offense. The guards are paralyzed, their minds unable to process the sight of their revered leader prostrating himself like a common servant. Even Xiao Xuan's own man is baffled, wondering if Chen Qun has had some bizarre, sudden change of heart. Then he remembers a faint spiritual fluctuation he felt moments ago. It was Xiao Xuan. He had already acted, planting a seed of suggestion deep within the preceptor's mind. Xiao Xuan tells the kneeling man that he holds no personal grudge, so he isn't the one who should be granting forgiveness. Chen Qun, his mind completely twisted, looks up and says he knows. It was his fault he wronged his true master. He then stumbles toward one of his own subordinates, a grim-faced monk, and begins to confess, screaming that he was blinded by greed, that he betrayed his master. The guards can only watch in horror as their leader slaps himself mercilessly, crying that he's scum who deserves a painful death. The monk's face hardens, his eyes burning with a cold fire. He snarls that since Chen Qun has delivered himself, he unleashes a vicious right hook, smashing it into the preceptor's face. He roars that he's been wanting to do that for a long time. With their leader disgraced and unconscious, the guards are left in stunned silence. Xiao Xuan's gaze sweeps over them, his voice dangerously low as he asks if anyone else has an opinion they'd like to share. The terror is immediate and absolute. They fall over themselves, bowing and pleading for him to do as he wishes. Their defiance has utterly shattered. Xiao Xuan lets out a chuckle, remarking how nice it is when everyone can just get along. He assures them he's a reasonable man. The spirit vein belongs to everyone and he won't interfere. He'll just take a small handful of the fire spirit Kai for himself. The rest, he says, is theirs to use. He dips his hand into the molten energy, pulling out a seemingly insignificant wisp of power. The guards stare, confused by his apparent generosity. They stammer, asking if that's really all he'll take. Xiao Xuan gives them a reassuring smile, claiming the people of great kin love peace. But is there any truth in that smile? He casually seals the energy in a vial, and the guards begin to whisper amongst themselves, marveling at his fairness and selflessness. They admit they were too narrow-minded, completely falling for his act. Meanwhile, the monk spits on his fallen leader's body, the seeds of discord now fully grown. As they turn to leave, his disciple asks if that's really it. Xiao Xuan simply turns, a sinister, knowing smirk playing on his lips. He got exactly what he came for. The ground beneath their feet begins to heave and groan. Panic erupts in the crumbling cavern as men in white robes lose their footing. What's going on? They shout. Why is it shaking? This isn't an earthquake. One of them realizes with dawning horror that it's the earth veins themselves, the very lifeblood of the mountain, that are being damaged. The realization hits them like a physical blow. It must have been Xiao Xuan. He drained the entire vein. This whole place is going to collapse on top of them. The order is screamed, hurry and run. A mad scramble for the exit ensues. A chaotic flood of bodies pushing and shoving their way toward the light, leaving the slower ones behind in the dust. Outside, the other cultivators watch as the mountain itself seems to vomit forth smoke and energy. They too turn to flee, a wave of primal fear washing over them. Some of the younger disciples worry aloud, wondering if they'll be punished for breaking the rules of the tournament. But their companion scoffs, saying the cave collapse has nothing to do with them. They're just innocent bystanders, thousands of meters away. The silver-haired leader looks on, his mind racing. To drain the earth veins, that's not something an ordinary person can do. Like master, like disciple, how many more aces does this kid have up his sleeve? He makes a decision. They'll follow the cultivators from the other camps and see if they can gather any valuable information. With a flash of golden light, they leap onto their flying swords, streaking across the sky and over the water, leaving the collapsing mountain far behind them. They land quietly near another encampment, just in time to witness a tense confrontation. A man from the Yueshui dynasty is demanding an item from the divine eagle disciples, asking if their national preceptor Chen Qin prepared everything. The Divine Eagle members look shifty, unable to meet his gaze. The Ryushui leader's patience wears thin. "What's wrong?" he barks. "Hurry up and speak." One of them finally stammers out an explanation. His younger brother was injured by the cold aura of the lakebed beast. He explains the deal they made. Chen Qin promised that if he absorbed the fire spirit power of the volcano, he could cure his brother. For that promise, they handed over all their spirit stones and artifacts. The Ryushui leader's face darkens, his eyes burning with rage. And now he snarls, "You've taken our things and returned from the volcano with nothing." His voice drops to a dangerous low. "Are you planning to go back on your word?" The Divine Eagle disciples recoil, swearing that's not it, that they had no choice. They desperately shift the blame, pointing fingers and shouting that it's all the kin people's fault. If not for them, none of this would have happened. Just then, Zio Xuan steps forward, a thoughtful expression on his face. He says he thinks he just heard someone here was injured by a cold aura. He casually pulls out a vial pulsing with fiery energy. As it happens, he has some fire spirit power. Does anyone need it? The Ryushui leader's eyes widen in disbelief. That's the exact aura he's been searching for. The Divine Eagle members finally spot Zio Xuan and his group, and their fear instantly turns to fury. "You," they scream, "you bastards dare show your faces before us again?" One accuses their own preceptor of being a fool for ever trusting him. But the Ryushui leader cuts them off, his gaze locked on Zio Xuan. "Why should we trust you? Where's the fire spirit power you promised?" He turns his back on the squabbling disciples and addresses Zio Xuan with desperate formality. "Friend, one of our companions desperately needs that power to save his life." He asks how much Zio Xuan would ask for to transfer the power, admitting with some shame that their funds are a little tight at the moment. Zio Xuan just smiles, waving it off. He tells them they're being too formal, that as people from the Longyan Kingdom, they should be helping each other. What need is there to talk about repayment? The words are so warm, so heartfelt, that the Ryushui members are overcome with emotion. This, they declare, is what a true, kind person looks like. Not like those hypocrites from the Divine Eagle dynasty who demanded an exorbitant price and then showed up empty-handed. The leader bows his head in gratitude. "Please come in. From now on, you'll be the benefactors of our Ryushui dynasty." But Zio Xuan's smile widens, taking on a sharp, predatory edge. "Oh, but my friends," he says, "the Divine Eagle dynasty already committed vile acts in previous tournaments, betraying fate and causing the death of our kin leader." He gestures to the monk beside him. "This fellow Taoist from Chongling can testify." The Divine Eagle members can only stand there, speechless and shaking with rage. The monk plays his part perfectly, clasping his hands together. How delightful. In the future, if Taoist Zio needs anything, just say the word. My Teksu sect owes you a favor. He didn't just want to help them, did he? He wanted to turn them into a weapon. The bodies are still, but one man's pulse is off. It's faint, erratic, a thread of life clinging on against an unnatural cold. Gu Suihan kneels, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He decides against conventional methods, opting for a more direct approach. He tells himself he'll first try using the power of the fire spirit. Uncorking a small vial, he pours a single molten drop onto the man's chest. The liquid fire spreads instantly, a web of golden energy that attacks the crystalline blue frost encasing the man's body. The ice hisses, melting away under the intense heat, and with a shuddering gasp, the man's eyes fly open. His brother rushes to his side, relief washing over his face as he helps him sit up, asking what could have possibly happened in the dragon's soaking lake. He was sure there were no powerful beasts in that realm. The revived man coughs, recounting his dive into the lake's depths. He'd found it, the source of the water spirit energy, a rare water spirit mushroom. But as he reached for the prize, a colossal serpent had ambushed him. The beast radiated a bone-deep cold, its power overwhelming. He fought, but a single strike was all it took to bring him down. Gu Suihan listens intently, a serpent that wields frost energy. Interesting. The man suddenly chokes, crying out in agony. Before their horrified eyes, the blue crystals begin to reform, erupting from his skin with terrifying speed. A lattice of ice consuming him once more. A curse, not just poison. What kind of beast leaves a mark like that? The brother turns to Gu Suihan, pure desperation on his face. Gu Suihan's expression is grim as he explains that this is no simple frost poison. It's a curse woven into his very soul. Simply expelling the cold is a temporary fix. To save him, the curse itself must be broken. He admits he's no expert in such matters and cannot remove it himself. However, he offers, there is one universal solution for curses of this nature. His eyes narrow, a predatory glint surfacing. The answer is brutally simple: kill the one who cast it. A cruel smile plays on his lips. This couldn't be more perfect. He was already hunting the powers of the 5 elements, so hunting down this serpent along the way is a welcome bonus. But as he turns to leave, the man stops him, warning that a powerful, bewildering formation blankets the entire forest. His brother is the only one who knew the safe path. He presents a small, ornate compass, explaining it can guide the way forward, but it only has a single use. He begs the immortal master to accept it. Gu Suihan takes the device, acknowledging it as a fine treasure. He silences his followers with a single command. They are to stay put. He will go alone. This battlefield, teeming with elemental energies, is the perfect crucible for cultivating his yin-yang 5 elements body. He welcomes the chaos. Elsewhere in the forest, another group of cultivators trudges through the endless trees, their frustration mounting. One of them wipes sweat from his brow, complaining they've been walking for half a day and have got nowhere. Another man stops dead, pointing at a mark on a tree. It's the same one they carved hours ago. They've been walking in circles. The realization sinks in like a stone. Their scout never came back. 3 of their Sect brothers are also missing. A cold dread grips them as they understand they are well and truly trapped. A calm voice drifts down from above, asking if they too are caught in this formation. Startled, they look up to see a man with silver hair looking down on them. He introduces himself as Zio, a cultivator separated from his own party. Holding up a compass, he asks if they know how to break the formation. They scoff bitterly. If they knew that, they wouldn't still be here. Seeing their despair, a cunning, almost predatory smile spreads across Gu Suihan's face. He has a plan, he tells them. He gathers the weary cultivators, his voice filled with an unnerving confidence. He lays out his analysis of the array. It has 3 layers, he claims, each with 2 death gates and a single life gate. To break it, the sub-array's eye within each death gate must be destroyed. The strategy is simple, he says. Someone must enter each death gate, destroy the eye, and guard the gap. Once the sub-array collapses, a new path will open, and they repeat the process until the entire formation is broken. He looks over the 7 remaining men, a chilling calculation in his eyes. It's perfect, he declares. With 7 of them, they have just enough people to handle the death gates. The leader lays out the plan with chilling calm. 7 people, 7 death gates. Each person takes one. Once the array eyes are destroyed, the formation will be completely broken. But a man voices the group's fear, asking if there's any danger for those who enter if they can't break the formation. The leader reassures them, explaining the array is derived from a wood spirit flower. It's an object that dislikes slaughter and will only cause disorientation, not harm. He smiles, a picture of confidence, promising that as long as they pass through the 3 life gates and break the formation, their lost companions will be saved. The group seems to buy it, murmuring that there's no better way. But in the back, 2 men exchange a look. One's eyes are fixed on the fan at the leader's waist. He whispers to his companion that he once apprenticed for a treasure appraiser. That folding fan, he says, is at least a heaven-grade artifact. His partner's eyes widen. Heaven-grade? The first man isn't finished, and that compass, he adds, is a rare treasure specifically meant to deal with bewildering formations. The greed in their eyes is palpable. They realize this man isn't just a helpful stranger. He's a walking treasure vault, perfectly equipped to solve their problem. That must be why he's so willing to cooperate. But their thoughts turn darker. The first man wonders if his companion's command token is still on him. He proposes a new plan. Once they reach the formation's last layer, they'll make their move. They enter the first layer of the bewildering forest. One of the schemers immediately volunteers, shouting that he'll go. Another spots an opening in the mist, yelling that the life gate is here and there's no array core. He urges everyone to hurry. The leader gives a curt nod, and the group surges forward, their desperation masking the treachery brewing within their ranks. An incense stick's worth of time later, they've reached the 3rd layer. The leader stands alone, a smirk playing on his lips. The cores of the first 2 layers have been destroyed, he muses. Now only 2 death gates and 1 life gate remain. It all comes down to luck. Luck, what happened to his all-powerful compass? The scene cuts to 2 of the men cornered. One turns to the other, a blade in hand and a sickening grin on his face. He chuckles, telling his brother he's mistaken. Clearly, he says it's the 2 of them who will live, while this 3rd man will die. Without another word, he brings his sword down on his supposed ally. The other betrayer smirks, explaining that since they have the compass to point out the life gate, keeping the dead weight around is just pointless. Their plan is simple: seize the treasures, break the formation, and leave everyone else for dead. But a voice echoes through the mist, dripping with condescension. The thought is beautiful, the leader says. The 2 men freeze, their blood running cold as twin pillars of fire erupt from beneath them. But reality, the voice continues, is rather cruel. They look down in horror, coughing as their robes catch fire. Damn it, what are you doing? They scream, their bodies engulfed in searing flames. Help, their cries are useless. The leader stands in the inferno untouched, simply clicking his tongue. Considering we've been traveling companions for so long, he makes a sharp gesture, his eyes glinting with malice. I'll just break the formation gracefully. He sends the two burning men flying into the fog, their agonizing screams fading into the distance. They tumble through the air, pleading for him to stop, promising to spare him. The leader watches them vanish, his expression unreadable. He had tested a theory earlier. Inside this formation, divine sense and location all go wrong. He reveals the cold truth. He'd left traces of his spiritual power on them. They were just running forward in a blind panic, never even reaching the next layer. Their luck simply ran out, and they stumbled right into the death gates. He didn't even need to kill them himself. He simply walks away from their smoldering remains. He arrives at the heart of the array, a swirling vortex of pure green energy. He can feel the immense wood element's spiritual power radiating from it, marveling that it would take him centuries of cultivation to reach this level. As he absorbs the energy, the mist finally clears, revealing the trapped cultivators. This trip, he thinks, has been a huge profit. He turns to the bewildered group, all smiles. He announces that since the formation has been resolved, he'll be taking his leave. Two of the rescued men are sobbing with relief, thanking him profusely. There really are still good people in this world, one of them cries. He turns to his friend, but the man's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. "What on earth happened to you?" he asks, but his companion can only stare, his mouth agape a horror only he can see. A court official reports to the emperor, his voice heavy with grim news. Half of the participating teams have been eliminated, and among their vassal states, only Great Qin has managed to preserve its entire strength. But the emperor, Zhu Hong, just scoffs, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he dismisses the title of Your Majesty. He whirls around, his voice a lash of cold fury, telling the official to never report such trivialities to him again. He reminds the man of his failure to capture Zhu Xuan, warning him that this is his final chance to prove his worth. He shoves a token into the official's hands, a command for the nation-protecting formation, and gives him a chilling order. Once the war ends, activate it and ensure not a single soul from the Kink Upper Kingdom is left alive. The emperor's eyes burn with a terrifying ambition. He wants them all to die, sacrificing their lives for his national fortune, leaving Sima Ren utterly powerless to challenge him. And if anything goes wrong, he promises, the man's entire clan will be extinguished. The official collapses, blood trickling from his mouth, trembling as he accepts the horrifying decree. Elsewhere in the palace, another servant rushes to an advisor, reporting that Princess Yilan is in a rage, smashing priceless artifacts after hearing about Great Qin's success. The old advisor is completely unconcerned. He simply instructs the servant to let her break whatever she wants. In fact, he orders them to open the national treasury for her, letting her smash treasures until her tantrum subsides. The servant can only bow, internally reeling at the sheer indulgence shown to the arrogant princess. How can the emperor dote on someone so unruly? Far from the palace intrigue, Zhu Xuan stands overlooking a vast, misty lake, sensing an immense source of water spirit energy. He also detects the auras of at least 8 nascent soul peak cultivators lurking nearby. He realizes some must have escaped the bewilderment formation. Deciding to investigate the energy source, he conceals his presence and slips silently into the water. Deeper and deeper he descends, the spiritual pressure growing more intense with every meter. He spots the source at the bottom of the lake, a crystalline formation pulsing with power. But something is wrong. Why isn't a treasure like this being guarded? The water darkens behind him as a colossal shadow blots out the light, a pair of malevolent red eyes fixing on him from the abyss. A monstrous serpent lunges forward, its maw wide enough to swallow him whole. Zhu Xuan reacts instantly, his sword flashing out to parry the beast's attack. But as steel meets scale, a jolt of recognition runs through him. The snake's aura, it feels disturbingly familiar. Wait, could it be? This is the aura of the guard who served the young master of Luoyan City. How could that man's presence be emanating from this gigantic beast? The only logical explanation is that the guard was swallowed by this creature. Dismissing the absurd thought that the man somehow transformed, Zhu Xuan unleashes his power, summoning a storm of golden sword projections that rain down on the serpent. The blades tear through its thick hide, and the beast lets out a deafening roar of agony that shakes the very water around them. On the lake's surface, the hidden cultivators are startled by the violent tremors. They sense the great snake has been provoked by someone else. Underwater, Zhu Xuan also feels them. New arrivals are approaching his position fast. He knows if he chases the wounded serpent now, he'll be forced into a direct confrontation with the ambushers waiting on the shore. Playing defense is not his style. A cold, calculating smile spreads across his face. Instead of fighting both, he'll let them fight each other, With a final push, he sends the enraged serpent rocketing towards the surface. The cultivators on the shore barely have time to react as the massive, wounded beast bursts from the lake, its furious roar echoing across the mountains. The beast shrieks, its eyes burning with uncontrollable rage as the cultivators recoil in shock. Ko Yuying's hands are locked in a seal, blue energy flaring around him, his face a mask of confusion. He demands to know why the beast suddenly went berserk when his formation isn't even complete. Below, Fairy scrambles back, crying out to her master that the snake has lost its mind. From the side, Lu Zunyu simply scoffs, dismissing it as a mere beast as he brandishes a strange, pulsating urn. General Zio watches him, his expression cold. He tells Lu Zunyu to go up and hold the creature off. He'll be right there to support him. But another fighter bursts from the ranks, his body glowing with power. He roars that he finally doesn't have to hide anymore, a wild grin spreading across his face. He loves catching big bugs the most. With a surge of energy, he rockets forward, his fists primed for a devastating blow. "Come on, you beast," he yells. "Taste this young master's fists." The impact sends a shockwave through the cavern, but Fairy sees the truth instantly. The snake's physical body is weak. Its true power is in its scales, nearly impenetrable to blades and spears, and that gives her the perfect opening. While that fool is busy trying to shatter its scales, now is her time to make a move. Purple energy swirls around her as she summons a swarm of ghastly blue skulls that surge through the air. The young master cries out in shock, demanding to know what the hell this is. "Damn it," he growls, swatting them away. He kills one and another comes, they're as annoying as flies. But behind them all, Ko Yuying the monk smiles a chilling, predatory smile. "Enjoy yourselves, everyone," he whispers. And then from his own hands, an even greater swarm of spectral skulls erupts, flooding the cavern. His true motive is finally laid bare. He hasn't activated this ghost-slaying formation in 10 years, but today, he declares, he must get his hands on the underwater dragon fetus. They were never a team, were they? Just a pack of wolves circling the same prey. As chaos reigns on the surface, Chen plunges into the dark water, bypassing the fight entirely. He'd felt the powerful auras gathering, but he never expected all 4 of the great spirit-severing experts to be here at once. His original plan was to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, but it's clear now that the great snake is no match for these 4, even with their betrayals. But then he feels it, another powerful aura deep beneath him. A current of pure spirit energy rushes past, pulling him deeper. It seems to be converging in one direction. Intrigued, he follows it down into the abyss, and then he sees it. Resting on a pedestal at the bottom of the lake is a glowing orb, pulsing with an aura so powerful it warps the water around it. What is this thing? Before he can process it, the energy inside the orb explodes outward, forming the spectral head of a massive, furious dragon. It unleashes a deafening roar, and fires a concentrated beam of pure dragon energy straight at him. Chen braces himself, the raw power of the blast shocking even him. A regular spirit-severing cultivator would have been torn to shreds instantly. The pieces click into place. The snake fighting above was just a clone, a decoy shed to confuse its opponents. Its real purpose was to protect this dragon fetus hidden all along. So that's what this was all about. A smirk plays on his lips as he faces the spectral beast. "What a pity," he taunts. "You've got some bad luck, running into me at the most critical moment of your transformation." Golden light erupts from his body as he meets the energy beam head-on, his power clashing with the dragon's. To be able to release such extraordinary energy, he realizes this must be a high-grade fetus. He gazes at the golden embryo suspended within the orb. He knows that when bloodlines evolve to a certain point, they abandon their physical form to condense a pure ancestral one. If this transformation succeeds, it will become a genuine divine beast. He remembers seeing the true Lord Vermilion bird riding a divine beast across the nation, and the image was burned into his mind. He wants one too. He weighs his options. Should he directly erase its consciousness, or should he plant a puppet mark on it first? He reaches a hand toward the orb. "I prefer them to be obedient," he decides, especially while they're still young. A voice suddenly echoes through the water, filled with weary resignation. "I didn't expect to still be defeated by you. It seems this is fate." Chen freezes. That voice, it can't be. A spectral figure materializes beside him, its form ghostly and indistinct. He asks, "Are you the guard who worked for Wang wrong at the city lord's manor?" The spirit turns. "Yes," it replies, a hint of surprise in its tone. "You actually remember me." Chen stares, demanding to know how he became this way. A memory surfaces, the guard bowing low. He explains that he himself possesses the bloodline of a strange beast, and his position at the manor was merely a means to an end, a way to get a snake gall to help him become a dragon. But his skills were inferior then, and he was defeated. He convinced himself his destiny simply hadn't arrived yet. He traveled to another dynasty, becoming a royal guard, which benefited his cultivation greatly. He was about to enter seclusion to complete his transformation, but he never expected to meet Chen here, of all places. The spirit looks at Chen, its fight gone. Fine, it says. Now that I've fallen into your hands, I have no complaints. If you want to make a move, then do it. The old man's eyes glint with a predatory appreciation. He tells the golden serpent that it has hard bones, a temperament he's grown to admire. But as determined as it is to die, he doesn't want to see it end like this. He extends a hand, not in peace, but in ownership. He offers it a choice: become his disciple, and he will not only spare its life but help it fully transform into a dragon. The golden light flickers, a silent, furious question roaring from within. What did you say? Gu Chanking's smile never wavers. He explains that he's never been one to play by the rules. He doesn't need its permission. He just has to take it as his disciple and tame it himself. And just like that, a system notification rings in his mind. Disciple successfully taken. But then comes the real prize. The system has detected a heaven-tier divine dragon bloodline, granting him a one-fold rebate reward. A torrent of pure, dense providence floods his being. What an unbelievable power surge. He informs his new disciple that with this blessing, its transformation will be complete. From within the glowing orb, a grateful voice echoes in his mind. Thank you, Master. Gu Chanking feels the power coursing through him, realizing that with a beast's bloodline to draw from, his own body refinement will now be unstoppable. Meanwhile, back on the shore, the massive blue serpent lies defeated and bleeding. The cultivators who fought it stand over its broken form. The master of the poison sect scolds his injured disciple, telling her that being hurt by a mere beast is a disgrace. His cold eyes drift to the two monks from the Thunder Sound Temple, who are crackling with residual energy. He sneers internally, noting that the old fool Lu Zunyu's poison techniques have only grown more refined over the years. But then, the lead monk's head whips up. He feels it, a new, terrifying aura radiating from the water. An explosion of water and light erupts as a golden dragon, radiant and divine, bursts into the sky. The monk stares in disbelief. Did that beast actually manage to condense a dragon body? The poison sect master is equally stunned. The monk's face twists in furious realization. The beast had been hiding its true body underwater this entire time, secretly nurturing a dragon fetus while using its shed skin as a decoy. His plan was to kill it before it could transform, but he was too late. It found another opportunity, purified its bloodline, and became a true five-clawed golden dragon. The chance of a lifetime gone in a flash. He roars in frustration, launching himself forward. He must catch it. He cannot let a prize like that escape. But watching from the trees, Gu Chanking just laughs, a wide, triumphant grin on his face. To actually see a true dragon with his own eyes, this trip was more than worth it. His victory lap is cut short by a violent coughing fit from the poison sect master. His disciple rushes to his side, asking what's wrong. He clutches his chest, explaining that his poison insects require constant nourishment from high spiritual power. Otherwise, they will backfire and consume him from the inside. And now that the dragon fetus is gone, his eyes, cold and calculating, fall upon his own student. A terrifying purple aura explodes from his body. He snarls that he'll just have to use her as a substitute, as shadowy tendrils shoot out and wrap around her throat. She chokes, her eyes wide with terror and confusion. Master, why? Her mind races, desperately trying to understand. She tells him that after her parents were killed by the poison immortal, she admired him. She was truly happy to be his disciple. She even respected him when he gave up the opportunity for a five-thundered soul to the poison immortal. She tearfully asks what she could have possibly done wrong to deserve this. He just lets out a low, chilling chuckle. He tells her she looks so pathetic when she cries, it's almost unbearable. So he'll do her a kindness and let her die with the truth. He leans in, his voice a venomous whisper. You thought your parents died at the hands of the poison immortal. Actually, they were all killed by my own hands. The world shatters around her. He is the poison immortal who wiped out her entire sect. As red energy drains the very life from her, he mocks her ignorance. The 9 revolutions poison demon scripture he gave her was incomplete. The true version is an immortal tier technique. Each of the 9 revolutions requires a new life, a new body. He was on his 7th turn. He needed her to reach the Mahayana realm. He prepared her to be his new body. But now she's utterly useless to him. So it's better, he says, that she just becomes nourishment for his poison insects. Her final moments are filled with nothing but an agonizing, soul-tearing scream. She snarls, then don't blame me, as a storm of violent purple energy erupts from her body. But her desperate lunge is met with a flash of steel, and a blade pierces clean through her back. The man roars in agony, the force of his own counterattack sending him stumbling backward as she is thrown through the air, the impact rattling her to the bone. Crashing to the ground, a cold dread washes over her. She'd landed a hit, but it wasn't nearly enough. Even gravely injured, he's in a different league entirely. The realization is a slap in the face. She has to escape now. Without a second thought, she splits her aura, sending 2 identical energy signatures flying in opposite directions. A desperate gambit to buy herself a few precious seconds. High above the forest, however, a new power descends. A colossal dragon, its scales shimmering like jade and gold, emerges from the clouds. A man with flowing white hair stands calmly on its head, his gaze sweeping the chaos below. A mouse has caught up, he observes, his tone flat and bored. The dragon asks if it should accelerate to lose their pursuer, but the man reveals his true purpose. He was hired to find the one who cursed his client's brother with a poison curse, and he's certain the culprit was among the group ambushed by the lake. His methods, however, are chillingly direct. He admits he has no expertise in poison, making it impossible to pinpoint a single person. His solution? Kill every poison specialist in the group. He then glances at his companion, questioning if the dragon is even strong enough to assist, having just completed its transformation. The dragon simply states that it can become a beast mark and attach itself to its master's body as a blinding golden light envelops it. The light condenses, searing the sigil of a dragon onto the man's arm. A miniature version of the dragon now floats beside him, explaining that in this form, it also grants its master a blessing of immense physical strength. The man clenches his fist, a surge of raw power coursing through him. He can feel it. His physical strength has increased by at least 40%. A cold, predatory smile finally touches his lips. Then he says, "It's time to deal with this persistent fellow." The chase below has reached its climax. A massive net of dark energy materializes in the sky, cast by the purple-clad woman now riding a terrifying spectral serpent. She looms over her prey, sneering, "I'd like to see just how far you can run." The woman trapped below feels her heart pound against her ribs. At this rate, I'll be caught sooner or later. Panic sets in as she desperately searches for an escape, but her path is suddenly swarmed by a horde of ghoulish blue skulls, their empty sockets burning with an unholy light. Where did all these skeletons come from? Her mind reels, caught between 2 inescapable threats. Before the ghouls can strike, brilliant golden flames erupt from nowhere, incinerating them on the spot. The blue skulls are vaporized in an instant. The woman stares in shock at her unexpected savior. The white-haired man, now standing amidst a swirl of golden talismans, looking utterly unimpressed. "Is this all a dignified ghost king has got?" he scoffs. He glances dismissively into the trees, declaring that the ghost-slaying formation is completely ineffective. Who is this person? The woman is stunned, watching him effortlessly dismantle Hua Yulong's signature technique. Hua Yulong himself is frozen in disbelief, distracted by this sudden intrusion. Seizing the opening, the purple-clad woman blasts him with a beam of dark energy, snarling, "You still have the leisure to watch the show." The attack slams into him, shattering his focus. He can't stall any longer. All he can think about is finding a way to eliminate this lunatic right now. There's no other way. He has to give it his all. But as he prepares his final move, the purple-clad woman is already one step ahead, gathering a terrifying amount of power. "This is my last resort," she vows. At the same time, the white-haired man spots the Ghost King finally emerging and asks, "Where did this little thief come from?" Ignoring everyone else on the battlefield, the woman's focus narrows to a single point. "Don't blame me for being heartless," she whispers. "I have no other choice." With a final cry, she unleashes everything she has. But her target isn't Hua Yulong. The cataclysmic blast is hurtling directly toward the one person who just saved her life. Hua Yulong scoffs, his body pierced by a dozen purple spikes, telling Fairy Gu she's naive. He boasts that not even her master could harm him with poison, but she just smiles, a chilling calm in her eyes as she advises everyone not to act rashly. The man's bravado evaporates, replaced by a flash of disbelief as he stares at his own hand. Veins bulge, the skin turning a sickening, corrupted purple. From the sidelines, Gu Tianlang recognizes the signature of a Gu parasite, but notes with detached interest that it's too weak to breach his own defenses. Fairy Gu's smile widens into a predatory grin. She concedes that her poison skills are lacking, but when it comes to Gu worms, she claims even 10 of her masters combined couldn't hope to match her. A guttural scream tears from Hua Yulong's throat as the parasite seizes control of his mind, his body, his very soul. Her command echoes in the chaos, "Be used by me." His eyes snap open, now glowing with a malevolent purple light, and he turns on her, asking where she thinks she can run. But who said she was running? A spectral serpent of dark energy coils behind her as she summons a wisp of violet flame, then vanishes, leaving her new puppet with a single, deadly command. The possessed Hua Yulong lunges from the sky, a living weapon aimed directly at the shielded figure below. Inside the barrier, Lu Zunyu looks up, his expression hardening as his own disciple's treachery becomes terrifyingly clear. The impact is cataclysmic, a clash of raw power against refined magic that shakes the very ground. Watching from a safe distance, Fairy Gu coldly justifies her actions, claiming she's simply eliminating a public menace. But as she turns to leave, a hand clamps down on her arm, stopping her dead. It's Gu Tianlang. He was right there the whole time. Her composure shatters. She demands to know why he wasn't controlled by her Gu worms. He explains her fatal miscalculation. While conscious, Hua Yulong might have been a match for Lu Zunyu, but now his mind is gone. He's nothing but a puppet fighting on instinct, easily contained by a true master. And indeed, Lu Zunyu's ancient seals wrap around the rampaging warrior, neutralizing him with ease. Fairy Gu struggles, ordering him to let her go, but her mind is already racing for an escape route. She lashes out with her own purple energy, a desperate final gambit. But he doesn't even flinch, a shimmering blue barrier deflecting her attack without effort. He casually traps her power in a crystalline vial, rendering it useless. She stares horrified. He tells her not to waste her energy. Her tricks are meaningless against him. Cornered, she demands to know what he wants. His question cuts right to the heart of her betrayal. Why is a disciple trying to murder her own master? She spits back that it's none of his business, but he ignores her, his eyes gleaming with a strange intensity. He reveals his true purpose. He's fascinated by the ghost refining technique she just used. Then comes the unbelievable offer. Teach it to him and he will help her kill Lu Zunyu. Is he actually serious? Seeing the doubt in her eyes, he decides a demonstration is in order. With a flick of his wrist, an immense golden sword materializes, crackling with divine power. He aims the blade toward the distant battle, casually remarking that the legendary ghost King Hua Yulong is less impressive than the stories claim. The sword descends, a bolt of judgment from the heavens, aimed directly at the stalemate between the master and his unwilling puppet. The blinding light of the attack threatens to swallow everything. The poison user's eyes narrow, staring at the crystalline shield. His own technique is being held back, the corrosive gas unable to penetrate the light. He grits his teeth, realizing the shield won't last, but neither will his poison's concentration. There's no other way. He has to withdraw the gas first and find another opening. With a sharp grunt, he forms a hand seal, a strange blue energy crackling to life around his body. The tendrils of purple mist begin to recoil, pulled back from the big warrior who still trembles under its effects. But as the poison retreats, the blue light around the warrior intensifies, flaring with raw power. A massive pillar of energy erupts from him, blasting the remaining poison away in a violent shockwave. The poison master recoils, his face contorted with fury as he screams for them to get lost. The big warrior stands his ground, telling the woman to stay back and regulate her breath. He'll handle this. But she's not just watching, she's analyzing. She recognizes the technique, using poison gas to corrode a cultivator's protective energy. She's seen it used before. Her mind races, trying to place him. What is this guy's background? And what is this unsettling feeling she gets from him? Her master's voice cuts through her thoughts, dripping with venom. He points a trembling finger at her, accusing her of conspiring with an outsider to harm him. The accusation hits her like a physical blow, leaving her stunned and speechless. He doesn't wait for an answer, lunging forward in a blur of motion. He's closing the distance, murder in his eyes, but a figure steps between them. Lu Yunyu, a confident smirk playing on his lips, offers her a deal right there in the heat of battle. Help him kill this man, and he'll teach her everything he knows. Wait, he's offering to teach her in exchange for her master's life? The master skids to a halt, his attack blocked by an invisible wall of force. He demands to know who dares interfere with his business, only for Lu Yunyu to mock him, pointing out that his poison mist just saved his life. Lu Yunyu raises a hand, and a magnificent golden sword materializes from light. He pegs the master's power instantly, a spiritual force refined with multiple poisons. He guesses the man's strength is far above the spirit-severing stage. As he speaks, a blinding golden radiance explodes from his sword. The master is engulfed in the searing light, bracing against the pressure. The golden energy swirls around him like a vortex. But when the light fades, he's still standing, a twisted grin on his face. He admits the kid is sharp. Then comes the horrifying confession. He boasts that he has swallowed and devoured bodies 7 times to attain his current power. He scoffs at the idea of being compared to an ordinary cultivator. His eyes gleam with madness as he taunts Lu Yunyu, asking why his sword moves are so pathetically weak. He demands to see the true power that pierced his mist, making a chilling proposition. Perform well, and he'll be merciful enough to choose Lu Yunyu as his next body. He lets out a maniacal laugh, turning to flee. He dares Lu Yunyu to follow him if he has the guts. Lu Yunyu gives chase, but his mind is already working ahead. He can't go all out here. Too many eyes could be watching, and he can't risk revealing his trump cards like the power of starlight so carelessly. No, he'll find a more secluded place to end this. The master stops abruptly, annoyed. He sneers, asking why Lu Yunyu is only dodging and not attacking. He mocks him, assuming that powerful opening move was a one-time trick. He taunts that if this is all Lu Yunyu has, then he will gladly accept his young, powerful body as his own. The shadowy tendrils of poison lash out, surrounding Lu Yunyu in the dense forest. But this time Lu Yunyu doesn't dodge. He swings. A single, brilliant arc of golden light cuts through the darkness. The master's eyes widen in shock. What? The poison tendrils are severed, dissolving into nothing. Lu Yunyu stands untouched, a look of utter disdain on his face. He calmly states that the poison mist is simply unbearable to smell. He then reveals the truth, his voice dripping with contempt. If he wasn't worried that using the power of starlight would attract the true Lord Vermilion Bird, he wouldn't have wasted a single second playing along. He was just leading him on. This whole time, his eyes glow with a cold, red light as he delivers the final verdict. He tells the master to quietly die in the graveyard he so conveniently created. Before the master can even process the words, the golden blade is already through his chest. A final, blinding flash of light seals his fate. The blue energy recedes from the man's face as his breathing steadies. It worked. A wave of relief washes over the onlookers. This is great, one of them exclaims. It was the right choice to ask immortal Master Zio for help. But that help came at a price. Zio Xuan turns to Gupan, his expression unreadable. He asks how it is, stating plainly that he has met the conditions they agreed upon. Now, what about her? Sweat beads on her forehead. The chilling reality sinks in. He actually did it. He saved her people, and now the debt is due. With no other path forward, Gupan falls to her knees before him. She vows to avenge her parents and obey his every command. Zio Xuan's lips curl into a faint smile. Then how about you call me master? The words hang in the air, thick with implication. She looks up, stunned, asking if he wants to take her as his disciple. He feigns surprise, asking if Fairy Gu is unwilling. His tone shifts, becoming cold and transactional. If she's unwilling, then they'll have to settle this debt properly. He begins listing the costs, his sustenance fee, the depreciation for his weapon, and the fee for an immortal tier poison. The numbers become a blur, an impossible sum calculated on a spectral abacus. But before he can even finish, she agrees. The sudden acceptance catches him off guard. Don't say any more, she pleads, tears streaming down her face as she pushes through her pride and despair. I agree. I'll become your disciple. A notification flashes in Zio Xuan's mind. He's successfully taken a disciple and received the poison Gu heart, multiplying his cultivation speed for poison techniques 100 times over. A sly grin spreads across his face. He muses that he can now have Gu Pan take a look at the others who were hit by the poison curse. It's truly convenient, he thinks, having a disciple skilled in the path of poison. He leans in, a wicked glint in his eye, and tells her that since they are master and disciple, he has a bold new idea. This poison technique is perfect for testing an enemy's true strength. And coincidentally, there's someone whose power he's been very curious about. Deep in the woods, Yifan's meditation is shattered. A sinister voice cuts through the silence. Look what I've found. A figure cloaked in dark energy emerges, surrounded by ethereal blue flames. Isn't this great Kin's territory? Spectral skulls with burning eyes materialize from the ether, howling silently. The figure reveals himself, his voice dripping with malice. Hua Yulong. Yifan's blood runs cold. Why did this guy suddenly appear here? He ignites his own spiritual energy, preparing for a fight he never saw coming. The ghostly skeletons swarm him, a relentless tide of spectral bone and cold fire. Hua Yulong looms over him, a cruel smile twisting his face. It seems your companions have fallen asleep, he taunts. Now let me have a good fight with you. He lunges, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. Yifan desperately dodges the assault. Is he coming specifically for me? But why? As he scrambles for an answer, a shape in the sky catches his eye and his confusion turns to shock. This is strange. This never happened in my previous life. A blue dragon did not appear in this era. He's certain of it. As Hua Yulong's phantoms close in, Yifan realizes the world he knew is fracturing. He has to get away, find a place where he can't be seen. In this life, most things have been the same as his last, but now a person who never should have appeared is hunting him, and a creature of legend flies in the sky. Are these changes related to him? To Zio Xuan. High above, hidden by the clouds, Zio Xuan watches the chaos unfold. Gupan, standing beside him on the dragon's back, notes that this Yifan looks very ordinary. She offers to kill him to remove this source of trouble for her new master. But Zio Xuan just smiles. You'll see, he says. He knows Yifan is no simple nobody. A man who can sneak into the Imperial Tomb's space without a trace is hiding something immense. On the ground, Yifan plunges into a dense forest, but something is wrong. This forest is supposed to be filled with the wood spirit flower and its signature mist. It's empty. There's no time to question it. He has only one option left. He must use that move. He calls upon the Boundless Tower, a heaven-tier artifact capable of creating a barrier to isolate him from the entire world. It should be enough to evade even the Lord Vermilion Bird. A brilliant golden array explodes from his feet, the complex pattern spreading across the forest floor as the miniature tower materializes in his hand. But just as the barrier is about to seal, a single blue skull phases through the ground inside the circle, its empty sockets locking onto him. He's trapped himself inside with the enemy. Trapped in the blinding light of the array, Hua Yulong lets out a final, agonized scream. Yifan's voice cuts through the chaos, cold and absolute. He states that now no one will witness their battle. He doesn't know why Hua Yulong is targeting him, but he promises one thing. He will make him regret it. With a single word, he commands the array to break him. Hua Yulong's eyes widen in sheer terror as he fights against the crushing pressure, every muscle straining to shatter the cage of light closing in around him. But it's useless. He slammed into the ground with bone-shattering force, the earth cracking beneath the impact. Pinned and helpless, his body is engulfed in the searing energy of the array, his screams muffled by the overwhelming power. Miles away, the woman orchestrating this attack gasps. She tells her companion that her connection to Hua Yulong has been completely cut off. She can no longer sense his location. A knot of dread forms in her stomach. The goo worms inside him must be dead, which can only mean Hua Yulong is gone. This Yifan, she realizes with a shudder, is far more powerful than she ever imagined. But the white-haired man beside her seems unfazed, merely remarking that he knew this guy had a trump card hidden away. He turns to leave, simply saying, "Let's go." The woman is stunned. Weren't they going to kill him? He scoffs at the idea, claiming that killing him now is pointless. His true priority is something else entirely. He needs to find a way to figure out what this guy is doing by Xingyu's side. Meanwhile, perched atop a massive golden eagle, another powerful figure observes the unfolding chaos. She notes how lively this great war for national fortune has become. She's been keeping a close eye on the recent developments. Divine beasts have appeared, and she's even heard whispers of secrets concerning the Luomai sect. And at the center of both of these strange events, she muses, is one person, Zio Xuan. Her interest is clearly piqued, a dangerous glint in her eye. She's heard of his legendary 9 revolutions poison demon scripture, a technique cultivated by an immortal lord of the immortal court. The power it grants is said to be far beyond that of an ordinary human immortal. She recalls the reports. Zio Xuan, at the mere early spirit severing stage, managed to kill Lu Zunyu without suffering a single scratch. How is that even possible? She then considers the other variable. She's curious about what happened inside that poison-blocking mist, and about Yifan. She'd always seen him as mediocre, but now he's proven capable of killing Hua Yulong. An unexpected development. Perhaps she thinks she can recommend both of them to the immortal court. A sly smile spreads across her face as she admits her true intention. Of course, it would be best if she could use them for her own purposes. Back in the forest, Zio Xuan and his master agree to part ways for now. They'll meet again in the Dragon Soaring Realm, where they'll fight on their own terms. Once they leave this realm, his master promises, they will complete the master-disciple ritual. Zio Xuan bows respectfully, accepting the terms. They return to their camp, where his followers report on their progress. While he was away, they stayed put as instructed, but harvested the tokens from anyone foolish enough to stumble into their territory. One of them proudly presents their haul, a respectable handful of golden tokens. But Zio Xuan simply scoffs, unimpressed. He reveals his own collection, and the woman's jaw drops. He collected some along the way too, he says, more than enough to complete the task. He unfurls a cloth, revealing a massive, glittering pile of tokens. His followers can only stare, their minds reeling. It's just too many. Zio Xuan stretches, exhausted. He declares that he needs some sleep, and that they will rest until the end of the preliminary round, traveling and competing at the same time. He suspects the next phase will devolve into a battle between members of the same faction. His orders are chillingly simple. If they happen to run into an opponent, they will just harvest them. As his followers disperse, Zio Xuan finds a secluded spot. He can't believe his luck. To find a secret realm with such dense 5 elements power is a rare opportunity he refuses to miss. He knows he has just enough time to refine this power for himself. Settling onto a ledge, he closes his eyes and enters a deep meditative state. drawing the potent energy into his body. 10 days pass in the blink of an eye. When Xiao Xuan opens his eyes again, he is transformed. The yin-yang 5 elements body refinement art has been cultivated to perfection. He can feel the change deep within him. He senses that his sword moves are now at least 5 times more powerful than they were before. As expected, he thinks, his different cultivation paths are nourishing each other. He's cultivated 4 of them now, making his strength far greater than that of an ordinary cultivator. He stands, a newfound confidence radiating from him. It's about time to advance to the next round. The final teams gather before the swirling vortex, the air thick with anticipation. It's all come down to this: the Azure Sparrow Upper Kingdom versus the great Qin dynasty of the Dragon Flame Upper Kingdom. The True Lord, an emissary from the Immortal Empire, sits impassively on her fiery beast, ready to officiate the final clash. One of the Azure Sparrow elders observes that only their 2 teams remain after the brutal preliminary trials. A man with a confident smirk declares that the winner of this great war for national fortune will soon be decided. But just as the final round is about to be announced, a sharp voice cuts through the tension. A man insists they wait, for he has come on the orders of the Dragon Flame Emperor himself. He strides forward, his expression unreadable, leaving the True Lord to turn in surprise. With a formal bow, he reports that he is here to represent the Dragon Flame Kingdom and make a stunning announcement. The Dragon Flame Upper Kingdom forfeits the Great War. The words hang in the air, a shockwave of disbelief rippling through the crowd. Forfeits? The True Lord's eyes narrow, her composure cracking for the first time. The Azure Sparrow team is utterly baffled. What in the world is going on? Even the True Lord, perched on her mythical beast, can't hide her confusion. She asks if this is true, and the messenger confirms it without hesitation. This is the Emperor's handwritten decree. He presents the official scroll, a golden edict that silences all doubt. The True Lord takes it, her mind racing. What could the Dragon Flame Emperor possibly be plotting? She recalls that he was the one who petitioned the Immortal Emperor to host this war in the first place. He pushed for it, organized it, and now, at the final moment, he simply gives up. The thought solidifies in her mind. This man must have ill intentions, but her orders were clear. She was only here to organize the event. Whatever schemes were unfolding, they were not her concern. If these people cause trouble later, it has nothing to do with her. She makes it official. In that case, the winner of the Great War for national fortune is the Azure Sparrow Upper Kingdom. She announces she will return and inform the Emperor of the result, but the Dragon Flame officials stop her. They have one more question. They ask, with a predatory gleam in their eyes, if the ban on fighting that was in effect during the war has now come to an end. Wait, that question, it feels loaded. What are they planning? The True Lord confirms that her supervision is over. Other matters are not within her jurisdiction, and with that, the facade shatters. The Dragon Flame official grins, a dark and terrible promise in his eyes, if that's the case. His men mirror his sinister smile. He holds up a golden talisman, declaring that on the orders of the Emperor of the Dragon Flame Upper Kingdom, they have come specifically to take the lives of the heroes of the Azure Sparrow Upper Kingdom. The talisman erupts in a blinding light, activating a massive hidden array. Golden light floods the chamber, swirling into a terrifying vortex of power. Flames erupt, forming a cage of pure destruction. One of the Azure Sparrow cultivators recognizes it with dawning horror. It's the Dragon Flame Killing Array. They immediately throw up a defensive shield, but it feels hopelessly fragile against the storm. The Azure Sparrow leader's face goes pale with the chilling realization. The Emperor wasn't just planning to kill them. He was planning to kill them and the Immortal Empire's representatives. This was a meticulously crafted trap. The Great War was just a pretense to gather all the most elite members of the Azure Sparrow Kingdom in one place. If he kills this group, the future of the Azure Sparrow Upper Kingdom is over. Their foundation will be shattered. The Dragon Flame official laughs maniacally. Since you recognize this array, he sneers, you must be prepared to die. A massive fireball shaped like a phoenix of death descends upon them. The Azure Sparrow cultivators cry out in despair. What do we do? Are we going to die here today? But their leader remains calm, a cold fury in his eyes. Is that so? He asks before turning to one of his own men. Zhu Hong, what are you waiting for? The man he addresses, who had been standing silently in the background, looks up. A sly, confident smile spreads across his face. This is no mere subordinate. This is Sima Ren, the Azure Sparrow Upper Kingdom's emperor. He was here all along? The woman on the opposing team stares in utter shock. It's actually the emperor. Sima Ren gives the order, hurry up and act. The Dragon Flame official, still clutching his activation talisman, freezes in confusion. Before he can process what's happening, a flash of steel slices through the air, and his head is separated from his body. The counter-ambush has begun. With a chillingly calm expression, Zhu Hong looks down and asks what's the hurry. The elders below can't believe their eyes, shouting his name, reminding him of his promise to seize control of the Dragon Flame killing formation. They scream at him, asking if he's insane, as the other family heads watch the unfolding chaos with wide-eyed disbelief. But Zhu Hong simply holds up the glowing formation talisman, a wicked smirk playing on his lips. He tells them they are absolutely right. A shadow falls across his face, his eyes glowing with a terrifying light. He is indeed insane. He spits that from the moment he inherited his position, they have stopped at nothing to weaken his power. While he and his wife were in seclusion, they took his eldest daughter and exiled her to the border. And when his wife was pregnant again, they poisoned her with medicine meant to stabilize the pregnancy, causing her to die in childbirth, and his second daughter to be born with a flawed, emotionless constitution. Is this what drove him to this? A grief so deep it shattered his sanity. Tears of pure rage stream down his face as he clutches the talisman, declaring he's wanted to go insane for a very long time. He snarls that this filthy, disgusting family should die along with this disgusting country, as he shatters the talisman in his hand. A brilliant pillar of fire erupts from the broken artifact. It rockets into the sky, a declaration of war aimed at the heart of the empire. From across the city, cultivators stare in shock at the beam of light. They recognize its destination immediately. It's headed straight for the Dragonflame Imperial Palace. Back on the platform, Zhu Hong moves like a phantom, grabbing one of the elders by the throat and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. The man chokes, feet dangling uselessly in the air. Another elder screams that what he's doing is treason, a crime that will get his entire clan executed. Zhu Hong just laughs, retorting that if the emperor is even alive to carry out the sentence, he'd be doing him a favor by purging the clan himself. With a final, damning declaration that it's a pity the emperor's life is about to end, a massive firebolt descends from the sky. The crowd below screams his name, scattering in pure terror as the heavens fall upon them. But before the attack can land, a voice booms from above, telling Zhu Hong he has some nerve. A colossal dragon of pure blue energy slams into the firebolt, stopping the apocalypse in its tracks. The resulting shockwave rips through the capital. The very ground cracks and shatters, throwing the onlookers off balance as they cry out in confusion. Zai Yan feels the powerful aftershock, his expression hardening. He realizes the Dragonflame Emperor has been silent all this time, allowing the Green Sparrow Kingdom to encroach on their territory. Could he have been hiding his true power? Has he already reached the human immortal stage? Descending from the sky like a vengeful god, the Emperor appears, his aura suffocating. Zhu Hong isn't intimidated in the slightest, staring up at the Emperor with pure hatred. He mocks the old scoundrel, Jai Zhu, for finally showing his true strength, vowing that today, they will both perish along with this country. The two ultimate powers of the nation collide, a torrent of blue energy meeting a pillar of divine flame. The Emperor stands firm against the onslaught, his power a raging storm. The sky splits as fire and lightning wage war, a cataclysmic duel that threatens to tear the entire city apart. The colossal fire dragon screams down from the heavens. It's more wide enough to swallow the entire city. But Jai Zhu remains motionless inside his azure barrier, the inferno washing over him harmlessly as the city below begins to melt. His attacker, Jai Zhu's own kin, sneers from above, his voice dripping with venom. Did you ever think you would see this day? Just watch as your precious kingdom falls right into my hands. He lunges, a blur of motion aimed at the Emperor's throat. The ground cracks under the sheer pressure of their auras as a spiritual vortex rips through the air. What is that? His guards cry out, stunned by the raw power on display. On the sidelines, the white-haired observer and his companions watch in disbelief. The spiritual power in this place has lost its balance, becoming utterly chaotic. He can't believe it. This royal arena was blessed by a formation master, built to withstand a full power blow from a peak expert. To think a war of fate would draw out two of them, this was completely unexpected. The usurper's voice echoes with finality, promising to take good care of the kingdom for him. Jai Zhu, you can die peacefully here. But the Emperor just laughs, a dry, cracking sound. This is a bit beyond my expectations, he admits. A wicked grin spreads across his face, blood trickling from his lips. Fortunately, he snarls, I came prepared. A terrifying blue energy erupts from his body, crackling like lightning as he clutches his head, roaring in agony. He stomps his foot, and the power surges, a tidal wave of pure force slamming into the descending fire dragon. The two energies collide in a blinding flash, a maelstrom of blue and orange that shakes the heavens. An official stumbles back in horror, staring at the shattered artifact in his hands. The formation tablet, it's cracked. The onlookers can only stare, mouths agape. My goodness, what is that thing? The white-haired man's eyes narrow, his senses on high alert. He can feel it, the unmistakable aura of a dragon bloodline. But why would such a potent bloodline suddenly erupt from the Emperor's body? What is he doing? This power feels wrong. The blonde man beside him suddenly understands. He remembers this battle from his past life. Jai Zhu won. But the cost, he thinks the Emperor annihilated an entire small sect just to repair his dragon god bloodline. The white-haired man's blood runs cold. The Hengmeng sect, that was his sect. No wonder he never heard of his own name in his previous life. He died before he ever had a chance to make one. The attacker recoils, his confidence shattering as the Emperor's blue flames begin to burn through his own spiritual defenses. Damn it, these flames, they're consuming my power. He realizes the truth with dawning horror. It's an ancient divine dragon bloodline. Jai Zhu has activated his clan's ultimate power, but his panic quickly turns to scorn. So what if it's an ancient bloodline? You hid it for years, never daring to reveal it to the world. He raises a dark, crimson artifact into the air, declaring that this so-called divine power is nothing special. In response, Jai Zhu's body contorts and expands, his hair flashing white as a monstrous, demonic form emerges from the blue flames. He stands transformed, a being of immense power and rage. The crimson artifact unleashes a volley of dark energy orbs that fly straight at the transformed Emperor. They erupt into a swarm of shadowy phantoms, latching onto Jai Zhu's body, their tendrils sinking into his flesh. But instead of weakening him, they seem to fuel his transformation further. He roars, his voice now a demonic growl, proclaiming this power was a gift from the Imperial Lord of the Celestial Court. Surrender without a fight, Jai Zhu. The attacker simply scoffs at the display. You're nothing but a mindless dog born to be a slave. He looks completely unfazed, a smirk playing on his lips. I'm guessing you can't maintain this dragon god form for long, right? He reveals the devastating truth. That was an essence-devouring pill you just took, wasn't it? The same kind the Yao clan uses to refine their bloodline. By devouring the essence of their own kin, they can rapidly absorb their bloodline power. He explains that while humans can use this forbidden method, they can't truly assimilate the power. They can only plunder it temporarily to enhance their own strength. The attacker's eyes glint with cold certainty. You're running on borrowed time. You can't maintain this power for too long, can you? With a sickening grin, Jai Zhu confirms Sima Ren's worst fears. He boasts that if it weren't for the Zhu family's incompetence, he would have already used the Phoenix clan's power to complete his bloodline evolution and achieve the legendary true dragon god body. Dark energy erupts from his body as his ambition takes physical form, his humanity twisting into something monstrous. The ground trembles as his arm morphs, flesh and bone cracking and reforming into a colossal, scaled limb of pure destruction. It slams down with terrifying force, a weapon of raw, untamed power. The disciples scatter in panic, screaming at the abomination before them, but it's too late. The monstrous hand snatches a figure from the crowd, his own daughter, Jai Yilan, who begs him to save her, still believing he is her father. Sima Ren's blood runs cold. The old bastard isn't just killing his enemies, he's going to devour the bloodline power in his own daughter's body. Jai Yilan stares up at the monster holding her, pleading, reminding him how he doted on her, how he loved her. But the eyes looking back are filled with nothing but cold, predatory hunger. He asks his dear daughter what she's afraid of, his voice a grotesque parody of fatherly affection. Her scream is cut short as his grip tightens, crushing her. He whispers that to die for him is her honor as a daughter. His face contorts with ecstatic madness as he proclaims his destiny, to unify the heavens and achieve true immortality. In his mind, everyone else is just a stepping stone, paving the way for his ascension. Sima Ren finally understands. The Imperial Lord didn't send him to win, he sent him to weaken this lunatic. Jai Zhu turns his attention back to Sima Ren, a cruel sneer on his face. He warns that if this is all the opposition he has, then everyone here today will die. He laughs, a horrifying, triumphant sound, as the last of his daughter's life force is absorbed into his being. He taunts Sima Ren, telling him he should have considered this end when he dared to oppose the Dragonflame High Kingdom. A shadowy claw lunges for Sima Ren, who braces for impact, his face a mask of grim determination. The blow connects and Jai Zhu feels the man's body in his grasp. But then, something goes terribly wrong. A surge of agony rips through Jai Zhu's body. He screams not in triumph, but in pure, unadulterated pain. His body convulses violently, the power he just consumed turning against him. Sima Ren sees his chance, a flicker of hope in the chaos. He watches, stunned, as Jai Zhu's realm fluctuates wildly. Could it be? Jai Yilan's bloodline, it's rejecting him. Jai Zhu growls in frustration. The essence-devouring pill wasn't enough. He needs the Phoenix clan's bloodline to fuse the powers properly. He roars into the sky, a desperate, furious cry for his son. "My son Yixuan, why isn't he here yet?" Miles away, a young man feels a jolt of panic. Senior sister is in danger. He turns to his master, asking where he's going. But the master is already in motion, a blur of speed leaving his disciples behind. He instructs them to look after each other and not act rashly until he returns, his destination clear: the Hongmeng Sect. There, a massive green barrier shields the sect from an invading army. The sect members stand guard as their attackers, led by an arrogant commander, prepare their assault. The commander calmly advises Sect Master Zhu to surrender, claiming a wise person knows when to yield. But her loyal disciples shout their defiance, declaring they will die fighting before they let him succeed. The commander merely scoffs. Why put up a last-ditch struggle? He unleashes a blinding blast of energy that slams into the protective barrier. The Hongmeng disciples pour their energy into the formation, struggling to hold it together. They strain against the overwhelming power, gritting their teeth. But the shield cracks under the force. The enemy commander just smirks, utterly unimpressed. It's utterly weak. The disciples urge their sect master to flee while they cover her escape, insisting the sect can be saved as long as she returns. But she knows better. It's too late. She looks at the commander, her voice steady. "The Dragon Flame Emperor sent you, didn't he?" She makes a final, desperate offer. "As long as I go with you, you'll spare the Hongmeng sect." Her disciples can only cry out her name in despair. The sect master's voice is cold steel as she lays down her terms. She will go with him, but if he dares to harm a single one of her people, she will end her own life on the spot. She knows her value, and she's betting her life that he won't want to return with a corpse. Jai Zhu simply smirks, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. He praises her guts, calling it exactly what he'd expect from a woman who could become a sect master. But his admiration is twisted, a predator appreciating the spirit of its prey. Her disciples cry out in protest, horrified at her decision. But she silences them with a single command, turning her back on them. "Do not follow me." This is her burden to bear, and hers alone. She tells them to look after the sect and wait for Elder Xiao to return. Then, turning back to Jai Zhu, she tells him they can go. But as he agrees, another voice cuts through the tension. A new player has entered the field, sneering that it's not that simple. In a flash of movement, a hand clamps around the sect master's throat, lifting her off her feet. It's the second prince, Long Ao, and his face is a mask of cruelty. He whispers a chilling truth in her ear. If he hands her over to his father, the emperor will devour her flesh and drink her blood. The emperor plans to use the restorative power of her phoenix bloodline to complete his own flawed dragon god bloodline, achieving a true dragon god body. And if that's not enough, Long Ao adds, his father might even eat him too. He calls his father a complete and utter madman. So, rather than help that vicious tiger achieve immortality, he has a different plan. It would be better, he hisses, for him to drain her phoenix bloodline right here, right now. A truly insane grin spreads across his face as he reveals his end game. Once his own dragon god body is perfected, he will kill that old bastard himself and make him pay for his life. A son plotting to overthrow his own father. How deep does this depravity run? The Hongmeng disciples can only watch in horror, screaming for their sect master as they prepare to fight to the death. But before they can move, a flash of brilliant blue light erupts. The sect master, refusing to be a pawn in anyone's game, drives her blade straight through Long Ao's wrist. He screams in agony, blood spraying from the stump where his hand used to be. The blade glows with an ethereal power, a manifestation of her Phoenix clan bloodline. She stands ready, her eyes blazing with cold fire. She confesses she doesn't know where Jai Zhu got his information, but now she understands why he wanted her to enter the palace. His realm is far beyond hers, making it impossible to injure him with spiritual power alone. So she condensed decades of refined primordial violet Kai into her sword for a single, desperate strike. She had to seize this one opportunity and make it a fatal blow. But as she lunges forward to finish the job, a dark figure intercepts her attack. Her blade is blocked with a sharp clang. The prince stumbles back, clutching his arm, as the sect master is forced to retreat. She looks up, her eyes widening in surprise. It's that black-clothed guard from that day. The guard stands between them, his face unreadable behind the mask. Long Ao, consumed by pain and rage, shrieks at the guard. "Kill her! Kill her for me now! She cut off my arm." The guard remains silent, his grip tightening on his sword. Then he speaks, his voice calm and steady. He explains that his task from His Majesty the Emperor was to bring Sect Master Zhu back alive, to use dual cultivation to obtain the Phoenix bloodline. Therefore, he says, forgive this old servant for being unable to comply with the prince's order. Long Ao is livid. He screams at the old man, furious that he only knows how to obey his father's commands. The sect master feels a chill run down her spine. The refined primordial violet Kai, it was completely used up in that last strike. She's vulnerable. The guard turns to her, his body erupting in a violent red aura. He apologizes to the sect master of Hengmeng. He lunges, not with killing intent, but with the overwhelming force of a captor. There's nowhere left to run, but just as his blade is about to connect, a blinding golden light fills the courtyard, and another figure appears, blocking the strike with impossible speed. The guard is thrown back, his sword arm trembling from the impact. Dark, crackling energy begins to swirl around his blade as he stares down his new opponent. His senior sister breathes a sigh of relief, telling him he made it just in time. He ignores her words, his eyes scanning her for any sign of harm as he asks if she's injured. She tries to brush it off, saying a little wound won't stop her, and that if it weren't for Lin Zhai and the others, she wouldn't have held on. She tells him to rest for a moment, but he doesn't move. He just stares past her, his gaze locking onto the invaders. His expression shifts, a cold, predatory light entering his eyes. He murmurs that some dogs need a proper lesson. The masked enemy leader watches in disbelief. He can tell this kid is only at the first stage of the divine spirit level, so what is this suffocating pressure? How can his aura be more terrifying than a cultivator at their peak? Without another word, Yizangyun erupts into motion, his sword a blur of golden flame as he charges the masked man. The man braces for impact, sword raised to defend. He roars, asking what weapon dares to damage his sect's great formation. But Yizangyun's blade doesn't just break through, it slices clean through the man's leg. He asks what foot dares to trample on his sect's soil. The man screams as his leg is severed. Yizangyun is relentless, his blade flashing again. What hand, he asks, dares to injure his fellow disciples? Another scream rips through the air as the man's hand is lopped off at the wrist. He collapses into a heap, a mangled mess of blood and terror, pleading for Yizangyun not to come any closer. The crown prince watches from the back, his face a mask of grim fury. Yizangyun looms over the crippled man, his voice dripping with contempt. All that cultivation you have, he says, you've used only to harm others. He places a hand on the man's head, declaring that he might as well hand it over. Golden energy erupts, pouring out of the man's body and into Yizangyun's palm. The man's screams reach a fever pitch as his very life force is siphoned away. He's not just being killed, he's being erased. The now empty husk of a body is tossed aside like garbage. The remaining invaders stare in horror. This person is a monster, they shout, he's too strong. They break ranks, screaming to run for their lives. Even the crown prince's disciples look to him, their confidence shattered. Not even their master was a match for this kid. The prince's mind goes blank with panic. His only thought is that he should run first. But as he turns, a chilling voice cuts through the chaos. Where are you going? Yizangyun is already behind him, eyes glowing with crimson rage. He asks if the prince was the one leading the charge to take his senior sister's life. Now, he snarls, you'll pay with 10 times the price. A single, devastating strike sends the prince flying, blood spraying from his chest. The prince crashes to the ground, his mind reeling. This person is terrifying. He scrambles backwards, screaming for anyone to help him. But Yizangyun simply raises his hand, golden swords materializing in the air around him. He looks at the fleeing cowards and condemns them all. You all deserve death. The swords rain down in a torrent of golden light, a symphony of destruction. Each blade finds its mark, piercing through the invaders with brutal efficiency. The entire courtyard is silenced in a flash of blinding light. When the light fades, the crown prince is pinned to the ground by 5 golden swords, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. He struggles, a single thought consuming him. I must find a way to escape. If I die here, it's all over. But a shadow falls over him. Yizangyun looks down, a flicker of amusement in his eyes as he recognizes the proud crown prince of the Longyan kingdom, now crawling on the ground like a maggot. A slow, cruel smile spreads across Yizangyun's face. How laughable! The crown prince of Longyan's voice cracks with terror, insisting he had nothing to do with this, that he was only following Jai Zhu's orders. He begs for his life, offering money, power, anything he can get his hands on. Jai Yixuan just looks down at the groveling royal, a cold, dismissive smirk playing on his lips. Heh! A monstrous clawed hand of pure energy manifests around him, crackling with purple lightning. The claws descend, but before they can connect, a volley of golden swords materializes from nowhere, impaling the crown prince and pinning his corpse to the floor. A colossal foot, scaled and demonic, slams down from above, pulverizing the body and the swords into nothing but a bloody smear on the tiles. The emperor's voice booms, chastising Jai Yixuan for being too slow as he holds the prince's screaming, ethereal form in his massive palm. The prince's soul shrieks, pleading not to be extinguished, but the emperor is done playing games. He growls that he is really growing impatient now, crushing the last remnant of his own son. The prince's final desperate cry is for his father. No, father. The emperor just scoffs. He declares this to be the final use of his son's bloodline power as the energy condenses into a swirling dark orb. But where did he just get teleported from? Miles away, Jaizu and his sister stare at the empty spot where the Emperor's true body just vanished. He's been taken. Jaizu realizes this is their golden opportunity. With the Emperor's real body isolated by some magic implement, they can finally kill him. His sister is already moving, explaining she's using a formation to summon reinforcements from the Hengmeng sect. But Jaizu stops her. He tells her to guard the sect and wait for him. He's going alone. She watches him leave, her mind racing. That hand that snatched the Emperor from 1,000 miles away, was that Jaizu's doing? She remembers the last time he faced a powerful foe, how her own brother was grievously injured. Can he really pull this off? The Emperor examines the pulsating heart of the magic implement in his hands, marveling at its power. He wants to see what the old immortal court was truly capable of. With a guttural roar, he crushes it, absorbing its essence into his very being. He laughs, flexing his newfound power. It seems it was nothing special after all. A blinding beam of azure light slices through the air, aimed directly at him. He raises a hand to swat it away like a fly, but the beam pierces straight through his palm, shattering the ground below. The Emperor bellows in agony and shock, demanding to know who dares attack him. A figure emerges from the blue light, radiating an aura of chilling finality. He is the one who came to take the Emperor's life. It's Jaizu, his sword drawn, his eyes locked on his target. The Emperor stares back, incredulous. Just you. He can feel it, a subtle, terrifying power emanating from Jaizu's blade that makes his instincts scream in fear. Is that the power of the stars? The Emperor acknowledges Jaizu's reputation, the power he inherited from the void abyss. But today, he declares, Jaizu's luck has run out. As the ruler of an upper kingdom, he wields a power Jaizu can't comprehend. He is the vessel for his nation's fortune, the very concentration of its destiny. He mocks Jaizu's inheritance as a mere fraud, a pale imitation of true power. With his meager star power, he will be crushed by the might of a nation's destiny. The Emperor's laughter echoes as their powers collide in a blinding flash. But Jaizu's expression is calm, almost amused. Is that so? The Emperor's confidence shatters as a searing pain rips through his chest. He looks down to see Jaizu's blade embedded in his torso. What? His mind reels. How could an incomplete inheritance possess such overwhelming power? Impossible, he roars, refusing to accept what's happening. What kind of power are you using? Another flash of blue light. The Emperor screams as his other hand is severed, clattering uselessly to the ground. He stares at his mangled body, his invincibility stripped away in seconds. How is this possible? The dragon god's eyes widened in dawning horror, a single, terrifying possibility locking his mind in place. Could it be? Did he somehow obtain the full immortal Emperor's legacy? Xiao Xuan floats before him, bathed in an ethereal blue flame, the answer written in the cold indifference on his face. He scoffs at the question, his voice echoing with chilling finality. Corpses don't need so many questions. With that, the sword descends. Jaizu's transformed body, a monument to his own power, is torn open like paper. He stammers in disbelief. His dragon god body under this boy's star power, it's utterly fragile. Xiao Xuan's eyes narrow, his rage finally given a name. This sword, he says, is for daring to covet my senior sister. You deserve to die. The blade plunges downward, a column of pure energy that pierces Jaizu's back. It erupts from the palace roof in a blinding flash, a beacon of retribution. The ground shatters on impact, the shockwave leveling everything nearby. Impaled and pinned to the rubble, Jaizu can only scream one name in agony, Xiao Xuan. But the punishment isn't over. And this next sword, Xiao Xuan declares, his hand now wreathed in golden fire, is justice claimed by a disciple of Hengmeng. A storm of golden blades rains down, each one a nail in Jaizu's coffin. They tear through his flesh, pinning him, shredding him, breaking him. He coughs up mouthfuls of blood, his vision blurring. Skewered by dozens of golden constructs, he can't process his defeat. A mere kin subject actually forced me to this. Could it really end here? Blood drips from his chin as he grits his teeth in denial. Damn it, I won't accept this. I was meant to unify the immortal court. But Xiao Xuan's voice cuts through his despair. Don't worry, do you think I'll let you die so easily? A hand clamps down on Jaizu's face, pulling him close. What are you going to do? Xiao Xuan's eyes gleam with a terrifying purpose. I'm going to help me perfect the dragon god form, using your dragon blood. An inhuman scream rips through the air as the absorption begins. The sky itself seems to bleed, crackling with crimson lightning. Xiao Xuan holds on, draining every last drop of power until Jaizu's body simply dissolves into ash. He looks at his hands, feeling a surge of raw energy. After his bloodline was drained, his corpse turned to ash. I feel like my flesh and blood power increased 100-fold. So this is why Jai Zhu schemed so long to complete the dragon god bloodline. But what has this ritual awakened? The red lightning in the sky intensifies, twisting into a malevolent cosmic pattern. The surviving disciples stare up in horror. What is that? An omen in the sky. A crushing presence descends upon them all. The energy forms a screaming maw in the heavens. A voice booms from the void, shaking the very foundations of the realm. Who dares bring chaos to the lower realm while I was secluded? The disciples collapse, gasping for air under the immense pressure. This is nothing like my previous life. The blonde-haired man clutches his head, his mind racing. How could Jai Zhu have been slain by that Zio Xuan? And the power he just used, I've never heard of it before. His eyes dart toward the sky, suspicion hardening into certainty. This Zio Xuan is definitely suspicious. And this aura, it must be the immortal court emperor. He remembers a past life, a desperate battle. I fought him for 10 days and nights, played all my cards, and was still cut down by him. He won't be mistaken this time. Even the immortal court emperor was alarmed by that Zio Xuan. My possession of the 9-character true words must not be discovered by the emperor now. He quickly conceals his energy, deciding to lay low while the emperor's attention is fully on Zio Xuan. The great eye in the sky fixes its gaze on the lone figure standing in the wreckage. Zio Xuan stands his ground, looking up at the cosmic entity. And you, who are you? The emperor's voice drips with contempt. You tried to slaughter my kin and sect, yet you claim self-preservation. Do you know that Jai Zhu was something I personally raised down here? A beast man used to cultivate the dragon god bloodline. You dared covet what is mine. You deserve to die. So you mean Zio Xuan begins, his hand tightening around a new weapon. I should just stand still, while Jai Zhu slaughters my fellow disciples and sucks us dry. The emperor lets out a booming laugh. You insignificant ants to supply nourishment for my beast people. Shouldn't you be honored beyond measure? The entity's voice boomed with a chilling proposition. Since you've drained the dragon god bloodline, you shall take its place. Become my beast person, it declared, and don't forget to be grateful for my mercy. A torrent of crimson lightning erupted from its core, a promise of enslavement disguised as a gift. But Zio Xuan's answer wasn't words. It was the blinding arc of his blade, a golden wave of pure power slicing through the air. The two forces collided, golden light against chaotic red energy, tearing the very fabric of the space between them. The entity recoiled in disbelief. What? It never expected such resistance. It offered one final chance, its voice dripping with menace. Swear to be my slave, collect the Hengmeng imperial scripture, and I will spare your friends, your family. Refuse, and I will refine this entire lower realm into a single medicinal pill. The threat was absolute, a monstrous display of power as countless swirling vortexes of energy tore open the sky, each one a promise of annihilation. Destroy an entire world for one man? What kind of monster is this thing? Zio Xuan stared up at the cataclysmic display, his resolve hardening into steel. If you think you can do it. He braced himself as the crimson lightning descended. His golden energy flared, meeting the onslaught head-on. Then try. The impact was deafening, but his blade held firm. The entity's eye-like core widened in something akin to shock. He was actually pushing back. Good, very good, the entity hissed, its voice a mix of fury and grudging respect. You'd better still be alive when I emerge from seclusion, because I will personally savor torturing you. With that parting curse, the being receded, but its influence spread like a plague. A decree echoed across the land for all to hear. From this day on, anyone who can kill Hengmeng Sect's Zio Xuan and deliver the Hengmeng imperial scripture and the dragon god bloodline to me, I will grant them a position in the immortal court. The words ignited a firestorm of greed. The Hengmeng imperial scripture, that was the void abyss immortal emperor's legacy. A position as a true lord in the immortal court was a prize beyond imagination. And for his head, a bounty of 5 million spirit stones. And just like that, every friend becomes a potential enemy. Who can he possibly trust now? For his body, an astronomical 50 million spirit stones. Xingyu watched in horror, her heart seizing for her junior brother. But elsewhere, Chu Tian's eyes burned with a venomous hatred. He looked forward to the day Zio Xuan would beg him for mercy. He felt a twisted satisfaction watching this unfold. He mused that he never imagined Zio Xuan would walk the same path of being hunted by the world that he once did. He just hoped the boy could hold out for a few more days. But his own survival came first. He couldn't linger here. The beings from the upper realm must not discover his 9-character true words. His gaze fell on Xingyu. He had to take her with him. He couldn't miss out on her dragon Kai. It was an obsession he had to satisfy. He grabbed her hand, his voice urgent. Xingyu, come hide with me in the deep mountains. I can protect you. We'll train until we reach the fusion realm, then ascend together. She ripped her hand away, her face a mask of disbelief and disgust. What are you talking about? At a time like this, I stand by my master's side. If you want to flee, then run alone. Chu Tian froze, her defiance shattering his plans. In his past life, she would have followed him without question. What on earth is happening in this life? Before he could process the rejection, the sky split open. A swirling green portal appeared and the crowd gasped. What is that? An old man with an aura of immense power descended. Ancestor Tianxing. He'd heard the call. A true lord position in the immortal court. The very thought made his ancient heart race with ambition. The crowd murmured that someone truly powerful had arrived. Chu Tian sneered, telling the ancestor to stay and accompany Zhao Xuan to his doom. But then he turned to leave himself, declaring he wasn't staying to be buried with him. Zhao Xuan's voice cut through the air, cold and sharp. What are you? The question hung there, an accusation of deep betrayal. Ancestor Tianxing ignored the disciples' drama, his focus entirely on the prize. Kid, he said, his tone condescending, take my advice and be sensible. Hand over the dragon god bloodline and the Hengmeng imperial scripture, and I'll let you die quickly. Green energy crackled around his fist, a promise of a swift and merciless end. Zhao Xuan just smirked. You want the dragon god bloodline? A golden flame ignited in his palm. You're too late. I've already fully refined every last drop of the dragon god bloodline power. He shot forward like a meteor, his own fist blazing with the very power the old man craved. The ancestor's green fist met Zhao Xuan's golden one in a thunderous explosion of energy. But you can let its power firsthand. Zhao Xuan's voice echoed through the blast. The elder is sent hurtling through the air, his body a ragdoll against the sheer force of Zhao Xuan's strike. He crashes to the ground, coughing up dust and blood, his mind reeling in disbelief. How could someone from the lower realm possess such terrifying physical strength? Then it clicks, a horrifying realization dawning on him. Could it be the power of the dragon god's bloodline? Zhao Xuan stands over him, a cloak of golden energy simmering around his form, his gaze cold as ice. The power radiating from him is absolute, suffocating. He tells the broken man to go back and deliver a message to his immortal emperor. If the emperor refuses to submit, he can come find Zhao of the great Qin Empire and try to take him down himself. The elder's face contorts with rage. What an arrogant tone, to challenge an immortal emperor so directly. But Zhao Xuan's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint within them. What's wrong? He asks, his voice laced with menace. Do you think I can't do it? The pressure in his voice is a physical weight, crushing the elder's defiance. The other cultivators watch from a distance, a cold sweat breaking out on their brows. They realize now that people of the lower realm shouldn't even think about getting a share in this matter. Hengmeng Sect's Zhao Xuan is truly terrifying beyond compare. The chaotic spiritual energy from the previous battle has already dispersed, leaving only his oppressive aura behind. A woman whispers to her master, questioning if acting so high profile is wise when their sect is already the target of public criticism. But Zhao Xuan's subordinate steps forward, his expression firm. He explains that it's precisely at times like this that strong authority is most needed. He turns to the trembling representatives of the Qing Empire, his voice sharp. Do any of you have objections? As if on cue, Zhao Xuan's golden aura flares, washing over them in a wave of pure, unadulterated power. The threat needs no words. They fall over themselves to agree, stammering that they wouldn't dare. With frantic haste, they bid farewell to their new national teacher and flee. The news spreads like wildfire. The previous ruler, Jai Zhu, was a tyrant, and the common folk erupt in celebration, cheering for their new emperor. From that day forward, a new legend begins. Immortals from the upper realm, each stronger than the last, descend to challenge Zhao Xuan. But for him, these weren't threats. They were opportunities to constantly sharpen himself. A new challenger appears, a manic grin plastered on his face. He announces himself as King Fang, ranked 140th on the human rankings, and declares that today he has come to. He doesn't get to finish. Zhao Xuan's patience has worn thin, too much nonsense. A blinding flash of golden energy erupts, and the challenger is simply gone, vaporized before he could even complete his threat. Zhao Xuan stands amidst the settling dust, calmly bringing a cigarette to his lips and taking a slow drag. Another one dealt with, he murmurs to himself, the smoke curling into the air. Watching from a high wall, a group of women observe the aftermath. In just a few short days, those who troubled Rose have been systematically dismantled, their ranks on the human rankings plummeting. Is he not just fighting, is he actively hunting them down? One of them remarks that Master Zhao is working hard, but another smiles, noting that he seems to be enjoying himself. His aura has become so sharp it's almost hard to look at him. The white-haired woman offers a deeper insight. It seems that after absorbing the dragon god's bloodline, his physical body has become far stronger. He's been using his sword less and less, preferring to fight with his bare hands. But her expression turns serious. He hasn't fully unleashed the power of the bloodline yet. If he were to completely fuse with it, what kind of monster will he become then? A blinding flash of golden energy slams into the great kin's defensive walls, a test of power that Xuan seems to be conducting daily. On the ramparts, his disciples watch. The woman with the dark hair remarks that he won again, and faster this time. His growth is relentless. As he lands, they all bow, greeting him as master. Xuan waves away the formality, his attention immediately shifting to the pink-haired Jir. He asks how everyone's cultivation has been progressing. She beams, reporting that everyone has been training with fierce diligence. Lai Jian Fang, after receiving the Hengmeng Sutra and Sword Origin, is on the verge of breaking through to the fusion realm, aiming to forge a unique sword heart primordial spirit. Meanwhile, Ying Xingyu awakened a special constitution, the overbearing supreme body, and her cultivation has skyrocketed to the 3rd tier of soul refining. As she speaks, a notification rings in Xuan's mind. The system confirms the feedback loop is working perfectly. By elevating his disciples and strengthening the great kin's national fate, his own overbearing supreme body has been upgraded to the heaven tier, and he's been rewarded with the chaotic body. The system hints at an even greater power. If he can upgrade that to the heaven tier, he'll unlock the innate chaotic constitution. But what is this chaotic primordial Kai it requires? Jir's report continues, pulling him from his thoughts. Su Muhan has advanced to a 6th-rank alchemist and reached the soul-refining stage. And Kai Wushwang, acting as her assistant, has benefited from the pills as well, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. It's all thanks to his Hengmeng Emperor Sutra. The dark-haired woman adds that with his guidance, she should be able to break through soon herself. But it's Jir who declares she's the fastest of them all, already at the 1st tier of the fusion realm. A vibrant purple energy flares around her, a testament to her claim. She proudly reveals she's even grasped a method to refine the Hengmeng Purple Kai, which has accelerated her power beyond her peers. Xuan is taken aback. She figured that out on her own. He's pleased with their progress, but his satisfaction is cut short. A strange, powerful aura suddenly appears in the sky. He masks his concern, turning back to Jir. He tells her to come find him tonight, promising to teach her the proper way to utilize the Hengmeng Purple Kai. It's a gentle dismissal, a way to clear the area before whatever is coming arrives. She agrees enthusiastically, and the disciples take their leave. Only the silent woman from the immortal court remains, her expression unreadable. Elsewhere, the ground shatters as a figure crashes down from the heavens, carving a deep crater in the earth. A blonde woman stumbles out of the dust, utterly lost. This is Yiking Cheng, the divine nation saintess. She spots one of Xuan's clones nearby, and her tone is pure command. She demands to know where this is, how far it is from Great Kin, and if he knows a man named Xuan. The clone gives her a predatory grin. This asterisk is asterisk Great Kin, he informs her, and he is Xuan. The saintess's eyes narrow, her entire demeanor shifting from lost to lethal. A dark purple energy crackles around her hand as she says, "What a coincidence." There's no negotiation, no warning. She tells him to cut the chit-chat and take her punch. The clone barely has time to register the attack before her fist is upon him. More people from the immortal court. The thought flashes through his mind as the impact sends him flying. But she's relentless, giving chase and yelling at him to hurry up. She makes a bizarre offer. If he can take her punch, she'll give him an immortal-grade magical item. He evades another ground-shattering strike, activating a defensive shield. In all his life, he's never heard such a strange request. He tells her she better keep her word. The saintess smirks, her confidence absolute. She never breaks a promise. But there's a condition. He has to take her full power punch and still be alive afterward. Her fist, now glowing with terrifying power, slams into his shield. The resulting explosion rocks the entire region. The citizens of Great Kin stare at the mushroom cloud in the distance, wondering if their national teacher is in a battle. When the smoke clears, the clone stands completely unharmed in the center of a massive new crater, facing the saintess. He calmly adjusts his robes. Considering the power behind that punch, he says, one immortal-grade item might not be enough. Yiking Cheng's confident smirk vanishes, replaced by pure, slack-jawed shock. How is he still standing? The clone's voice drops, laced with ice. He warns her not to push her luck. She tells him not to push his luck. To take a punch from her and walk away unharmed proves he's more than just a name. He stares at the jade pendant she's offering, a supposed immortal-tier artifact. His mind is racing. What does this thing even do? He tells him he should be grateful she's even giving it to him. though her inner monologue reveals her frustration that her punch wasn't satisfying enough. She explains the item is called the Fortune Jade Decree, a spiritual object containing the power of the heavenly Tao's laws. Its purpose is chillingly simple. When fighting a son of fortune, he can use it to absorb a portion of their fortune power and win. A perfect weapon for him. This is exactly what he needs, but the alarm bells are screaming in his head. If this item is so unbelievably powerful, why would this person just appear out of nowhere and give it to him? Just as the thought crosses his mind, his system lights up. It has detected the Fortune Jade Decree and is now initiating an evolution program. A system mission has been issued. The mission is immense. Teach all his disciples to advance to the integration realm while he himself achieves great perfection in the 4 paths of body, alchemy, poison, and sword. The reward, a full system upgrade. Wait, the system can be upgraded. He pushes the system notification aside for now, his focus entirely on the woman before him. He still hasn't asked for her name or her purpose for coming to Great Kin. She introduces herself as Yi King Cheng, telling him to remember the name well. As for her purpose here, she cuts right to the heart of his ambition, asking if he wants to get rid of the immortal court Emperor Lord. His eyes narrow. Of course he does. Then why not make a deal with her? Her smile is predatory, her confidence absolute. She lays out her plan. He ascends to the immortal court, climbs the human ranking, and uses the jade pendant to gather enough fortune power. When he's strong enough, she will help him kill the immortal court Emperor Lord and replace him. Her words hang in the air, an offer of unimaginable power and terrifying consequence. Help him kill and replace the Emperor Lord. A person who can say such things so casually, he knows she isn't from the immortal court. He hazards a guess. She must be from the divine kingdom, the realm that exists above the immortal court itself. She confirms it without hesitation. He's a smart one. With that, she prepares to leave, mounting a massive sword. She has other prodigies to win over. Her final declaration rings in his ears. She will become number 1 on the human ranking. Win over other prodigies. A chilling realization dawns on him. Could the divine kingdom be secretly planning to completely reorganize the immortal court? The scene shifts to Zhao Xuan's residence. He walks toward the softly lit doors, his mind still reeling from the encounter. Inside, his senior sister is finishing a conversation. She understands the method now and promises to pass it on to her junior brothers and sisters. The other disciple turns, startled. "Senior sister, why are you standing there without making a sound?" Just then, Qin enters, seeing them both. He senses the strange atmosphere and asks if something is the matter. Senior sister turns to him, her voice quiet. She says she has something to discuss with him. The other disciple immediately catches on, a playful smirk on her face. "Oh, senior sister has something to say to master alone, right? Then she won't be so tactless as to get in the way." She leans in close to senior sister, a teasing glint in her eye. Actually, eye. The disciple whispers that she'll take her leave and slips out of the room, leaving them completely alone. "Go on," he says, his voice gentle. But inside her mind, a war is raging. 2 versions of herself argue back and forth. Is he really going to ascend? What if he's not willing? How will she face him in the future? The darker side of her taunts the other. Does she really think he'll remember his senior sister after he goes to the immortal court? What nonsense! How could he be that kind of person? But the doubt has been planted. Her darker self presses the attack. They grew up together, but does she truly understand him? His strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. Has he ever told her why? The hypocrisy is laid bare. She's known him for years, but she has her own secrets she's never shared. What gives her the right to demand his? If it weren't for what happened, would she have ever told him about her past? That's precisely why she needs to be direct. The voice is seductive, persuasive. It's easy to pursue a man, and if he doesn't feel the same way, she can just claim she was repaying his kindness. She shouldn't hesitate. Go on. "Please don't," she screams internally, but his voice cuts through the chaos. "Senior sister." She snaps back to reality, her face flushed. "Don't talk." She blurts out, grabbing him and pulling him close. He's stunned as she presses herself against him, her words muffled and desperate. Wait. He's utterly bewildered by her actions. He calls her name again, trying to understand. "What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Why are you asking so many questions?" Her eyes, filled with a desperate resolve, meet his. Her voice is barely a whisper, but it carries the weight of everything she's been holding back. "Do you not want to?" She tells him she's not unwilling. And since he's willing, he shouldn't ask so many questions. The night passes in a blur of silhouetted moments, a silent agreement hanging in the air. Morning light breaks over the lush mountains of the Hengmeng Sect. When he opens his eyes, she's there, asleep beside him. The events of the night settling into a stark reality. A system notification suddenly shatters the morning calm. A disciple has completed bloodline purification with his help. The strange beast bloodline has evolved into an immortal tier divine dragon bloodline. And as a feedback reward, He, the host, has obtained it as well. He used the power of the stars to enhance the Azure Dragon's bloodline, and all this time she had been in a deep sleep, digesting that immense power. He can't believe it. He didn't expect that because she was always attached to him. Not only was her divine dragon bloodline purified, but his own underwent a purification as well. He looks down at his sleeping senior sister, his mind reeling. How did things develop like this? But before he can process it, a frantic pounding rattles the door. Little Jier's voice cuts through the silence, calling for her master. A jolt of pure panic shoots through him. Why is she here of all times? The commotion wakes his senior sister. She sits up, dazed and confused, rubbing her eyes and asking how she got here. Then the memories of the previous night crash down on her. Her eyes widen, the unspoken truth hanging heavy in the silent room. He stammers, telling her to get some more rest, that he'll go send little Jier away first. Quickly getting dressed, he pauses at the door, telling her to meet him at the ancestral shrine later. There are things they need to discuss. The door clicks shut, leaving her alone in the sudden quiet of the room. She clutches the sheets, her mind racing, replaying everything that happened last night. A deep blush burns her cheeks as she fully comprehends what she and her junior brother actually did. The sheer weight of the realization leaves her utterly stunned into silence. Outside, little Jier immediately asks why his face is so red. He quickly blames the sun, saying it's too strong. His excuse falls flat as little Jier glances up at the completely overcast sky. Later, as promised, the Sect master arrives at the solemn Hungmeng Sect ancestral shrine. She walks towards the entrance, her thoughts consumed by her junior brother. He should be able to advance to a human immortal soon, right? Pushing open the heavy doors, a wave of melancholy washes over her. Once he reaches the immortal court, he'll be in a completely different world. A cultivator's life is impossibly long. After a few thousand or even just a few hundred years, she wonders if he'll still remember the Hungmeng Sect or her. She clasps her hands in prayer, sending a sincere wish for his journey. May he have a meteoric rise. And in the quiet of her heart, she adds a wish for herself, that she can somehow find the strength to catch up to his pace. As she prays, the ancestral tablets erupt in a brilliant blue flame. A powerful, ancient voice echoes in the shrine, declaring that it senses the fortune of the Hungmeng Sect upon her. The spiritual energy swirls, taking form. The voice asks if she is the current sect master of the Hungmeng Sect. She confirms her identity, her posture instantly defensive, demanding to know who is speaking to her. The spirit reveals himself as Taoist Hungmeng, the first-generation sect master. He presumes she must have read the heavenly book he left behind. Her eyes go wide with shock. The old ancestor himself, the founder of their sect, is standing before her. The ancestor continues, explaining that he wrote that the fortune he left behind would only be fully activated once the Hungmeng Sect became the state sect of great kin. He gestures, and a glowing golden token materializes from the spiritual energy. He reveals that beyond just revitalizing the sect, he left an unimaginable amount of star power buried beneath this very land. This token, he explains, contains all his life's cultivation insights, and a heavenly tier technique he found in ancient ruins. He tells her that cultivating this technique with the token will bind her destiny to the sect, allowing her to draw power directly from the land. It was this very method that allowed him to ascend to his current position in the immortal court. He offers her the token, promising she will understand its true power once she merges with it. But she hesitates, trying to protest. Wait, she tries to explain that the sect's explosive growth wasn't her doing, but her junior brother's, but she's cut off by a searing pain. The token ignores her completely, shooting forward like a bolt of lightning and slamming directly into her body, engulfing her in its overwhelming power. A grunt of pain escapes her lips as an invisible force crushes her from within. The memory of the attack is seared into her mind, a blast of pure blue energy striking her dead in the chest, a judgment delivered by a ghost of the past. Back in the strange, starry void, her junior brother is nowhere to be seen. He asks if senior sister isn't here yet, but his voice is a distant echo from another world. All that exists here is the trial. He enters the ancestral shrine, a flicker of concern on his face. She forces herself to stand, her hands shaking as she grips her swords. The ancestor's voice booms with disappointment, asking how she can call herself the sect master of Hungmeng with such pitiful skill. She falls to her knees, her weapons clattering beside her as the celestial being looks down, his gaze heavy with disdain. He declares that the Hungmeng sect of today has truly fallen. And if that's the case, he knows what must be done. He raises his hand, and below them, a perfect replica of the sect materializes in the void. She stares in horror, realizing this isn't just an illusion, it's a target. The spirit proclaims that rather than allowing her to disgrace their name by ascending to the upper realm, he might as well destroy them all right now. Wait, destroy them all? Is this a test or an execution? A comet of pure destructive energy erupts from his palm, hurtling toward the floating sect. It's a world-ending attack, closing the distance in an instant. With no time to think, she lunges forward, positioning her own body as a shield between the blast and her home. The impact is absolute. She's flung backward through the void, coughing violently as the ancestor watches her fall. Her body is broken, but her will is forged in the fires of defiance. She glares back at him, her voice raw. She admits the sect has declined, but she spits that they have never given up. If not for the Hungmeng sect, she tells him, she would have died in some forgotten alley long ago. She may not be strong enough, but that doesn't matter. She roars that she will never stand by and watch anyone destroy it in front of her. Pouring every last ounce of her spirit into her limbs, she charges the ancestor, sword raised for a final, impossible strike. She soars through the void, a lone warrior against a god. But as she closes in, the ancestor's stern expression softens into something else entirely, approval. He says her resolve is more than enough. He tells her to go, for the Hungmeng sect is now hers to command. The world dissolves in a flash of golden light, and her consciousness snaps back to reality. She opens her eyes to find herself falling, only to be caught by a familiar pair of arms. Her sword clatters to the stone floor as her junior brother holds her steady. Her face burns with confusion. She stammers his name, asking what just happened. She admits she doesn't know what's going on either, then asks when he arrived. A chilling realization dawns on her. How did she not feel his presence standing directly behind her this whole time? How did he get there without her noticing? Just how powerful has he become? He calmly explains that after instructing little Jir, he came to the shrine and found it empty. He was waiting when he suddenly detected a surge of star power. The power appeared and then vanished into another space, so he deduced she'd encountered a fortunate opportunity and set up a barrier to keep anyone from interfering. She stares, asking if he truly sensed the power of the stars. He asks what that power was, and as he speaks, a swirling orb of that same celestial energy materializes in his palm. He explains it's just a superior form of the power of fortune, the same type of energy as her primordial violet Kai, but on a completely different level of condensation. The same type of power. The implications hit her like lightning. If he's right, she should be able to control it. She has to try. Closing her eyes, she reaches out not with her hands, but with her will. The brilliant blue energy responds instantly, embracing her, swirling around her as if it were an extension of her own soul. With a final surge of blinding blue light, the ritual concludes. Her eyes snap open, glowing with an otherworldly power. It is done, she declares, the energy swirling around her like a living cloak. Zio Chen congratulates her on obtaining this new fortune, a small smile playing on his lips. He can feel it himself. The lingering aches from his recent battles have vanished completely, a side effect of their shared journey. His senior sister stares at the golden token in her hand, her mind reeling. It wasn't a dream. That token is proof that everything which just transpired was terrifyingly real. She offers it back to him, but he simply shakes his head, telling her to keep it. He examines the token in his own hand, a thoughtful look on his face. What is this thing, he wonders aloud. She looks just as lost as he feels. Then a realization dawns on him. He chuckles, explaining that the artifact seems to have bonded with her. Since that's the case, he has a technique he'd like to pass on. She nods, agreeing without hesitation as he takes her hand, a current of energy passing between them. At that exact moment, a familiar blue screen flashes in his mind. The system announces he's obtained the Hungmeng Treasure Codex. But there's a catch. The system upgrade is still running, and to prevent burnout, a special side mission is being issued. For 1 month, all of his contributions and even the progress of every disciple in the sect will be converted into contribution points. The system store is now open. A store? He opens it immediately, his curiosity piqued. The screen fills with a dazzling array of treasures. Black dragon essence blood, god's marrow, black tortoise bloodline. He can't believe his eyes. He went through hell just to get one dragon god bloodline, and this store is overflowing with them. Without a second thought, he makes his choice. The side mission officially activates. Accumulate as many points as possible within 1 month. With the system's voice fading, he turns his attention back to the woman before him. He asks her softly what's been wrong these past few days. Her behavior has been strange, even yesterday. He presses, asking if she's run into some kind of trouble. She looks away, her silence a heavy weight in the air between them. Finally, she speaks, her voice filled with a chilling sense of finality. She only hopes, she says, that when the time comes, he will have reached heights she could never imagine. She just asks that he still remembers the Hungmeng sect and remembers her. Zio Chen's blood runs cold. What is she hiding from him? This sounds less like a hope and more like a goodbye. He looks down, his fists clenching. The weight of her words settles on him, but not as despair, as a challenge. He meets her gaze, his own eyes burning with an unbreakable promise. She doesn't need to worry. He won't just look out for himself. He will bring the entire Hengmang sect to ascension right alongside him. She's stunned, calling his words nonsense. How could he do something like that? Is he a god? He just laughs, brushing off her disbelief for now. Changing the subject, he produces an enormous armful of scrolls from his storage ring. He tells her he has techniques for cultivating the power of the stars, and he wants to share them. Her jaw drops at the sheer volume. He insists it's nothing, telling her to distribute them among the disciples. Anyone with the aptitude can learn. She looks from the scrolls to his face, asking if he was truly serious about his earlier promise. He confirms it, his expression deadly serious. However, he adds, there is one condition. Any disciple who wishes to leave the sect must first cripple their own cultivation and have their memory of these techniques completely erased. As he speaks, the system dings, awarding him 1,000 contribution points for this massive gift to the sect. 1,000 points? For all of this, he feels a flash of disappointment. He then wonders how many points he'll get as the disciples actually start making progress. The system clarifies. Points are calculated based on cultivation improvement, with major realm breakthroughs granting a 10-fold multiplier. Even the system's mascot complains about how stingy the points are. But Zio Chen isn't deterred. Every point counts. He realizes the true bottleneck isn't the techniques, but the disciples' innate talent. He needs a way to fundamentally improve the aptitude of everyone in the sect. And just like that, an idea sparks in his mind. He turns to his senior sister, telling her he has something important to do. As he walks out the door, he calls over his shoulder, "See you tonight." She freezes, a deep blush spreading across her face. See him tonight? What could he possibly mean by that? Meanwhile, in the sect's medicinal fields, disciples are hard at work. Two of them marvel at the vibrant, flourishing herbs, crediting the alchemy genius handpicked by Elder Su. A crowd gathers around a proud, red-haired disciple named Chingchumo, who soaks in their praise. Elder Su herself arrives, drawn by the commotion. She immediately notes the rich medicinal power radiating from the plants. She commends Chingchumo for his excellent care. He puffs out his chest, declaring it's only obvious that herbs he grows would be superior. Another disciple reminds everyone that it was Sect Master Zio who brought back the incredible flower of wood soaring. Elder Su nods, explaining that she's already taught them the refining method. By supplementing the fields with the power of the wood spirit, the herbs will grow even better. To demonstrate, she unleashes a wave of pure green life force across the entire field. The energy washes over the flowers, making them pulse with vitality. He boasts that by supplementing the fields with wood spirit power, the medicinal herbs will grow better. A vibrant green energy flows from his hands, bathing the flower bed in a life-giving light. The crowd gasps, praising Elder Su for his incredible skill. He puffs out his chest, ready to soak in the adoration, declaring that, of course, he's amazing. Did they need him to? But he's cut short by a violent tremor. The ground cracks open, and from the fissure emerges a snow ginseng of impossible size, larger than a millstone. The disciples are stunned, but their attention is immediately stolen by the arrival of Su Muhan, who is instantly swarmed by admirers begging her to share her unparalleled medicinal techniques. The red-haired elder clenches his jaw, his moment of glory snatched away. It's always like this. The moment she appears, everyone forgets he even exists. His face contorts with pure, unadulterated jealousy. What's so amazing about her? She's just a second disciple alchemist. Just then the bell tolls, signaling the start of class. The crowd buzzes with excitement, eager to learn from Elder Su Muhan. But the red-haired elder and his cronies hang back, their expressions sour. They don't understand why the sect master made someone their age a peak lord. He sneers, suggesting they ought to teach her a lesson, to show her there are always people better than her. He reveals his twisted solution, a small, unassuming melting pill. He explains with a venomous whisper that once crushed and sprinkled onto the herbs, it merges with them, creating a special, volatile impurity. An impurity so potent that if it isn't perfectly purged at the very first attempt, the entire cauldron will detonate. His friend's face drains of color, realizing he was the one behind that explosion that injured a sixth disciple alchemist. The elder's grin widens. That alchemist was bedridden for a month. But this time, the herbs are for Su Muhan's demonstration. This time, he doesn't want her injured. He wants her dead. Unaware of the plot against her, Yang Kai walks toward the class, his expression unreadable. What is he thinking? Does he suspect anything? Inside the alchemy room, students gather, buzzing with anticipation. But their chatter dies down as two imposing figures enter, their robes marking them as members of the Myriad Refining Hall. The red-haired elder smirks. The Myriad Refining Hall is here to observe. He can feel victory in his grasp. With the most authoritative alchemist organization present, he can utterly embarrass that woman. Just as the thought crosses his mind, Elder Su Muhan arrives, carrying the colossal snow ginseng. She announces to the hall that she will now demonstrate the special refining method for the snow ginseng pill. The trap is set. The audience is in place. A wicked, triumphant grin spreads across the plotter's face. Su Muhan begins, explaining that the most crucial step is using spiritual energy to merge the medicinal powers while removing every last trace of impurity. She places the ginseng into the roaring flames of the cauldron. But as she channels her energy, a sharp, unnatural sound echoes from within the cauldron, followed by a flash of sickly green light. The observers jolt in surprise. Su Muhan freezes, her eyes wide. What was that sound? The man's eyes widened, a sharp, cracking sound echoing in his mind. He felt it, a fracture in the very air. He muttered to the man beside him, "Don't tell me the alchemy furnace is about to explode." The other alchemist shot him a look, hushing him. "That's nonsense," he hissed. "Our people from the Myriad refining hall are watching. How could that be possible?" Inside the swirling green energy, Elder Su felt it too. Something was deeply wrong. Her brow furrowed, a knot of unease tightening in her stomach. The only way to know for sure was to force the reaction. She steeled herself, deciding to merge the medicinal liquid now and see what chaos erupted. The moment the liquids touched, they repelled each other with violent, chaotic energy. The merge failed catastrophically. Her composure shattered. How is this possible? Her mind raced, searching for an explanation. Could there be an impurity she didn't know about? No, that was impossible. But speculation was a luxury she couldn't afford. The medicinal power was spiraling out of control, and she had seconds to stabilize it before it blew. In the crowd, an old master's eyes were wide with a terrible understanding. He knew exactly what this was. An impurity, one that hadn't been completely removed because it couldn't be. It was a parasitic flaw, something that grew alongside the snow ginseng, becoming one with its very essence. There's no way to remove it, he thought with grim certainty. She can only wait for the backlash. The red-haired man's lips twisted into a cruel smile. He knew, too. This medicinal herb was tampered with, a vicious and subtle poison designed to turn the alchemist's own power against them. This wasn't just sabotage. They're trying to kill the alchemist. The great furnace began to shake, a low groan building into a violent tremor. The elders from the Myriad refining hall stared in disbelief. Power gone out of control? Even Elder Su, over a mere second-tier snow ginseng pill. One of them sneered, "Her aptitude is too poor." The red-haired man's grin widened, a silent command echoing in his thoughts. "Quick, explode. Let me see you in a pathetic state," he savored the thought. "Make a fool of yourself in front of everyone." But just as Elder Su's panic reached its peak, a calm voice cut through the noise, speaking directly into her mind. "Stay calm. If the impurity cannot be removed, then find a way to neutralize it." Her eyes shot open. "Master, it really is Master." The voice was a lifeline in a storm of failure, a spark of clarity in the chaos. The realization hit her like a lightning strike. Master is right. It's just an impurity. If there's no way to remove it, then neutralize it. A radical, dangerous idea bloomed in her mind. She turned to the stunned audience, her voice ringing with newfound confidence. "There's been a slight accident, so I won't be demonstrating the special refining method for the snow ginseng pill. Instead, I'll let everyone watch something else." The red-haired man's face contorted in rage. What? What was she doing? The crowd buzzed with confusion, their murmurs growing into a roar of shock. 10th tier? Isn't that a legendary medicinal pill? He's going to refine a 10th-tier medicinal pill in public. The idea was so absurd, so arrogant, it bordered on insanity. One of the elders scoffed loudly, calling it shameless boasting. He'd lived for hundreds of years and never heard of a young alchemist capable of such a feat. He was certain she was just digging her own grave deeper. But Elder Su ignored them all, her focus absolute. She began to list the ingredients, her voice steady and clear. Cassia seed, 1,000-layered lotus, snow-covered grass, ice fish gills, plus the snow ginseng, she continued. This is just right for refining a batch of 7 Absolute's great rejuvenation pills. She admitted she had been studying this recipe for over half a year, always missing a crucial piece of the puzzle. "Now I know," she declared. "My previous methods were all too conservative." She revealed the secret she just uncovered. The snow ginseng is unstable because of the impurity, but that impurity is also the key. It stimulates the medicinal power, and as long as that power is neutralized by the right herbs, the snow ginseng can exert 10 times its normal strength. The furnace roared, erupting in a blinding flash of golden light. A wave of pure, condensed energy washed over the entire hall. The alchemists gasped, overwhelmed by the impossibly rich medicinal fragrance. One of them cried out, his eyes wide with shock. "I feel like my realm is loosening." Another cultivator began to glow. "I've comprehended it. I'm about to break through to the golden core realm. Just a wisp of its fragrance can allow a cultivator to break through." The elder stared, dumbfounded, as he saw the intricate patterns forming on the pill inside the flames. There's no mistake. Swirling with power and covered in complex runes, this is a 10th-tier medicinal pill. With a final, gentle flourish, she plucked the completed pill from the fire. Thank you all for watching. Before the words had even settled, an old master surged forward, practically begging. Master Su, may I ask if you have any interest in taking on disciples? Another quickly followed, asking if he could stay at the Hengmeng Sect to study, even if it meant doing chores. The dam broke, and the entire crowd swarmed her, pleading for her to teach them, begging her not to be poached by another sect. Watching the chaos from a quiet corner, a man with long white hair stood with his arms crossed, a faint smile on his face. It seems that Muhan's cultivation has progressed well these days. The elder's face contorted with disbelief. Not only did she stabilize the exploding furnace, but she actually produced a 10th-tier pill in public. How is that possible? He refused to believe it. It had to be a trick. Maybe her mysterious master gave her some rare item to fool everyone. That must be it. He seethed with righteous fury, vowing to expose her deception in front of the entire sect. He shoved his way through the stunned disciples, his voice booming with accusation. He demanded to know how she could have possibly refined a 10th-tier pill when she'd clearly lost control of the medicinal power and almost blown the furnace to pieces. The crowd murmured in agreement. They all saw it. The alchemy furnace was on the verge of catastrophic failure. How could a legendary pill emerge from that chaos? Doubt rippled through the hall. Wasn't Elder Su just a second-tier disciple alchemist? They'd never seen her refine anything higher. They openly questioned if this was all some elaborate ruse. She simply stood there, an unreadable expression on her face. Then she spoke, her voice cutting through the noise. Ever since Master Zhu Xuan tasked her with establishing the pill peak, she had poured all her energy into the art of alchemy. She admitted she hadn't found the time to have her alchemist rank re-evaluated, but she certainly hadn't expected to become a public spectacle. The crowd scoffed, calling it a joke. They saw it with their own eyes. One of the senior members stepped forward, silencing the dissent. He explained that while a 10th-tier pill hadn't been seen in centuries, the myriad refining hall possessed ancient grading methods passed down through generations. According to legend, he said, the difference was a profound Tao rhythm contained within its fragrance, a scent so potent it could trigger a breakthrough just by breathing it in. The Tao patterns on its surface were said to have the same effect just by looking at them. Her accuser seized the opportunity. He asked to borrow the pill for a closer look, his intent to debunk this myth written all over his face. She handed it over without a word. He took it, sneering as he examined the small orb. It didn't look like anything special at all, but as his eyes traced the patterns on its surface, a jolt shot through his entire being. A wave of pure enlightenment washed over him. He understood. He had comprehended it. A brilliant golden aura erupted from his body as his cultivation surged. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The facts were undeniable. It was a real 10th-tier pill. The accuser stood frozen, his own breakthrough serving as the ultimate proof of his era. Wait, did his own body just prove him wrong? His mind reeled. How could this be? Had she been hiding her true strength this entire time? The crushing weight of his public humiliation began to sink in. He stammered a pathetic apology, blaming his own ignorance, and tried to slip away before he could embarrass himself further. But she stopped him cold. Wait, she called out, her eyes narrowed, her voice dropping to an icy whisper. If I remember correctly, the snow ginseng I just used came from your medicinal field, right? He panicked, shouting back, demanding what proof she had and accusing her of slander. But his desperation was a confession in itself. Oh, this isn't just about pride anymore. This is a trap. She then revealed that she never even mentioned there was a problem with the snow ginseng. So why, she asked, was he so agitated? She then delivered the final blow. She used to think he was the most talented disciple of the Pill Peak. She was even planning to recommend him to the Sect Master for the position of Peak Lord. His face went pale. The future he had just thrown away flashed before his eyes. You have disappointed me greatly, she said, her voice filled with contempt. To think you possess such a wicked heart. A flash of energy erupted from her hand, striking him in the chest. From now on, you are expelled from the sect. Her gaze was merciless, a final verdict from which there was no appeal. Scram, she commanded. You are no longer a disciple of the Hengmeng sect. No, you can't kick me out. He yelled, grasping at straws. You're just a peak lord. You have no right. A powerful voice cut through the hall. I, the Vice Sect Master, have the right. She turned, her expression unreadable. Sect Master Zio. Her own master had arrived. The disgraced elder's last hope evaporated as the disciples bowed in reverence. The Sect Master's presence was overwhelming. The evidence is conclusive, he declared, his voice booming with authority. Will you not kneel and confess your guilt? An immense spiritual pressure slammed down on the elder. His knees buckled, unable to withstand the force. He crashed to the floor. The sect master loomed over him, his voice a low growl. Do you admit your guilt? Broken and defeated, the man could only whisper from the ground. This disciple admits my guilt. The sect master has established a new rule. Any disciple who leaves the Hengmeng sect must return everything they've obtained here, stripped back to the state they were in when they first arrived. For this traitor, that means being reduced to the first level of Kai refinement, his knowledge of alchemy erased, and the heaven-devouring earth-slaying art ripped from his very soul. A raw scream of agony tears through the hall as his cultivation is forcibly unraveled. The foundation he spent years building crumbling to dust in an instant. Su Chen looks down, his face an unreadable mask, and delivers the final sentence. He will be expelled. Without another word, guards seize the now powerless man and drag him away, a living warning to anyone else who might consider betrayal. A notification flashes in Su Chen's mind, 200 contribution points gained for eliminating a traitor. So even justice has a price. He turns to see Mu-Han approaching, her expression unreadable. She didn't expect to witness such a brutal scene. He asks about her progress, and her answer is staggering. She can already refine 10th-tier pills, and every time she does, her own insight deepens, pushing her to the very peak of the separation realm. With one more careful refinement, she's confident she can break through to the integration realm in less than half a month. The surrounding elders gasp in astonishment. Such speed is unheard of. Su Chen simply nods, pleased. He asks where else she could have achieved such a thing, and her silence is all the answer he needs. She then reminds him he had something to discuss. He reveals his plan. He wants her to refine a batch of marrow cleansing pills for all the disciples to comprehensively improve everyone's aptitude. The disciples can't believe their ears. Pills like that for everyone. Their gratitude is overwhelming, a stark contrast to Mu-Han's worried frown. Refining these pills is no issue for her, but she senses a deeper problem. An elder voices her unspoken fear. A man with no power invites disaster by flaunting his wealth. By giving these treasures to disciples who can't defend them, isn't Su Chen just painting a target on their backs? Su Chen just smiles. He'd already considered this. He tells Mu-Han to focus on preparing the medicine, assuring her he has already devised a solution. Meanwhile, the disgraced disciple, cast out from the mountain gate, can only curse the Hengmeng sect's name. His cultivation is gone, his body weak. He can't even ride a sword. He's faced with tens of thousands of stone steps, a journey he must now make one agonizing step at a time. The path down is a blur of pain and humiliation. His legs give out, his body weak and unresponsive. He tumbles helplessly down the stone stairs, landing in a crumpled heap at the bottom. Lying there, broken and defeated, he wonders why he's so unlucky. But a voice cuts through the haze of his self-pity, a cold, sharp question that ignites a flicker of hope in his broken soul. Does he want to take revenge on the Hengmeng sect? His eyes snap open. He looks up, demanding to know who's there. A figure cloaked in shadow looms over him, a skeletal grin peeking from beneath the hood. The stranger tells him his identity is irrelevant. All he needs to remember is that this stranger is the one who can help him get his revenge. The next thing he knows, he's staring at his own reflection. His face is changed, marked by a strange new symbol. He asks the cloaked figure if this is truly enough to challenge the Hengmeng sect. The figure places a bony hand on his shoulder, a chilling smile in his voice as he says this alone is, of course, not enough. A torrent of violent, purple energy floods the disciple's body. He screams as the power rewrites his very being. What is happening to him? His new master simply states the obvious. He is bestowing him with power. The disciple's eyes now burn with a sinister purple light. He has been reborn. He stands before the cloaked figure, no longer a disgraced disciple, but a loyal servant awaiting his master's orders. The figure gestures out the window. His cultivation has been restored, but now he has a new purpose. He is to open the mountains protecting Grand Formation. The disciple bows and flies out the window, a streak of malevolent energy. The skeletal figure watches him go, a guttural laugh rumbling in his chest. He calls out to his beloved disciple, his new weapon against the Hengmeng sect, the life-killing old devil. The life-killing old devil seethes, calling out to his beloved disciple, now long dead. Ever since he learned of the boy's death, a single thought has consumed him: vengeance. His subordinate's report only fuels the fire. Zhao Xuan's strength is unfathomable, having already defeated Zhu Yan and surpassed even the human immortals. The skeletal figure beneath the hood concedes that to act alone against such a monster would be suicide. But he doesn't have to. Fortunately, Zhao Xuan is now a pariah, a target of public criticism. With the mountain-protecting Grand Formation gone, the number of people who want him dead would stretch to the ends of the earth. So he's not just seeking revenge, he's turning the entire world into his weapon. His voice echoes with pure hatred. Zhao Xuan, I want you dead. Meanwhile, at the Hengmeng Sect, a new disciple is given her first mission. Her master sends her to a valley 300 miles west, a place where demonic cultivators have recently appeared, telling her she needs practical combat experience. She accepts without question. But as she leaves, her master's expression shifts. He thinks the girl is naive. His true plan comes into focus. He'll follow her, gain her trust, and use her as a key to infiltrate the Hengmeng Sect. But when the girl arrives in the woods, she's immediately surrounded. Cloaked figures emerge from the shadows, demanding to know where this brat came from. They block her path, a blade drawn. If you want to pass, they snarl, leave your life behind. She grips her spear, her eyes narrowed. Are you the demonic cultivators causing trouble here? They just laugh. So what if we are? And what if we're not? Their leader sneers, his skull-like mask gleaming in the dim light. They mock her for trying to be a hero all alone, then lunge forward, their blades crackling with sinister purple energy. Her master's words flash in her mind. Your attack is your best defense. She braces herself, channeling all her strength into a counterattack, just as he taught her. But one of them is too fast. He grabs the shaft of her weapon, and a tide of dark energy floods over his hand. The corrupting power surges up her spear, and she cries out in shock. What is this thing? Tendrils of demonic Kai wrap around her body, binding her completely. This is bad. The leader looms over her, his red eyes burning with a predatory gaze. Little beauty, he rasps. He tells her to just surrender, his grotesque tongue flicking out. Suddenly, a flash of purple light slices through the air. It's not an attack aimed at her. One of the demonic cultivators is struck down from behind. A new figure appears, his movements a blur of steel. Ganging up on one person, he scoffs, how shameless. He cuts through them with ease, leaving their bodies scattered on the forest floor. The man stands over the fallen cultists, his sword held ready. The girl, still trapped in the demonic binds, can only stare. I was saved. As the last cultist falls, the dark energy binding her vanishes. She looks up, her eyes wide with disbelief at her rescuer. It's her master. He extends a hand, asking if she's all right. She takes his hand, thanking the hero for saving her. He asks why she was there alone, and she explains she was on a mission from her master to eliminate the demonic cultivators. He nods, feigning understanding. He observes that, judging from the situation, she must not have much combat experience. She looks down, embarrassed, admitting he's right and apologizing for needing to be saved. He smiles gently. Then I'll teach you. She looks up, surprised, asking if that's really okay. Of course, he says, his voice full of false sincerity. Leave it to me. And so her training begins. Under his guidance, she becomes a whirlwind of destruction, smashing through demonic cultivators one after another. In less than 5 days, she's wiped out every last one in the area. Her supposed master praises her, saying it's just what he'd expect from a disciple of the Hengmeng Sect. She beams with pride, thanking him for teaching her the secret to killing them. She's mastered it completely. With newfound confidence, she declares she's going to find more in other areas to practice on and walks away, completely oblivious to the man's true intentions. With the demonic cultivators handled, his path is clear. She has to trust him completely now. A wicked grin spreads across his face as the final piece of his plan clicks into place. He can finally enter the Hengmeng Sect. And while Wu Shuang celebrates the thrill of fighting on her own, he's already thinking past her, past this moment. His true goal is to capture every last one of them in a single, decisive move. But his ambition hits a wall almost immediately. A guard at the sect entrance blocks his path, declaring that outsiders are forbidden from entering without the master's direct approval. The demon lord's entire demeanor shifts in a heartbeat. He doubles over, clutching his head in theatrical despair, telling the guard it's all right, not to put himself in a difficult position. The performance has begun. He curses the new rule under his breath, then looks at Wu Shuang with manufactured sorrow. He explains the real reason he came here. A dear friend of his entered the Hengmeng Sect, and he hasn't heard from him since. He presses a hand to his chest, selling the lie with every fiber of his being. They grew up together, he says, but were separated. He's only here to find him. Wu Shuang's eyes widen, her suspicion melting away into pure sympathy. She tells him to forget it if it's too much trouble, completely falling for the act. But he's not done yet. He turns away, playing the noble victim, saying he can't make unreasonable demands after she saved his life. He'll just figure something else out on his own. He takes a few steps, and just as he planned, she calls out for him to wait. She tells him not to be stingy. If there's anything she can do, she will. He has her. A brilliant idea flashes in her eyes. She can introduce him to her master. The demon lord's face freezes in a rictus of pure terror. Anyone but him. She grabs his arm and starts dragging him forward, excitedly explaining that her master loves talented people. He might even be willing to take him on as a disciple. Panic claws at his throat. He doesn't want to meet Zayog Shuan, not now, not ever. His mind races. Zyok Shuan is the most treacherous man he knows. If he gets exposed, he'll be cut into pieces. And this girl, her grip is like iron. He tries to wrench his arm free but can't break her hold. What is this monstrous strength? He pleads with her to wait. She turns, confused, and asks what's wrong. He scrambles for an excuse, stammering that he wasn't prepared for a meeting. It would be rude, he insists, to see her master empty-handed. Don't people usually prepare a ceremony gift? A few hundred spirit stones, at least? But she just stares blankly, asking what else there is to prepare. His stalling fails. Before he can think of another lie, she cheerfully calls out a greeting to her master. They've arrived. She's all smiles, completely oblivious to the cold sweat breaking out on his brow. A man with piercing eyes and long white hair appears. This is Zyok Shuan. He looks from his disciple to the stranger, his expression unreadable as he asks who this is. Wu Shuang quickly recounts the story, how he saved her from demonic cultivators and is here searching for a lost friend. She admits she remembers his rule about not bringing strangers into the sect, but she figured recommending him as a disciple would be the perfect solution. Zyok Shuan simply says, I see. His calm is more unsettling than any anger. The demon lord's stone familiar trembles, convinced it's all over. But Zyok Shuan just gestures for him to follow. Since he saved his disciple's life, the master says they can't be too rigid. Then he turns, his eyes boring into him. He asks for the name of the friend he's looking for. The demon lord hesitates for a fraction of a second before giving a name, Xingchumo. Zyok Shuan's eyebrow raises slightly. Oh, the master's next words are a death sentence to his story. He says Xingchumo was expelled not long ago for harming his own master. The demon lord erupts in feigned outrage, screaming that it's impossible. Someone must have framed him. He clenches his fist, internally cursing. If they hadn't forced his hand, he never would have had to commit to such a risky lie. Zyok Shuan watches his outburst, his face a mask of calm. The evidence was conclusive, he states. But then he offers something unbelievable. Since this Taoist believes his friend was wronged, the Hengmeng sect will reinvestigate the matter thoroughly. He leads the way up a glowing staircase, promising that if his friend is innocent, they will do everything in their power to help. The demon lord can barely contain his glee. Did he really manage to sneak in this easily? He follows the master, a triumphant smirk on his face. Tricking this so-called master, Zyok Shuan, was far easier than he ever imagined. But as he ascends the steps into the heart of the sect, a chilling question hangs in the air. Is Zyok Shuan truly this naive, or is he walking straight into a far more elaborate trap? Inside a moonlit chamber, the question hangs in the air. Why did you let that traitor, Xingchumo, back into the sect? The man known only as Master Barely looks up from his book, a faint smile playing on his lips. His senior sister presses, saying there's no way he didn't see through that pathetic disguise. He admits he can't hide anything from her. The reason he let the traitor in was simple. He sensed a demonic kai clinging to him, one eerily similar to that of the Sun-Moon Ghost sect. This changes everything. If Hems is colluding with demonic cultivators, then this is no longer a simple matter of expulsion. It's an act of war. And besides, he adds, this is the perfect opportunity to train Wu Shuang. He explains that she's followed orders her entire life, becoming too prim, too obedient for her own good. He wants her to learn a harsh lesson, that blind obedience can lead to catastrophic mistakes. It's better, he says, for her to think for herself, a lesson she is about to learn firsthand. Meanwhile, a shadow slips through the halls of the Hengmeng sect. Hems moves with an arrogant confidence, believing he snuck in with ease. This legendary sect, he scoffs, isn't as amazing as he thought. He's a phantom gliding over the rooftops, a ghost in his own former home. He sees his expulsion not as a punishment, but as a blessing. The heavens themselves, he muses, couldn't stand to see his talent buried here and have opened a better path for him. He knows exactly where to go, the spirit stones that power the entire mountain's defensive formation. Perched on a rooftop, he watches the guards below. Their patrol routes a familiar dance he once knew by heart. A cruel smirk spreads across his face. He used to guard this very place, and he can navigate these patrols with his eyes closed. It's time to pay them a visit. He slips inside the chamber, his eyes locking onto the pulsating heart of the sect's power. There it is, the grand spirit stone glowing with immense energy. All his rage, his bitterness, his lust for revenge boils to the surface. As long as he destroys this, the entire damned sect will fall. He reaches out, his fingers just inches from victory, and slams into an invisible wall of force. The backlash is devastating, throwing him across the room and smashing him into the floor. He lets out a choked groan as guards outside shout, demanding to know who's there. Panic floods his system. A restriction. Someone placed a powerful restriction on the stone. The commotion has drawn the patrols, and his escape route is gone. He's trapped. If he gets caught now, expulsion will be a mercy he won't receive. His only chance is to complete the mission and pray the mysterious figure who hired him will protect him. With a desperate roar, he throws himself at the stone again, willing to sacrifice his own cultivation to see this through. But a beam of energy blasts through the wall, stopping him cold. A hand clamps down on his shoulder from behind. A chillingly calm voice asks, "Did you see that, Wu Shuang?" Hems freezes, his blood turning to ice. He whips his head around to see the master standing there, Wu Shuang at his side, her face a mask of shock and guilt. How are you two here?" he stammers. The master's eyes are cold steel. He suggests that they should be the ones asking the questions, like why a traitor is standing in the very heart of their sect's grand formation. He then turns to Wu Shuang, telling her not to blame herself. He brought her here not to criticize, but to learn. He continues his lecture, his voice smooth and dangerous, telling her to remember that men are treacherous creatures. In the future, she must think more carefully. She nods, her voice trembling as she says she understands. She won't make this mistake again. Wait, he's using a potential sect-destroying threat as a asterisk teaching moment asterisk. A wicked grin spreads across the master's face. "Very good," he purrs. "Then allow your master to teach you what to do when you encounter a scumbag traitor like this." His hand ignites with a terrifying golden aura, and he plunges it into Hems's back. The traitor's scream is pure, undiluted agony. This is no righteous technique. This is the heaven-devouring, earth-slaying art. Hems's eyes turn a demonic red, his will completely shattered. The master notes with satisfaction that the mind control is working. Now he commands, "Speak. Tell me the plan you and your accomplice came up with." A hollow, monotone voice spills from Hems's lips. He was to destroy the grand formation, and then use this to contact his master. He holds out a small, metallic tube. The master takes the device, examining it with a predatory curiosity. "Is that so?" he asks, a plan already forming behind his cold, calculating eyes. A single purple firework explodes against the starry sky, a silent signal hanging in the air. From the shadows of the forest, a cloaked figure watches, a smirk playing on his lips. So the little rascal was of some use after all. "It's time," he declares, "to make their move." From the twisted branches and deep darkness, dozens of identical figures emerge, a silent army of assassins ready to descend. They move as one, a wave of black cloaks flooding towards the Hengmeng sect. But their leader raises a hand, halting the advance. Something's not right. He can feel it in the air. One of his subordinates echoes the thought, asking why the sect is so unnervingly quiet. Could this be a trap? The scarred leader scoffs at the very idea. Trap or not, it makes no difference. He boasts that any formation they have would take at least a quarter of an hour to activate, and by then, the Hengmeng sect will be nothing but dust. His confidence is absolute, bolstered by aid from the Sun-Moon Ghost sect and an immortal from the upper realm. With such overwhelming power on their side, he gives the order. "Let's go." They will wipe out the Hengmeng sect in one fell swoop. The scarred man strides forward, his cloak flaring like demonic wings, leading his army into the heart of the silent sect. High above on a rooftop, a disciple reports to her master. The enemy has entered the mountain gate. The white-haired sect master simply smiles, fanning himself. "Very good," he murmurs. He gives the command, and his disciples leap into the night. It's time to activate the mountain-protecting grand formation. But as they move, one of them questions him. Does their formation truly have the power to eliminate an immortal from the upper realm? He turns, a glint in his eye, and suggests they test it to find out. He reveals that since the last time it was destroyed, he and his allies have completely upgraded it. This is no longer the same defense they once had. The Hengmeng sect's mountain-protecting grand formation is completely new, but even a new formation takes time. As his disciples channel their energy, he turns to Hong Luan. He needs someone to buy them that time, and the Vanguard mission falls to her. Is that a problem? She meets his gaze without a hint of fear. "No problem," she replies. The invading force stops dead in its tracks. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the full moon at the top of the stairs, blocking their path. "Who's there?" she calls out. Her voice rings with defiance. "If you wish to pass, you'll have to step over a dead body." The invaders sneer. A little brat, still wet behind the ears, dares to challenge them. They don't hesitate, swarming up the stairs to crush her. But Hong Luan's eyes are sharp, her fists clenched. They are here. She feels the power surging through her veins. A temporary gift from her master that has pushed her to the peak of the Golden Core realm. She sizes up her opponents. Their cultivation levels are nothing special, mostly Golden Core and early separation. And she has another advantage. The master gave her these enchanted knuckles. She knows that as long as she controls the pace of this battle, she can defeat them. Her fist glows with golden energy as she smashes it directly into an assassin's face. But in her moment of triumph, a dark chain snakes around her neck from behind. What is this? Before she can react, two assailants pull the chain taut from opposite directions, the metal links digging deep into her throat. The force is crushing. Blood erupts from her mouth as the chain chokes the life out of her. They hoist her into the air, her body dangling helplessly as they strangle her with sadistic glee. A strangled cry of agony escapes her lips. Watching from the rooftop, the pink-haired disciple screams her name. Junior sister, but the master places a hand on her shoulder, his voice chillingly calm. Don't panic. How can he be so calm watching his student be tortured? He simply states that Hong Luan must learn to fight on her own. They should trust her. The purple chain bites into her skin, a crushing weight pulling her down as the hooded figure yanks it taut. Panic gives way to a burning resolve. She has to get up. Her master's training echoes in her mind, a reminder of the grueling process that forged her body, tempering it beyond the limits of an ordinary golden core cultivator. This chain, she should be able to tear it apart. Her captor scoffs at the very idea, mocking her attempt to use brute strength against his 1,000-twist lock. His lackeys join in the laughter, revealing the horrifying truth of the weapon. It was forged from the very bones of a separation realm body refiner. They sneer, asking how a mere golden core cultivator could ever hope to break it with force alone. For a second, doubt creeps in. Strength has always been her greatest asset, but now it's failed her. She can't trust it. With a final, desperate roar, she pushes past her limits, channeling every ounce of will into her muscles. The hooded figures recoil in pure disbelief. What? The chain lies shattered. She stands free, her eyes blazing with defiance. How did she manage to do that? A surge of confidence floods her. She can do this. But her opponents have learned their lesson. They won't be careless again, deciding to swarm her all at once. They lunge forward in a coordinated attack. But she's no longer the same fighter. Her master's voice cuts through the chaos, a calming anchor in her mind. Calm down, watch their movements, predict their next step. And then don't hesitate. A sword slices through the air, where she was just a moment ago. Just like that, the attacker blinks, confused. She's gone. Before he can turn, she reappears behind him, slamming her fists into the ground with explosive force. The stone shatters, sending a shockwave that cripples him instantly. She becomes a whirlwind of precise, deadly motion, disarming one man with a flick of her wrist and felling another with a perfectly placed strike. Her movements are a blur, a dance of pure combat efficiency. A sweeping kick sends another attacker spinning into darkness. She finishes the last of them with a devastating downward blow, silencing the courtyard. Standing amidst the wreckage, she allows herself a single, sharp breath. A grim smile touches her lips. Great. She clenches her fists, a wave of triumph washing over her. She did it. But the celebration is cut short by a chilling voice calling his fallen men useless trash. A new figure emerges from the shadows, crackling with an aura of immense, suffocating power. Her blood runs cold. The pressure is immense, a terrifying force that locks her in place. Her body won't move. She's completely paralyzed. Why can't she fight back? Just as the man's glowing hand is about to strike, a flash of white intercepts the blow. Her master. He stands between them, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. He tells Wu Shuang to retreat, his voice calm and steady. The hooded man is thrown back, skidding across the stone steps, but he only grins, a cruel, confident smirk. He says, fine, it doesn't matter. Once he takes down the entire Hongmeng sect, none of them will be able to escape anyway. As he speaks, a sickly green light erupts from the mountain, enveloping the entire sect in an ethereal, ominous glow. The attacker's smug expression vanishes, replaced by shock. He stares at the glowing barrier, his eyes wide. He realizes with dawning horror that the mountain-protecting Grand Formation has already been activated. The hooded man scoffs, a chilling confidence in his voice. He's heard of the Tianji Pavilion, and their formations are indeed somewhat interesting. But he boasts that he cultivates the strongest defensive technique in the world. A mere formation like this won't be enough to even scratch him. Since he's already here, he decides he might as well personally test just how capable this array truly is. The swords of light descend, hammering his golden shield from every conceivable angle. His smug expression vanishes, replaced by pure shock. The power behind this assault is beyond anything he imagined. Cracks spiderweb across his defense, the golden light flickering violently. He barely has time to register his mistake. The shield shatters, and a blinding explosion consumes him entirely. The blast tears through the sect's entrance, leaving nothing but scorched earth in its wake. Watching from a rooftop, Yan calmly orders his disciples to fire a few more rounds, just to be sure the intruders are blasted into smithereens. He takes a sip of wine, musing that this long-range fire coverage feels strangely nostalgic. Jar looks up at him, confused, asking what a mortar is. He just smiles, telling her it's nothing for children to worry about. The system chimes in, confirming the kill. A powerful enemy has been eliminated, rewarding him with 1,000 contribution points and boosting his disciples' combat experience. The rewards don't stop there. He's also received a heavenly tier, high-grade gold-threaded garment. At the same time, another disciple reports that she's finished refining all the requested pills. Yiyan commends her work, then tells little Jir to announce that every disciple can come to the plaza to receive marrow-cleansing and essence-nurturing pills for their hard work. Jir beams, shouting an okay before darting off to spread the news. The disciples can hardly believe it. Free marrow-cleansing and essence-nurturing pills. It sounds too good to be true, but one of them is already holding his reward. Another disciple is stunned by the sect's generosity, remembering how they used to slave away for a month just for a single first-tier pill. He stares at the pill in his hand, his eyes widening at the complex patterns etched into its surface. This has to be an 8th-tier pill, at least. The crowd murmurs in awe. None of them have ever seen a pill of this grade before. What would even happen if they ate it? Suddenly, streaks of golden light erupt from across the plaza. Everyone turns, wondering what the commotion is about. Did someone have a breakthrough? One of the older disciples realizes the truth. Someone took the marrow-cleansing pill and awakened a special constitution. His eyes burn with a sudden, fierce ambition. If he can do the same, his new parents will finally be proud of him. He doesn't hesitate for another second, declaring he'll eat it right now. A brilliant light explodes from his body. It's real. He actually awakened a special constitution. Overcome with joy, he screams that he has to tell all his relatives to come and join the Hungmeng sect immediately. As more and more disciples awaken, Yiyan's system floods with notifications. Reshaping the aptitude of his disciples has earned him a staggering 10,000 contribution points, and another 10,000 points for the surge of new disciples joining the sect. Yiyan is ecstatic. Is this enough to finally buy a special constitution from the shop? He immediately tells the system to open the interface. The shop is filled with god-tier items, each costing 10,000 points. Black Dragon Essence Blood, True Phoenix Bloodline, Xingqian War God Bloodline. He asks the system if he can redeem these for his disciples. The system's answer is a hard no. Items cannot be directly given to disciples and loopholes are prohibited. But Yiyan latches onto a single word. Directly, does that mean there's an indirect way? A cunning smile spreads across his face. He understands now. They can be used after being modified. He tries to select the Xingqian War God bloodline, but a new restriction pops up. It's locked to a side quest. He can only sigh in frustration. Later that night, he finds Jar deep in meditation, a brilliant golden aura swirling around her. She opens her eyes, sensing his presence, and asks what brings him here. He grins, a blazing fire igniting in his palm. Seeing as she's working so hard, he tells her he brought a midnight snack. Before she can react, he thrusts the fiery energy straight into her body. Her eyes fly open in shock as the raw power floods her system. Wait, this feeling is. Golden lightning crackles across her skin, an unimaginable force surging through every fiber of her being. What is he doing to her? The disciple's friend just smirked, boasting that the Hungmeng sect treats its disciples so well. They hand out marrow-cleansing pills for free. Before he could finish his thought, the entire building was rocked by a deafening blast. The doors shattered, a wave of force throwing both men back as if they were nothing. They scrambled to their feet, their eyes wide with terror, staring into the dust at a monstrous, blood-red aura coiling within the room. Standing in the center of the inferno was junior sister Kai, her eyes glowing, her body crackling with untamed power. Is that a special constitution? She looked down at her hands, her voice trembling as she apologized for losing control for a moment. But a flicker of fear crossed her face as she asked what was happening to her. Her senior brother, recovering from the shock, yelled for her to hurry up and thank their master. Just then, Gu Tianji arrived, flanked by his other disciples. He explained calmly that this was the fruit of his labor, 3 days and nights spent fusing countless rare pills to forge her a new bloodline, the Xingqian War God bloodline. He declared it a perfect match for her strength. Tears welled in Kai's eyes, her heart overflowing with gratitude. She couldn't believe he would go to such lengths just for her. He simply told her that her growth was his growth. She looked up at him, her gaze filled with a devotion so deep it was almost worship. A notification flashed in Gu Tianji's mind. His disciple had awakened a heavenly tier, low-grade bloodline, and as a reward, the system had granted him the same bloodline, but at high grade. Kai, now back in her smaller form, bowed deeply, promising to carve a path through his enemies and repay this monumental grace. But before she could finish, Wushwang's spectral form appeared, warning her not to even think about snatching the credit. She would be the first to kill for their master. Wushwang declared that the master had already gifted her the heart of the 9 Heaven Sword Venerable, a heavenly tier constitution, and she wasn't about to give up her position. Then another disciple, Zio Bai, stepped forward, wreathed in golden flames. He greeted his senior brothers and sisters. He explained he had been dormant, until their master awakened his ancient inscribed dragon bloodline. One after another, they announced their breakthroughs. A man radiating sword intent revealed he'd reached the integration realm. Another with a wild aura declared he had too. A woman surrounded by a purple, serpentine energy confirmed she had also reached the integration realm with the bloodline her master had given her. How many monsters has this man created? Another disciple smiled, saying that with the Shenong bloodline from their master, she could now refine pills that directly change a person's very constitution. A man in blue armor introduced himself as Huge Lin, a new disciple. He revealed he'd only formally joined a few days ago, but with the heart of the star god, he too had broken through to the integration realm. With all his disciples now powered up, Gu Tianji made a stunning announcement. Get ready, because they would be breaking through to the immortal court soon. His disciples reeled back in shock. As they processed the news, Gu Tianji was bombarded with system notifications. Disciple after disciple's awakening triggered a cascade of feedback rewards, each one an upgraded, more powerful version of the gift he'd bestowed. The rebates were insane, granting him the supreme dragon god bloodline and the myriad Dao sword spirit constitution. He couldn't help but grin. This system was incredible. 3 months later, the sky above the Sect was a permanent storm. Lightning tore through the heavens day and night. Disciples on the ground muttered amongst themselves, wondering just how many tribulations they'd witnessed. The thunderclouds hadn't scattered in 3 months. They could only ask who it was this time. A system alert chimed for Gu Tianji. All his disciples had advanced to the integration realm, triggering a system upgrade and a one-time Sect immortal migration opportunity. He figured it was finally Wushwang's time to advance. But what in the world was a Sect immortal migration? Before he could ponder it, the entire world began to shake violently. Disciples stumbled, yelling in panic as the ground bucked beneath them. It felt like a massive earthquake, but it was far worse. The entire mountain peak, the very foundation of the Hongmeng sect, was being ripped from the earth, ascending into the stormy sky. In a blinding flash of light, the mountain vanished completely, leaving nothing but a gaping hole in the world. It reappeared in a different realm, high above the clouds under a clear blue sky. This was the immortal court, home of the Suzaku True Lord's residence, the Suzaku Palace. Impossibly vast and opulent complex floated among the clouds. In a courtyard below, 2 servants were dutifully sweeping. Suddenly, a low, rumbling sound made them pause, a shadow falling over them. They looked up, their faces etched with confusion. Looming over them, descending from the heavens like a falling god, was an entire mountain. The Hongmeng sect had arrived. The plan was simple: recruit Yifan and Zio Xuan. But the national fate war had escalated far beyond her control, and she never even got the chance to make her move. Then, a gift from the heavens, Yifan himself had come to her territory, requesting a meeting. A perfect opportunity. She would use this to probe him, to finally uncover the secret of the true word technique, a power she knew belonged to the divine spirit body clan. This would be incredibly beneficial to her plans. A deep, violent tremor rips through the palace, throwing her from her throne. What is this? A guard stumbles in, his face pale with terror. He screams that a floating island has materialized in the sky above them. It's so massive it's blocking out the sun, and the palace's floating formations have completely shut down. She steps outside, her eyes widening at the sight. It truly is an island, hanging in the sky like an omen. Who in the world would dare cause such a commotion in her domain? Atop that very island, Zio Xuan's companion looks around in awe. She can feel the energy in the air, 3 times as potent as before, making even refining the power of fortune twice as effective. She asks where they are. Zio Xuan stands calmly at the edge, stating simply that they've arrived in the immortal court. Down below, recognition dawns on the Suzaku True Lord's face. It's Zio Xuan, the madman from the National Fate War, the one who tore through the dragon flame upper kingdom and even killed its emperor, Jai Zhu. Is this man insane? He's being actively hunted by the Emperor Lord himself, yet he announces his arrival with a spectacle that no one can ignore. She gives the order to activate all energy-gathering and palace-protecting formations. For now, they will watch and wait. Her subordinate points out the immense cost of maintaining the formations, questioning if they should just let him float there. The True Lord smirks. There's no need for her to act at all. Zio Xuan is so reckless, his enemies will soon converge and crush him and his island together. The news spreads like wildfire. In the Azure Dragon Chamber, a messenger reports the disturbance over the Suzaku Palace. The Azure Phoenix True Lord merely smiles, sensing the coming chaos. It seems the immortal court is about to get a little restless. At the White Tiger Palace, the report is met with a booming laugh, ascending to the immortal court with an entire sect. What a joke! The White Tiger True Lord relishes the thought, eager to see such a madman trampled underfoot. Meanwhile, in the Tegu realm, A report reaches a serene princess. A spy from the immortal court has confirmed it. The man she's been paying attention to, Xiao Xuan, has finally entered the court. She murmurs that he's a little earlier than she expected. She dismisses the informant, telling him he may leave. But the man hesitates, a worried look on his face. There's more she needs to know. He clarifies that Xiao Xuan didn't just arrive. He brought his entire sect with him, creating a spectacle that has already attracted the attention of numerous powerful factions. He presents a magical mirror, urging her to see for herself. The mirror shows the floating island in all its glory. He brought his entire sect. The princess stares for a second, then erupts into laughter. This Xiao Xuan, how interesting. While others would sneak in, terrified of attracting attention, he puts on a grand show for all to see. A dangerous gamble. She wonders if he truly has the strength to match this incredible confidence. She calls out a name, Liu Fang. Two figures appear before her throne. She asks one of them, a man with striking white hair, about his current rank on the human ranking. He replies with pride that he has just advanced to the 21st rank. She nods, pleased. Then, holding up the mirror, she gives him his next order. Go meet this Xiao Xuan. The princess's gaze was sharp, her question a quiet challenge. Xiao Xuan, you don't want to go? The man stiffened, the subtle condescension in her voice a clear test of his loyalty. He stammered that of course he would obey, but his pride stung. Xiao Xuan had just entered the immortal court. He wasn't even on the human ranking. Why should someone of his stature be sent to deal with such a nobody? She didn't even blink. Is that so? Then Fang and Feiyan will go with you. Her eyes drifted to the side, singling out one of her other subordinates. By the way, Fang. The man named Fang stepped forward, his posture radiating quiet confidence. Your subordinate is here. The princess leaned forward, her voice dropping. What is your rank now? He answered without hesitation. 10th on the human ranking. A faint, satisfied smile touched her lips. Very good, she purred. You can be considered the #1 sword in the immortal court. Her next words were a direct blow to the first man's ego. Are you confident you can defeat Xiao Xuan? Fang's expression was unreadable. He wouldn't dare speak rashly, he said, but when it comes to the Tao of the sword, he has practiced for hundreds of years without a single defeat. The unspoken answer hung in the air. Xiao Xuan stood no chance. Good, the single word was a death sentence. Her command was final. Take Feiyan, go with him, and if you defeat Xiao Xuan, give him this scroll. It was a message from the immortal court. The first warrior bristled, unable to stomach the insult. Why not give such an important task to him alone? He was more than capable, but the princess was already waving him away, tired of the posturing. Enough nonsense. Go. Defeated, he could only bow his head and agree. As they left, the princess picked up a hand mirror, a sly, calculating smile spreading across her face. Xiao Xuan, let me see what you really have that allows you to suppress the immortal court. Is this just a test for Xiao Xuan? Or is she testing her own people's loyalty? Meanwhile, below the floating island headquarters of the Hongmeng sect, a crowd had gathered. The arrogance, they muttered, to just float in the sky like that. One of the onlookers turned to his companion, the very same warrior who had just been dismissed by the princess. Where's your younger brother? Didn't the princess send him to test Xiao Xuan? The man just smirked, a cruel glint in his eye. Who knows? I can't control him anyway. He added that if his brother didn't hurry, he might just lose his chance. Just then, a new group descended from the sky, their auras thick with greed. They were bounty hunters, drawn by the enormous price on the sect's heads. Are you the wanted members of the Hongmeng sect? One of them yelled down. Another laughed, already counting his reward. 5 million spirit stones per head. His mind was already on how he would spend the money. One of the sect members on the ground simply looked up and began to say, "No, you're mistaken." But she never got to finish. A blinding light erupted from the floating island above. An immense wave of pure energy surged outwards. A silent, devastating attack. The bounty hunters were vaporized before they could even scream. Their bodies were thrown back like rag dolls. Their greedy ambitions turned to ash in an instant. The immortal court members watched the display, a flicker of shock in their eyes. One of them scoffed. He'd heard that Xiao Xuan had already challenged everyone outside the top 100, and none had lasted more than 5 rounds. These bounty hunters were just fleas, flattering themselves by calling themselves immortals. His companion sneered, his arrogance even greater. If it weren't for the princess being unable to interfere directly, their Tegu realm power would have swept the immortal court away like dust. The first man shot him a look, dryly reminding him that he too was only in the integration realm. But high above the squabbling, a new power made itself known. Xiao Xuan appeared at the edge of the floating island, his voice calm. Are you ready, little Jir? There are a few weeds to clear out. Beside him, a woman with vibrant pink hair and a colossal sword grinned, her energy thrumming with excitement. I'm ready. Down below, one of the observers sighed. It seems these small fries aren't even qualified to face him. His partner nodded, already weaving hand signs. Liu Feng has a reckless personality, he muttered, raising a soundproof barrier. He couldn't risk her revealing the princess's affairs. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the tension. A coward who only knows how to hide behind a woman. A young man with spiky blonde hair stepped forward, his eyes burning with defiance as he stared up at Zhao Xuan. Who else wants to come up and fight? That was all the invitation Liu Feng needed. With a battle cry, she launched herself off the island, her massive blade carving an arc of pink energy through the air. She landed with the force of a meteor, shattering the stone courtyard. But her opponent was gone. "You have no right to speak here," he snarled, appearing right beside her. Her eyes widened in shock at his speed. So fast, a hand blurred towards her face, too quick to block, too sudden to dodge. But the blow never landed. A hand had shot out and clamped down on the attacker's wrist, stopping him cold. Zhao Xuan stood there, his expression unreadable. After waiting for so long, he said, someone at least somewhat presentable has finally arrived. The spiky-haired warrior stared in disbelief. His all-out attack neutralized so effortlessly. Liu Feng recovered, raising her sword. "Master, I'll help you." But Zhao Xuan didn't even turn. "You go deal with the others. Leave this one to me." The young master scoffs, grabbing his opponent's wrist with a condescending smirk, claiming he doesn't even need to draw his sword for this. But a blade of roaring flame erupts into existence in an instant. The man with the eye patch just glares, his voice cold as he says he already knows who sent him, just from his style. He leans in, the heat of his sword washing over his opponent's face. He asks if his master forgot to mention a crucial detail, that even she has to use 90% of her strength when they duel. The world explodes in a torrent of red and gold energy. The sheer force of the single swing is overwhelming, a tidal wave of power that shatters the young master's confidence completely. He's sent hurtling backward, utterly powerless against the assault. As he stumbles to a stop, a golden aura flickers around him and a horrifying realization dawns on his face. That was his own power, his power of fortune. How was it used against him? From the sidelines, his companion's eyes go wide with disbelief. He recognizes the impossible. He asks if Her Highness the Princess actually gave him the Fortune Jade Decree. A small, glowing green artifact appears in the swordsman's hand. He casually asks if this is what they're talking about. The confirmation sends the young master into a spiral of pure rage. His face contorts with jealousy as he screams, "Why would the princess value this nobody so much?" He roars that he is not worthy of it. Blinded by fury, he lunges forward, his own sword now crackling with a violent purple energy. He demands the decree be handed over, his voice cracking with desperation. But as he charges, a wisp of golden light, his own fortune, is siphoned away from him, flowing directly into his enemy's hand. And inside, the man with the eye patch smirks. It was all a test. He deliberately provoked him, knowing that a heart full of anger affects one's fortune. He needed to confirm his theory. As their blades clash, the swordsman's suspicion is proven true. The old saying was right. Wait, did he just steal his luck? As long as he can make his opponent angry, he can seize their power of fortune directly from them. He decides to try it again. He meets the furious charge with a taunt, his voice dripping with condescension. If he's so concerned about the Jade Decree, then he'll let him have a good taste of its power. The young master's face freezes in shock, the rage momentarily replaced by dawning horror. What does he mean? Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the tension. A man appears, holding up a hand and pleading for mercy. The enraged fighter skids to a halt, stunned. He asks what his brother is doing here. The newcomer, Fu Fang, bows his head respectfully, apologizing on behalf of his foolish younger brother. Liu Feng can't believe it, demanding to know why his brother is being so polite. Fu Fang silences him with a sharp command before turning back, his expression unreadable. The swordsman's blade still burns as he asks what he wants now. His weapon hums with contained energy, ready for whatever comes next. Fu Feng explains he is here on behalf of Princess Yiqingcheng, sent to ask if he still remembers their agreement. The deal flashes through his mind. Climb to the top 10 of the human ranking, defeat a prodigy from the immortal court, and use the Jade Fortune to claim the Emperor Lord's power. And Fu Feng calmly states that he is, in fact, ranked 10th on the human ranking. This was the plan all along, wasn't it? Send the hothead first to test the waters, then the real monster steps in. Fu Feng continues, pointing out that he has already defeated his younger brother, ranked 21st, proving his strength. So he suggests they should strike while the iron is hot. His own sword materializes, crackling with the same menacing purple energy as his brother's. The swordsman eyes the blade, a faint smile playing on his lips. What a coincidence, he says. Then without another word, he declares, "Let's fight," and lunges forward, his golden flames crashing against Fu Feng's violet power in a cataclysmic explosion. The man's mind reeled with confusion. He was at the absolute peak of the integration realm, yet this Xiao Xuan, a mere first-level cultivator, was unleashing spiritual energy that dwarfed his own. It defied all logic. He was forced to admit that his superior realm meant nothing here. He couldn't suppress this man with rank alone. A slow, wry smile spread across his face. He finally understood why the princess had her eyes on this person. He wasn't simple at all. He declared that showing mercy now would be an insult to such a young hero. The time for testing was over. As a massive arcane circle materialized behind him, he announced that his next attack contained the very essence of his sword Dao, the culmination of a lifetime of practice. Xiao Xuan watched this display, a single point of light igniting at his fingertips. "What a coincidence," he said, his voice laced with an almost bored confidence. He too was best at the Dao of the sword, and he was just looking for someone to spar with. With a single command, "Sword comes," a colossal golden blade materialized and shot forward, moving with impossible speed. The world dissolved into a blinding flash of golden energy. The man's composure shattered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Xiao Xuan's strength was even greater than he'd anticipated. His own ultimate attack was being torn apart like paper. He saw the golden sword closing in, and a single thought screamed through his mind. "Crap, it's too late." He braced for impact, his life flashing before his eyes. And then nothing. The sword stopped, its razor-sharp tip hovering just an inch from his forehead. He let out a shaky breath, sweat beading on his brow. He was certain he was going to die. In the next instant, Xiao Xuan was beside him, the battle already over. "You've lost," Xiao Xuan stated simply. The man could only nod in agreement, his pride completely humbled. Indeed, his skills were inferior. He was thoroughly convinced. From the sidelines, his younger brother Liu Fang stared, utterly dumbfounded. "My brother actually lost," while the pink-haired girl erupted in cheers for her master's victory. Liu Fang exploded with rage, shouting that it was impossible. He accused Xiao Xuan of cheating, but his brother quickly slapped him down, telling him not to be rude and apologizing for his foolishness. Xiao Xuan waved it off, saying it was fine. He then seized the moment, his expression turning serious. "Since you're both here," he began, "I'll take the opportunity to ask. Who are the top 10 on the human ranking, and how does the princess plan to help me?" The older brother nodded. He revealed that he was here on the princess's orders precisely to deliver this information. He had even set up a soundproof barrier so they could speak freely. "The top 10, he explained, are all at the 10th level of the integration realm." He handed Xiao Xuan a scroll. "Unlike the other tiers," he continued, "the top 10 rankings haven't shifted in several thousand years. These aren't just cultivators. They're living monuments of power. But even among them, the gap in strength from one rank to the next is a world of difference. Each specializes in a different, terrifying field." He began with the 9th-ranked, Qiu Kaienlian, a body refinement cultivator. His physical form has been tempered to the point where it's practically a heavenly-tier magical artifact. For a sword cultivator like Xiao Xuan, he's a natural enemy. An image of a man with a physique carved from stone flashed in their minds, radiating raw, untamed power. Then there's the 8th-ranked, Dan Kingzi, an alchemist who has reached the Tao of perfection. The pills he refines are so potent they can bend the laws of the heavenly Tao itself. A brother admitted he had a deep connection with these two and knew their strength best. A shadow crossed his face as he confessed that even 10 of him combined would find it difficult to fight just one of them. Just what kind of monsters are at the top of this list? As for those ranked even higher, he admitted he had never even seen them. He looked at Xiao Xuan, a grim warning in his eyes. "If you can defeat Qiu Kaienlian and Dan Kingzi, you might learn something from them." The unspoken message was clear. They were the gatekeepers to a level of power he couldn't even fathom. Xiao Xuan absorbs the information, his expression unreadable. He has one last question. He asks how exactly this princess of theirs plans to help him fight the immortal emperor. The younger messenger snaps, grabbing Xiao Xuan by the collar. Is he questioning the strength of her highness? But his brother immediately intervenes, forcing him to let go and apologizing for his foolishness. Unfazed, Xiao Xuan changes the subject entirely, a cool confidence in his voice. He wonders if they've ever heard of the Tegu realm. The messenger explains it's the dwelling place of the god clan. A legendary realm where the immortal spiritual power that everyone in the immortal court covets originates. Cultivating there for even a short time, nourished by that power, would make surpassing the people of the immortal court a simple matter. The hot-headed brother scoffs. Why would the princess take a liking to someone who doesn't even know what immortal spiritual power is? The older one quickly clarifies. Since Xiao Xuan can refine the power of fortune, he should be familiar with its nature. Immortal spiritual power is a type of fortune, but far more condensed and powerful than anything he's ever encountered. A type of power stronger than the power of the stars. The gears are turning in Zio Xuan's mind, calculating the immense potential. He's made his decision. He tells them he understands and accepts the mission. But he's not just accepting, he's giving an order. Go back and report that Zio Xuan accepts and tell the princess to wait for him. The younger brother is livid at the sheer arrogance, but the elder one pulls him back, bowing deeply. He apologizes once more for his brother's recklessness. They promise to convey his message to the princess, and with that, they vanish into the sky, leaving Zio Xuan to contemplate his new, dangerous alliance. He turns his gaze back to the sea of onlookers, a cold smirk playing on his lips. His voice booms across the arena, dripping with condescending power. The show should be over by now, right? Who else wants to come up and fight? He dares them, come on. I, Zio, will accompany you to the end. His eyes ignite with a terrifying red glow. A wave of pure, unadulterated killing intent washes over the crowd. Panic begins to ripple through the disciples. Even Fang and Liu Fang lost. The grim reality sets in. There is no victory here, let's retreat. The call echoes through the ranks as a full-scale rout begins. Retreat, retreat. From a cliff above, his master laughs, watching the chaos. Not a single person dares to fight. He calls out that Zio must be feeling lonely, but his companion simply tells him to cut the act. It's time to go home and eat. Zio Xuan simply replies, okay. Meanwhile, in a grand throne room, the Empress dismisses her attendant. Once the chamber is empty, she speaks into the silence. There's no one here now, come out. She waits, her expression a mask of cold authority. Who could possibly be hiding in her presence? Footsteps echo from the shadows. A man with blonde hair and a confident swagger emerges, greeting the true lord. She gets straight to business. He claimed to have an important matter to discuss. What is it? He smirks, claiming it's something that will surely interest her, as a fiery symbol ignites in his palm. Her eyes widen. There's no mistaking it. It's the 9-character true word. She leans forward, her voice a low threat. He's showing her a treasure like this. Isn't he afraid she'll just kill him and take it? His confidence is unshakable. He says he dares to be so direct because he's not afraid of her seizing it. In fact, he challenges her. In that case, the Empress's face contorts with fury. Is he looking down on her? But the man simply turns and walks away, leaving his challenge hanging in the air. He explodes with defiance, his voice echoing through the grand hall, asking if she's looking down on him. Without waiting for an answer, a single word rips from his throat. Scram. But this isn't a retreat, it's a demonstration. Golden energy erupts around him, a swirling dragon of pure power, a clear message that he is not to be trifled with. Then just as quickly, the aggression vanishes, replaced by a confident smirk. He tells the true lord not to be angry. He hasn't finished speaking. He offers the glowing treasure in his hand, smoothly suggesting that a person of her stature wouldn't bother with a small fry like him, especially not when he's offering such a prize. The Suzaku true lord's eyes narrow. She sees the game he's playing, the flattery, the veiled threat, the raw display of power. He's left her no room to refuse without losing face. Fine, she thinks. Let's see just how powerful this 9-character true word of his really is. Flames instantly ignite in her palm, licking the air with ferocious heat. Yifan feels the scorching pressure wash over him. He's heard the legends that the flames of the Suzaku true lord can incinerate anything. The inferno roars to life, engulfing the space between them, yet he stands his ground unflinching. Seeing it firsthand, he admits it truly lives up to its reputation. His composure impresses her. She dismisses the flames, acknowledging that he's sensible enough. She demands he speak plainly. He came with a treasure, so what is it that he wants? Yifan explains that he is insignificant, but he has managed to collect the first 3 words of the legendary 9-character true word. The true lord looks down from her throne, unimpressed, asking if that is all. He clarifies his request. After she obtains these 3 words, he wants her to help him gather the remaining 6, and then share the complete technique with him. It's a simple transaction, he explains. It's too difficult for him alone, but with her cooperation, it would be mutually beneficial. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he thinks to himself, of course, that's not all. The real hook is in the fine print. This 9-character true word is a trap. Without a divine sense spirit body, cultivating it will slowly erode the user's mind, turning them into a mindless slave. And once she begins, he will be able to control her completely. How could she possibly know the depths of his deception? Unaware of the poison she's about to swallow, the Suzaku true lord agrees. If that's the case, then it's a deal. An hour later, the transaction is complete. The true lord clutches the glowing symbol, a triumphant smile on her face. To get it so effortlessly, she clenches her fist, feeling invincible. At this rate, her return to the Tegu realm is just around the corner. But her victory lap is cut short when a subordinate rushes in with urgent news from the Hengmeng Sect incident. Both immortal lords Liu Fang and Fu Fang were defeated by that Zio Xuan. The news hits her like a physical blow. What? A triumphant mood shatters. That Zio Xuan actually possesses such terrifying strength? She realizes immediately that he must be won over and fast. She asks if there's any movement from the Azure Dragon True Lord's side. Her subordinate confirms her fears. The Azure Dragon has already sent someone with gifts to the Hongmeng Sect, intending to form an alliance. Arrival is already at the gates. She commands her people to get an invitation ready for tonight. They cannot let the Azure Dragon get to Zio Xuan first. Meanwhile, in a quiet, ornate room, a single go piece is placed on a board with a decisive click. The Azure Dragon True Lord sits opposite his subordinate, Fang, who concedes defeat, admitting he still can't match the True Lord's strategy. But the game was just a prelude. Fang has something more pressing to discuss. The True Lord simply tells him to speak. Fang gestures toward the opulent gifts being prepared, noting that this is the first time the True Lord has ever brought such valuable offerings to visit someone. He has to ask, are this Hongmeng Sect and Zio Xuan truly that important? The Azure Dragon explains that the Emperor Lord has been in seclusion for centuries. In his absence, the four True Lords have been locked in a stalemate, checking and balancing each other, their strength stagnating for years. But he reveals a terrifying possibility. What if the Emperor's seclusion isn't going well? What if he plans to use the four of them as stepping stones for his own cultivation? To survive, they must plan ahead. As he speaks, he casually sprinkles a dark powder into a steaming pot. What exactly is he preparing for this visit? He sprinkles the dark powder into the cauldron, his expression unreadable. To ensure victory, he muses, it's always better to plan ahead. His subordinate bows deeply, understanding the weight of his unsaid command. He will carry out the immortal Lord's will without question. With a final gesture of respect, the man turns and departs, leaving the immortal Lord to his machinations. Meanwhile, at the Hongmeng Sect, two disciples rush to their sect master. They bring urgent news. The Azure Dragon True Lord has sent an invitation for her revered master, but he went out last night and hasn't returned. The other disciple adds a chilling detail. Junior brother Zio Xuan was invited to the Suzaku Palace for an important discussion, and he's still gone. Two True Lords back to back? This is no coincidence. The sect master's mind races. Why would the Azure Dragon True Lord visit now, right after the immortal court's other lords have been making their moves? She can't shake the feeling that this is a coordinated attack. Still, she cannot show weakness. She tells them to go and welcome the guests in. Inside the main hall, the air is thick with tension. The Azure Dragon True Lord and his entourage sit with an air of absolute authority. Sect Master Zhu offers a polite greeting, apologizing that her junior brother, Zio Xuan, is away on business and cannot receive them. The True Lord's subordinate waves it off, claiming they are happy to wait for brother Zio to return. But the True Lord himself remains silent, his gaze sweeping over the room with disdain. He scoffs internally. How ridiculous. More than half of the disciples in this pathetic sect haven't even reached the separation realm. He can't fathom how they ascended to the immortal court. And that Zio Xuan, wasn't he just fighting someone yesterday? Why is he conveniently absent the moment he arrives? The man's hand tightens, his patience wearing thin as he crushes the cup in his grip. He finally speaks, his voice dripping with condescension. Sect Master Zhu, it's so boring to just sit here sullenly. He's heard that many of her disciples practice the sword, so why not let him witness their skills? The sect master freezes. He wants them to what? Her subordinate beside her clenches her fist, her face a mask of fury. Sword cultivators regard the Tao of the sword as their very life. How could they be treated like performers for someone's amusement? The sect master's eyes narrow. This man is a sword cultivator himself. He knows exactly what he's asking. This isn't a request, it's a calculated insult. She's caught in a perfect trap. Agreeing would be a public humiliation, forever staining the Hongmeng Sect's reputation. But if she refuses, she'd be giving the Azure Dragon True Lord the perfect excuse to escalate. She grits her teeth and makes a decision. He wants to see a sword dance? Fine. But before she can speak, a woman in red rises from her seat, her hand already on the hilt of her blade. Her sword, she announces, is never drawn casually. If he truly wants to see it, then he should send one of his own sword-wielding subordinates to spar with her. She just turned his insult into a challenge. The Azure Dragon True Lord lets out a low chuckle, impressed. Well done, Mayor, he says. The sect master feels a wave of relief. Turning a demeaning performance into a public sparring match saves their honor while meeting his demand. A brilliant move. The True Lord gestures to one of his men. Changsing, you go. It's a good chance to get to know the disciples of the Hongmeng Sect. The subordinate Lai Changsing smirks in that case. He takes a single step forward, and the stone floor cracks under the sheer force of his presence. He pleads with Sect Master Zhu not to misunderstand. insisting he has no hidden motive. He declares that a victory now wouldn't be honorable, and with a flash of steel, presents his condition. Changsing must suppress his cultivation to match the young ladies. This, he claims, is to avoid the shame of an unfair victory. The sect master's eyes narrow, a cold smile playing on his lips as he gives a single command. As you wish. Changsing bows his head in acceptance. With a swift hand sign, a seal blazes on his forehead, crackling purple energy sealing away his true power. He announces his cultivation is now suppressed to the peak of the separation realm, vowing not to fail. His opponent scoffs, unimpressed. She dares him to come on to fight for 100 rounds and see who's left standing. The challenge is accepted. They explode from their positions, the floorboards groaning under the force of their launch. The hall erupts into a storm of clashing steel. Changsing presses the attack, his blade a blur of aggression, but she meets every strike with perfect timing. He lets out a roar, putting more force into a heavy downward slash. Watching from the sidelines, Sect Master Zhu calmly takes a sip. Is he trying to be honorable, or is this just another layer of manipulation? He analyzes the fight. The woman was recklessly fierce before, even when outmatched. Now that their power is equal, she's switched to a watertight defense. But why the sudden change in tactics? What is she planning? It's a complete reversal of her previous style. He speculates she might be deliberately stalling, goading her opponent into exhausting himself with relentless, fruitless attacks. Their blades lock in a screech of metal. She leans in, her voice a venomous whisper. His sword is getting weaker. She wonders aloud if a bit of cultivation is the only thing separating their people from his, or if his swordsmanship is simply unrefined, making him nothing more than a frail, soft man. The insult hits its mark. Changsing is thrown back, his face contorted with rage. He can't believe a mere woman dares to mock his swordsmanship. Since she's so reckless, he screams he will grant her wish. He took the bait, hook, line, and sinker. His control shatters as a violent purple aura erupts from his body, channeling pure fury into his blade. He unleashes everything in a single, cataclysmic strike, the raw power of his attack threatening to tear the entire room apart. The question hangs in the air, thick with unspoken threats, but before immortal Lord Fang can answer, one of his own men rises. The man's knuckles are white, his posture coiled with aggression. He announces that after watching the last fight, his hands are itching for a battle of his own, and he wonders if he might be given a chance to enter the stage. His gaze is locked on the Humeng sect, a predator sizing up its prey. Sect Master Zhu offers a hollow apology, a smirk playing on his lips as he claims his subordinates are just naturally belligerent. Immortal Lord Feng simply watches, a silent endorsement of the escalating disrespect. The masked woman's eyes narrow. All hope of a peaceful resolution is gone. She can only pray her junior brother returns soon. But she will not show weakness. She declares that if the immortal lord insists on this path, they will see it through to the very end, then calls for little Jir to handle the next match. A woman in pink steps forward without hesitation, her hand already on the hilt of her sword. Yes, she says, her voice ringing with confidence. Her opponent, Wang Hui, scoffs with staggering arrogance. He tells her that as long as she can withstand 3 of his moves, he'll consider it her victory. Shameless boasting, he snarls, a golden talisman already flaring to life in his hand. He's not a swordsman, he's a talisman master. But Jir is undeterred. Proclaiming her Tao of the sword can break any technique as she lunges forward in a blur of motion. The clash is instantaneous. A flash of light, a shockwave of energy, and a cry of disbelief from Wang Hui. What just happened? Her sword didn't just block his talisman, it pierced straight through it, shattering the spell like glass. The backlash hits him hard. He chokes, blood spraying from his lips as his primary defense crumbles. This is bad. This is very, very bad. But she gives him no time to recover. That was one move. She spins, her sword a whirlwind of pink energy, relentless and overwhelming. He sent flying, crashing into the far wall with enough force to splinter the stone. He slumps to the ground, defeated. But Jir stands over him with a cold, triumphant smirk. He desperately flings the broken talisman, screaming that speed is useless against him, a pathetic attempt to create an opening. But it only earns him another blindingly fast sword strike that sends him staggering back, coughing up more blood. The masked woman watches, her mind racing. She knew of Wang Hui's power. His talisman arts could challenge even a peak integration realm cultivator. So how is this woman dismantling him so easily? There has to be something more to her Tao of the sword, something she isn't seeing. Wang Hui screams, throwing another talisman forward in a last-ditch effort. He curses the natural agility of sword cultivators, knowing he's trapped. He thrusts the glowing paper forward, a desperate shield against the inevitable. But her blade cuts through it again, effortless and absolute, and he lets out a final scream of agony. The fight is over. The tip of her sword rests gently against his throat, a silent declaration of her total victory. That was enjoyable, she says, her voice dripping with contempt. Wang Hui can only bow his head, his voice raspy as he admits his loss. He looks up at her, wounded and humiliated, and concedes that he is thoroughly convinced of her superiority. A muscle in immortal Lord Feng's jaw twitches violently. With a roar of pure fury, he smashes his fist down, obliterating the table in a spray of wood and porcelain. Useless thing. The banquet hall falls into a dead, terrified silence. The immortal master gets straight to the point, his voice laced with an authority he believes is absolute. He's here on behalf of the Azure Dragon True Lord to recruit Xiao Xuan, and since it's so inconvenient, he demands Sect Master Zhu make a decision for him. He leans in, the threat hanging in the air. Will you submit or not? But Zhu Qingyi remains unshaken. She offers a polite apology, feigning respect, but her words are a firm rejection. She cannot make this decision on behalf of her junior brother. She calmly suggests he wait a few more days for Xiao Xuan to return and decide for himself. The immortal master's patience visibly thins. He dismisses the idea entirely, turning the pressure back on her. What about the Hengmeng sect? As the sect master, he presses, she should have the final say on the sect's future. He's trying to trap her with her own title. She refuses the bait. The Hengmeng sect, she explains, is not a place where she calls the shots alone. Its future will be decided jointly by the elders and disciples, and coincidentally, her junior brother is one of the elders. They will wait. Her polite stonewalling is driving him mad. How audacious! In a flash, his temper shatters. A violent wave of spiritual energy erupts from him, blasting the room apart. He snarls, his diplomatic facade gone. He tried to persuade them with kind words, but her sect remains obstinate. Is she trying to say the name of the Azure Dragon True Lord isn't worthy of her little sect? Zhu Qingyi tries to de-escalate, but he's done talking. Since you refuse to drink a toast, he growls, then don't blame me for being impolite. He lunges, the floor cracking under his feet. His plan is simple. If he captures the entire Hengmeng sect, Xiao Xuan will be his by default. But a new voice, cold as ice, cuts through the chaos. You dare touch my master's wife. Jir and Mayer leap forward, swords drawn to defend their sect master. The man scoffs at their defiance, overestimating your own strength. A single wave of his hand unleashes a torrent of energy that slams into them. Zhu Qingyi screams their names, her face a mask of horror as her disciples are thrown back, helpless. But just as the intruder presses his advantage, a furious voice booms through the hall. Who is there? Who dares to be so insolent on the grounds of my Hengmeng sect? A figure now stands between the women and their attacker. Zhu Qingyi's head snaps up, a wave of relief washing over her. Junior brother, the two injured disciples look on, their hope renewed. Master, you finally come. Xiao Xuan tells them they've worked hard, his eyes never leaving the enemy. The immortal master sizes him up, a smug look on his face. It's good that the master is back, then his expression shifts slightly. What are you? He confirms his identity. You're Xiao Xuan. There's a flicker of confusion in his eyes, as if the power radiating from Xiao Xuan is far beyond what he expected. He opens his mouth to speak again, but Xiao Xuan makes his move first. A single, heavy step cracks the very floor beneath his feet. A brilliant golden aura explodes into existence, a declaration of war without a single word. The sheer pressure hits the immortal master like a physical blow, lifting him off his feet. What is this terrifying power? He slammed against the ceiling, pinned and powerless, staring down at the furious warrior below. How is this possible? Is this really the kind of pressure someone who just entered the immortal court can have? He struggles to speak, introducing himself as Fang Qingyan under the Azure Dragon True Lord's command. He desperately tries to reframe the situation, claiming he came to invite Xiao Xuan to a meeting. Xiao Xuan's eyes narrow with contempt. Invite me for a meeting. A fan appears in his hand, wreathed in golden flames. Is this the Azure Dragon True Lord's attitude when inviting someone? He vanishes, reappearing in front of the pinned man. Could it be that you don't take my Hengmeng sect seriously? The question is punctuated by a brutal, fiery strike. The True Lord grunts, a wave of force slamming into his defenses, a power he can't comprehend. Sent flying, tumbling through the air as Xiao Xuan's foot connects, the impact echoing through the hall like a thunderclap. His mind reels in pure disbelief. How is this possible? He spits out the question internally, his pride shattering. This Xiao Xuan has only just entered the immortal court. How can he possess this kind of terrifying strength? The True Lord's understanding of the world begins to crumble. He knows that upon entering the integration realm, the greatest difference between cultivators is the power of fortune. He remembers his own breakthrough, the surge of purple energy in his palm, a sign that he had finally touched the power his father spoke of. But even his father had warned him that some exceptionally talented individuals can sense this power even before reaching that realm. And what few people know is that this power of fortune is divided into different grades. The reason the immortal court's Emperor Lord is stronger than everyone else is because he possesses the ultimate form of this power, condensed to its absolute extreme and known as immortal spiritual power. The four true lords themselves were only granted a sliver of this power from the emperor. He himself was once rewarded with this very power for his meritorious service. He crashes to the floor, the world spinning. Ever since he obtained that immortal spiritual power, no one has been able to defeat him. The thought is a desperate prayer, but the reality of his defeat is undeniable. Could it be? Could Zio Xuan possess a power even greater than the emperor's own? But what kind of power could possibly surpass the emperor's gift? As Zio Xuan's shadow falls over him, the true lord scrambles backward in terror. He looks up and a cold dread washes over him. What is this feeling? This majestic and inviolable demeanor. It's the same suffocating pressure he felt back then from the Void Abyss Immortal Emperor. Wait, the Void Abyss Emperor? Is he saying Zio Xuan has the same aura as that legendary monster? The true lord's arrogance evaporates, replaced by primal fear. He was the one who offended you, he stammers, his voice barely a whisper. He slams his forehead to the ground, prostrating himself completely. All my mistakes were due to my own foolishness, he pleads. They have nothing to do with the Azure Dragon True Lord. Zio Xuan stares down at the pathetic display, his expression unreadable. Take your men and disappear from my sight right now, he commands, his voice dangerously low. You'd better not let me see you again, he adds, a chilling promise in his eyes. Otherwise, I'll kill you every time I see you. The true lord's followers tremble, sweat pouring down their faces as they hastily help their master escape. With the intruders gone, Zio Xuan turns to his disciples, the immense pressure vanishing as if it were never there. The healing array fades. He asks how they are. Hong Meng is fine, just needing to regulate her breathing. Yilinger huffs that with her injuries, she'll be fine after a few days of rest. But Zio Xuan's face is grim. He warns them not to get complacent. After entering the immortal court, the forces are complex and intertwined. Keeping a low profile won't be enough to avoid trouble. You all must be prepared, he tells them. There will only be more incidents like this, not less. They both promise to train harder. Then Yilinger looks at him curiously. Junior brother, was your meeting with the Suzaku True Lord successful? His senior sister approaches, her gaze questioning. It's a long story, Zio Xuan says, a faint, knowing smile on his lips. Later that night, the compound is quiet. Just as Zio Xuan is about to turn in, a subordinate appears with an urgent message. Sect Master Zio, a secret letter has arrived for you. A secret letter? At this hour? What could be so important that it requires a secret delivery in the middle of the night? He unfolds the paper. The message is short and stunning. It's from the Suzaku True Lord, requesting a meeting to discuss an important issue concerning the Immortal Court's Emperor Lord. His mind instantly races. The Suzaku True Lord? Why would she contact him about the Emperor? A secret meeting about the Emperor Lord? This smells like a trap from a mile away, but the potential information is too valuable to ignore. He decides he'll go and investigate the situation himself. He leaps from his balcony, a silent shadow gliding over the rooftops under the starry sky. Arriving at the designated meeting place, he scans his surroundings. It seems there's nothing out of the ordinary, but then he feels it. That aura. His eyes lock onto a solitary figure standing in the courtyard below, bathed in moonlight. The woman stops, a flicker of recognition on her face. That aura. The true lord's eyes narrow, his suspicion hardening into certainty. That move was unmistakably infused with Yifan's energy. A chilling realization dawns on him. Could Yifan have already made contact with the Suzaku True Lord? The pieces slam into place. She must have found Yifan, somehow copied his technique, and then sent a secret letter to lure him into this very spot. He plants his foot firmly, the ground cracking under the force of his resolve. He doesn't care what she's planning. He'll counter whatever she throws at him. If this is a challenge, then he'll gladly accept. He will meet this Suzaku True Lord and see what she's truly made of. The heavy doors creak open, and a voice drifts out from the shadows. She says he's finally arrived, that he really kept her waiting. She beckons him inside, but it's the glint in her eye that sets off every alarm in his head. This is bad. His instincts scream, and he immediately throws up a defensive barrier, his sword flashing to life. A wave of force smashes into his guard, the impact echoing through the courtyard. The woman stands there, golden energy swirling around her palms, a smug look on her face. She asks if he's satisfied now. She dismisses the attack as a mere joke, claiming that if she had any real hostility, he never would have had the chance to act. But he knows better. That was a test of his strength. He remains silent, his guard still up, his mind racing. That power she just used was that Yifan's trump card. It felt just like it, an unstoppable force that absorbs the very power of the stars, a technique that should be impossible to break through. How did she get her hands on something like that? She simply tells him to follow her. As they sit across from each other, the air thick with unspoken threats, he cuts straight to the point, asking why she truly summoned him here today. She takes a sip of her tea, her gaze unwavering. She tells him he's currently wanted by the Emperor Lord of the Immortal Court, and asks if he has any plans. He counters, asking if she has some advice to offer. A faint smile plays on her lips. She says talking to a smart person is so effortless. Then she leans forward, her voice dropping slightly. Does he know, she asks, that the Immortal Court has a wanted list? A wanted list? This is the first he's hearing of it. She explains that this list contains all the personnel wanted by the Emperor Lord, ranked by the size of their reward. At the top are 4 names: Xiao, Luo Cheng, Zhang San, and Lai Si. But his arrival, she reveals, caused a massive stir. The list, which hadn't changed for hundreds of years, was completely reshuffled. Everyone dropped down a rank. He can't believe it. The names on that list have been static for centuries. She confirms it, adding that for most of those criminals, the Emperor Lord still needs to issue a formal warrant. However, she says, he is an exception. He is the very first person to be hunted by the Emperor Lord while still in the lower realm, with a bounty so high it defies belief. Worse, the other top names are either dead in seclusion or have been captured. This means he's now the only living, accessible target on the entire list. He clenches his fist, one problem after another. It never ends. A sly, dangerous smile spreads across her face. She chuckles, then calls out a name into the empty room. Luo Cheng, come out. His head snaps up. Luo Cheng, the man who was just ranked second on the list she mentioned. The man who, according to her, had held the #1 spot for hundreds of years before he came along. A hulking figure with burning red eyes materializes behind him, radiating pure, unadulterated killing intent. Before he can fully turn, the man lunges, a blur of motion and raw power. His eyes widen, a flash of red steel screaming towards him. A weapon slices through the air, aimed directly at his neck. He twists, parrying the strike with his own blade, the clash of metal shattering the tense silence. Is this another test, or has the real battle just begun? The man's demand hangs in the air, but Luo Cheng just smirks, telling him to be quick on his feet. A torrent of crimson energy erupts from his fists, blasting directly at Xiao Xuan. The force is immense, shoving Xiao Xuan back across the polished floor. His eyes widen in disbelief. This power, it's far beyond what he expected. The energy detonates, shaking the very foundations of the hall. From the side, the true lord watches the smoke clear, a slight frown on her face as she comments on his recklessness. She asks Luo Cheng for his assessment, and he reports that the power Xiao Xuan uses is in no way inferior to her own Liu spirit power. Her interest is piqued. Luo Cheng's eyes narrow with certainty. He knows this energy. It's the power of the stars, a relic from the void abyss immortal emperor's ruins. Xiao Xuan confirms it with a chilling calm, then flips the script entirely, asking, since they know what it is, why don't they just surrender? He doesn't wait for an answer, unleashing a blinding arc of golden light that slices through the air. Luo Cheng dodges, infuriated by the sheer arrogance. He challenges Xiao Xuan to a few more rounds, determined to find his limits. He gathers his own energy, a swirling vortex of blue flame, and meets the golden slash head-on. The resulting shockwave sends a tremor through him. What is this? The power is several times stronger than it was just a moment ago. A cold dread trickles down his spine. Could it be that Xiao Xuan wasn't even using his full strength before? Another wave of golden energy, larger and more ferocious than the last, surges towards him. Luo Cheng roars, refusing to be intimidated, and charges forward, bellowing that they'll see whose power is truly stronger. Fists and energy collide in a blinding flurry of impacts. But as the exchange continues, Luo Cheng's confidence begins to crumble. Xiao Xuan's attack intensity and frequency haven't weakened at all. It makes no sense. Cultivating the power of fortune should be draining, far more difficult than spiritual energy. How is he doing this? In that split second of distraction, a voice whispers right behind him. If you get distracted, you might just die. Luo Cheng's blood runs cold. Crap! Xiao Xuan's voice cuts through the chaos, declaring that's enough. A final, devastating blow sends Luo Cheng staggering back, utterly defeated. The true lord steps forward, a small flame dancing on her fingertip. She remarks that some people only learn their lesson after getting hit. Luo Cheng bows his head, apologizing to Xiao Xuan and admitting his loss, before thanking the true lord for her help. Xiao Xuan's gaze hardens, so they know each other. He demands to know if this was all a planned test. The true lord coolly denies it, claiming it had nothing to do with her. Luo Cheng quickly agrees, insisting it was all his own doing. But Zio Xuan isn't buying it. The true lord insists she has no reason to lie, adding that the reason she came to find him is also related to this man. She gestures to Luo Cheng, telling him to introduce himself properly. What kind of game are they playing? Luo Cheng straightens up, apologizing for his earlier rudeness. But actually, he says, a strange look in his eyes were the same kind of people. Zai Yan stares the man down, asking what this is all about. What makes them the same kind of people? Taiguai begins his story, revealing he was at the top of the Emperor Lord's wanted list for 100 years, only staying alive thanks to the Suzaku True Lord's protection. He explains that the reason he was wanted is very similar to Zai Yan's own conflict with the court. 1,000 years ago, he ascended, but his family possessed a special constitution, the ability to refine Liu's spirit power. The Emperor Lord coveted this power and demanded all the women of his clan be handed over. His people refused to be slaves. They fought back, choosing to self-destruct rather than surrender to the tyrant's lust for power. He whispers that he should have died with them that day, but a life-saving artifact from his master preserved a sliver of his life force, allowing him to survive the massacre. Fueled by a desperate need for revenge, he planned to increase his strength and strike back at the court. But his blind rage made him naive. He tried to challenge the Emperor Lord, only to be subdued in 3 moves by the Suzaku True Lord, who had been sent to execute him. His strength was nothing. But then the unexpected happened. The Suzaku True Lord looked down on his pathetic form and defied her orders. Instead of killing him, she helped him hide, even assisting in his cultivation. He finishes his tale, the weight of 1,000 years of pain hanging in the air. Zai Yan quietly takes a sip of tea, processing the story of slaughter and strange mercy. He turns his gaze to the Suzaku True Lord. What about you? She admits her situation is disturbingly similar. Her clan originated from the Tegu realm, a plane above the immortal court, but their bloodline was deemed impure. The clan leader planned to use the Emperor Lord's power to return to their true home. Instead, he was betrayed and used as a mere supplement for the Emperor Lord's own cultivation. She only survived the purge thanks to a magical artifact left by her father. After that, she clawed her way up, infiltrating the court by pretending to be an exiled member of the God clan, eventually being appointed a true lord. She promised the Emperor Lord she would bring him the unique immortal spirit phoenix tree, a treasure to aid his cultivation. But she knows his paranoid nature. She suspects he has never truly believed her story for a second. If she can't produce the tree when he demands it, her fabricated identity won't matter. He will absorb her without hesitation. What a terrifyingly fragile position to be in. She sets her cup down, her expression hardening. But this is about more than just survival now. Besides avenging her clansmen, who died so unjustly, she will prove to the arrogant purebloods of the Tegu realm that her lineage doesn't make her a failure. She will prove she is stronger than any of them. Zai Yan listens, a grim understanding dawning on him. The immortal court is a tangled web of desperate survivors and simmering rebellions. He turns to Taiguai. Well, he tells the man he's quite impressive. Then he makes his move, asking if he wants to join them. The Suzaku True Lord suddenly leans in, her finger playfully tilting his chin up, a dangerous curiosity in her eyes. Zai Yan just smirks, completely unfazed by her attempt to dominate the conversation. She pulls back, her tone shifting to business. She asks what benefits her Hengmeng sect would even get from joining him. The benefits, he assures her, are many. For example, this. A golden character for the word soldier materializes in his palm. He explains he has already promised to cooperate with Yifan in finding the complete 9-character true word. If she joins them, he'll share this power with her. The offer is almost too good to refuse. But then, his expression darkens. Cooperating with Yifan, he warns, might not be so simple. He reminds her of the day Yifan was wanted by the Emperor Lord. It seemed far too easy for him to escape alone, yet he still found time to flirt with Xingyu. And how exactly did an outsider manage to break into the Imperial Steel Space, a place exclusive to the royal family? It's as if Xingyu was his target from the very beginning. Zai Yan's eyes narrow with suspicion. Come to think of it, doesn't he treat the Suzaku True Lord the same exact way? He paid special attention to her from the moment they met, even revealing his trump card to her and her alone. But why? What is he really after? He leans forward, his voice dropping. True Lord, I have an additional request. May I have your permission to inspect your nascent soul? She recoils slightly. Her nascent soul? He explains that he specializes in techniques that can control a person's mind. Because of this, he's extremely sensitive to similar mind-controlling arts. He suspects Yifan may have left some kind of mark on her when he shared the true word. His gaze is sharp and unwavering, forcing a terrifying question upon her. Is this a genuine warning or the most audacious power play she's ever seen? The accusation hangs in the air. that Yi Fan had planted some kind of mind-controlling mark on him. Xiao just laughs, dismissing the idea entirely. He tells the immortal master she must be joking, but she doesn't crack a smile. She reminds him that the Phoenix clan specializes in cultivating the power of divine sense. She states it as a fact, a quiet threat. In her presence in this immortal court, no one would dare try to pull a fast one with spiritual attacks. Then her tone shifts. She knows that if she doesn't address his concerns, their cooperation is dead in the water. She raises her hand, and 2 glowing cubes materialize from thin air. These, she explains, are heavenly tier divine protection locks. They can block any divine sense attack, and are even strong enough to withstand a full-force blow from the God clan. Is this a genuine offer of trust, or just a more sophisticated trap? She lays out her proposal. If he agrees to cooperate, she'll give one to him and wear the other herself, a pact of mutual protection. Xiao considers the glowing artifact. The logic is sound. It seems foolproof. He finally looks up, his gaze sharp. He asks what the terms of this cooperation would be. She doesn't mince words. She can't openly defy the Emperor Lord yet, but she will provide him with all the help she can. When the time is right, one of them will operate in the open, the other from the shadows, and together they will kill him. The air grows thick with the weight of their conspiracy. Xiao gives a slow, deliberate nod. In that case, he extends his hand and she takes it. The deal is struck. Back in his own hall, Xiao addresses his disciples. He tells them they already know about his return from the Suzaku Palace. The news is clearly spread, and his followers are already reacting. One of his disciples expresses shock at the Suzaku True Lord's past, while Mayor scoffs, calling him nothing but a dog for the Emperor Lord. Her anger boils over. She can't believe he swallowed his pride for so long, snarling that if it were her, she would have carved him into 8 pieces ages ago. But the blindfolded senior sister cuts her off, telling her to rein in that reckless temper. She turns to Xiao, her voice laced with concern. They've only just arrived, she reminds him, and they've already provoked the Azure Dragon True Lord. While having the Suzaku True Lord as an ally is better than being alone, she warns that they cannot let their guard down. After all, he has served the Emperor Lord for a very long time. Xiao simply turns to her, his expression calm. Don't worry, senior sister. He gives her a confident smirk, assuring her that he knows exactly what he's doing. Little Jir can't help but notice the moment, teasing that the relationship between master and senior sister is getting better and better. The blindfolded woman is instantly flustered, while Mayor jumps in defensively, insisting her relationship with their master is clearly superior. The disciples dissolve into playful bickering, forcing Xiao to cut in and tell Mayor to stop fooling around. Little Jir just giggles, commenting on how utterly adorable her senior sister is when she's shy. Xiao lets out a soft laugh before getting serious. He instructs Little Jir to stop fooling around and gather everyone. He has an important announcement to make. Yes, master, she replies, immediately rushing off to do his bidding. A few minutes later, the hall is full. All of his key followers stand assembled before him. Xiao begins, his voice echoing in the chamber. He reminds them of the provocation earlier that day, when a mere lackey from another sect dared to act mighty at their doorstep. He looks over them, his gaze intense. He poses a chilling question. If he weren't around one day, would the Hengmeng sect be razed to the ground? He then addresses them one by one, starting with Little Jir. He praises her innate sword body and her incredible speed in comprehending sword intent. He reminds her how she crushed that provocative lackey with a single sword, proving her cultivation and talent are exceptionally high. She bows her head, saying she was merely abiding by his teachings. He then turns to Wushwang, acknowledging her divine strength and the 10,000 jin frame she can pull, a feat incredible for her cultivation level. Her growth, he says, is very gratifying. Wushwang beams with pride, thanking her master. He moves to Muhan, recounting how a small epiphany and his pills allowed her to refine a 10th-tier pill, a contribution to the Sect's ascension that is undeniable. He continues down the line, recognizing the 3 of myriad peaks. One, an expert in poison once feared across the nation, and another who possesses the divine dragon bloodline and exceptional talent. They humbly accept his praise. He tells them all that their talents and comprehension are second to none. But his tone hardens. Today he is not praising them, he is holding them accountable. The forces within the immortal court are complex and intertwined. He delivers the final, stark warning. They are being watched. There will be more provocations like today's, not less. The message is clear. The training wheels are off. Everyone must be prepared at all times to deal with sudden crises. Su Rauxi's voice is laced with worry. The immortal court is teeming with monsters, and she knows their current strength is a paper shield against a hurricane. But her fellow disciples are resolute. They swear they won't fail their master, promising to improve as fast as humanly possible. Su Rauxi herself steps forward, her eyes burning with a new fire, vowing to cultivate diligently and lead the sect in his name. A warm smile spreads across Zhao Xuan's face. Very good, he says. Their determination is exactly what he wanted to see. With a flick of his wrist, several golden talismans materialize from thin air, shimmering with immense power. His disciples gasp, wondering what he's just summoned. He explains that now that they've all reached the integration realm, it's time for the next step. Inside these talismans are cultivation plans and resources he personally tailored for each of them, designed to unlock the deepest potential of their bloodlines and accelerate their growth beyond all normal limits. Is he just giving them cheat codes to immortality? He's not done. He informs them that the Su family has uncovered several incredibly rich mineral veins, and if that's not enough, they can draw directly from the national treasury of Great Kin for any alchemy materials they need. With this foundation, he says, the Hongmeng sect should be secure for years, if not decades to come. The future of the sect, he declares, his voice resonating with absolute confidence, rests entirely on their shoulders. A chorus of agreement erupts, their faces alight with fierce loyalty and newfound hope. They will not let him down. As their gratitude flows towards him, the system floods his mind with notifications. Ding! Millions of high-grade spirit stones acquired, rewards multiplied by 2,000%, magical artifacts, weapons, even a rare 1-grade promotion opportunity. A sly grin plays on his lips. The spirit stones alone are enough to push thousands of his disciples into the transcendence realm. And with the new technique fusion opportunity, he can absorb countless new skills and merge them into something terrifyingly powerful. The thought of merging thousands, even tens of thousands of techniques, sends a shiver of excitement through him. He could reach a level beyond anyone's imagination. Excellent, he thinks, his mind racing with possibilities. The grade promotion is a gamble, but the timing of these rewards is almost too perfect. In the treacherous immortal court, this is exactly the advantage he needed. But then a darker thought surfaces. He recalls asking Zhu Ziliang to investigate the ruins of the Void Abyss Immortal Emperor before he ascended. He wonders if there's been any news. A chilling premonition grips him. He knows he needs to prepare before that old thing finally emerges from its seclusion. Wait, who is this old thing? Elsewhere in a dark and opulent hole, a furious roar echoes off the walls. Useless thing. A man is sent flying, slammed against a pillar by a torrent of crackling blue energy. Choking for air, the elder begs for his life, pleading with the true lord to spare him. But the shadowy figure standing over him is unmoved, his voice dripping with ice. Who told you to offend Zhao Xuan? The true lord's anger is a physical force in the room. He sees that he was too lenient, and now this fool has not only ruined his plans, but exposed the Dragon Palace. His eyes, cold and sharp as daggers, fix on his groveling subordinate. Gasping, the elder insists his trip wasn't a total failure, that he made a special discovery. The true lord's rage pauses, replaced by a flicker of curiosity. Oh, let's hear it. The elder collapses to the floor, coughing violently before he can speak. He forces the words out, explaining that as he fled the Hongmeng sect, he detected a hidden aura. Another person from the immortal court, lurking right under their noses. This person's power was so subtly concealed, he estimates they must be at or above the 10th level of the integration realm. He explains he didn't dare act alone and rushed back to report. The true lord simply smirks. This, he says, is well within his expectations. Another master from the immortal court is no one in the sect who they say they are. The true lord's expression is one of smug satisfaction. After all, that kid Zhao Xuan is drawing too much attention. It was only a matter of time before someone else took notice. The Azure Dragon Prince coldly dismisses the idea of rushing. His pride is stung. What does Zhao Xuan think he's worthy of the prince sending people to his door again and again? The sheer arrogance is infuriating. Since he dared to lay a hand on the prince's subordinate, he slapped the face of the entire Azure Dragon clan. He's unappreciative, and for that, he deserves a lesson. The prince's gaze hardens, his mind already spinning a web. He orders his man to find out who else has been targeting Zhao Xuan recently. When the time is right, he will personally meet this upstart and show him exactly who holds the real power in the immortal court. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuan is in recovery. Mayar enters with a specially prepared healing soup, urging her master to drink it. He assures her he's much better, but internally, he's marveling at the power of the stars. Just one cycle of meditation has already alleviated most of the fatigue from healing Mayar and the others. This power is truly incredible. A dark silhouette suddenly falls across the door. Who's there? Mayar is on her feet in a flash, her eyes blazing with suspicion. What kind of rat dares to sneak around the Hongmeng sect? Without waiting for an answer, she draws her sword and lunges, a streak of righteous fury aimed at the intruder. A concussive blast of energy erupts from the doorway, sending her flying backward. She lands on her feet, sword held ready, as her master watches in stunned silence. The fight has come to them. The cloaked figure steps into the room, his voice dripping with malice. He's already set up a powerful barrier. Even if they scream their lungs out, no one will hear them. He steps forward, a ball of fire igniting in his palm as he demands to know which of them is the Sect master, Zhou Xuan. But something is wrong. The master stares at the flame, a chill running down her spine. It seems to be burning, yet there's not a trace of heat. Instead, a bone-chilling cold emanates from within the flames. What kind of twisted power is this? Mayor, ever defiant, tells him it's none of his business and charges forward again. Zhou Xuan shouts for her to wait, his voice laced with panic. The intruder merely scoffs, courting death. He unleashes the chilling fire in a massive wave. The wall of flame rushes toward Mayor. She feels the unnatural cold and knows this is no ordinary attack. But before she can react, her master appears in a flash, intercepting the blast with her own sword. Shielding Mayor, she lands gracefully, demanding to know who this man is and when he infiltrated their sect. She felt a strange energy from his attack. Could it be the power of fortune? The intruder's face is finally revealed, a smirk playing on his lips. He seems surprised, admitting his soul-burning fire was more condensed than usual, yet she split it with a single slash. He explains the horror of his technique. A corrosive flame that doesn't burn the body, but the soul itself, turning its victims into walking corpses. Then he laughs, his eyes glinting with cruel amusement. He knows who they are. He calls them Zhou Xuan's women. How could he possibly know about her junior brother? The man's grin widens. He didn't know before, but after he captures them, he declares that Zhou Xuan will soon come begging to him in person. In your dreams, the master roars, unleashing a blinding arc of sword energy that collides with his unholy fire. The force of the impact sends Mayor stumbling back, but her master holds her ground, the battle for their lives just beginning. The cloaked figure sneers, his voice dripping with condescension. He knows her special power of fortune is formidable, but he can also see she's barely mastered it. With this little power, she won't be able to stop him. He tells them both to just come with him obediently. But this isn't a simple kidnapping, it's a trap, a lure. If Zhou Xuan doesn't come to save them, he chuckles, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Vile purple energy erupts from the floor, ensnaring them both. The woman's face contorts in a silent scream of panic. This is bad. This is very, very bad. 2 hours later, the room is a wreck. The aftermath of a desperate, one-sided battle. Splintered wood and shattered furniture are all that remain. When Zhou Xuan arrives, a ghostly projection flickers to life, showing his senior sister and her disciple, bound and unconscious within a crystal prison. The kidnapper's voice echoes through the empty room. Zhou Xuan, your woman and her disciple are in my hands. The demand is clear. If he wants to see them again, he must meet him at the White Tiger Upper Kingdom's imperial palace within 7 days. A nerve pulses in Zhou Xuan's temple. His followers quickly piece it together. A thief must have ambushed his master, and to have done it so silently, their cultivation must be at least the 10th level of the integration realm. The White Tiger Upper Kingdom, she remembers it was one of the nations from the war. But why would this thief, this supposed dog from the immortal court, want Master to go to a palace in the mortal world to find him? What kind of trap is this? Just then the doors burst open. Another Sect member rushes in, breathless with urgent news. He freezes, sensing the suffocating tension in the room. What in the world is going on? Zhou Xuan demands to know what it is. The man reports a message from junior sister Zhuge at the Tianji Pavilion. There's news from the Void Abyss Immortal Emperor's ruins. They've been located inside the capital of the White Tiger Upper Kingdom. The White Tiger Upper Kingdom? Again, a chilling realization dawns on everyone. This isn't a coincidence. The kidnapping and the ruins are connected. A wave of pure, incandescent rage erupts from Zhou Xuan. Golden flames engulf his body, the sheer force of his anger blasting outwards. The audacity, the sheer, unbelievable nerve. To lay a hand on his senior sister was to sign your own death warrant. His eyes, now burning embers, lock onto the open doorway. The time for strategy is over. He gives a single order: guard the Hengmeng sect well. He declares that even if he has to raze the entire White Tiger Imperial Palace to the ground, he will bring her back. His followers can only bow as he departs, his killing intent so thick it's almost a physical force. 3 days later, screams tear through the halls of the White Tiger Upper Kingdom's palace. Guards are sent flying like rag dolls, crashing into pillars and walls. One of the men demands to know who dares to trespass in his palace. The ruler himself appears, his face a mask of fury. Standing over the bodies of the fallen guards, a single figure announces his arrival. The one who will flatten your imperial palace is Zhou Xuan. The ruler's eyes widen. You are Zhou Xuan. He's heard the stories. the ruthless state preceptor who single-handedly destroyed the dragon flame upper kingdom and beat back human immortals until they fled in disarray. Feeling the suffocating pressure radiating from Xiao Xuan, the ruler knows every terrifying rumor is true. A cold sweat beads on his brow. This man is truly extraordinary. The royal guards draw their swords, forming a wall to protect their majesty. They shout that trespassers will be killed without mercy. Xiao Xuan's gaze is glacial. He simply states that they have overestimated their own strength. The force of his rage sends them flying, a wave of purple energy blasting the guards back like fallen leaves. One of the emperor's men, sprawled on the floor, can only watch in horror as his master stands over him, a cold blue flame flickering in his palm, utterly unfazed by the chaos. But Xiao Xuan isn't here to fight guards. He closes the distance in a flash, his foot connecting squarely with the emperor's chest, sending the ruler of the White Tiger Kingdom crashing to the ground. Towering over the fallen man, wreathed in a furious golden aura, Xiao Xuan's voice is ice. "Speak," he demands. "Where is senior sister?" The emperor, clutching his chest, tries to play dumb, insisting he doesn't know what senior sister he's talking about. Xiao Xuan's boot presses down on him, the pressure immense. He scoffs, telling the man his senior sister's aura is all over this palace. He knows she's here, so why won't he speak? His eyes narrow, glowing with a terrifying light. Fine, then. He'll just flatten this entire palace and make the White Tiger Upper Kingdom disappear from the world. The emperor's face drains of all color. What? The threat is so absolute, so insane, he can't process it. But his advisor can. He scrambles forward, reminding his majesty that this is Xiao Xuan, the man who killed the Dragon Flame King and annexed his kingdom. He is more than capable of doing exactly what he says. The advisor begs his king to think, to remember if he's seen the person Xiao Xuan described. But Xiao Xuan has no more patience for this. Speak. The emperor breaks completely, screaming that he'll talk, he'll tell him everything. He confesses it started yesterday when he took his men out on a hunt. In the rainy woods, a subordinate approached him with a report. They had found 2 women of unknown origin, lying unconscious on the way back. The emperor admits he was instantly captivated, especially by the one with the thin veil. He'd never seen such beauty, like a fairy descended from heaven. His mind consumed by lust, he gave the order to take them back. He tells Xiao Xuan he was so infatuated that he decided then and there to make them his concubines. But the women were fierce. Even with their cultivation sealed, they resisted, claiming to be from the Hongmeng Sect and choosing death over submission. The emperor's confession takes a sickening turn. He admits he was planning to consummate the marriage today by force. "You think you're worthy?" The words are a low growl from Xiao Xuan. Before the emperor can react, a vicious kick sends him flying across the room again. As the emperor scrambles to his feet, terrified, he promises to personally take Xiao Xuan to see the 2 ladies, desperately ordering his attendants to lead the way. But a maidservant rushes forward, her face pale with panic. "Your Majesty," she stammers, "there's a report I haven't had time to deliver." She explains that this morning, men from the Crown Prince's palace came and took the 2 women, claiming they were suspected assassins who needed to be interrogated. The emperor shouts in disbelief. What? His shock is nothing compared to the chilling stillness that falls over Xiao Xuan. His eyes have turned a murderous shade of red. The Crown Prince. The scene shifts to an opulent room where the 2 women stand on guard. They look up to see the Crown Prince, half-dressed and lounging on his bed. He smirks, telling them not to be so nervous. He assures them that unlike his father, he knows how to cherish beautiful women. Back in the throne room, Xiao Xuan's voice is a low whisper, vibrating with suppressed power. "What did you want to do to people like us?" The question hangs in the air as the Crown Prince continues his vile monologue, gloating that he won't be fierce like his father. Then his hand shoots out, grabbing the senior sister by the shoulder. "Good stuff," he purrs, his touch defiling her. The Crown Prince sneers, telling the conscious woman that even he can only use this drug for a short time. He glances at her fainted companion, calling her good stuff, but his expression sours. Toying with 2 lifeless bodies is just too boring for him. He wants to see a beauty like her blushing and panting beneath him, declaring it would be worth risking his life. He leans in, urging her to come on. Her eyes narrow with pure hatred. If he wants to risk his life, she says, then he can just die. A blinding golden light erupts from her palm. She strikes him without a moment's hesitation. He's blown back, coughing up blood as the energy tears through him. Wait, wasn't she supposed to be powerless? He crashes through the screen, demanding to know who dares trespass in the Crown Prince's palace. A shadow falls over him, and a new figure stands in the doorway, a swirling orb of red energy crackling in his hand. The man smiles, a chilling, predatory grin. "Dead men," he says, "don't need to know too much." The woman's eyes go wide. "Junior brother." The Crown Prince looks up, utterly bewildered by the title. But then an immense pressure washes over him, a killing intent so pure and cold it freezes the air. The newcomer's power flares, a crimson aura of raw destruction. The prince scrambles backward, shouting about how audacious it is to challenge him. The man just scoffs, unimpressed. "Stay back," the prince whimpers, terror finally breaking through his arrogance. He's completely paralyzed by fear. This isn't a man, it's a monster. A ferocious jackal staring down its dying, struggling prey. The prince can feel the predator's gaze locking onto him, savoring his fear. Who are you?" he stammers, his voice barely a whisper. He's left kneeling on the shattered floor, completely at the man's mercy. The man smirks, asking if the prince is so eager to die with an answer. He then poses a simple question. Has he ever heard the name Xiao Xuan? The name hits the prince like a physical blow. Xiao Xuan, the infamous state preceptor of the great Qin Upper Kingdom. His mind races. He realizes with dawning horror that these women must be from the Hongmeng Sect. "It's a misunderstanding," he pleads. "It's all a misunderstanding. I haven't done anything to your senior sister." He prostrates himself on the floor, begging for his life. But Xiao Xuan isn't interested in apologies. He cuts straight to the point, demanding to know what the prince knows about the old capital of the White Tiger. Hope surges through the prince. He has information. He knows. "I know," he shouts desperately. He explains that his royal family's records call it the White Tiger Holy Land, one of 5 great treasure sites. It's said to hold immortal and even god-tier treasures, along with secret techniques from an ancient era. But he adds, it's also filled with deadly restrictions, and its exact location is a complete mystery. He warns that finding it won't be easy. Is this his one ticket out of here? Xiao Xuan just smiles, a cold, knowing look in his eyes. He already knows its location. The prince's face lights up, switching instantly to flattery. What joyous news! The dangers in the Holy Land are surely no match for the state preceptor. Xiao Xuan cuts him off. "You flatter me," he says, "but I must ask to borrow something from your highness." Of course, of course. The prince is ecstatic. What could he possibly lend to someone so powerful? He breathes a quiet sigh of relief. This sudden politeness must mean he's safe. Then Xiao Xuan delivers the final blow. "In that case," he says, "I'll just borrow your highness's life." The smile on Xiao Xuan's face is utterly devoid of mercy. The prince's world shatters. What?